Vhumad God chapter 3649 to chapter 3733. That was an extreme-grade weapon. They had never seen one before. Not to mention them, even the second astral realm did not have one. How could someone from the first astral realm have seen such a thing? Don't underestimate the first astral realm. Vhumad said in a deep voice. Haven't you heard of the origin star? Are you saying that the origin star really exists? Everyone was shocked. It definitely exists, and it should be in the first astral realm. Not everyone could go there. It was a dangerous place. The elder looked solemn. They were from the holy city and had seen a lot. Although the first astral realm was not as powerful as their second astral realm, there were some places that were forbidden. Even a sage king would not dare to go there. Other than some forbidden zones, there were two places that were the most mysterious and terrifying in the universe. One was the origin star, and the other was the buried emperor star. One was the starting point, and the other was the end. These two worlds also had the most monarch clans, and they also had the most extreme Dao weapons. The monarch races gasped. It seemed that the first astral realm was more mysterious than they had imagined. He wondered if Lin Wudi had anything to do with the origin star. In the eighth heaven, the hidden divine pagoda came out and attacked fiercely. The eighth heaven rolled and trembled. Once, twice. On the 19th time, it finally broke through the eighth heaven, and a crack appeared. That was great. Lin Xian roared and shot into the sky, entering the fissure. Brother Lin, you can do it. I'll wait for you outside. Xianxia called out, and then her figure disappeared from the seventh heaven. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The people from Wushwang City were stunned. He went in. The kid actually went in. Oh God, is he going to tie the record again? At that moment, even Vhumad was surprised. The kid had so many tricks up his sleeve. The onlookers were even more shocked. Did Lin Wudi really go in? Or did he fail? Impossible. He definitely could not have succeeded. In the imperial mausoleum, someone roared. In the next moment, he felt a fluctuation in the void above his head. Then, a figure appeared. He came out. Someone came out. And from the looks of it, it was above the imperial mausoleum. It should be Lin Wudi. He should have failed. Screams rang out one after another. They looked over carefully. Di Ling and the others looked up into the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear above them. The other party was standing on an auspicious cloud and had an extremely beautiful appearance. A woman. It was Xianxia, the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew who Xianxia was. Had she already reached the seventh layer of heaven? Could he be Lin Wudi? No, the other party was definitely not Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was still inside and had not come out. Heavens, everyone screamed. Di Ling's face darkened. Someone had stepped on his head, and it wasn't just one person. Not to mention Lin Wudi, just the fact that Xianxia had reached the seventh level of heaven was enough to make his lungs explode. As the leader of the 8 geniuses, he had never taken Xianxia seriously. But now, she had surpassed him. Ghostly, Shui, Tian Chen, and the others were also stunned. After Xianxia came out, she was also speechless. She was now the highest. Di Ling had only reached the 6th level of heaven. This surprised her. Then, she smiled. Humph, what Di Ling, he was no match for Brother Lin. Clang, at this moment, a sound caught everyone's attention. Listen, there was a sound. Lin Wudi really didn't come out. He had reached the 8th level of heaven. Screams rang out one after another. Di Ling and the others' heads were about to explode. The 8th level of heaven, he had reached the 8th level of heaven, damn it. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. Did the other party only make 3 sounds? It seemed that the 8th level of heaven was too difficult. Even someone as strong as Lin Wudi could only make 3 sounds. It seemed that he was still lacking compared to senior brother Ling Hu Shui. The people from Wushwang City heaved a sigh of relief. Vhumad's eyes lit up. Don't worry, this was just the beginning. That kid wouldn't give up so easily. sure enough, after the 3 sounds, it was the 5 sounds, followed by the 7 sounds. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Would the other party be able to strike out the perfect 9 heavenly thunder sounds again? After the 7 sounds, there was no sound. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this was the end? The elder from Wushuang City sighed. It was a pity. He was only 1 sound away from tying with Linghu Chuishua's record. He should have reached his limit. Fu Hongye sighed. However, at this moment, there was a continuous rumble between heaven and earth. Bolts of lightning struck the 9th level of heaven as if they were going to shatter it. What was going on? Where did the lightning come from? It was a lightning tribulation, some of the older experts screamed. Someone had broken through in the 9th level of heaven. What? Did he break through? Who was so monstrous? They were extremely surprised. Di Ling and the others were also envious. Although comprehending the heavenly thunder sound had improved their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and gave them a new understanding, their current strength had also improved compared to when they had just entered. However, none of them had broken through. That was because it was not that easy to break through at this stage. But now, someone had broken through. That was too heaven-defying. It was Lin Wudi. He had broken through. The people from Wushuang City looked at the array formation and were dumbfounded. Indeed, in the 8th level of heaven, countless bolts of lightning descended, striking Lin Xian until his skin was charred black. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. That was great. He had broken through the 9 sounds all the way and had finally broken through. Come on, Lin Xian fought a bloody battle. Finally, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 2nd level of Sage. The process lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Everyone waited patiently. The lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was the breakthrough over? They wondered if it was Lin Wudi. What realm was he at now? Everyone was curious. Boom, between heaven and earth, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. 9 sounds of heavenly thunder, the 8th 9 sounds of heavenly thunder was struck. Everyone went crazy. At that moment, they witnessed a miracle. The people from Wushuang City were even more dumbfounded. Someone had surpassed Linghu Chuishua's record. At the same time, he had also surpassed Fu Hongye's record. That was because Lin Wudi had continuously ascended to the 8th level and struck 8-9 sounds of heavenly thunder in the sky. That was equivalent to a new record for Wushuang City. At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. They sent the news back to Wushuang City. Wushuang City was also in a state of shock. Yet another figure had arrived. It was a man in snow-white robes. He had a small mustache and gave off a mature vibe. He was the eldest disciple of the 1st generation. His name was Linghu Chuishue. Senior brother. When the people of Peerless City saw him, they all bowed. Even Fu Hongye bowed. Did someone break our record? Linghu Chuishue was shocked as he looked at the 9th heaven. The next moment, he took a deep breath. This kid is so strong. It seems that this time, Peerless City will welcome a new monster. Lin Xian's breakthrough and the 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds he unleashed had completely shocked everyone. They all knew that a new monster was about to appear, but they were very curious about who it was. That kid should be coming out soon. Yes, he has already reached the 8th heaven. He probably won't be able to break through the 9th heaven. Legend has it that no one can break through it. Even the eldest disciple of Peerless City couldn't do it. He probably won't be able to reach the 9th heaven. Everyone was discussing intensely. They felt that it was about time for him to appear. The people of Peerless City also said, "Senior brother, do you think he can reach the 9th heaven?" When they asked this, their faces were also full of anticipation. Fu Hongye's eyes flickered. Linghu Chuishue also frowned slightly and said, "It's not certain. I've never seen anyone who can break my and junior brother Fu's record. Now that such a person has appeared, he might really be able to break it." Break the legend? Does senior brother Linghu think he can reach the 9th heaven? The people of Peerless City were really shocked. Fu Hongye also nodded. It's possible that the 9th heaven isn't just a competition of strength, but more of the comprehension of the laws. This kid can produce 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. His comprehension of the laws is far beyond others. Therefore, he's really hopeful. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the ninth heaven. At the eighth heaven, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to thoroughly comprehend. After 49 days, he opened his eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the ninth heaven. There was only one last heaven left. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't shrink back. No matter what, he would give it his all. In the eighth layer of heaven, he could feel that his laws had become stronger again, and the speed of this increase was extremely fast. It was much faster than the previous few heavens. Therefore, he thought that if he could step onto the last layer of heaven, then he might be able to break through again. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by for him. If he missed this opportunity, there would be too many men for him to break through in other places. His figure burst out and rushed to the 9 heavens. It collided with the 9 heavens. Sword chi rumbled all over his body, and the roar of the Qilin also appeared. Countless divine chains of laws hung down from the 9th heaven, releasing billions of rays of light. It was dazzling. The two collided, releasing a sonorous sound. Terrifying power erupted, shaking the 9 heavens. The people outside all held their breaths. They knew that Lin Wudi was trying to break through the last layer of heaven. At this moment, most people hoped that Lin Wudi would succeed, because they wanted to witness a legend. However, there were also a portion of people who were gnashing their teeth and praying in their hearts. Damn it, no, he must not succeed. Among them were Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others. Even if they were beaten to death, they didn't want the other party to succeed. Because if the other party succeeded, then he would be a legend. In the 9th heaven, Lin Xian was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact here was too strong. Even he couldn't withstand it, but he wouldn't let go. With a roar, the dragon sword spirit in his body surged crazily, and the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed in all directions. He rushed up once again. The laws of the 9 heavens became even more dazzling. It was as if immortal light was constantly sweeping across. The two collided, and every strike was earth-shattering. The people of Peerless City felt their scalps go numb. This kid was really too terrifying. He could actually reach such a level. Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishue also had solemn expressions. It was too forced. With Lin Xian's current state, he might not be able to break through. However, Lin Xian still had a trump card. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda appeared and began to attack from above. He condensed the 10,000 dragons picture and attacked from below. The phantom of the two extreme weapons bloomed with billions of rays of light, and a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Boom! Boom! This battle was earth-shattering. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, but Lin Xian still hadn't broken through. His body was covered in wounds, and his body was already broken. However, his eyes were getting brighter. Kill! Lin Xian roared crazily, and the sword chi on his body rushed out, completely enveloping the entire 8th heaven. At this moment, nothing could be seen. Even the people of Peerless City couldn't see through the array. They could only see a golden light, and they couldn't see Lin Xian's figure at all. It seemed that it was really too forced. Those people shook their heads. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, and he still hadn't broken through. This was probably the kid's limit. The spectators further away were also discussing. He was still 1 step away. There was no other way. The 9th heaven was a mythical existence, and no one could reach it. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't reach it. Yes, he was already very heaven-defying now. He had broken 2 records of Peerless City. Everyone felt that Lin Xian had stopped here. Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others snorted. Their expressions were cold. Although they were still unhappy, they knew that Lin Xian had stopped and couldn't enter the last heaven. They were gloating in their hearts. Buzz, at the 8th heaven, Lin Xian used the sword chi to envelop the entire space, and then he summoned the great dragon sword soul. On his hands, the 5 elemental laws revolved. He held the great dragon sword soul, and an unparalleled light burst out from his eyes. Explode! At this moment, he didn't hold back. The great dragon sword soul kept roaring, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and began to explode. The green sword shadow roared between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their scalp go numb. An incomparably terrifying aura permeated the air. Damn it, what was that? Everyone went crazy. The people of Peerless City were also terrified. That kid, did he summon an extreme weapon again? Why was it so terrifying this time? Damn it, I can't see what he's doing with the golden light. He must have done it on purpose. Xianxia took a deep breath. This aura? Impossible, that kid actually has a trump card? Ghostly and the others' faces changed drastically. Xianxia, Vhumad, and the others were shocked. This power was really too strong. Previously, they were still unconvinced, thinking that they were careless last time and wanted to compete with Lin Wudi again. But now it seemed they didn't lose unjustly. Lin Xian's methods were too shocking. Even if they fought with Lin Xian again, they were afraid that they wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, the people who were left in the ninth heaven were even more horrified. They trembled, kneeled on the ground, and kept worshipping, thinking that a god had come out. Xianxia was still in the fourth layer of heaven. His face was full of despair, and he was awakened by the power. Damn it, how could this power be so strong? Who was this person? He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand and split the sky open. At this moment, an unparalleled power erupted. At this moment, everyone thought that the end of the world had arrived. The roar between heaven and earth lasted for a few days before it gradually subsided. At the same time, they were excited. Did Lin Wudi succeed? Did he enter the last layer of heaven? The people of Wushuang City stared at the array. In the next moment, someone screamed. He really entered. In the ninth layer of heaven, in the originally empty space, a figure suddenly appeared. This person had cracks on his body and blood was flowing, but his eyes were incomparably cold with a bright light. It was Lin Xian. He went in, he actually went in. The people of Wushuang City were stunned. What an unbelievable kid. Fu Hongya was also very surprised. Although he was optimistic about Lin Xian, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such potential. It was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the only one who reached the eighth layer of heaven. He also tried to break through the ninth layer. However, he failed. He knew how terrifying the ninth layer of heaven was. It was not only about strength, but also something else. Therefore, no one could enter. But now, someone actually succeeded. It seemed that the days ahead would not be lonely. There was finally a top monster on the ancient path of heaven. On the other side, Di Ling, Guili, and the others went crazy. The other party succeeded. How could it be? They could not believe it. They could not accept it. They really did not expect that there was such a heaven-defying person beside them. In Stillwater Sky City, Shibufan, Wang Xiafeng, and the others were also shocked. Now, they no longer had any hostility. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of panic. Wasn't it courting death to make an enemy of such a person? Xianxia squinted her crescent-shaped eyes. She was really happy. Brother Lin was really amazing. So this is the 9 heavens. I'm really curious. In the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian appeared. He felt the aura around him and was incomparably shocked. This kind of aura was very strange, and it couldn't be described with words. Lin Xian felt very comfortable here. It was as if the world had just been born. For a moment, he fell into an epiphany. Half a month later, he opened his eyes. So this was what he looked like. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he now completely understood some parts of the laws that he didn't understand. He had undergone a sublimation. Then, he began to walk in the void. Every time he landed, a golden lotus would rise from under his feet. This was the golden lotus of the Great Path. It was a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If anyone else was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that they would piss their pants. Lin Xian's comprehension of laws had actually reached such a level, every step he took was accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder. After 9 steps, 9 to 10 sounds of heavenly thunder were heard, circling the world. At the same time, a leaf floated over from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xian. The aura emitted from the leaf was really too mysterious. Lin Xian felt all the pores on his body open. This was the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea. He was stunned. Tao Comprehension Tea was said to be a divine tree between heaven and earth. The leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Rumor had it that only great emperors could find the true Tao Comprehension Tea. It was very difficult to find the rest. They could only obtain 1 or 2 leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea from ancient ruins or some forbidden grounds. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain a leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea in the 9 heavens. This was great. He placed the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea between his eyebrows, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend. The people outside were also going crazy. The sound of heavenly thunder was heard again, and there were 9 of them. Not only did the other party enter the 9th layer of heaven, but he also struck out the 9th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This was a kind of perfection. No one could do better than the other party. This was already a kind of extreme. Everyone was amazed. What kind of monster was this? Even the great emperors of ancient times were not like this when they were young. Everyone was extremely surprised by this. They didn't expect to see such a heaven-defying youth this time. They were afraid that when the other party grew up in the future, it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. All kinds of envious voices were heard. After the other geniuses heard it, their scalps went numb, and their faces were full of envy. The charm of the great emperors of ancient times? It was really too enviable. At the same time, they also had a kind of despair. It was the greatest misfortune to be born in the same era as such a monster. They were afraid that they would be suppressed by the other party for the rest of their lives. Damn it, how was this possible? Ghostly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out. On the other side, Di Ling's face was also incomparably pale. The quality of the great emperors of ancient times? The other party was not qualified at all. His eyes burst with a biting cold-killing intent. Kill the other party. He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. No one could surpass him. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely. On the other side, the people of Peerless City were also stunned. They didn't expect that the other party had not only broken 2 records, but also a new one. This record was probably the ultimate record. No one would be able to surpass it in the future. At most, it would be a tie. This guy was too monstrous. The corners of the Peerless City disciples' mouths twitched. The elder's face was also full of shock. Junior brother, what do you think? Ling Huchuishua asked. Fu Hongye's eyes burst with an incomparably shocking light. His current strength might not be as good as ours, but his talent is really too strong. He's ridiculously strong. I've never seen anyone like him. That's right. Ling Huchuishua also sighed. I've never admired anyone in the younger generation, but now, I actually have a trace of admiration for him. If he goes to the 3-Life Temple, what kind of storm will he cause? The second astral realm has been peaceful for too long. Even if some geniuses rise up, they can't threaten those people. But this time, I think this Lin Wudi will be able to disrupt the balance. Perhaps there will be a big reshuffle among the sacred cities. The 2 brilliant powerhouses were also shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Next, everyone waited patiently. They originally thought that the other party would come out soon, but they didn't expect that they would wait for half a year. It was unbelievable. Did the other party meditate for so long? However, half a year was enough for them to wait. The onlookers all wanted to know who Lin Wudi was. So they waited patiently. The geniuses who had already succeeded couldn't leave. They were still waiting to enter the next stage. During this time, everyone in 9th heaven came out. When they learned that there was still one person who hadn't come out, their faces were full of shock. After Xianxia came out, his face was gloomy. At this moment, he had recovered from his mental breakdown. He also knew that his mentality had collapsed, so now he was trying his best to regain his confidence. Otherwise, he would be even worse in the future. When he looked up, he saw Di Ling and the others standing far above him. 6th heaven, this Di Ling was really too strong. Wait, why was there someone above Di Ling? Xianxia went crazy again. He had collapsed before and did not know what had happened. In his opinion, Di Ling should be the strongest. But now, there was someone above Di Ling. Who was it? Damn it, it was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe, Xianxia. How could it be? He knew Xianxia's strength, she should be on par with him, maybe even weaker. But now, Xianxia was standing in the seventh heaven. Damn it, what happened? His face was full of shock. Where was that pretty boy? Where was that damn guy beside Xianxia? He looked carefully and found that Xianxia was the only one in the seventh heaven. He sighed in relief. He knew it, how could that pretty boy be so strong? But, the other party had entered the fifth heaven, which was unbearable. Under Xianxia's gaze, he subconsciously looked towards the fifth layer of heaven. He saw Shui, Tiancheng, Bufan and a few others, but there was no sign of Lin Xian. How could it be? Could it be that kid? He was shocked, but he found that there were only two people in the sixth heaven, Di Ling and Guili. Where was that kid? Could it be that he died in there? He was really too surprised. He looked around and still did not find any trace of the other party. Could it be that the kid was eliminated? Thinking of this, he was so excited that he was about to cry. That's great. That brat was still showing off. Now he's finally eliminated, right? At this time, the person next to him said, "Oh, that Lin Wudi is still not out. What is he doing inside? He should still be comprehending. It is really enviable." What, there is still someone not out? Xianxia instantly became nervous. It seemed that there was still someone in the ninth heaven. Who was it? Could it be that kid? Somehow, Lin Xian's figure appeared in his mind. Impossible. He roared madly in his heart. It was definitely not that kid. According to the discussions of the surrounding people, the one who remained inside was a top genius, someone who had surpassed the imperial mausoleum. Now, he had stepped into the ninth heavenly layer. Such a person was truly dazzling. He had the bearing of an ancient great emperor. How could such a person be that gigolo? However, Lin Xian was no longer around, which made him uneasy. Just like that, he waited for several months. Finally, on this day, the world changed once again. Above the nine heavens, lightning once again poured down in torrents. This time, it was even more violent than before. Did he break through again? Everyone was in an uproar. They had seen this once before. Damn it, Lin Wudi still wanted to break through in half a year. Everyone went crazy. The mouths of the people from Peerless City twitched. The people in the Imperial Mausoleum were so jealous that they almost fainted. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this was not some cabbage making a breakthrough. This was a breakthrough in the Saint Realm. How difficult was it to make a breakthrough in the Saint Realm? Everyone here had experienced it firsthand. Previously, Lin Xian had made a breakthrough in the ninth heavenly layer, which made them extremely envious. Now, he had broken through again. It had only been half a year. They had never heard of a saint who could make 2 consecutive breakthroughs in half a year. It was simply amazing. Even Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishui had strange looks in their eyes. Wasn't he too monstrous? This time, the lightning tribulation was extremely violent and lasted for more than 10 days. Just when everyone thought that it was going to subside, the lightning tribulation suddenly erupted even more violently, making everyone's scalp tingle. What was Lin Wudi doing in there? He was going to be struck by lightning twice. Di Ling gritted his teeth. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you better be struck to death. After another half a month, the lightning that filled the sky finally disappeared. A figure walked out of the ninth heavenly layer. He's out, someone shouted. At that moment, countless sages turned their gazes towards the sky. The onlooking powerhouses, the skyprides who had already passed, Di Ling, Gili, Bufan, and the people from Peerless City all focused on a single figure. It was him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he Lin Wudi? That was impossible. Wasn't he a gigolo who lived off a woman? Damn it, how could he be Lin Wudi? Screams of terror rang out one after another. At this moment, other than the people from Peerless City, everyone else started screaming. Because they finally saw Lin Wudi's figure. Lin Wudi was the person beside Xianxia. He was Xianxia's husband. That was unbelievable. Wasn't Xianxia's husband a gigolo? Wasn't he a level 2 saint? It was said that he was an ant from the first astral realm. How could he be such a monstrous genius? They couldn't believe it. However, the other party was now standing above the ninth heavenly layer, looking down on them. They had no choice but to accept this fact. It was him. It was actually him. Shi Bufan, Shi Sui, Tian Shen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the person who defeated them to be Xianxia's husband. It was actually this kid. Gili and Di Ling were also stunned. Previously, they had looked at Lin Xian with disdain. They thought he was an ant. But now, the other party was above their heads, looking down on them like a god. They couldn't accept the difference in their mentality. Damn it, they vomited blood. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a level 2 saint before. A level 2 saint was actually able to break the legend. They were going crazy with jealousy. Xianxia was even more scared. How could it be this person? He was most familiar with Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was someone the Yu clan wanted to kill. When Lin Xian escorted Yusiki back, the Yu clan didn't put him in their eyes at all. They even wanted to kill him mercilessly. Now, not only was he alive, but he was also a monstrous genius. Could it be that the 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds were all from him? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was furious. He was about to die from anger. If he wasn't a saint, he would have been angered to the 18th level of hell. Brother Lin really did it. Xianxia was filled with endless joy. Brother Lin actually broke through to level 3 saint. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. She realized that Lin Xian wasn't a level 2 late stage, but a level 3 early stage. It was too unbelievable. The others also realized this and were dumbfounded. Why do I remember that when this kid first entered level 9, he was a level 2 saint? Yes, level 3 early stage. After half a year, he actually became a level 3 early stage. Damn it, in less than a year, he broke through a big realm. Everyone went crazy. Thinking of this, the sage's eyes turned red. One had to know that they might not even be able to break through a small realm in a few hundred years. Some were even stuck for thousands of years. To break through a large realm, it might not even be possible in a few thousand years. But now, Lin Fan had done it in a year. It was unbelievable. Even the top 8 geniuses could not believe it. As the top 8 geniuses, they had strong bloodlines and were supported by big families. But even so, it was impossible for them to break through a realm in a year. Like Xianxia, he had spent a lot of effort and resources to achieve it, and he had only broken through a small realm. But now, Lin Fan had broken through a realm in a year. Even the geniuses of the holy city wouldn't be able to do that. Some of the older generation were also amazed. It turned out that Lin Fan had broken through 2 realms in the 9th heaven. It was no wonder that when the lightning tribulation was about to disappear, it suddenly went berserk. That's right, Lin Xian had broken through 2 realms in a row, and finally became a 3rd heaven sage. He had a confident smile on his face as he looked around. This was great. This time, not to mention whether he could become a disciple of the holy city, just this breakthrough alone was enough to make him ecstatic. After becoming a 3rd heaven sage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He looked down, and when he saw Di Ling and Goeli, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. If these 2 people made him wary before, and he had to deal with them with all his might. But now, he did not take them to heart. Damn it. Di Ling and Goeli saw Lin Xian's expression, and their faces darkened. They were actually looked down on by him. It was infuriating. At this time, the elder from Peerless City stood up and said loudly, "All right, the first round of the test is over. Those who have successfully reached the 9th heaven, follow me. You will proceed to the next round of the test." After that, those who had succeeded soared into the sky and flew forward quickly. Xianxia was the first to come to Lin Xian's side, and her eyes were sparkling. "Big brother Lin, you are so handsome." Di Ling, Goeli, and the rest also came over. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes shone with a cold light. "Brat, don't be complacent, don't be too arrogant. The 9 heavens is not all about strength. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the top? That's right, that's what I wanted to say as well. Your good days are over. Because you have already angered me, and no one can step on my head. You can't do it either." Di Ling looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the second stage, I will let you know what true strength is. Don't think that just because you've comprehended some laws, you can compare to me. You're still far from it. The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heaven, Ghostly, and Di Ling were all eyeing this kid. The second stage would be even more intense. That was for sure. The first stage was a test of one's talent, bloodline, and comprehension of the great Tao. He let that kid take the lead. But if they really fought, that brat was absolutely not Di Ling's match. Di Ling had many trump cards in his hands. Not to mention the sacred weapon, he had a bronze coffin hidden in his body. Once that thing came out, how could that brat block it? Indeed, if it was a duel, no one thought that Lin Xian could defeat Di Ling. Ji Lian could not even defeat Ghostly. After all, Ghostly had a sacred weapon in his hands. At this moment, Xianxia also jumped out. He also laughed sinisterly. Brat, I won't let you off either. In a real fight, you're also not my match. He was really mad. Previously, the other party made him collapse and despair. Only now did he recover. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would not hesitate to kill the other party. The other party was now a third heaven sage, but he was still one round lower than him. It seemed that this brat had offended many people. Fu Hongya narrowed his eyes. Ling Huchuishua laughed. No matter, competition is a good thing. Bring them to the next stage. As he said that, the surrounding Wushuang city disciples quickly came to the void and each took a side. Their palms formed a seal and they formed a teleportation array. They brought these people and disappeared into the sky. Did they leave? The onlookers below were in an uproar. It seemed that the second stage was not held here. It was held somewhere else. They could not watch anymore. However, these people did not leave. They all set up camp. They wanted to wait. Wait until the final result was out. After all, the result was very important to each of their families. The array flickered. After the light disappeared, Lin Xian and the others found that they had arrived at another place. There were buildings and streets all around. It seemed that they had arrived at a city. Someone screamed. Could it be that they had arrived at Wushuang City? That's right. A Wushuang City disciple said that they had indeed arrived at Wushuang City. Then, he briefly explained Wushuang City. After hearing that, the others were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. A holy city was as big as two worlds. It was really shocking. Not only that, there were countless subsidiary worlds under Wushuang City. It was very enviable. In this assessment, we will accept 3 types of disciples. The best are the core disciples. There are not many of them, a total of 72 people. The quota is fixed. Therefore, you can only become a core disciple if you fight for the top 72. The treatment of the core disciples is very good. It is definitely not inferior to the patriarchs and sect masters of the outside world. Moreover, it is the most central power of Wushuang City. The direct disciples of the Holy King will be selected from the core disciples. This time, the first place will be the chief disciple. He has the highest status among the third-generation disciples. He is also the one who has the highest chance of becoming a direct disciple. If you have the strength, try your best to fight for it. Don't miss this opportunity. Below the core disciples are the ordinary disciples. Their treatment is not as good as the core disciples, but it is better than the elders of the outside world. Don't worry. Hearing that, countless people's eyes lit up. The forces of the outside world, such as the Rain clan, were all big families. However, it was still not comparable to the treatment of the Rain clan's elders in Wushuang City. One could imagine how terrifying Wushuang City's strength was. It was no wonder that so many big families wanted to send their disciples in. Of course, not everyone could become an ordinary disciple. If they failed the second assessment, they could only become a nominal disciple. Nominal disciples were not real disciples of the Holy City. They had to be assessed again in a few months. As long as they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to an ordinary disciple. If they failed the assessment 3 times, they would lose their qualification and leave the Holy City. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, there was the danger of being eliminated. They thought that they could become an ordinary disciple after passing the first assessment. Who would have thought that it was not that simple? This time, Wuxuang City's assessment had gathered the elites of countless worlds. There were about a few 100 million people participating. And only about 10,000 people could step into the first heaven. Among these 10,000 people, only 72 of them were core disciples. It was not certain how many ordinary disciples there were left. Moreover, there could be vacancies among the core disciples. For example, if only 30 people met the requirements, then there would only be 30 core disciples. The remaining positions would all be empty and would not be inherited by the weak. It was that cruel. I wonder what the second round is about. Shirbufan asked. Everyone else was curious as well. After saying so much, they were most concerned about what the second round was about. Wuxuang City doesn't care about your current cultivation level or strength. What we care about is your talent. This includes innate talent, such as bloodline and physique. There are also some acquired talents, such as strong will, comprehension of special laws, and comprehension of the great Tao. As long as you are a genius, we will accept you. Therefore, the second round is still about you. We will bring you to a place called the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It is a very special place. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion is a world of laws created by the Sage King. Inside, your cultivation level will be suppressed. You will be suppressed to the early stage of the first heaven of the Sage King. Everyone will be the same to ensure fairness. Moreover, you will not be able to use your own divine powers. You can only use the martial arts in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This way, we will test your talent and see who can cultivate the divine powers the best in the same amount of time. The second round is actually like this. Everyone gasped. They originally thought that they would have to fight in the arena. They did not expect that it would be so special that they would go to a small world created by the Sage King. There were a total of 12 sky steels, 36 earth steels, and 108 Xian steels in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Then what is the basis? Is it the ranking of the first round? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, everyone became nervous. If it was really based on the ranking, then the people who fell behind would suffer. The elder shook his head. It's not based on the ranking. Don't worry, Wuxuang City will give you the greatest fairness. Everyone can freely choose the divine powers on these steels to cultivate. The time is also the same. However, don't think that the ranking is not important. There are a total of 3 rounds. The total ranking of the 3 stages would be the final ranking, and each stage would have a specific reward. The first place of each stage will be given a leaf of Tao Comprehension tea. As for the others, they were all ranked according to their rankings. These rewards would be distributed at the end of the 3 tests. The leaf of the Tao Comprehending tea, heavens! He was actually so generous. Many people's eyes turned red. These people were all young masters in their respective families, but they didn't have the chance to obtain the Tao Comprehension tea leaves. Not to mention them, even their family heads didn't have the chance to obtain it. That was because this item was simply too precious. The amount was very small, and it would be divided among countless holy cities. Each holy city would not get much. These 3 might have been left behind after thousands of years of accumulation. Now, they actually wanted to use such treasures as rewards. It really provoked these people. Lin Xian was equally surprised. How could there be such a good thing? He had already experienced the enlightenment tea leaves once before. That time, he had directly advanced by 2 small realms, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. Unexpectedly, there was still more. These 3 enlightenment tea leaves must be mine. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely cold light. The others were also incomparably excited. Di Ling is ambitious. Although I fell behind in the first round, I must obtain the second and third round. Hee, enlightenment tea leaves? How surprising. I'll accept such a good thing. The corners of Ghost Li's mouth raised into a smile. In addition, although Shirbufan, Shui Tiancheng, and the others did not say anything, it was obvious that they were also determined to obtain it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was as tall as an ancient building. Everyone knew that it was a world of its own. Sure enough, after entering, they found that it was much wider inside, as if it was a world of its own. Indeed, their cultivation was completely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth here, and they couldn't use their other divine abilities. Damn, I can't even use my bloodline power. The laws of heaven and earth here are really amazing. It seemed that they could only use their newly learned divine abilities. Everyone was surprised. This was indeed fair enough. Hee, in terms of talent, none of you are my match. Di Ling snorted coldly. His cultivation was the highest, and he was the strongest. It was enough to show that his talent was super strong. Ghostly sneered. Is that so? That might not be the case. Don't be trampled under my feet when the time comes. The others also clenched their fists, especially those who were ranked at the bottom. If they really fought according to actual combat, they had no hope. But now, everyone was at the same starting line, they might have a chance. I heard that there are 12 divine monuments. Go quickly, I must learn the divine abilities on the divine monuments. The divine abilities there were the strongest. Many people ran forward. With more than 10,000 people, it did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it was a little spacious. Sure enough, there were stone monuments around. There were a total of 12 shining with golden light. They were divine monuments. 36 shining with purple light. They were earthly monuments. 108 shining with blue light. They were mystic monuments. There were indeed martial arts and divine abilities on these stone monuments, but they were all different. Some were very detailed, some were just a few strokes, as if they could only be understood but not explained. There were all kinds of strange divine abilities. You have 3 months to comprehend it. After 3 months, you will begin the battle. Those who succeed will advance to the next stage of the test. Those who fail will be disqualified, they will be classified as honorary disciples. After half a year, they will take the test again. The voice rang out between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed. What? Failure means disqualification, how could it be like this? Everyone went crazy. Previously, they were very confident and wanted to become a core disciple. But now, there was a problem. That was, the person who failed would immediately become an in-name disciple. This was really too unbelievable. One must know that with more than 10,000 people, at least half of them would be eliminated. It was really too cruel. Alright, as for the specific rules of the battle, we will talk about it after 3 months. Now, you should hurry up and think about how to cultivate your divine abilities in these 3 months. 4 martial artists from Wuxuang City also followed in. They were fighting on one side, and it seemed like they were guarding the order. Hurry up, and comprehend. Everyone was in a hurry. Because from this moment on, time had already started counting down. They only had 3 months. Everyone was definitely rushing towards the 12 divine monuments. Because the divine monuments were the least, the martial arts and divine abilities were the most precious. Guili, Di Ling, and the rest were also very fast. They were like flowing lights rushing to the front. They each occupied a divine monument, and then looked at it. Get lost, Di Ling roared, the aura on his body exploded, causing the surrounding people to be unable to breathe. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed, Di Ling's name was deeply imprinted in their minds. Hence, they couldn't help but back off. Trash like you think you have the right to comprehend the sky steel with me? Get lost. Or I'll kill you. Di Ling's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It's over. What they were worried about the most had happened. If the 8 Skyprides joined forces to seal the sky steel, no one else would have the right to comprehend it. Indeed, the other Skyprides also rushed towards the sky steel and occupied one of the sky steels. Xianxia let out a sinister laugh and abruptly turned around to glance at Lin Xian. This is great. If he could join forces with Di Ling and the others to suppress Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the sky steel. In that case, they would definitely win the second round. Countless people were shocked by the scene. They looked at Lin Xian and wanted to see what Lin Xian would do. Because Lin Xian wasn't one of the 8 Skyprides. Moreover, he was enemies with some of the 8 Skyprides. If Lin Xian were to take action, they could help him. At least, they couldn't let the 8 sky prides be so arrogant. Xianxia said the same thing. Damn it, these guys are too evil. They actually joined forces to seal the sky steel. Brother Lin, let's do it together. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu'er, don't be anxious. Didn't I say it before? The second round is absolutely fair. Do you think they can do it without breaking the rules? Indeed, a Wushuang city martial artist shouted coldly from afar. Everyone can comprehend the sky steel, no one can occupy it. Those who dare to violate the rules will be expelled and disqualified. The moment he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Many of them were excited. Great. As for the 8 sky prides, such as Xianxia and Di Ling, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, there was such a condition. They couldn't accept it. However, they didn't dare to do anything. If they dared to go against the Wushuang city people, they would probably be expelled immediately. So what if they could comprehend the sky steel? The divine ability on the heavenly steel was not something that anyone could comprehend. Di Ling sneered. Ghostly also raised a ferocious smile. Xianxia gritted his teeth. What a pity. This was originally a great opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, but who would have thought that it would be resolved in an instant? Quickly go and comprehend it. The surrounding saints all rushed forward and began to choose their own sky steels. Lin Xian and Xianxia also left in the morning. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Just you wait, in 3 months, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Xianxia gritted his teeth while Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. What were they shouting for? If they had the time, they might as well spend it on comprehending the stone tablets. Right now, he didn't place Xianxia in his eyes at all. It could even be said that he was ignoring the other party. Damn it. I'm so angry. The other party's indifferent expression made Xianxia so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, now was not the time to make a move. He could only grit his teeth and look at the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Lin Xian also glanced at the 12 heavenly steels and revealed a solemn expression. One had to admit that the divine abilities on the 12 heavenly steels were indeed powerful. There were close combat, long-range attacks, saber, sword, fist, and kick. There was a type of each type, and there was even an eye technique. However, it was not easy to comprehend because these divine abilities were too simple. There were only a few strokes. One could only know what divine ability it was at first glance. However, if one wanted to cultivate it, they would not be able to figure it out. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered as they started to ponder seriously. Xianxia frowned. Why couldn't she understand it? This was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. The 12 heavenly steels recorded the top divine abilities. It would be too difficult to learn it in 3 months. Lin Xian shook his head. He was not in a hurry to cultivate it. He wanted to understand it more thoroughly. Then, he looked at the 36 earthly steels. These 36 earthly steels also recorded exquisite divine abilities. Looking at the power, it seemed to be weaker than the 12 heavenly steels. However, it was more detailed than the 12 heavenly steels. At least it was enough to make one scratch their heads. Next, Lin Xian looked at the 108 heavenly steels. This time, the divine abilities recorded on them were very detailed. Every step was recorded. Martial artists could follow the instructions and cultivate step by step. The 3 types of stone steels were different. They had different powers and the difficulty of cultivation was also different. The time was also specific. It was only 3 months. Then, in these 3 months, the most important thing was not to occupy the divine abilities on the heavenly steels, but to increase one's combat strength as much as possible. In this way, there would be a problem of distribution. It seemed that the second stage was not that simple. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He now understood a little. The second stage was not only testing one's talent, but also one's choice. 10,000 people, faced with such a scene, had 10,000 choices. How to choose to maximize one's combat strength, there was a lot of knowledge in this. Were there any connections between the 3 types of stone steels? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found a sword technique and looked at it on the heavenly steels. There was a sword technique called Sword of 100 Battles. This was a very strange sword technique. It could transform into various demonic beasts and terrifying heavenly anomalies to fight. It was a little similar to the evolution of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul could transform into anything. As for the 100 Battles Sword, it could only transform into specific things for battle. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it could transform into 15 different demonic beasts. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Then, he looked for a similar divine ability on the 36 earthly steels. This divine ability was called Psychic Hand. It could instantly set up some formations and then attack with the help of the heavenly steels. This was a palm technique. The palm would form a formation and obtain some characteristics of the demonic beasts. For example, it would be extremely strong or extremely soft. Lin Xian realized that this psychic hand was somewhat similar to the Sword of 100 Battles. Then, he began to look at the 12 heavenly steels. The 12 heavenly steels were very simple. It seemed to contain the simplicity of the Great Tao. It was impossible to understand. However, Lin Xian could still see some things clearly. For example, he saw one of the heavenly steels. There were only 3 Tao patterns carved on it. However, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see that it was a person summoning something from heaven and earth. It seemed to be something like a soul. In this way, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat similar to the previous 2 divine abilities. It could be said that it was an upgraded version. There was indeed some connection. He narrowed his eyes. In this way, if he wanted to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels, he could first cultivate the heavenly steels and the earthly steels. Then, he could cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels. After thinking about this point, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to take action. He sent a voice transmission to Xianxia and told her what had happened. After Xianxia heard it, she was also surprised. Was this true? He looked around and found that there was indeed some connection. In that case, let's hurry up and cultivate. The 2 of them walked towards the 108 heavenly steels. At this moment, everyone was trying their best to cultivate the divine steel's divine powers. Even the earthly steel was rarely visited. As for Lin Xian and Xianxia, they squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Xian steel. This scene shocked countless people. No way, isn't that Lin Wudi and the holy goddess of the spirit clan, Jingqiao? Why did they leave? Don't they want to comprehend the divine steel? No idea. Could it be that they want to comprehend the earthly steel? The competition there is less. They looked carefully and found that the 2 had walked past the earthly steel and came to the Xian steel. Suddenly, these people went crazy. God, they actually chose the Xian steel. How is this possible? The Xian steel looks like the weakest divine powers. These people simply couldn't understand what Lin Wudi was doing. Some people sneered when they saw this. Xianxia snorted. Idiot, he actually chose the trashy Xian steel. He really doesn't know what's good for him. He was too excited. If Lin Xian chose the divine steel, he would be under great pressure. But he chose the Xian steel. This way, he had absolute confidence that after 3 months, he could kill Lin Xian to his heart's content. Ghostly sneered when he saw this. Di Ling was even more disdainful. What Lin Wudi, he didn't even have the courage to choose the divine steel. He probably knew that he didn't have the talent to comprehend it. What a joke. If he's like this, I can kill him with 1 hand in the 2nd round. Di Ling was also ambitious. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know that he couldn't comprehend the divine steel, so he chose the easiest Xian steel. Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were also puzzled. It shouldn't be, Lin Wudi was so powerful, they all knew. Why did he choose the Xian steel? Could it be that there was another mystery? Wang Xiaofeng said to Shi Sui Tianchen. She didn't know what he was doing and didn't know what he found. But I won't leave. My eye of Shi Sui can be used here. I want to comprehend it more efficiently than others. These top experts didn't leave because they had absolute confidence in themselves. With the best things available, why would they settle for the second best? The 4 warriors from Wushuang City who were standing in 4 different directions were surprised when they saw this scene. Could it be that this brat had found out? They were also looking forward to seeing how the peerless genius who had set a new record in the 1st round would perform in the 2nd round. Lin Xian arrived in front of the 108 Xian tablets. He chose the Sword of 100 Battles because this sword technique was very similar to the Great Dragon Sword Spirit's simulation effect. If he wanted to cultivate, it would definitely be a piece of cake. Qiu'er, these 3 stone steels are all connected to one another. Choose a cultivation technique that you like and cultivate accordingly. The effects should be very good. After saying that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She also chose a cultivation method to cultivate. It had to be said that the sword technique Lin Xian had chosen was very suitable for him. Therefore, he quickly finished cultivating and stood up with a smile on his face. Next, it was time to comprehend the psychic hand. Lin Xian looked at the 36 earthly tablets and started to comprehend them. The heavenly tablets were still very lively. However, after a few days, some people collapsed. No, they couldn't comprehend it at all. Yes, it was too difficult. They felt that they couldn't figure out the direction. Some people were going crazy. Some people felt that they had to change their strategy. Therefore, they gave up on the heavenly tablets and started to cultivate the 36 earthly tablets. There were also some people who insisted that they would be able to comprehend it after a period of time. However, after a month, most of them were in despair. They now knew that the heavenly tablets weren't easy to comprehend. If they continued to waste time, they wouldn't be able to learn any of the superpowers. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. They would only be beaten up. Therefore, these people retreated. Some of them chose the 36 earthly tablets. Some of them even wanted to start cultivating the 108 Xian tablets like Lin Xian. However, there were a few people who didn't move. They were the other 7 of the 8 great geniuses. There were 5 other people who weren't part of the 8 great geniuses. These people were very confident in themselves. They stood in front of the heavenly tablets and continued to comprehend. Although these people's faces were very serious, they didn't look good. It was obvious that they didn't make much progress. However, they believed that once they comprehended a move or two, their power would definitely surpass everyone else. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian stood up. He had mastered the psychic hand. Next, he would have to comprehend the heavenly tablets. It was the summoning superpowers that he had seen previously. Thinking of this, he walked forward. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. What was going on? Lin Wudi came to the heavenly tablets again. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly tablets? Heavens, he didn't want to comprehend it at first. Now that there was only 1.5 months left, could he comprehend it completely? Everyone was shocked. Then, they shook their heads and ignored him. They couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions. The only one who understood was probably Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu was also comprehending one of the 36 earthly tablets. She would soon comprehend it, probably in another 3 to 5 days. She would also go to the heavenly tablets. Lin Xian came to the heavenly tablets and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend it. His arrival surprised the geniuses at the heavenly tablets. Why was this kid here again? Shi Sui Tian Shen and the rest were confused. Xianxia snorted. Humph, you're courting death. Do you have time to comprehend it completely? To him, it was a waste of time. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was trying to comprehend the same heavenly tablets as him. Was he courting death? Well, he would use the same superpowers to torture Lin Xian to death. Time passed slowly. The geniuses at the heavenly tablets tried their best to comprehend as many superpowers as possible. Some of them even started to comprehend the earthly tablets' superpowers. However, the geniuses at the heavenly tablets did not do anything. Because if they could comprehend one heavenly tablet in 3 months, it would be great. Finally, another month and a half passed, and the 3 months were up. On this day, a voice was heard. Then, a martial artist from Wushuang City said that the time was up and no one was allowed to comprehend it. As soon as he said that, the heavenly tablets shone brightly and nothing could be seen anymore. Sigh, many people sighed. They had not comprehended enough yet. This was a great opportunity for them to learn Wushuang City's superpowers. However, there was nothing they could do. The time was up and they could not comprehend it. The 8 great geniuses stood up as well. They looked extremely solemn. The 3 months of comprehension was indeed a unique experience for them. They had never comprehended such a magical superpower under such a tense situation. They wondered how powerful it would be in the end. Brat, don't ever meet me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, he had absolute confidence. He believed that the divine art he unleashed would be able to kill his opponent. Finally, it was time for revenge. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was a genius and his opponent was just a lucky piece of trash. Ghostly looked at Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Di Ling snorted coldly. The first place of this round will definitely be me. You are not my opponent at all. The last time he was surpassed by his opponent was the greatest humiliation in his life. So this time, no matter what, he would trample his opponent under his feet. The others felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 8 geniuses were really confident. What kind of power would the divine ability they comprehended be? At this time, the 4 Wushuang city warriors walked out and said coldly, "All right, let's start the test. Follow me." They left the area where the stone tablet was and came to another area. This area was very spacious and it was still within the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The test this time was very simple. You can choose your opponent and you can only fight one-on-one. If you succeed, you will advance to the next round. If you fail, you will be eliminated and immediately become an inane disciple. However, although it was a one-on-one battle, the winner could continue to fight with others. Everyone can fight at least once and at most 5 times. You should understand, right? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What? You can challenge 5 people in a row? Their expressions were filled with fear. If Di Ling was such an expert, he would be able to defeat all 5 of them. That would mean that 5 of them would be eliminated. Damn it, if that's the case, not even half of the people would be left. Previously, they thought that the elimination rate was only 50%. But now, it seemed that was not the case. If an expert was really ruthless and joined forces, most of the people would be eliminated. The originally cruel situation had now become even more cruel. Xianxia, Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others revealed a sinister smile. It was great to be able to challenge 5 people. Xianxia jumped out first and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, come here and die. I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. Lin Xian shook his head. I refuse. Fight with him? What a joke, he was not interested at all. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of old blood. He refused. Damn it, he was looking down on him. Brat, are you a man? If you have the guts, fight with me. You are too weak, I'm not interested. Lin Xian was still shaking his head. Damn it, I will kill you. I'll kill you. Xianxia was completely. I'm too weak? Not interested? Brat, he thought Xianxia was a saint. Even though he was suppressing his cultivation state, he was someone who had comprehended the mystic skills on the heaven steel. He could definitely take down the other party. Xianxia, show you brat, if you don't dare, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. With me as your superior, I can consider sparing your life. To 2 of the Lin Xian finally sighed. I've refused twice, which is equivalent to saving your life twice and giving you 2 chances. However, you didn't cherish it and even dared to provoke me. Since you want to be eliminated so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out while the others retreated. The 4 peerless city martial artists formed a seal with their palms, forming an array in the arena. Then, they stood on one side. There was only one rule, which was no killing. Alright, let's begin. Xianxia, you should feel lucky that the rule here is that no killing is allowed. Otherwise, you would have died 10 times in a second. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. Go to hell. Xianxia was really mad. Xianxia, as a genius, could not tolerate the disdain of Xianxia. Heaven-breaking finger. He raised his finger and pointed forward. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, the law surged and thunder rumbled. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of divine ability is this? I know, this is one of the divine abilities on the sky steel. It's the heaven-breaking finger. Many people screamed. They had tried to comprehend the heaven-breaking finger before, but they could not comprehend it completely. They did not expect Xianxia to be so talented that he could use the heaven-breaking finger. Even the other 8 geniuses exclaimed. Xianxia is really something. If you give him a chance, he might be able to improve again. Oh, a divine ability from the sky steel? But, you're not good enough. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and a sword made of the laws appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi turn into a giant ice bear, roaring at the sky. It could freeze everything with a wave of its hand. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Some of the top geniuses were also shocked. There was no such despicable technique on the sky steel. Indeed, they had tried to comprehend the sky steel but did not find such a sword technique. Suddenly, someone screamed. This is not a sword technique from the 12 sky steels, it's a sword technique from the 108 Xian steels. I know, it's called the Sword of 100 Battles. What? A sword technique from the 108 Xian steels. Heavens, isn't that the weakest divine ability? What is Lin Wudi doing? He wants to use a divine ability from the Xian steel to fight against the sky steel's divine ability? Isn't that hitting a stone with an egg? Everyone went crazy. In their knowledge, the sky steel's divine ability was the strongest and the Xian steel's divine ability was the weakest. The only thing that could fight against the sky steel's divine ability was another sky steel's divine ability. But now, Lin Wudi actually used a divine ability from the Xian steel to fight against the divine ability. Ghostly sneered. So, he's an idiot. I wanted to play with him, but now I'm not interested. Di Ling snorted coldly. How can I fight against such a person? What a joke. The first place of the second round will be mine. Xianxia laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out. You're courting death. How dare you fight against me with such a divine ability from the sky steel? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if he could not kill Lin Wudi, he had to severely injure him. He wanted to torture Lin Wudi until he wished he was dead. The sky-piercing finger was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. It was too easy to kill Lin Wudi. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. The icy cold aura from the ice-field giant bear directly sealed the sky-piercing finger. Not only that, the ice-field giant bear rushed over with its powerful physique and slammed into Xianxia's body. Bang, Xianxia was pushed back. With a bang, a huge crack spread. Xianxia was also pushed back. He spat out blood and a thick layer of frost appeared on his body. What? Xianxia was pushed back, and the surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? The mystical tablet divine ability had fought against the divine tablet divine ability and won. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Wudi had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? Damn it, what was Xianxia doing? Ghostly frowned. Di Ling sneered. Don't worry, that was just the first move. Maybe Xianxia was careless, but if he got serious, Xianxia would definitely die. Xianxia stopped, his face was gloomy, and his handsome face turned sinister. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Careless, he was indeed careless. He thought that Lin Wudi's divine ability was weak, but he did not expect Lin Wudi to have some tricks up his sleeve. Kid, you're not bad to be able to cultivate the mystical tablet divine ability to such a level. But that's your limit. My divine tablet divine ability is not something you can compare to. I'll definitely kill you with my next move. Next move? You still want to kill me? What a joke. I can defeat you with my next move. You'll be eliminated and become a nominal disciple. Lin Xian's mouth was filled with disdain. From the beginning, he had never treated Xianxia as an opponent. When the others heard that, their scalps went numb. Lin Wudi defeated Xianxia with just one move. Was that not the end of the move? Indeed, it was not over yet. The Sword of 100 Battles could transform into 15 types of beasts. The move would only end when the beasts disappeared. Someone who had cultivated the same sword technique quickly explained. When the others heard this, they understood that the Icefield giant bear was still there. This meant that this move was not over yet. Could it be that Lin Wude wanted to defeat one of the 8 great geniuses with just one move? You still want to defeat me? Dream on. Xianxia was furious. He waved his finger, and it was like a heavenly sword piercing towards Lin Wude. The heaven-breaking finger was displayed once again. It was surrounded by terrifying laws and the power of heaven and earth. Shred. 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 Lin Xian waved his sword and roared 3 times. Suddenly, the giant bear in front of him went berserk. Its body doubled in size, and the icy aura on it became even more terrifying. With a wave of the bear's paw, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Streaks of spatial energy shot out one after another, filling the air. He roared, his eyes completely red as he attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's heaven-breaking finger directly hit the head of the Icefield giant bear, shattering its skull. However, this was not a real demonic beast. Instead, it was formed from a sword chi. Although it had lost its head, it was still capable of attacking. His bare paw slammed onto Xianxia's body, causing Xianxia to vomit blood. Damn it, block it for me. Xianxia clenched his teeth and roared. However, in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he was unable to use some of his abilities and physique. He could only rely on the heaven-piercing finger to defend himself. However, before he could unleash the 3rd heaven-piercing finger, his body was torn apart. Saintly blood gushed out madly, and he screamed in pain as he flew backwards. Ah, miserable cries rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Everyone was stunned. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. What did they see? Xianxia was defeated. He had really lost, he was defeated by a single sword strike. Lin Wude was too strong, a single sword strike, using the Dark Tablet's superpower to defeat the Divine Tablet's superpower. This was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, the 8 Skyprides gasped. Those who were comprehending the Divine Tablet's superpower looked even more dignified. If they were to encounter this sword, would they be able to withstand it? What was going on with Lin Wude? Some of the people who were comprehending the Sword of 100 Battles were horrified. What was going on? How could the sword technique they comprehended be so powerful? One had to know that they could not even unleash 1/10 of the power of the Sword of 100 Battles, but why was Lin Wude able to unleash such a powerful attack? Could it be the difference in talent? Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. The 4 martial artists from Wushuang City were equally shocked. Their eyes shone with a strange light. As expected of Lin Wude, as expected of the heaven-defying genius who had set the record for the first stage, he was probably the only person who could display the power of the Sword of 100 Battles to such an extent. Lin Wude had won this battle, and Xianxia had lost. He had been eliminated and was now an honorary disciple. No. Damn it. I did not lose, I still have the strength to stand. No. You can't do this to me. Xianxia screamed like a madman. He was eliminated and was now an honorary disciple? What a joke, he was one of the 8 Skyprides. He was confident that he would win this round, but now, he had failed. How could he face the others when he left? He wanted to struggle, but the people from Wushuang City waved their sleeves and formed an array to teleport Xianxia away. Those who had failed were not qualified to be there. Outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Xianxia's figure appeared. His broken body had healed in an instant. Without the suppression of his cultivation base, he had completely recovered his cultivation base to that of a level 4 sage. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. I can't accept this, he really couldn't accept this, but what could he do? It was not his place to behave atrociously here. If he did not follow the rules, he was afraid that the people from Wushuang City would kill him instantly. Damn it, that kid will definitely be eliminated. Not only did he offend me, but he also offended Di Ling. With Di Ling's methods and thoughts, he would definitely eliminate him. Xianxia calmed down. He wanted to see that kid be eliminated with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, everyone was still in a state of great shock. They did not expect that one of the 8 Skyprides would be eliminated in such a move. Lin Xian kept his sword of law and relaxed his shoulders. I said that he was not my opponent. I had already spared him twice. But this kid was courting death. You can't blame me. Everyone's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that you were telling the truth? They all thought that you were just pretending. Who would have thought that you were so powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange looks in their eyes. Shirbufan, Zi Tiancheng, and the others' mouths twitched. To be honest, they had also planned to challenge Lin Wuti. But now, it seemed that they should forget about it. If they did not handle it well, they might be eliminated directly. That would be a huge loss of face. Xianxia was an idiot. He was not strong enough and could not comprehend it, but it did not mean that the divine steel's ability was not powerful. At this moment, Di Ling spoke. He had also comprehended the divine steel's ability. Naturally, he had to protect the power of the divine steel. Yes, that's right. Xianxia had not comprehended the essence of the divine steel's ability. A few people agreed. Oh, so you have comprehended the essence of the divine steel's ability? Why don't you fight with me? Let me see how far you have comprehended it. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling. This person had also provoked him time and time again. If there was a chance, he would not mind eliminating him. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling, ready to eliminate him. Everyone was excited. They did not expect that Lin Xian and Di Ling would be the first to break out into a conflict. The two of them would fight. If they fought, then one of them would be eliminated. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Xiaofeng and the people from Stillwater Sky City were stunned. To be honest, if there was no special hatred between the 8 geniuses, they would avoid such an elimination round and strive to enter the next round. Then, they would compete for the rankings. But now, Di Ling and Lin Xian were going to fight. I'm not afraid of you. I've wanted to eliminate you for a long time. Di Ling also stood up. He was very unhappy that Lin Xian got first place in the first round. Now, Lin Xian dared to provoke him. This made him feel that Lin Xian was dead meat. Kid, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Xianxia? You're too naive. Xianxia, that trash, did not understand much of the essence. I'll tell you, I'm the most heaven-defying one. The divine steel superpower that I comprehended is definitely not something you can imagine. Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, when you're eliminated later, you'll only be slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The others retreated, leaving only the two of them in the guts. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were completely excited. They were about to witness an earth-shattering battle. What kind of superpower did the two of them comprehend? Did Lin Wuti know how to use such a low-level superpower? No, Lin Wuti, other than the Sword of 100 Battles, also comprehended the divine steel superpower. However, the time he spent on it was very short. It was only slightly more than a month. Moreover, the divine steel superpower that he comprehended was the same as Di Ling's. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked. These two people had actually comprehended the same kind of divine ability. This was too unbelievable. However, the time difference between the two of them was twice as long. Was Lin Xian a match for Di Ling? Buzz, Di Ling stood there. A terrifying aura of heaven and earth appeared from his body. His eyes were like lightning, and the aura of the entire space froze. He formed a seal with his palms, and a law flew out from his fingertips. Then, he shouted. Boom! Boom! A large crack appeared in the sky, and then an illusory figure walked out of it. It was a headless warrior. He wore tattered armor and held a broken sword in his hand. His aura was unparalleled. Heavens, what is this thing? What kind of divine ability was this? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect this. This was called the spirit summoning incantation. It could be used to summon powerful heroic spirits from the void of the universe. Di Ling's cold voice was heard. The more profound one's cultivation was, the stronger the summoned spirit would be. Kid, let's see how you're going to compete with me. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily. Another figure walked out. This was also a heroic spirit. He held a long saber in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. The two heroic spirits circled around in the sky, carrying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These two must have been incredible saints when they were alive. Even if he had been dead for so long, his heroic spirit could still be summoned. Brat, let's see how you can be compared to me. Di Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very confident in himself. The people from Wushuang City frowned. They had to admit that Di Ling was very powerful. He could summon 2 heroic spirits in 3 months. How was Lin Wudi going to compete with him? Should he use the same spirit summoning incantation as Di Ling, or the Sword of 100 Battles? Or should he use the psychic hand? Could he summon 2 heroic spirits? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Looks like you're stronger than that trash, Xianxia. Alright, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Lin Xian's fingers began to form a series of hand seals. In the next moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were like divine swords, rarely looking in all directions. He also knew the spirit summoning incantation. Crack! Crack, crack! A large vortex appeared in the sky. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a war horse. Everyone was shocked. The first thing to walk out of the vortex was a war horse. It was tall and big, and it was obviously a powerful beast. There was a person sitting on the war horse. It was a knight, a headless knight. He held a long spear in his hand, and his murderous aura was unparalleled. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. After waiting for a long time, they were shocked to find that there was only a headless knight riding a war horse. Other than that, there was no one else. Could it be that Lin Wudi could only summon one? If that was the case, how could Lin Wudi be Di Ling's opponent? Ha ha ha, Di Ling laughed arrogantly. You've really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to only summon one. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with your strength. I advise you to kneel down obediently, kowtow and admit your mistake. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. 2 against 1, there was no way he would lose. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're going to win? Some things can't be decided by numbers. Is that so? You've only comprehended for 1.5 months. Can you compare with me who has comprehended for 3 months? Today is the day you die, Di Ling sneered. The 2 heroic spirits he summoned quickly charged over. On the other side, the headless knight was riding a war horse. He also charged quickly, the long spear in his hand piercing out. The void kept shattering, and the world kept rumbling. Everyone retreated. At the same time, they widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Boom! Boom, boom! The 2 heroic spirits charged out, causing the war horse to neigh non-stop. However, the headless knight's figure was very tall and straight. The long spear in his hand was like lightning. With one strike, the world shattered. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were even more shocked. How was this possible? Their faces were full of shock. Di Ling was even more shocked. Impossible! He screamed. He found that the 2 heroic spirits he summoned were pierced through by the other party's spear and nailed to the void. Boom! The long spear vibrated and directly tore the 2 heroic spirits apart. In the end, the 2 heroic spirits turned into spiritual energy and dissipated in the sky. Are the 2 heroic spirits very powerful? Do you really think that this matter can be won with numbers? I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Lin Wudi already so powerful? He only used 1.5 months to comprehend, and the heroic spirits he summoned were more powerful than Di Ling, who had comprehended in 3 months. It was really too incredible. Di Ling's face was filled with madness. His face was contorted. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can your talent be stronger than mine? He had completely collapsed. What the hell was going on? Those were the 2 hero spirits that he had summoned. They were so powerful, but they were destroyed by the other party in one blow. It was unbelievable. Was the other party really more talented than him? 1 hero spirit could defeat 2 on his side. I don't believe it. Die. Di Ling formed a seal again, wanting to summon his hero spirits. At the same time, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the headless horseman waved his spear and slashed at Di Ling. This attack seemed to be able to split everything apart. Di Ling was shocked and quickly retreated. As soon as he left, a spatial crack appeared where he was originally standing. It was a shocking sight. One had to admit that the headless horseman was too powerful. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, with his cultivation suppressed, the headless horseman could kill anything in his way. Sure enough, after that, the Imperial Mausoleum was hunted down. He didn't have time to form a seal because the headless horseman was too fast and too powerful. If he delayed for a moment, his body would probably be pierced through. Damn it, Di Ling roared as he ran. He had never been chased by anyone before. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Heavens, was this still Di Ling? Was this still the high and mighty leader of the 8 great prodigies? At this moment, the other party was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a stray dog that had been chased to the point of no return. Buzz, finally, the headless horseman exploded. The warhorse under his feet roared and turned into a stream of light. The spear in his hand directly enveloped Di Ling. Damn it, block it. Di Ling roared, but the spear still pierced through his body. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and fell into the void. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that made people's hearts beat wildly. Di Ling was injured. He had been dodging so desperately, but he was still injured. It couldn't be helped. The headless horseman was too powerful. If they were outside, his cultivation wouldn't be suppressed and he could use his mystique. Di Ling wouldn't be injured. But here, under these rules, Di Ling couldn't resist. He felt his entire body go numb. This spear had made him lose the ability to fight. His eyes were burning as he screamed at the sky. Damn it! Lin Xian walked over and looked down at the other party. What, you're not convinced? We had a fair fight. What are you unhappy about? Indeed, everyone was silent. If Lin Xian had used a saint artifact or some other trump card to win, then they might not have been convinced. But now, this was an absolutely fair environment. If he lost, then he lost. There was no excuse. Go to hell. Di Ling suddenly became furious. He waved his hand and a ray of light flew out. It was a chain of law. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Xian. What? You still want to plot against me? He didn't know what was good for him. With a cold snort, the headless horseman's spear trembled and directly shattered Di Ling's body into pieces. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This was already a serious injury, right? Ah. Di Ling screamed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xian stepped on Di Ling's head. The headless horseman's warhorse stepped on the dismembered body. Di Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. When had he ever been treated like this? This was humiliation. He was not convinced, but he really couldn't resist now. Damn brat, if we fought outside, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Put away your pride. You're more than 1,000 years older than me. Of course, you have the advantage outside. Moreover, you can borrow other powers. For example, the mysterious coffin in your body that doesn't belong to you. These don't represent your own power. Do you understand? Also, do you really think that you can beat me outside? You have a trump card. Do you think I don't? So, don't be arrogant outside. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. As Lin Xian spoke, he stomped down hard on Di Ling's head, causing it to creak. Di Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vomit blood to express his anger. The people from Wushuang City walked out and said loudly, Lin Wudi won this battle. Di Ling lost and was eliminated. He was now a registered disciple. With a wave of his hand, the array teleported Di Ling's body out. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone's scalp went numb. Di Mausoleum was defeated and eliminated. This was earth-shattering news. Because they never thought that Di Ling would be defeated. One had to know that Di Ling was the favorite to win the championship. But now, this favorite to win the championship was eliminated in the second round. Outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Xianxia was alone there, waiting anxiously. He guessed that Di Ling would make a move at this time. Di Ling couldn't tolerate such a powerful person. Indeed, he felt a fluctuation in the void. Someone was being teleported out. It seemed that someone was eliminated again. It must be that brat, Xianxia revealed a sinister smile. He secretly used his power, preparing to show his strength to his opponent. It would be best if he could injure him. In the next moment, a light flashed. His raised hand froze in midair. The sinister smile on his face also froze. It was Di Ling. How could it be? His heart was about to explode. Damn it, Di Ling was out. Was he eliminated like him? At this moment, Xianxia's mind went blank. In his opinion, Di Ling was the strongest. No one could beat him. But now, Di Ling was eliminated by someone else. Who was it? Could it be that brat who did it? He couldn't believe it. As soon as Di Ling came out, he roared at the sky. The late-stage level 4 energy in his body instantly exploded. With a loud bang, Xianxia was directly sent flying, vomiting blood. Ah! Damn Lin Wuti! I will tear you to pieces. I won't rest until you die, Di Ling screamed crazily. The 9 heavens were cracking and the earth was trembling. At this moment, he was really angry. He couldn't wait to go back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace and tear his opponent to pieces. Xianxia stood up from afar, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of horror. Lin Wuti, it was really Lin Wuti who did it. Damn it, what trick did this guy use to eliminate Di Ling as well? How did you lose? He leaned forward and asked. Di Ling turned his head, his eyes emitting a cold light, almost sending Xianxia flying again. I didn't lose. It was that brat who was despicable. If we were outside, I could kill him with one hand. Di Ling's murderous aura was too cold. What bullshit fair fight? His strength was his strength. Where did the suppression of the laws come from? At this moment, he was extremely dissatisfied with Peerless City. In the Copper Sparrow Terrace, the people were still in a state of shock. Lin Xian had eliminated 2 of the 8 great prodigies in a row. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines. One could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if this news spread out. Di Ling was finally eliminated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Who would be next? He looked around, and the people around him trembled in fear. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze stopped and stared at Ghostly. His lips curled up again. Ghostly took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. Lin Gongzi had fought twice. He must be tired, right? Why not take a break and let the others fight, is that so? I'm not tired. The first time, I killed a piece of trash with 1 move. The second time, I let the spirit kill 0. I haven't even fought yet. Why don't you fight with me again? Ghostly was about to cry when he heard that. The others also gasped. Damn, he wants to fight again. Does he want to fight all 5 rounds? If that's the case, a few more Skyprides would be eliminated. Gue Li's expression became extremely ugly. His face was originally extremely pale. At this moment, he was about to cry. He looked like a clown from hell. I don't think I've offended Lin Gongzi. Ghostly said with difficulty. Lin Xian smiled. You haven't offended me? Who was the one who cooperated with Di Ling and mocked me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Damn it, this guy. Ghostly cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would really fight him. Does he want to offend the 8 Skyprides? However, he also realized that he didn't threaten him anymore. Those who threatened Lin Xian, such as Di Ling and Xianxia, had a miserable ending. If he continued to threaten him, he would probably fight to the death in the future. Therefore, he could only admit defeat and stand up. Alright, then I'll ask Lin Gongzi to teach me a lesson. Ghostly stood up. His eyes were shining with a black light, and his body was filled with ghostly chi. He seemed to have turned into a ghost from hell. Buzz, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it towards Lin Xian's heart. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Ghostly to have such a movement technique even when his cultivation was suppressed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this Ghostly was really going all out from the start. His figure flickered, turning into a phantom as he dodged quickly. He dodged the sword, but the pitch-black sword was extremely terrifying. Beams of sword light enveloped him. This was the 9 nether sword art, a sword art of the heavenly monument. Someone screamed. It was the divine steel's divine ability again. How was Lin Xian going to block it? Ghostly's speed was extremely fast, and so was the 9 serenity sword technique. He didn't give Lin Xian any chance at all. The others could also see that if Lin Xian didn't have a chance to summon his heroic spirit, it would be very dangerous. This was because it was very difficult for other divine abilities to fight against Ghostly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to be suppressed, Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His hand split open the sky and collided with the 9 serenity sword art. What? Was he crazy? Did that kid want to die? He actually wanted to use his physique to fight against the 9 serenity sword art? Damn it, did he think that he was outside? If he was outside and his divine ability wasn't suppressed, then it might be possible to fight against the 9 serenity sword art. But now, all of his divine abilities couldn't be used. Even his cultivation was suppressed to the first heaven. Would a first heaven sage dare to fight against such a sword art? They definitely wouldn't. But Lin Xian was different. So what if he was suppressed to the first heaven? His divine body of the first heaven wasn't something that these people could imagine. So with a long roar, he directly faced it head-on. With a boom, his fist and the 9 serenity sword collided, making a clanging sound. The 9 serenity sword art trembled from the impact, and Lin Xian kept retreating. What a terrifying sword art. He was shocked. However, he smiled. Because his chi and blood were tumbling, but he wasn't injured. What? How was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be cut in half by the sword. But Lin Xian was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was that? Was that the physique of a first heaven sage? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ghostly's face also became ugly again. Previously, when he saw the other party's reckless attack, he thought that the other party was an idiot. Who would have thought that the other party's physique was far beyond his imagination? So, after this attack, his arm was numb. Now, he hadn't recovered yet. On the other side, Lin Xian used the illusory spirit spell, and the headless warrior was once again summoned by him. Ghostly's soul scattered. He didn't dare to fight against this knight, and could only look for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. After dozens of moves, he was still swept in the back by the headless knight's spear. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Ghostly directly admitted defeat because he knew that if they continued to fight, it would be difficult for him to win. Perhaps, his outcome would be the same as Di Ling, being beaten to pieces. If not for Di Ling's battle, he might have fought with his life on the line. But when he saw that even Di Ling wasn't the other party's match, he completely gave up. This person was too monstrous. Ghostly admitted defeat, and was directly eliminated, and became an unnamed disciple. The array flickered, and he was also teleported out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Ghostly was in existence second only to Di Ling, and now Yi Luo was defeated. This Lin Wudi was really too strong. There was no good ending at all for opposing the other party. Lin Xian attacked 3 times in a row, knocking 3 out of the 8 geniuses out of the way. The other party still had 2 chances. Would the other party still attack? The other few of the 8 great prodigies were also facing a great enemy. They had no chance of winning at all against Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had no intention of attacking again. He attacked 3 times because these 3 people provoked him one after another. Especially Xianxia and Di Ling, they both had killing intent towards him. He naturally wanted to eliminate such people. As for the others, he wasn't interested. In other words, these people were no longer a threat to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't attack, those experts, such as Stillwater Sky City Shirbufan, and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If the other party attacked, they would be in danger. Next, it was the others' turn. A few of the 8 great prodigies came over and discussed with Xianxia. They wouldn't fight each other, and they would enter the next round together. Xianxia had no enmity with these people, so she naturally agreed. Next, it was the battle between the others. Among them, Xianxia attacked. She faced an expert who was very powerful. He wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, but he had also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability. Xianxia fought with him, and the crowd was also incomparably shocked. In the end, Xianxia defeated her opponent, and it shocked Stillwater Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others. When did Xianxia become so powerful? Her divine steel's divine ability was also so powerful. It should be because of Lin Wudi. Don't forget, Lin Wudi and Xianxia both started from the Xian steel. There must be something mysterious about it. Indeed, they spent 3 months to comprehend the divine steel, but it was not as fast as Lin Wudi's 1 month. There must be something wrong. However, they could not care less about it. It was too late to think about it now. At this moment, the battles continued. Outside, people were constantly being teleported out. Those who came out were all defeated. Actually, when Ghostly was teleported out, Xianxia was shocked again. Ling's face was also filled with shock. One of his arch-enemies had also been teleported out. Who was the one who kicked you out? Ghostly snorted. It was Lin Wudi. What? It was him again. Ling's eyelids twitched. Xianxia's face was also pale, but then he revealed a sinister look. 3 of the 8 geniuses were sent out, including the first and second place Ling and Ghostly. That kid was definitely unlucky. With Ling and Ghostly's methods and their background, how could they let each other off so easily? One must know that Ghostly was from the Fiend planet, and Ling was from the Spirit Sealing planet. These 2 worlds were extremely famous and terrifying worlds in the second astral boundary. If the people from these 2 worlds knew that Lin Xian had eliminated Ling and Ghostly, what would they do? They would definitely go crazy and assassinate Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Xianxia revealed a sinister look. But soon he frowned because he realized that Ghostly did not have much killing intent. One must know that when he and Ling were teleported out, they roared at the sky, their killing intent shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When Ghostly came out, other than his expression being a little ugly, he did not do anything else. What was going on? Even Ling realized that something was wrong. He said, "Are you willing to accept this? So what if you are not willing? Who told me to provoke the other party?" Ghostly sneered. Could it be that the 2 of you still want to continue fighting with the other party? Of course. Who does he think he is to eliminate me? When I come out, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Ling's eyes exploded with extremely cold killing intent. After coming out, there was no cultivation suppression. His cultivation was almost 2 heavenly layers higher than the other party. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the other party? Xianxia also sneered. His cultivation was 1 level higher than his opponent's, so in the real world, he could also kill his opponent. Looking at their expressions, Ghostly shook his head. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything to him. At least, I won't assassinate him unless there's a special competition. Are you admitting defeat? Ling sneered. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Xianxia's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Ghostly said coldly. You can think whatever you want. Both of you are young masters of your families. I am different. I climbed up bit by bit from the Malevolence planet. On the Fiend planet, there were schemes and assassinations every day. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know how you died. That's why my intuition told me that Lin Wudi was terrifying and that I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. For the sake of my future path, I will no longer be his enemy. After saying that, Ghostly ignored the 2 of them and stood there alone with a cold expression. Although he was eliminated the first time, he still had a chance. At most, he would wait for half a year and participate again. At that time, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. But this Lin Wudi, he couldn't afford to provoke him in the future. Ling didn't think so. He was different from Ghostly. He had always been a genius. Moreover, he was a genius from the first astral world. He had always been radiant. So, anyone who went against him would be trampled under his feet. Xianxia was even more so. He was the young master of the Yu clan. Since he was young, he had always been the center of attention. Someone dared to provoke him? He would use everything, even the power of his family, to destroy the other party. Seeing more and more people being eliminated, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He came to the side and said, "Brother Di Ling, don't you think this is too unusual? There are too many geniuses being eliminated. It's unfair to Wushuang City. Wushuang City will lose a lot of geniuses for nothing. Why don't we work together and talk to the elders of Wushuang City? With our status, we can work together with these geniuses and pressure them. Maybe." Before Xianxia could finish his words, Di Ling's eyes shone with cold light. He nodded slightly and turned his head. "Are you willing to accept this?" Those people naturally weren't willing to accept this. He said, "All right, follow me. We'll go and find the elders of Wushuang City." Di Ling led the group and quickly walked towards the distance. A roar sounded. Di Ling, bring all the geniuses to seek an audience with the elders." His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Soon, 5 pairs of people rushed over. The leading elder came. "What's going on? What's going on? This is Wushuang City, you can't be so presumptuous." "We don't want to be presumptuous, but some people are too despicable. They eliminated several geniuses from the 8 great geniuses. I think this is also a loss for Wushuang City." The elders who had arrived were also stunned. Di Ling, Guili, and Xianxia were indeed 3 of the 8 great geniuses. How could they be eliminated? There were also some other geniuses who were very eye-catching in the first round, but they were all eliminated. That was too unbelievable. For a moment, they frowned. To be honest, they didn't expect this to happen because in their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the favorite to win the championship. Even if he couldn't become the chief disciple in the end, he would definitely be in the top 3. Guili was also very powerful. Xianxia was also extraordinary. But now, those geniuses were eliminated. "Why don't we discuss this?" someone suggested. However, the elder who participated in the first round shook his head. No, the rules were the rules, and they couldn't be changed. In an instant, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Those people that had been eliminated were also begging for another chance. Just as both sides were about to give up, a decree descended from the 9 heavens. Seeing that, the elders immediately became respectful. The others didn't dare to say anything because the aura from the decree was too terrifying. At first glance, it was obvious that it was from an extremely terrifying sage. The elders took it respectfully and took a look. Then, they gasped. "All right, stop fooling around. Because of the special situation this time, I'll give you a chance. If you fail, you can only take the test half a year later. But this time it can be brought forward. 3 days later, you can take the test again. If you fail, you will be eliminated immediately and leave Wushuang City. If you don't want to, you can take the test half a year later. You can decide for yourselves." The elders gave 2 options. Everyone's eyes flickered when they heard that. Those who felt that they weren't too confident all chose to wait half a year before taking the test according to the usual rules. However, people like Di Ling and Xianxia decided to wait for the test 3 days later. Fail here? Impossible. They didn't believe that they had to pass the test and participate in the 3rd round. Then, they would kill Lin Wudi with their own strength. Ghostly had no choice. He decided to wait for half a year to avoid Lin Xian. At the same time, there were some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to wait for the test 3 days later. These people were brought to an independent palace and began to recover. They waited for the test 3 days later. As for the others, they became in-name disciples and went to another area. After the examinees left, the elders frowned. Why would the higher-ups issue such an order? They were also greatly surprised. Who knew? Some shook their heads. Maybe it was because too many geniuses were eliminated this time, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Anyway, no one could guess what the higher-ups meant. The elders nodded. However, if Di Ling and the others were allowed to enter the 3rd round, the storm would be huge. There were no restrictions in the 3rd round. Maybe that was what the higher-ups meant. Lin Wudi was too dazzling in the first 2 rounds. However, there were specific restrictions in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the higher-ups wanted to refine him. Weren't they afraid of going overboard? Would he die? Some elders frowned. One had to know that Di Ling, Xianxia, and the others were very strong. If they joined forces in the third round, Lin Wudi might be killed. If he died, so be it. There were countless geniuses in the world, but how many of them could walk out in the end? Lin Wudi was like that. Di Ling and Xianxia were the same. An elder's expression was cold. If we show mercy now, they will be killed by stronger geniuses in the future. The ancient Star Road was a road of no return. One must be prepared to die. This was a road that could only be walked by stepping on the corpses and blood of countless geniuses. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the battle had ended. There were more than 10,000 geniuses left. Only 3,000 remained. The rest were all eliminated. The remaining people were filled with excitement. This was great. They could finally enter the next stage. What's the next round? Someone asked. Shen Jingqiu, Lin Xian, and the others also turned their heads to look. They were also very curious about the final stage. Was this the final stage? It was a real battle. A warrior from Peerless City walked out. For the final stage, we will send you to the East Spirit World. You will go there and carry out a mission. If you return successfully, you will pass the third test and become an official disciple of Peerless City. However, what I want to tell you is that the East Spirit World is a very special place. Not only will the people from Wushuang City be there for the assessment, the people from the other sacred cities will also be there. Furthermore, there would be some powerful demonic beasts that would appear as well. It could be said that it was a world that specialized in training. It was very dangerous inside. If they were unlucky, they might even die inside. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, there were no restrictions. However, although there were no restrictions, there was still danger to his life. This was definitely not good news for them. No one wanted to be killed. Some people hesitated, and some people asked, what kind of mission? Was it very dangerous? The mission is for each of you to retrieve 10 pieces of East Spirit Stones. East Spirit Stones are unique to the East Spirit World, but they are not common. You will need to look for them carefully. Of course, you can also exchange, rob, or assassinate others. In short, you can do whatever you want. As long as you can successfully obtain 10 pieces and return alive, you will pass. Obtaining 10 pieces of East Spirit Stones by hook or by crook. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so dangerous. It was much more dangerous than they had imagined. However, they also knew that this should be a path that they had to pass. After all, if they were afraid of death, they should not cultivate. To be able to reach this step, which one of them did not go through hundreds of battles and climb up from countless corpses? Therefore, although everyone was hesitant, no one backed down. According to the time you return, the ranking of the third stage will be determined. The ranking of the 3 stages added together will be your final ranking. At this point, everyone took a deep breath. The first place of the second stage would definitely be Lin Wudi again. Because no one could surpass him. He was the person who eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly. If no one backs out, then rest for a day and adjust your body. I will send you to the East Spirit World. Everyone nodded and began to rest. The martial artists of Peerless City formed seals with their palms and immediately, everyone was enveloped. In the next moment, those people exclaimed. They felt a huge and powerful life force enter their bodies. This was Peerless City helping them recover. Great! Their faces were filled with excitement as they absorbed with all their might. Under such circumstances, these people recovered in about half a day. For the next half a day, these people closed their eyes and rested. They maintained their peak condition throughout. A day later, these people stood up. The martial artists of Peerless City led them out of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. After walking out, an elder came over and said a few words. The martial artists of Peerless City were stunned. What happened? Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were also puzzled. A martial artist of Peerless City turned his head and said. He had just received news that those who were eliminated previously would have an extra chance. In 3 days, they would participate in the assessment. Those who succeed will also enter the third stage and compete with you. You must be mentally prepared. What? There was such a thing. Many people's faces changed. Then, Di Ling, Guili, and the others would be back. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. Among them, Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tiancheng, and the others looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Shen Jingqiu also frowned. Brother Lin, you must be careful. I'm afraid those guys will take revenge on you. Don't worry. Lin Xian did not care too much. Firstly, it seemed that the East Spirit World was a huge world. It would not be easy to meet them. Furthermore, the other party would arrive 3 days later. The situation in the Eastern Spirit World was extremely dangerous. Whether these people could survive or not was another matter. Even if he really met them, would he be afraid of them? Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped to meet them inside. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. At that time, he would let them know that even if they were outside, he could still trample them under his feet with his true strength. Alright, I'm just informing you about this. You should think about how to get the 10 pieces of East Spirit Stone and come back alive. The martial artists of Peerless City led the 3,000 people on the road again. Finally, they came to a huge square. On the square, there was a flashing array that looked ancient and complicated. Everyone boarded the array, and the martial artists of Peerless City activated the array. The array flashed and teleported everyone away. Looking at the departing figures, the eyes of the martial artists and elders of Peerless City flickered. One of them sighed, wondering how many of them would be able to return alive. Buzz buzz buzz, when the power of the array disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and the 9-yang divine body shone brightly to defend himself. At the same time, he looked around. Where's Qiao? He realized that Shen Jingqiu was gone. Not only Shen Jingqiu and Shi Bufan, but the people of Stillwater Sky City were all gone. It seemed that this was not only a spatial teleportation array, but also a random teleportation array that teleported them to various places in this world. It seemed that he could only find Qiao while searching for the East Spirit Stone. Thinking of this, his body swayed and he wanted to leave. However, at that moment, he stopped. In fact, his expression became incomparably serious. Buzz buzz buzz, above his head, a strong wind blew, and a dark cloud appeared. Taking a closer look, it was not a dark cloud, but a pair of wings. It was a demonic beast, and its wings covered the sky. The aura on it was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn, this was the East Spirit World. Lin Xian's eyes widened. F***ck, this is a powerful demonic beast saint, not only him, but the others also saw it. After being teleported to the East Spirit World, they were ready to search for the East Spirit Stone. But as soon as they moved, they saw one terrifying scene after another. For example, a divine ape that could kick 2 mountains away with a little force. A demonic wolf that could make the stars fall from the sky with a roar. There was also a giant python that could swallow half the sky with its mouth open. This scene stunned all of the sages who were taking the test. Damn it, what kind of place had they come to? These people were really terrified. Let's hurry up and find the 10 East Spirit Stones and go back. Those who were scattered around the world began to move. When they left those powerful demonic beasts, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A cold light burst out from one of their eyes. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. But at this time an emerald green poisonous snake suddenly appeared on the tree and coiled around his neck. It bit him. Immediately, his body turned black and he fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even if this person was a third heaven saint, he could not withstand it. In the end, he could only escape with his soul, screaming as he fled. This was not the only case. At least 5 or 6 people were attacked in an instant. It couldn't be helped. These people still didn't know enough about this place. It was obvious that they had been careless. Xianxia also frowned. This was indeed a terrifying place. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around before leaving quickly. However, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet also cracked open, and a claw swiped towards his leg. He wanted to crush his leg. Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had long since noticed that something was amiss. Now that the enemy was attacking, he stamped his foot. Boom, the earth trembled as the claw was shattered into pieces. There was a roar from the ground, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a rat. Of course, it was not an ordinary rat. It was a beast saint. The purple fur all over its body shone brightly. Strands of moss surrounded it, and the shattered claw quickly healed. In its emerald green eyes, there was a terrifying murderous intent. With a roar, it rushed over. Obviously, it wanted to tear the human who injured it to pieces. Get lost, Lin Xian roared and kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom, when they collided, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. Then, the huge purple rat was sent flying. Its bones were shattered, and many cracks appeared on its body. Its eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, what was wrong with this human? Why was his physique so strong? One had to know that it was not an ordinary rat. It was a mutated species of earth demon rat. Its cultivation had reached the third heaven. It was a third heaven beast saint. In its opinion, killing a human of the same level was a piece of cake. But now, it realized that it could not do so. The other party's physique was too strong. Run, beast saints were not idiots. They had great wisdom and were not inferior to humans at all. Their physiques were stronger than humans. At this moment, after it knew that it was no match for Lin Xian, it immediately burrowed into the ground, wanting to escape. You want to leave? Can you leave? Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a huge crack spread forward. The entire ground was trampled into a canyon by him. The earth demon rat underground was also shaken out. It burrowed deeper into the ground desperately. You still don't want to come out, right? In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian sneered, took out the Great Destruction Spear, and stabbed it into the ground. The Great Destruction Spear was a sacred artifact. It grew infinitely and pierced through the ground. In the next moment, a miserable cry came from the depths of the ground. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear with force. The ground cracked open, and the Great Destruction Spear was retrieved from the ground. There was a purple phantom on the spear. It was the Earth Demon Rat. At this moment, it was pierced by the Great Destruction Spear, and its face was filled with fear. Don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life. This huge beast spoke in human language, its face filled with fear. To be honest, it was cursing in its heart. Damn it, it had kicked an iron plate. It originally thought that this was a hothead, a new prey. Who knew that the other party was so strong? Lin Xian sneered. Don't kill you? Sure, it depends on whether you have value or not. Yes, I do. The Earth Demon Rat hurriedly nodded. Sir, you should be a trial taker who just entered the East Spirit World. I'm quite familiar with the terrain here. I can be your guide. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just come here and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. If there was a beast saint who could lead the way for him, it would be much more convenient. But, why should I believe you? If I let you go, what if you run away or fight back? Otherwise, I'll plant a restriction in your body. What? Plant a restriction? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? The Earth Demon Rat was 100% unwilling. It said, with my little strength, what tricks can I play in front of you? Lin Xian sneered. Don't give me that. You demons are born cunning. I'll give you two choices now. First, I'll plant a restriction in you to make you listen to me during this period. Second, I'll kill you now and then collect your soul. You choose. I choose the first. The Earth Demon Rat did not want to die. It could only helplessly. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, your choice is correct. I won't control you for too long. I'm only in this East Spirit World for trial. After I'm done with the trial, I'll let you go. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The Earth Demon Rat had no choice but to accept this condition. Lin Xian planted a restriction in the other party's mind. As long as the other party dared to betray him, he could immediately kill the other party. Then, he withdrew the Spear of Great Destruction. The other party quickly recovered and said at the same time, What do you want to ask? Ask away. Lin Xian said, Do you know the East Spirit Stone? Where can I get it? East Spirit Stone, the Earth Demon Rat was stunned, and then the corner of its mouth twitched. It seemed that young master, you are the disciple of the holy city's assessment. Oh, do you know? Lin Xian nodded. He knew that many holy cities' assessment required the East Spirit Stone. However, there weren't many of these things, and they weren't easy to obtain. Cut the crap. Where is it? Tell me, lead the way, and tell me about the situation here. Okay, the Earth Demon Rat had no choice. Its life was in the other party's hands and it couldn't resist. He said, let's talk as we walk. As it spoke, its body began to shrink. In the end, it became only the size of a fist. It was very cute. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and said, fly east. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew at a low altitude. At this time, Little White also flew out. He came to Lin Xian's other shoulder, looked at the Earth Demon Rat, and said, oh, I've taken in another underling. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Little White's head. The Earth Demon Rat was unhappy. Underling? Underling my ass, damn monkey, it let out a roar, and a terrifying demon Saint Aura surged out. It was a third heaven demon. Could it not scare a little monkey to death? However, Little White only dug its ears. Yah, so noisy. Then, its furry little claws slapped over and slapped the Earth Demon Rat's head. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat felt dizzy, and its entire body fainted. A few seconds later, it came back to its senses. The next moment, it looked at Little White with a face full of fear. F***ck, what an evil monkey. At the same time, it was shocked. Wow, even a monkey was so difficult to deal with. This person was too strange, it was better not to provoke them. He chuckled. Brother Monkey, I'm your new little brother. What kind of spirit fruit do you want to eat? Tell me and I'll bring you to find it later. Earth Fiend Demonic Rat appeared to be fawning on the surface, but it was extremely depressed in its heart. It was a third firmament demon sage, an overlord of an area. But at this moment, he was reduced to being a lackey. Yeah, I want to eat angel fruit, Kirin fruit. Little White listed out the names of many fruits. After the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat heard this, the corner of its mouth twitched, and it almost vomited blood. How was this a spirit fruit? This was simply a divine elixir. How could there be one here? He could only play dumb and stop responding. Instead, he began to guide Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the mountains and slapped towards him. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains shattered and the earth split open. This palm was truly incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian was directly hit. Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was so scared that it peed its pants. It thought that it was definitely going to die, but it didn't expect Lin Xian to release countless sword chi and block the attack. Although it was sent flying, it didn't suffer too much injury. Buzz, Lin Xian soared into the sky and came to the void. He looked into the distance and frowned. Damn it, someone was sneaking an attack on him. No, to be precise, it wasn't a human, but a beast that was sneaking an attack on him. What is this? Lin Xian asked. Earth Fiend Demonic Rat took a look and its scalp went numb. It's a lightning beast. Let's take a detour. Why, is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. Of course, it's very powerful. Moreover, it's not a native beast of the East Spirit World. It's from outside. What does that mean? Lin Xian was even more surprised. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat said, didn't I tell you that Sister Dongling is a training ground? Apart from your holy city, the other holy cities, as well as the major powers and clans, will also send disciples and experts here. This lightning beast came in from outside for the trial. They should be from the Demon City. Demon City. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it should also be a sacred city. Earth Fiend Demonic Rat nodded. That's right, it's indeed a sacred city, and it's a sacred city of the demon clan. There's no one inside, only demons and other 10,000 ancient races. They were very powerful and brutal. In the East Spirit World, they even specialized in hunting humans. This lightning beast is not only from the Lightning Clan, but also from the Demon City. Therefore, we can't provoke it. Let's take a detour. Is it from the Demon City? Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You and Xiaobai watch from the side. I'll go and meet him. Lin Xian was too excited. To be honest, the previous two trials were indeed novel to him, but the battles were not satisfying. Especially in the second round, people like Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others were no longer his opponents. He needed to find a new opponent, but he didn't expect to meet people from other sacred cities as soon as he entered. How could he not be excited? Only by constantly fighting could he break through his limits again and again. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was this lightning beast. The lightning beast also walked out of the mountain range, surrounded by lightning. Especially its eyes, which were even more terrifying and carried a terrifying aura. Wherever its gaze passed, the void would constantly shatter. Human ant, come here and die. His voice was filled with endless majesty. Come here, but you're the one who's going to die. Lin Xian's right hand swept out. It was as if a part of the world was surrounded by the 5 elemental laws. He directly slapped over. Before his palm landed, the mountain range in front of him kept shattering. It couldn't withstand this force at all. Courting death. The lightning beast was furious. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This was a lightning technique. It flickered with unparalleled light, like a heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. In his opinion, an early-stage third heaven sage would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Boom, the 5 elemental palm collided with the other party's lightning. A thunderous sound was heard, and the entire forest area was completely destroyed. Countless demonic beasts fled. They knew that there were 2 behemoths in the middle of a battle. After the first attack, Lin Xian continued to attack. His palms continued to slam out, each of them like a 5 elemental mountain, pressing down on the lightning beast. The lightning beast was completely enraged. Damn it, how could it be? How could the other party's physique be so strong? Roar, he roared. He didn't believe it at all and charged over. As a monster, his physique was much stronger than a human's. He didn't believe that an early-stage third heaven sage could compete with him. One had to know that he was at the mid-stage third heaven sage. He was one small realm higher than the other party. Such a small realm was enough for him to easily kill the other party. The 2 of them engaged in close combat. When the Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Damn it, come back quickly and attack from afar. Use your supernatural powers to attack him. He realized that Lin Xian also wanted to engage in close combat. He was really too stupid. Wasn't this like an egg hitting a rock? Little White, who was at the side, waved its furry little paws. Yeah, it's safe. As it spoke, it took out a spiritual fruit and began to eat it. Its big black eyes blinked as it looked ahead, as if it was watching a good show. This monkey was too heartless. Its master was about to die. The earth demon demonic rat's eyes flickered. It was ready to escape. It was no match for this lightning beast, so when the person in front of it died, it immediately fled. Even its 2 claws had already begun to quietly dig into the ground, however, at this moment. The sound of bones breaking came from the front, as well as an earth-shattering roar. The sky in all directions kept shattering. The earth demon demonic rat raised its head and looked into the distance. Then, its eyes almost fell out. He saw that the lightning beast's enormous body was actually sent flying backwards, smashing countless mountains into pieces. Not only that, blue blood flowed out from the other party's body. It was injured, the lightning beast was actually injured. God, this human youth was too terrifying, wasn't he? It was stunned. At the same time, the lightning beast was also stunned. Its heart was filled with infinite fear and anger. It was actually injured by a human. It was too unbelievable. More importantly, this human's cultivation was lower than his. With a roar, it used its bloodline talent. The speed of the lightning clan was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind Lin Xian. It was like teleportation. Go to hell, his 2 palms turned into 2 heavenly blades and slashed down mercilessly. This attack should have killed the other party, right? Puff, the void shattered and turned into chaos. However, the lightning beast's heart suddenly stopped. It missed. That's right, it felt that this attack had slashed into the void and did not hit the other party at all. Damn it, where was the other party? It looked ahead in disbelief. Disappeared, the other party disappeared. Was the other party's speed so fast? It was even faster than its bloodline talent. This was impossible, she was from the Lightning Clan, a lightning-type demonic saint. In addition to her bloodline talent, who could surpass her speed among the same level? Not to mention a third heaven saint, even a fourth heaven saint might not be as fast as her. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. What? Had the other party already arrived behind him? When had he arrived? Why didn't he notice it at all? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. His opponent's speed had already surpassed his? How was this possible? He turned his head and saw a fist coming at him. It was a golden fist that was shining with multicolored light. Not good, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This punch landed directly on his face, causing his head to explode in an instant. His entire body fell to the ground. Next, he felt more than 1,000,000 attacks. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The ground fiend demonic rat opened its eyes wide. It could not believe that the lightning beast was actually being beaten up by the other party. This was too inconceivable. The lightning beast was so scared that it peed its pants. This human before it was definitely one of the top geniuses out there. To think that it could not beat him, run quickly. The blood turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The sword chi of the dragon traversing sword flew out and formed a sword field. It shrouded the area in front of him and completely enveloped the blood of the other party. Next, tens of thousands of sword chi erupted together. The blood kept being obliterated. A miserable and terrified voice sounded. No. You can't do it. I'm from the Demon City. He let out a crazy roar. The exam was useless. No matter what Demon City you were from, as long as you dared to make a move, Lin Xian would not let you go. In the end, a soul fled in panic and was shattered into pieces by Lin Xian with the Great Destruction Spear. Nothing was left in front of him. Alright, he could continue on his way. Lin Xian waved his hand and said to the ground fiend demonic rat behind him. Little White flew back, and the ground fiend demonic rat's body stiffened. He was completely stunned at this moment. Previously, he was forced to submit to the other party and was still dissatisfied in his heart. But now, he no longer dared to have any dissatisfaction. The other party's strength had completely stunned it. What kind of human was this? This was simply a god. Next, he continued on his way. 3 days later, Lin Xian obtained his first East Spirit Stone. He obtained it in a valley. If it wasn't for the ground fiend demonic rat leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find it. A piece of East Spirit Stone was crystal clear and flickering with light. This kind of stone was a very important material for making array formations. Lin Xian carefully put away the East Spirit Stone. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Now that he had gotten the East Spirit Stone, it wouldn't be too far away. With a sway of his body, he left again. 2 days later, he found a second piece of East Spirit Stone. This piece of East Spirit Stone was on an ancient tree. He didn't know who put it here. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he stepped on the air. He arrived above the ancient tree and reached out to grab the second piece. However, at this moment, there was a crisis. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light rushed out from the ancient tree. This sudden change stunned Lin Xian and he subconsciously blocked with his hand. With a bang, he was sent flying. His entire arm was numb. Damn it, what was this thing? Its strength was too strong, one had to know that he had the 9-yang divine body. Especially now, his physique was completely equivalent to a 4th firmament saint. He could even withstand a few attacks from a 5th firmament saint. Once he activated the Qilin tattoo, his physique would be even stronger. Although he hadn't activated the Qilin tattoo, not everyone could hurt him. However, this golden light made his entire body feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, another voice sounded in his ears. Not good, it turned out that the earth fiend demonic rat was hit by another golden light. Its entire body was penetrated and it let out a miserable cry. That golden light turned back and stabbed at the earth fiend demonic rat's head. Save me. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. Although he was also a third firmament demon saint, he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this golden light. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was instantly furious. The earth fiend demonic rat was his guide and the most crucial existence to finding the East Tombstone. How could he allow others to attack him? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly grabbed at the golden line. He grabbed it with one hand. However, Lin Xian was also sent flying, crashing into countless forests. At this moment, another golden light charged towards Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai's speed was very fast. With a flash of its body, it disappeared into the void and dodged this attack. Humph, Lin Xian roared angrily. He activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body and his physique became stronger. He waved his fists and sent the two golden lights flying. Buzz, he grabbed the earth fiend demonic rat and brought it to his side. How is it? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. It wouldn't die, but it was almost. If you didn't make a move, I would definitely die today. As he healed his wounds, his face was filled with horror. After the two golden lights in front of him were sent flying, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stopped in midair. Only then did Lin Xian realize that they were actually two bugs. Two of them had wings and were yellow all over. There were black patterns on their bodies, and they looked like bees. How was that possible? Lin Xian was completely stunned. How could two bees make them so miserable? In fact, they seemed to be able to easily kill any level 3 sage, even a level 4 sage might not be able to block them. What kind of bee was this? It was too terrifying. After the earth demon demonic rat saw it, its scalp went numb. Damn it, the killer saint bee was meant to kill sages. Lin Xian also gasped when he heard that. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was a terrifying existence. He asked, are they native to the East Spirit World or the Demon City, or are they raised by a sage? They should be native to the East Spirit World. I've heard of the killer saint bee before, but I didn't expect it to be here. At this point, its voice trembled. Is there hive on the ancient tree in front of us? If that's the case, we're dead meat. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also muttering in his heart. Two killer saint bees were already so powerful. If there was a hive of them, he could only run away. But fortunately, it seemed that this was not their nest. He just didn't know why they were here. Lin Xian looked at the East Spirit Stone again and frowned. Perhaps someone brought the East Spirit Stone here and was killed. This could also explain why the East Spirit Stone was on the tree. Let's go. There are other East Spirit Stones in other places. Don't worry. The East Spirit Stone is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, other places might have East Spirit Stones, but other places might not have killer saint bees. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat was dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack killer saint bees? No way, don't provoke this thing. If a group of them comes, we'll definitely die. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He said, Xiaobai, go get the East Spirit Stone, and leave these two bees to me. Xiaobai's body flickered and flew towards the ancient tree. Seeing this scene, the killer saint bees, with the demon demonic beast with them, saint bee sword saint bees, saint bee, sword with saint with I have an eye. This was a kind of control type eye technique. Light moonlight shadow. At this moment, the two saint slaying peaks were shaking non-stop. They had received a huge soul attack. With a flap of its wings, two streaks of golden light clashed in the air. Wherever it passed, large black cracks appeared in the void. To the Lin Xian, on the other hand, was constantly using his eye techniques to attack his opponent's soul. Half an hour later, the two killer saint bees were no longer so irritable. They stopped in midair. Come here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two killer Saint Bees flew over and landed on his palm. Lin Xian looked at them carefully. He had to admit that these two killer Saint Bees were very beautiful. The black spots on their bodies were like Tao patterns, full of mysterious aura. Come out, it's fine now. He stomped the ground with his foot. The earth demon demonic rat came out, looking around with its green eyes. Have you killed them? No, they're in my hand. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. When the earth demon demonic rat saw the two killer Saint Bees in his palm, it was scared out of its wits. It wanted to leave, but it was kicked out by Lin Xian. Now, they're mine. Yours? What do you mean? The earth demon demonic rat stopped. It waited for a long time and found that the two killer Saint Bees did not attack. Only then did it heave a sigh of relief. I've already controlled their souls. They're mine now. The simple words made the earth demon demonic rat's hair stand on end. This is an eye technique. And it's an extremely terrifying eye technique. This young man is too powerful. Fortunately, it cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, the other party would directly control its soul and turn it into a walking corpse. It would not have any ability to resist. These two killer Saint Bees might play an unexpected role. Lin Xian kept it. Then he took the East Spirit Stone from Little White. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they were on their way again. While Lin Xian was collecting the Spirit Stones, another group of people arrived in the East Spirit World. These people were the second batch of candidates from Wushuang City, which was Di Ling, Xianxia, and the others. They waited for 3 days before taking the test again. After passing the test, they were teleported here. When they first arrived, they were also shocked by the terror of the East Spirit World. However, a few of them sneered. For example, Xianxia's eyes were red. Finally, it was the third stage. Lin Xian, you can't escape. I'll tear you to pieces. On the other side, Di Ling was the same. Lin Wudi, you dare to eliminate me? I'll make you wish you were dead. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky, entering the mountain range. In the mountains, a waterfall flowed down. Below the waterfall, there was a beautiful figure, like a fairy. She took out an East Spirit Stone from the waterfall, then wiped the water off her face. She looked around. This is the second East Spirit Stone. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing now. She was Xianxia. At this moment, she had also obtained the second East Spirit Stone, but she still had not met Lin Xian. With Brother Lin's strength, there should be no problem here. But Brother Lin might be worried about me. No, I can't distract Brother Lin. Xianxia thought for a moment, then spat out a purple cloud. Then, she spoke to the cloud. Brother Lin, Qiu'er is safe. You don't have to look for me. Gather the 10 East Spirit Stones, and we'll meet at East Spirit Mountain. East Spirit Mountain was the final destination. After the people of Wushuang City gathered the 10 East Spirit Stones, they would head to East Spirit Mountain. From there, they could return to Wushuang City. After speaking, Xianxia waved her hand, and the purple cloud floated in the sky, carrying her aura. As long as Lin Xian saw her, he would definitely recognize her. Then, Lin Xian would be able to hear what she said. After doing this, Xianxia identified a direction and left. Not long after she left, a figure flew over and merged into the waterfall. Then, he sighed. The East Spirit Stone was taken away by someone. Then, he looked up at the sky. Not too far away. This is? Xianxia's aura. He had just left. In the middle of the lake, millions of water droplets condensed into a handsome young man. It was Xianxia. Should he go and kill Xianxia? Xianxia thought about it and gave up. Forget it. My main target is that kid. As long as I kill that kid, the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at this purple cloud, it should be able to lure that kid over. Alright, I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll show him how powerful I am. There was a waterfall in the mountains. There should be an East Spirit Stone hidden in it. If it hadn't been taken away. The earth demon rat's eyes flashed and it started to point the way again. Lin Xian set off towards the location of the third East Spirit Stone. He flew all the way to the mountains. Before he reached the waterfall, he stopped. In the next moment, he saw a ball of purple aura in the sky. A ball of purple cloud. He was stunned. The earth demon rat was also stunned. What a strange cloud. Who spat it out? Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It was Qiu'er. Qiu'er must have left it behind. Buzz, he probed with a large hand and grabbed at the sky. As he moved, the waterfall on the other side also changed. Countless splashes of water turned into streaks of flowing light and rushed towards him. In an instant, the void in front of him was pierced. Oh no, there's an enemy! The earth demon rat screamed again. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he uprooted the ground and formed a huge mountain in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared in another space. He grabbed the purple cloud in his hand. Was it a trap? His face was cold. However, at this moment, Shen Jingqiu's voice came from the cloud. Brother Lin, I'm fine. You don't have to look for me. We'll meet at Dongling Mountain. It was Qiu'er's voice. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, Qiu'er didn't seem to be in any danger. Who was the one who attacked? Since it wasn't a trap, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the waterfall, the seawater condensed into a figure. Kid, you're finally here. The figure stood on the surface of the water. The murderous aura from his body was earth-shattering. A fourth heaven saint, the earth-fiend demonic rat was pushed far away again, its face full of fear. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's you, you bastard, you're here too. She didn't expect that the one waiting for her here was actually Xianxia. Was this mist left behind by Xianxia to confuse him? No, that shouldn't be the case. Qiu'er must have left it behind, and Xianxia must have discovered it after she left. In an instant, he understood. A loser like you actually managed to enter. I have to say that you're really lucky. However, you didn't cherish this opportunity and even dared to cause trouble for me. Are you tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, this Xianxia was an idiot. Even now, he still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this courting death? Xianxia snorted coldly. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The reason why you passed the second stage was because of the suppression of your innate techniques and cultivation base. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Today, in this place, without any suppression, I will let you know my strength, I will let you die in despair. At the end of his words, the wind and rain changed. The waterfall behind him spun non-stop, turning into a silver dragon that crawled under Xianxia's feet. Brat, use the 2 bees you just got to kill him. The earth-fiend demonic rat quickly said from behind. Kill him? Forget it. It's such a precious thing. Isn't it a waste to kill a trash? What a joke. Killing the bees was Lin Xian's trump card. He would only use it when necessary. He didn't put a mere Xianxia in his eyes. He raised his head and said indifferently, since you want to fight with me, show me your full strength. Attack with your full strength, or you won't have any chance. I should be the one saying that. You better use your full strength, or I can kill you in one move. Xianxia sneered. Is that so? Let me attack first? Sure. Lin Xian nodded. Then do you want to give me 3 moves? So what? Xianxia sneered. He had absolute confidence in this place. He was an entire realm higher than his opponent. Not to mention 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent with 300 moves. What he wanted to do now was to let his opponent know what despair was. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. He really wanted to know what his opponent's expression would be after this move. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. Instantly, his opponent was torn into pieces. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. The sky was filled with saint blood. Xianxia's corpse fell into the waterfall. This scene stunned the earth-fiend demonic rats at the back. He came back to his senses. This person in the 4th heaven isn't much. He's such an idiot. How can he stand there and let others hit him? The snow-white little monkey beside him said while eating a spirit fruit. Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian said. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength? Ah, damn brat. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia's body, which had been torn to pieces, quickly healed. His handsome face instantly became distorted. Damn it. I was too careless. How can my opponent be so strong? He must have secretly used a saint artifact. Damn it. My opponent is too despicable. I won't let you off. The law on his body spread out. A terrifying aura surged out. Lin Xian said. What? You want to fight? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are still 2 more. You won't go back on your words, right? These words were like slaps to the face. Xianxia's face was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was extremely confident and said he would let his opponent have 3 moves. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations? His body was shattered in the first move. If he hit him 2 more times, he would be seriously injured. So he gritted his teeth and said, Despicable brat, you're too shameless. I take back my words. Take back my words? I'm despicable and shameless? I think you're too shameless. Someone like you is also a 4th-level saint? You don't even keep your words. What a joke. Humph. Who would know here? Xianxia said shamelessly. Indeed. There's only 2 people here. So what if he's shameless? Damn it. I've never seen someone so shameless. The earth fiend demonic rat at the back could not stand it anymore. This guy is too thick-skinned. Who said no one saw it? Aren't we humans? Bah. We're demons. But what's wrong? Can't demons look down on you? A smelly rat dares to clamor in front of me? Xianxia's killing intent was awe-inspiring. The earth fiend demonic rat took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of Lin Xian, he was not afraid. Do you think you can be shameless just because there's no one here? I'll let you see the consequences of being shameless. Relatives, come out. The earth demon demonic rat roared, and the ground trembled. Countless rats jumped out. These rats might not be as strong as the earth demon demonic rat, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, and pairs of green eyes looked around. Oh, it was their ancestor. When they saw the earth demon demonic rat, they kept worshipping it. Indeed, with the earth demon demonic rat's identity as a level 3 demonic rat, he could indeed be their ancestor. The earth demon demonic rat told countless descendants to remember this person. He was despicable and shameless. What was his name? His name was Xianxia. Lin Xian said. Yes, 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 remember this Xianxia. He was despicable and shameless. Hurry up and spread the word. Let everyone in the East spirit world know that there was such a shameless guy. Courting death, Xianxia was mad. A small demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him. He raised his hand and a ray of light flew out. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked. Fortunately, Lin Xian made a move. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the ray of light. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Was what he said wrong? Weren't you despicable and shameless? Humph. You're sharp-tongued. Now, I'll make you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Xianxia's body swayed, turned into countless water droplets, and rushed forward quickly. What a terrifying movement technique. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked to see it from afar. Indeed, Xianxia's body seemed to have turned into countless water droplets. He killed people without leaving a trace. Every drop could penetrate a level 3 demonic rat. It could be said that it was very terrifying. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by these water droplets. Those raindrops fell on his body, making sonorous sounds like thousands of thunder. That space was completely shattered and annihilated. No way, it was completely hit. The earth demon demonic rat was terrified. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Humph, idiot kid, I already said that you're not mine at all outside. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. How was this possible? He screamed and retreated. Because he saw that under his attack, Lin Xian walked out, his body shining with golden light. He was unharmed. He was not injured at all? It was too unbelievable. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to that of a fourth heaven saint. It was really shocking. Is this what you have to be proud of? Your strength outside isn't that great either. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden sword qi. In an instant, the sword qi shattered the air and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's body turned into countless water droplets. After dodging the sword, he sneered. Useless brat, you can't hurt me at all. I have the body of true water. At this point, he laughed proudly. His physique and bloodline were extraordinary, unfathomably deep. Can't hurt you? Are you sure? Lin Xian sneered at the other party. The other party's strength was only so. To be honest, he had no interest in tangling with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly shot out a dragon-shaped sword qi, which contained the terrifying aura of the great dragon sword soul. Useless brat. Xianxia didn't dodge at all and turned back into raindrops. As long as he was in this state, he could dodge any attack. But this time, he was gravely mistaken. This was the dragon-shaped sword qi, which could destroy everything. As expected, when the sword slashed down, Xianxia instantly screamed. Blood flowed out from the countless raindrops. Damn it, how is this possible? Xianxia retreated crazily. A huge crack appeared on his body. It was terrifying, and even his internal organs flowed out. Damn it, this is impossible. He was completely stunned. His body of true water was broken by the other party. How is this possible? This is an extremely special physique. Lin Xian sneered. What body of true water? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. I've said it before. You're not my opponent at all. Whether it's in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion or outside in the real world, you can't even withstand a single blow. Damn it, this is impossible. Xianxia screamed. The countless raindrops on his body began to shine. His body of true water could not only withstand countless attacks, but also had a strong recovery effect. After all, water nourished all things. But the strength of the sword qi and the remnant sword intent on it shocked him. His body of true water could not completely heal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the injury had been stopped. But at this time, Lin Xian's fist came over. It arrived in front of him. With a boom, Xianxia was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, turning Xianxia into a bloody mist. His cold eyes surrounded the bloody mist. He said coldly. Do you still think you can fight against me now? Xianxia was completely stunned. His heart was trembling violently. What was going on? He screamed. His body healed again, and his face was incomparably pale. Defeated, was he defeated? With just a few simple moves, the other party had beaten him to the point where he could not even fight back. Damn it, it made him feel powerless. It was just like when he was in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But that was because his cultivation was suppressed. He could not use his great skills. Now, he could use any divine ability without the suppression of his cultivation base. But he was still not a match for his opponent. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? No, I don't believe it. Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a decree. It bloomed with an incomparable light. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Not only that, he also took out an umbrella. That was a saint artifact. The decree danced in front of him, and the umbrella spun above his head. In an instant, Xianxia's whole body was covered in defense. Kid, I will make you pay the price. As he said that, he formed a seal with his palm. The ancient words on the decree flickered and pushed forward. It was like a seal of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. What a terrifying aura. What kind of rune was that? The earth demon mouse retreated again. The aura made his hair stand on end. Even the little white monkey stopped eating the spirit fruit and began to worry. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and also threw out a decree. The two decrees collided in the air and intertwined, forming countless Tao of heaven and earth. Damn kid, this is my Rain Clan's item. Seeing this decree, Xianxia was instantly angry. It was very obvious that this was the decree of his sister. He snorted. You are an outsider. You can't display the true power of our decrees. As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the decree bloomed with an incomparable light. Only the power of our Rain clan's bloodline can display the decree to its fullest. As expected, Lin Xian's decree was suppressed, and it began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Xianxia laughed loudly. Did you see that? You are not my opponent at all. Is that so? You rely too much on decrees. You don't know what is the most important thing in the dark. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The most important thing was not the bloodline or the laws, but the ancient words on it. These are the ancient scripture words. You are an idiot. You can't even comprehend the most important thing. Speaking until here, Lin Xian did not pay attention to him anymore. Instead, he stretched out a finger and drew a few arcs in the sky. What he wrote was the ancient scripture words on the laws. If an ordinary person wrote it, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and used the laws to write it. Its power was unparalleled. After writing it, the sound of a sword and a dragon's roar could be heard from the ancient character. With a palm strike, the ancient scripture character was incomparably powerful, and it directly knocked away the other party's decree. It even directly pierced through the other party's decree. How could it be like this? Xianxia vomited blood. His decree was broken. It was defeated by the other party with a single character. Did you see that? That was the true mystery of the decree. As for you, you only relied on the power of your weapon. You didn't study the essence of it at all. Lin Xian's voice sounded as if he was teaching the other party a lesson. After Xianxia heard it, his lungs exploded. Damn it, was the other party teaching him a lesson? What right did he have? He was going crazy with anger. I relied on the power of my old weapon. So what? Although you broke my decree, I have a saint weapon. As he spoke, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head. This was a true saint weapon that could store everything. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly Luo umbrella kept floating as if it was going to store the whole world. At the same time, Lin Xian also felt a huge power. Kid, be obediently taken in by my heavenly Luo umbrella and turn into a pool of blood. Xianxia laughed sinisterly again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you're really an idiot. Do you think you're the only one who has a saint weapon? With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the Great Destruction Spear to contend with it. Instantly, it blocked the heavenly Luo umbrella. The two saint weapons intertwined. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. He walked forward. Damn it. Xianxia roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have a saint weapon. It was really out of his expectations. However, soon, he revealed a sinister expression. After killing you, the saint weapon will be mine. He charged over and used the Rain clan's great ability. Wind and Rain Sword. A sword of laws appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it brought about a storm of sword shadows. One had to admit that Xianxia was very strong, but unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying sword shadow, Lin Xian directly activated his spatial sacred art, the Void Escape technique. In an instant, he disappeared completely and reappeared in front of the other party. Then, he took out another item. A bead. The moment the pearl appeared, Xianxia instantly felt his body stiffen. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him. His Wind and Rain sword also stopped instantly. Damn it, what is this thing? His face was filled with terror, and in the next moment, he screamed. Mind Fixation Pearl. You actually have the soul-fixing pearl. The only thing that could freeze him in place in an instant was that terrifying saint artifact, the Mind Fixation Pearl, but how could this be? Wasn't the Divine Fixation Pearl in the hands of the seventh floor? How could it be in his hands? Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he had a thought. You are the mysterious killer. He was really shocked. Previously, when he was in the Ninefold Heavens projection, a killer from the seventh floor had appeared and threatened him with the Mind Fixation Pearl. At that time, he was held hostage, his sister was humiliated, and the small saint of his family even knelt down and kowtowed. All of this was done by this kid in front of him. His eyes were burning, smoke was rising from the top of his head, and his lungs were about to explode. That's right, it's me. Looks like you're not that stupid after all. Do you know that from the beginning to the end, you're not my opponent? What a joke, you dare to fight me? I can only say that you don't know what's good for you. Damn kid, let me go. Let's fight to the death, fight to the death. Aren't we fighting to the death now? Lin Xian directly slapped him. Half of Xianxia's face was shattered. Xianxia was knocked to the ground, unable to move at all. The power of the mind fixation pearl was absolutely terrifying. Then, Lin Xian began to attack. First, he broke all the bones in his opponent's body, then he used lightning and fire to torture Xianxia. Xianxia screamed crazily. He had never experienced such torture in his life. In the end, he was even hit by the eye technique. Locking spring and autumn. That kind of torture on his soul made him hover between life and death. In the end, Xianxia's eyes were filled with madness. He self-destructed and exploded into a bloody mist. His soul escaped with a small part of the saint's blood. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat said, "Kid, chase him, don't let him escape." Lin Xian didn't immediately attack. No hurry. He's just a piece of trash. How can he escape from me? Then why didn't you chase him? The earth demon demonic rat was very puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you ask your relatives to spread this kid's shamelessness throughout the East spirit world? I just want him to know what his reputation is like. I want him to die in pain and humiliation. I want everyone to know the consequences of chasing me." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Xianxia was too despicable. He had tried to kill him more than once. If he was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. This time, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the falling rain umbrella. That umbrella turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Obviously, it was summoned by Xianxia. Let's go and watch a good show. Lin Xian waved his hand. Little White and the earth demon demonic rat came to his side again. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the vast mountains, a blood light flew past. It was Xianxia. At this moment, his body had recovered, but he was much weaker. This time, he only took 1/3 of his blood with him. Moreover, he had experienced so much torture before. His soul was injured, and his body was seriously injured. The current him couldn't even use half of his strength. It was already very good to be able to use 1/10 of his strength. Damn it, this is really too damn. Xianxia roared crazily. He really didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of the other party. He must take revenge, however, before he left, he had to recover first. He walked into the depths of the mountain forest. He wanted to find a quiet place to recover. At this moment, he heard 2 tree demons talking. Have you heard? A despicable and shameless guy came to our East spirit world. I know, despicable and shameless. I think his name is Xianxia. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, did that damn rat really spread the news? He originally thought that the other party was just angry at him. He didn't expect that the other party really did it. Go to hell. Xianxia waved his hand. 2 laws flew out and killed the 2 tree demons. At the same time, he walked in with a dark face. However, after a few steps, he heard people whispering again. They were all some small insects and plant beasts. At this moment, they were all talking crazily. Do you know that there is a despicable and shameless Xianxia? Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. Go to hell. He attacked and killed all the beasts. At the same time, his whole body trembled. I want to see who dares to speak ill of me. His soul spread out in all directions. The space of millions of miles was completely covered by him. However, in the next moment, he spat out 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. It turned out that everyone in the East spirit world was talking about him. Not only the beasts, but even some of the challengers knew about it. For example, the people of Wushuang City knew about it. What? Despicable and shameless Xianxia, was he actually beaten up? This Xianxia was not that strong. Yeah, and it was said that he was despicable. Furthermore, those monstrous beasts even said that he was an unpardonably evil person. Despicable and shameless? That was a small matter. He was extremely ugly and had attacked his own sister, his benefactor, and had taken his own sister for himself. He had even attacked his own father. In short, he was as shameless as he could be. Ah! Xianxia looked up at the sky and his body exploded. The next moment, he fell to the ground. He was dead. At this moment, the severely injured Xianxia was dead. She would be angered to death by him. Seeing this, the earth fiend demonic rat's eyes widened. Damn, a level 4 sage was angered to death. This was probably the first time in tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian sneered. Xianxia deserved it. If he did not provoke Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. Ah, Lin Wuti, I will not rest until you are dead. Suddenly, a grey shadow rushed out from Xianxia's body. It was a spirit. However, it was different from a normal spirit. It was slightly black and had a murderous aura. Not good, a vengeful spirit, the earth fiend demonic rat screamed. I knew this guy would not die completely. Lin Xian sneered. Just a vengeful spirit. What can it do to me? Xianxia was indeed dead. He did not expect himself to be angered to death. He was indignant. Although his spirit was defeated, it was not completely destroyed. Therefore, after his death, he became a vengeful spirit. Although he was living in another way between heaven and earth, it was completely different from being truly alive before. After becoming a vengeful spirit, it was not easy to cultivate again. Moreover, his strength was greatly reduced. It was not easy for him to be alive. All of this was given to him by Lin Xian. He would not let Lin Xian go. You won't let me off? Lin Xian descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Why won't you let me go? Not good, the other party is coming. Xianxia's vengeful spirit was scared out of his wits. He was no match for the other party and wanted to escape. Lin Xian reached out with his giant hand, which blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Like a cage, he directly grabbed the other party. If you wanted to turn into something else, it might be very troublesome, but you chose to turn into a vengeful spirit. I can only say that you are very foolish. Don't worry, Qi is not your final destination. I want you to die in another 10,000 reincarnations. Lin Xian immediately opened Spring-Autumn Lock. Vengeful spirits were also a type of soul. They were unable to resist eye techniques, especially one as powerful as Lin Xian's. In the next moment, Xianxia's vengeful spirit was hit by an eye technique and was pulled into an illusory world. Here, he would receive 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. Every time, he would be mercilessly tortured. It was a fate worse than death. A few seconds later, Xianxia's vengeful spirit disappeared. Not a single one of his vengeful spirit was left. The truth was that he had gone through tens of thousands of reincarnations and tens of thousands of years of torture. The earth fiend demonic rat swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he did not provoke such a killing god. Otherwise, his fate would be terrible. Now that Xianxia was dead, the next step was to deal with the other party's storage room. Among them, the Sky Luo umbrella turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After an earth-shattering battle, Lin Xian directly subdued the Sky Luo flash. He threw it into the Great Sage Tower and used the starry sky to refine it. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the black earth again. It was already 90% complete. It would not be long before it completely turned into a saint weapon. This way, he would have more saint weapons in his hands. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian handed the mind-settling pearl to Xiaobai. He said, "Little guy, this is for you in the future." Little White took it over. What are those big black eyes? Wow, that's great. With this thing along with my treasure bowl, I can snatch anything when the time comes. He laughed mischievously. Let's go, let's continue on our way. Lin Xian and the other two turned into a ray of light and continued on their way. Although Xianxia was dead, the news of him being despicable and shameless continued to spread. In the entire Eastern spirit world, everyone knew about it. The examinees of Peerless City also heard about it. When Di Ling heard the news, his face turned gloomy. What was this Xianxia doing? What a piece of trash. I thought I didn't have to do it myself. I didn't expect to have to do it myself. Well, I'll deal with this Lin Wudi personally. As Lin Xian flew, he began to clean up Xianxia's storage ring. He had to admit that this young master had a lot of things. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just the pills for cultivation alone, he found thousands of bottles. He took out hundreds of bottles and swallowed all of them. He began to eat them like jelly beans. The ground fiend demonic rat looked on with envy. These were all miraculous elixirs for the cultivation of saints. It was not easy to get one on a normal day. Now that the other party had handed over thousands of them, it was a waste to eat them. His heart was bleeding as he looked at her. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He had gotten these by accident. Furthermore, there was no difference between eating it carefully and eating it in large quantities now, and the cultivation effect was no different. Lin Xian even opened the remaining pills and some cultivation treasures. He threw the small sword realm world in for the great dragon sword soul to absorb. The improvement of the great dragon sword soul was more difficult than the improvement of his cultivation. It required more resources. After a few more days, Lin Xian had already obtained 5 East Spirit Stones. The mission was half completed, which made him even more confident. With the ground demon rat, his speed of collecting East Spirit Stones was much faster than others. Now, they were on the way to collect the 6th East Spirit Stone. But half a day later, the ground demon rat said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He didn't know. He felt uneasy. There seemed to be danger approaching. Lin Xian frowned. He carefully sensed and didn't find any danger. The snow-white little monkey next to him was also puzzled. However, the ground demon rat said, "It should be a characteristic of our race. We have a particularly strong sense of hidden danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this should be true. Perhaps there really was some unknown danger. Take a detour. Lin Xian didn't want to be nosy. He prepared to take a detour. However, a few hours later, the ground demon rat said again, "Stop. The danger is still there. There's danger again. What's going on? You can't have sensed wrongly, right?" The ground demon rat's expression was extremely solemn. "Impossible. I swear on my life that there is definitely danger. I didn't sense wrongly." Then things were strange. The danger had always been there. In other words, someone had always been following him. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was cold as he looked in all directions. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. After opening his body, the strange runes inside pulsated twice. It seemed that there was indeed someone nearby, but he couldn't see through it. Who was it? "Sneaky, come out." Lin Xian stood in the void and shouted coldly. There was no one around, but Lin Xian was on guard. His heavenly secret divine eyes and the earth fiend demonic rat told him that there was a problem. Then, someone was hiding here. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void and spread toward him. This attack was very sudden, and it was right beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar and use his divine body to block it. Boom, he collided with the terrifying spatial crack and was sent flying. The spatial crack was also kicked away by him. Sure enough, someone attacked. Lin Xian stopped, and his face was extremely cold. Who was it? Was it Di Ling? Or was it Ghostly? After Xianxia died, these two people were most likely to attack him. Moreover, these two people were very strong, far stronger than Xianxia. However, it shouldn't be Di Ling, because with Di Ling's arrogant personality, he should come out and kill him directly. Then, was it Ghostly? After all, the other party came from the fiend planet. He was despicable and sinister, so he definitely wouldn't attack him directly. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. "Ghostly, I let you go last time, but you still dare to act recklessly. Since that's the case, you can go to hell to see Xianxia." Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes swept in all directions. However, no one answered. In the sky, an eye appeared. A black eye was erected in the sky. This sudden appearance made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian frowned, and his eyelids twitched. The earth fiend demonic rat was swept by that gaze, and its heart turned cold, as if its soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was too scary. As a third firmament demon sage, the earth fiend demonic rat was unable to withstand this aura. How strong was this person? Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. This black eye gave him a similarly huge threat. Damn it, just who was it? This aura was too terrifying. Was it really ghostly? Ghostly had such a terrifying aura, that's not right. Could it be that it wasn't ghostly? Who was that? If you don't want to talk, then I'll destroy your eyes. Lin Xian roared furiously. He waved his hand and a sword beam slashed forward. The black eye in front of him pulsated and shot out a black blade of light. It also slashed over and collided with the sword chi. With a loud clang, the two of them were sent flying. The void was shattered. The aura emitted by the black eye was even more terrifying now. Wang, Lin Xian raised his hand and another 5-elemental mountain flew out. His opponent fired out another black blade of light. This time, the 5-elemental mountain was cleaved in half. Lin Xian's figure flickered and dodged the black blade of light. His face was completely gloomy. What a terrifying attack. One had to know that his 5-elemental laws were very strong. It was not a problem for him to beat a fourth firmament saint like Xianxia. However, his opponent could easily cut through his divine ability. This person was very strong. Had he finally met his match? Lin Xian looked solemn. In front of him, the black eye suddenly pulsated. Black ripples spread out and then swept towards Lin Xian. Not good. The earth fiend demonic rat went crazy. How could they block such a terrifying eye technique attack? Lin Xian's face also changed. He formed a seal with his palms and green ripples appeared in the golden eye. Blue tide birth, it was also a terrifying eye technique. The green ripples and black ripples collided in the sky and were annihilated silently. This silent collision was even more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth. If one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. After a long time, the two slowly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a voice sounded. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to block my ghost eye. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Until now, he had not found any trace of the other party. This was a very bad sign. You dared to kill my fellow disciples. I was originally here to kill you and avenge my junior brother. However, I didn't expect you to have such a strange pair of eyes. Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to die happily. Kneel down and dig out your eyes for me. I can let you die happily. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Humph, if you want my eyes, let's see if you have the ability. Stupid, you're no match for me. A cold voice sounded, but still no one appeared. There was only a vertical black eye floating there, but now it was even more sinister and terrifying. That ghost eye was pulsating. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out from it and kept growing. As soon as they appeared, they roared into the sky. They were black creatures that looked like black leopards and black wolves, but they were obviously more terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a few sword chi flew out, colliding with the few black beasts. One of them was sent flying, but it did not die immediately. This scene caused Lin Xian to be even more astonished. The ground fiend demonic rat shrieked. Could it be that this eye technique belonged to someone? 100 Eyes Demon Sage. This was a very powerful beast. Its body was a centipede with hundreds of eyes, and the power of each eye was different. It could use many kinds of eye techniques. It grew up in the East Spirit World, but later joined the Demon City. It was very terrifying, far above the lightning beasts. It might be a fifth firmament demon sage. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. It was the people of the Demon City. No wonder. He had killed a lightning beast that was about to reach the Tao. It seemed that the other party's experts were here to take revenge. If the Demon City wants to kill you, you have to kneel down obediently and wait to be killed. How dare you resist and kill my junior brother? Today, you will die without a doubt. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage's voice sounded. Lin Xian sneered. How arrogant, how domineering. But are you sure you can kill me, useless kid? Although you are strong and have eye techniques, you are still no match for me. I only have to use a ghost eye now, and you can't beat me. Enjoy it slowly. These beasts are spirits that I summoned from the ghost world. Let's see how you can stop them. Was it summoned? Lin Xian frowned. The ground demon rat trembled. Damn it, the rumors were true. It was said that the ghost eye was connected to the ghost Dao world. It seemed that it was true. Really? Summoned? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I don't know? He formed a seal with his palm and used the phantom spirit curse. Buzz, the void shattered, and a warhorse with a headless rider crossed the space. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. Kill. Under Lin Xian's control, the headless horseman unleashed a massacre in all directions and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts from the ghost realm. In the end, the headless horseman pierced through the monsters with his spear. What the hell? You're just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. The ghost eye on the opposite side twitched. It did not expect Lin Xian to be able to summon, and the power of his summoning was so strong. Buzz. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a second eye appeared. It was a green eye. As soon as it appeared, it flashed with a demonic light. It shot out a green light toward the headless horseman. The green light instantly enveloped the headless horseman, and the headless horseman and his warhorse melted quickly. In the end, they turned into a pool of green water and fell to the ground. Haha, do you think I only have one eye? I'm the 100-eyed demon saint. I'm afraid you don't know my name. The cold voice sounded again in the sky. The green eye shot out another light wave toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. The void where he was standing was shattered, and turned into a pool of green water. What a strong poison. Lin Xian could see that the green eye should be a poisonous eye that could melt everything. A ghost eye that could summon monsters, and a poisonous eye that could melt everything. He had to admit that the 100-eyed demon saint was really strong. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. He growled, and a golden flame jumped out of the heavenly flame and floated forward. It was the soul fire of the eye technique. Although he did not know where the headless horseman's real body was, as long as he destroyed the headless horseman's eye, the headless horseman would definitely come out. The golden flame floated toward the green eye. At the same time, the black ghost eye was also attacked. The two eyes burned in the raging fire and kept moving. It also emitted a terrifying black mist to resist the green light. What a terrifying soul fire. Your eyes are mine. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared. The enemy had appeared. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. It was a tall man with dark red skin and two antennae on his head. Everything seemed normal, but when he looked further down, it was completely different. There were countless eyes on the other party's body, and every single one of them was different from the rest. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Was he already the 100-eyed demon saint? It was really too scary. Sure enough, with over 100 eyes, if every single one of them possessed a special kind of eye technique, it would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the fifth heaven. This cultivation was even stronger than the earth spirit. Wang, at this moment, the 100-eyed demon sage lifted his palm. A blue eye appeared in the middle of his palm. As the blue eyes opened and closed, a few blue light blades shot out, instantly cutting apart the soul fire. The blue light was really too sharp. Then, it shot out a few more rays towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel it, and his hair stood on end. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body swayed, and he kept dodging. This is the heavenly peak eye, and it can cut through everything in this world. Can you block it, Wang? As he spoke, over 100 blue lights flew out. Those were blue light blades, and they were really terrifying. Like a rainbow, they broke through the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and an unparalleled sword intent surged from his body. He pulled out the spear of destruction and swept it in all directions. All the blue light blades were sent flying. In the next moment, his divine body bloomed, and he looked like a god of war. Have a taste of my power. With a roar, the spear of destruction shot out over 10,000 terrifying sword chi of the 5 forms. Whoosh, the 100-eyed demon sage laughed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue. There was an eye on his tongue. Then, the eye shone brightly and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the sword chi. Gulp. The 100-eyed demon sage swallowed his saliva and laughed. Your sword chi is not bad. Is it that strong? Lin Xian frowned. The earth-fiend demonic rat was scared out of its wits. One had to know that Lin Xian had easily killed the lightning demonic beast and Xianxia. But now, all of Lin Xian's attacks were ineffective. It was unbelievable. However, he also knew that this was normal. The white-eyed great sage was a level 5 sage, and he was very powerful. With so many terrifying eye techniques, no one was a match for him. Damn it, why is this demon here? The earth-fiend demonic rat was terrified. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them all. If not, you can go to hell. The 100-eyed demon sage laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the heavenly peak eye was shot out again. Lin Xian fought back, and his sword chi was strong. However, the light blades formed by the heavenly peak eye were too terrifying. Some of them still managed to hit him and sent him flying. Lin Xian's blood was boiling, but it did not break. It only left a few faint white marks. He blocked it. The white-eyed great sage was shocked. It seems that your physique is a special physique. How surprising. However, this was more interesting. Hunting geniuses was more interesting. He raised his arm. On his arm, there were many eyes other than the heavenly peak eye on his palm. At this moment, a few of them opened. Suddenly, a purple hand appeared in the eyes and grabbed at him. On the other side, the poisonous eye spewed out a green poisonous mist that could melt everything. At the same time, Ghost Eye summoned countless ghosts and charged toward Xianxia. In an instant, all kinds of mystique attacks covered the sky. Lin Xian grabbed the earth-fiend demonic rat and put it away. After that, he let out a long howl and charged over. The 5 elemental laws circled around him, turning into sword chi, shields, and all kinds of demonic beasts to fight back. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, the 100-eyed demon sage was too strong. He was actually suppressing Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. 100,000 heavenly peak blades formed a blue heavenly blade and slashed at him. With a clang, it collided with the great destruction spear and sent Lin Xian flying. At the same time, a green light surged out from his back, trying to melt Lin Xian's body. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the void escape and used his spatial mystique to dodge the attack. With a low roar, Whitey suddenly appeared near the white-eyed great sage. He used the mind fixation pearl, and the entire void froze. The 100-eyed demon sage also felt his body stiffen. Damn monkey, get out of here. The 100-eyed demon sage opened his eyes, as if he could tear everything apart. With a whoosh, Whitey used extreme speed to dodge. It was useless. Humph, the mind fixation pearl? You can fix my body, but can you fix my eyes? That was indeed the case. The composing orb did not seem to be effective against someone with a strong eye technique. Squeak, look at me. At that instant, Whitey appeared close to the 100-eyed sacred beast again and slapped its head with its furry paw. Following this, the eyes of the 100-eyed sacred beast lost their brilliance. It was dizzy. Even though the 100-eyed sacred beast was extremely terrifying, it was still dizzy under the paw of Whitey. Great chance. Lin Xian let out a roar and went all out. The spear of destruction unleashed a terrifying dragon-shaped sword intent. At the same time, he activated his eye technique, Spring and Autumn Lock. He was going to kill it with a single blow. His eye technique was the first to arrive. His opponent's eyes were once again confused as he dragged it into an illusionary world. At the same time, the spear of destruction arrived with an unstoppable aura. It was trying to penetrate its opponent. His right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a door flew out from his eye. A giant purple door with a ghostly face appeared in front of it like a giant mountain. Bang! The spear of destruction collided with the giant purple ghostly face, resulting in a deafening explosion. The 100-eyed sacred beast was knocked flying. Lin Xian made his move again. He unleashed hundreds of thousands of sword intents, which completely drowned his opponent. Bang bang bang, it felt like the end of the world. However, a furious roar could be heard from the front. How dare you set me up? Following this, a giant door was lifted and knocked away the sword intents. The 100-eyed sacred beast walked out from the door again. At this moment, its cold face was slightly twisted. Its right eye was already closed. A line of blood could be seen flowing out from it. It was obvious that the dragon-shaped sword intent was not useless. It seemed like it had injured its opponent's right eye. You've infuriated me, thoroughly infuriated me. I'm going to torture you to death. The 100-eyed sacred beast roared. Lin Xian's face was as cold as ice. Damn it, the other party only had one eye injured. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how did the other party escape from his spring and autumn lock? Who was it? Get your ass out here. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon saint roared and waved his right hand. The eye of heavenly wind slashed out endless blue blades, shattering the void in the distance. Pooh. A figure flashed. I'm just passing by to watch the battle. I don't have any ill intentions, the figure said coldly. The 100-eyed beast saint snorted coldly and looked into the distance. There was actually someone else here? Lin Xian was astonished. In the next moment, his expression turned strange. Imperial Mausoleum. That's right, the one who was chased out was Di Ling. Who would have thought that Di Ling would actually come and watch the battle in the dark? At this moment, Di Ling couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Previously, he had been searching all the way and finally found traces of Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was fighting with someone else. Moreover, his opponent was so powerful that it made his hair stand on end. The other party's cultivation was actually higher than his. He was a level 5 sage. Furthermore, the other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Even if he were to face him, he did not have the confidence to win. Of course, how could he leave a battle like this? Therefore, he hid in the void and watched. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, he could not stay here any longer. He turned around and wanted to leave. The 100-eyed beast saint said, "Did I say you could leave, Your Excellency? You're being too aggressive." Di Ling turned his head with a cold expression. So what if I'm being aggressive? I don't take a mere human seriously. The 100-eyed beast saint sneered. Damn it. Di Ling's expression turned ugly. Although he was famous in the second astral realm, that was only in the eyes of ordinary families. His reputation was useless against the experts of the sacred city. Especially when he was facing such a terrifying beast. Therefore, he did not attack. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not going to attack you. Actually, that brat and I are enemies. I came here to kill him, but since he offended you, I'll kill him. Since he has offended you, then I don't need to do anything. He's dead meat. Di Ling's meaning was very simple. He and the 100-eyed beast saint had the same enemy. He thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. Di Ling, it seems that you're shameless enough. How can someone like you be number one? How ridiculous. Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Di Ling did not hold back. Who said that I'm about to die? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party was very strong and had a terrifying eye technique, he also had many trump cards. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Sage Tower, and the Starry Sky Fire had not been used yet. He looked at Di Ling with a cold smile. You look strong and fierce, but you're just bullying the weak and fearing the weak. When you meet someone weaker than you, you're arrogant and act high and mighty. But when you meet someone stronger than you immediately become a coward. You were like that when you faced Wushuang City in the heaven-reaching tower, and now you're facing the demon city. What kind of genius are you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. A true prodigy should become stronger when faced with a strong opponent, and not face any difficulties head-on. How can Di Ling be like this? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Reckless. Di Ling naturally knew about this. But so what? Staying alive was the most important thing. In his opinion. Lin Xian's character. You're courting death. Okay. Stop acting in front of me. Neither of you will be able to escape, the hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. I don't know which saint city you're from, but since you've met me, go to hell obediently. Buzz, he shot out his ghost eye to deal with Di Ling, then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. Do you really think that you can send me to hell? He roared and activated his divine body. Not only that, he also activated the black Qilin tattoo. Then, his eyes shone brightly. He charged towards the hundred-eyed beast sage. You want to fight me in close combat? You won't have the chance. The hundred-eyed beast sage used various eye techniques. The green eyes could melt everything, the purple hands could cover the sky, and the heavenly wind eye could sweep everything. However, when these attacks landed on Lin Xian's body, they caused his divine body to sway uncontrollably. But that was it. Lin Xian's body was extremely strong. He resisted all the attacks and charged towards the hundred-eyed beast sage. He clenched his right fist and punched the sky. The great spear of destruction in his left hand kept dancing. Buzz, the hundred-eyed beast sage kept retreating. He didn't expect his opponent's attack to be so strong that he could ignore so many of his eye techniques. It was really incredible. In an instant, he flew back. It seems that you're not as powerful as I thought. You still have to dodge my attacks. After forcing the other party back, Lin Xian sneered coldly. Damn it, why is this kid's body so uncanny? On the other side, the hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression was also extremely cold. To be honest, he did not expect his opponent's body to be so strong. After taking so many of his eye techniques head-on, he still managed to reach him. Don't be so cocky. Die. He unleashed another terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian kept shuttling back and forth. At the same time, he drew a circle with his hands and used stellar transposition. This time, he used the mysterious power. Stellar transposition could divert all power. Therefore, the eye techniques in front of him were completely messed up. Lin Xian ordered them to kill each other. The eye of the heavenly peak landed on the eye of the poison. The purple phantom eye landed on the eye of the heavenly wind. For a moment, the eye techniques in the air kept rioting. Lin Xian even controlled a few light blades to attack the hundred-eyed beast overlord in the opposite direction. The hundred-eyed beast overlord was startled and quickly dodged. What a strange power. This kid is too uncanny. It seemed that he had to use more terrifying trump cards. The hundred eyes on his body flickered with demonic light. It was obvious that he was going to use a great skill. However, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, a silver light flashed extremely far away, displaying an unparalleled vision of heaven and earth. Oh no, that thing, the hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression changed instantly. He roared, Kid, I'll spare your life for now. I'll kill you myself in the future. Then, his figure flickered and he quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and did not attack again. He also looked into the distance. There was a silver immortal light there. He did not know what had happened, but if it could attract someone like the hundred-eyed beast overlord, it was obvious that something incredible had happened. He finally left. On the other side, Di Ling also let out a sigh of relief. A single ghost eye was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, the other party had left. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile on his face. Now, it's time to settle our grudge. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. First, you escaped from Xianxia's pursuit, and now you can escape from such a terrifying beast. However, you still met me. I will kill you with my own hands. Your luck has come to an end. Di Ling walked over, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Good luck, you idiot. Do you still think I'm lucky? Well, it was time to put an end to it. Golden light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine blade, he charged forward. Damn it. To think that the other party's eye technique would be so powerful. In the next moment, Di Ling let out a roar, and countless runes appeared on his body. A jade pendant floated up and down around his neck, forming a powerful defense. You think I don't have a weapon? How can I defend against soul attacks? He snorted coldly. Previously, I was afraid of the 100-eyed demon saint because he was powerful. This does not mean that I am afraid of you. At this point, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, with a loud boom, 10,000 streaks of thunder rang out. The entire skydrop was boiling. Now, go to hell. It was clear that the Imperial Mausoleum had unleashed an extremely powerful divine ability. Buzz. A green light flew out from his back. It was like thousands of heavenly swords, carrying a mysterious aura. Lin Xian roared angrily and charged forward. His fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Great Destruction Spear shot out terrifying sword chi one after another. The two of them fought in the sky. It was incomparable. Everything around them was torn to pieces. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The light on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Buzz. He directly activated his divine body and black Qilin tattoo. It was obvious that he did not intend to hold back against Di Ling. Di Ling originally thought that he could quickly finish off his opponent, but he did not expect that after a few moves, his arm would be numb. His entire body trembled. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He would not allow such a person to exist, he roared, and the power in his body kept erupting, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, Di Ling's aura rose infinitely. Buzz buzz buzz, the laws on his body flickered non-stop, forming a large square seal that smashed over fiercely. Wherever the large seal passed, black holes would appear in the void. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian used the Great Destruction Spear to fight against it, and the two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Buzz, suddenly, the large seal trembled violently, and at an unbelievable angle, it flew towards Di Ling. Di Ling was sent flying with a single strike. Half of Di Ling's body was completely shattered. His black hair fluttered, and he roared crazily, his eyes flickering with a scarlet light. Damn it, he was injured. He was actually injured by his own weapon. What was going on? His eyes were emitting a terrifying light, and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Naturally, he used the stellar transposition to attack unexpectedly. After a successful attack, he charged forward. The 5 elemental laws surrounded his body, forming terrifying 5 elemental mountains that fell from the sky. On the other side, the dragon-shaped sword chi kept roaring. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were crazily blasted forward. Di Ling kept retreating. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a green moonwheel. It flickered above his head, blocking the divine powers. The green moonwheel. It was a sacred artifact. It shone with thousands of rays of light, protecting Di Ling. Di Ling's palm kept opening and closing. Nirvana Divine Palm. The palm was unparalleled. The palm carried the light of Nirvana. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death. This strange scene caused all the surrounding demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Brat, go to hell. This palm is an extremely terrifying forbidden divine ability. He had learned it from the corpse of an ancient sage. It was extremely powerful. It carried the aura of death. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon, he sneered. Competing with him in terms of power? Di Ling was still far from it. One had to know that he had absorbed the power of the death mist, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. With a flash, Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and he immediately slapped out. It was a pitch-black palm. It was like thick ink that filled the sky. It collided with the Nirvana Divine Palm. You're courting death. How dare you resist me? Go to hell now. Di Ling sneered. Even a 5th heaven sage would have to retreat when facing his divine powers, let alone his opponent. However, he soon frowned, and his face became extremely ugly. Because he realized that his Nirvana Divine Palm could not hurt his opponent at all. Instead, he felt the terror of death engulfing him. The power of death. How could it be? Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How did his opponent have such a power of death? It was unbelievable. One had to know that he could use the Nirvana Divine Palm because he had an ancient coffin in his body. That was why he could block the terrifying power of Nirvana. But what about his opponent? Could it be that he also had a corpse in his body, or else? How could his opponent withstand the power of death? He was really going crazy. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, he was at a disadvantage, which he couldn't accept. Lin Xian sneered. He was going all out now. He had used all of his great abilities. How could his opponent withstand it, kill him? On the other side, Di Ling struck out a few more times. Nirvana Divine Palm. At the same time, he activated the green moon wheel above his head. That was a sacred artifact. Under Di Ling's activation, it bloomed with an incomparable green light that dyed the sky red. With a buzz, it turned into a stream of light that cut through the sky and slashed towards Lin Xian. The sky was split into two halves. Clang, Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction and smashed over like a heavenly hammer. It hit the green moon wheel hard and made a sonorous sound. The two sacred artifacts clashed in the air. Buzz, at this moment, Di Ling waved his hand again and a flying sword rushed out. That flying sword was only the size of a palm, but it flickered with an incomparable light. The monstrous killing intent was terrifying. The flying sword streaked across the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. Di Ling sneered. His opponent definitely couldn't block two sacred artifacts. Indeed, it was too fast. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant and stabbed towards his heart. Even if this attack couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He roared and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. At the same time, he waved his fist and blocked the flying sword. He was courting death. Di Ling sneered when he saw this. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering collision in front of him. Lin Xian was blasted away and crashed into countless mountains. He fell to the ground. Humph, let's see how you're going to die. Di Ling put his hands behind his back and sneered as he walked forward. With a few steps, he arrived in the sky and looked down. In his imagination, Lin Xian's heart was pierced through by the flying sword and nailed to the ground. He must be seriously injured. But soon, he was able to see through the fog and clearly see the scene below. How could this be? Di Ling screamed and almost fell from the sky. He saw that on the ground below, a figure stood up. The figure's body was still glowing, and the black Qilin tattoo was vivid and lifelike. In his left hand, there was a flying sword that looked like a dragon's head. He wasn't injured, but he was caught by the other party. Di Ling was going crazy. That was a saint tool. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on, so what did Suke have to contend with it? Would the other party dare to take a saint artifact with his bare hands? What kind of physique was this? Damn it, Di Mausoleum formed a hand seal, wanting to activate the flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling like a fish, trying to break free. The sword light on its body illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It flew out from his fingertips and shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian's arm also began to tremble. But in the next moment, he threw it forward. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. The flying sword drew an arc in the air and slashed at Di Ling's neck. Di Ling was shocked. He couldn't control himself. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, and more than half of his hair was cut off. All the hair on his body stood on end. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been cut off. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He had been completely suppressed after several attacks. Even after taking out 2 saint weapons, he still wasn't the other party's match. The proud him couldn't accept this at all. I don't believe it. With a roar, a green light appeared in Di Ling's eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power bloomed. It spread out from his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green coffin. The moment the coffin appeared, it became as large as a bronze coffin. It floated in the air and emitted an incomparably cold aura. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Lin Xian's expression also changed. The green snake's coffin was a great threat to him. Therefore, he wouldn't allow the other party to appear. With a furious roar, the great dragon sword soul within Xianxia's body burst forth. Countless sword chi of the dragon roar surged out, morphing into a true dragon that charged forward. They tore the sky apart, wanting to completely destroy Di Ling. Di Ling kept dodging. At the same time, he shouted and slammed his palm on the bronze coffin. Immediately, the cyan coffin began to rumble. The bronze coffin opened, and a corpse stood up from inside. The moment the corpse appeared, the sky started to crumble. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was a terrifying corpse. It was definitely a terrifying saint. Not good, I have to attack. He shot out millions of sword chi, slashing forward. Buzz. The ancient corpse waved its hand, and millions of sword chi were caught in its hand, forming a light ball. It was too terrifying. This ancient corpse was very dangerous. It should be Di Ling's greatest trump card. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't act rashly. Di Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid, no matter how strong you are, can you defeat my trump card? His face was ferocious. He had to torture Lin Xian to death to vent his hatred. Lin Xian said coldly. No matter how strong you are, it's the corpse that's strong. It's not your strength. What's there to be arrogant about, but this corpse is mine. It listens to my command. Of course, this is part of my strength. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Trump cards are also a kind of strength. I have them and you don't. So, you're dead. Go and kill him. Di Ling said coldly. The corpse's eyes shone with a cold light. It pushed its hand, and millions of sword chi formed a light ball and blasted it out. Instantly, it flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His body swayed, and he instantly dodged. Millions of sword chi exploded together, piercing through the sky. Lin Xian activated the Qilin Phantom and used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed a path out of the millions of sword chi. His face was incomparably cold. Di Ling sneered. Did you see that? You can't block a casual attack. Next, you'll definitely die. The ancient saint corpse attacked again. It waved its withered claws gently, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Buzz, Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and hit the corpse. It made a clanging sound, but it didn't penetrate the corpse at all. The palm paused for a moment, and then it fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. He kept retreating, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was a corpse. Then, the Tai Chi art couldn't take away the other party's life. Eye techniques were useless against a dead person. Moreover, Di Ling was on full defense now. It would be difficult to hurt the other party with eye techniques. Stellar transposition, Lin Xian shouted, and the force was used on the ancient corpse's hand. The ancient corpse's palm deviated from its direction and fell beside him with a bang. The airwave caused by the impact sent him flying. Lin Xian's blood and qi churned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. It was terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to injure him. If this palm hit him, even with his physique, he would be injured. Haha, kid, now you know how powerful I am. You want to contend against me with the likes of you. Seeing this scene, Di Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, as if victory was in his hands. You won the first place in the first 2 rounds because there was a limit. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? I can easily trample you under my feet. Di Ling said again. At the same time, the ancient corpse threw a few more palms, and Lin Xian kept dodging. If he didn't have many divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to resist. In the end, Lin Xian was angry. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You're still far from being able to compare trump cards. Kid, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? If you really do have a trump card, then show it to me and let me have a look. Let me tell you, the origin of this corpse is mysterious, and it's not something you can imagine. Even if you take out a sacred weapon, you can't suppress him. Indeed, Di Ling had infinite confidence. Previously in the heaven-reaching tower, he could compete with a minor saint with the ancient corpse. He didn't believe that the other party could compete with such an existence. You'll see. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he formed a seal with his palm. Come out. He activated the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, it flew out from his body, turned into a dragon-shaped sword light, and slashed out. This sword strike was earth-shattering, and everything in the world lost its brilliance. What is this? Di Ling was completely frozen in place as if he was struck by lightning. This power was too terrifying, and he couldn't react at all. The ancient corpse also roared anxiously and stood out from the coffin. It wanted to fight back. However, the sword light was too fast, and it slashed on its body. With a bang, it flew out with the coffin. Ah! The ancient corpse roared towards the sky, its voice incomparably miserable. Not good. Di Ling came back to his senses and looked behind him. In the next moment, his face turned pale and he almost fell to the ground. Injured? How could this be? The ancient saint's corpse was actually injured. A crack had appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. Di Ling couldn't believe it. He felt as if he was dreaming. He knew very well just how terrifying the corpse of an ancient sage was. Even if it were to fight with a minor god, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What did this mean? This meant that there was a minor saint living in his body. That was why he dared to peek at Hundred Eyes Sage's battle. After all, he had the ancient sage corpse with him, so there was no need for him to fear the other party. But now, his greatest support was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by a sword shadow. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of sword was that? He stared at the light and realized that it was an ancient green sword. It was like a real dragon had transformed into a sword light. What the hell was that? He was dumbfounded. Just as he was in a daze, the green dragon sword attacked again. Another sword strike directly cut off one of the ancient corpse's arms. The ancient saint's corpse roared towards the sky. Di Ling was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to be careless anymore. Come back! With a wave of his hand, the ancient saint's corpse entered the bronze coffin. With a bang, the coffin closed. Then, he merged with the bronze coffin and quickly fled into the distance. Di Ling, the insufferably arrogant Di Ling, directly ran away. Moreover, he ran away in fear. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Di Ling was the hope of winning the championship, but he still lost to Lin Xian in a battle without any restrictions. He ran quite fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul and didn't chase after him. Di Ling was too fast. He probably couldn't catch up even if he chased after him. If he chased him for 8 to 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to get first place in the third round first. He didn't forget that the reward for first place was a leaf of enlightenment tea. This leaf had an incomparable effect on his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had to recover first. The previous battle had injured him. After all, whether it was the ancient saint's corpse or the white-eyed ancient saint, they both posed a great threat to him. As for Di Ling, if he didn't have the ancient saint's corpse, it would be very easy for him to kill him. With a sway of his body, he directly went tens of thousands of meters underground and set up a formation to recover. He had a lot of natural resources, thus he was able to recover from his injuries in just half a day. However, he didn't come out. Instead, he frowned and began to recall the battle. There was nothing to say about the battle with the ancient saint's corpse. That was the corpse of an ancient saint. Even if it was dead, it was still very powerful. However, the battle with the hundred-eyed ancient saint had benefited him greatly. That was because he rarely fought with people with eye techniques. Even if he did, their eye techniques were inferior to his. Today, however, he had persevered until he obtained a powerful eye technique. The hundred-eyed beast saint had too many eyes and his eye technique was unpredictable. Although the power of each eye technique was not as strong as the heavenly secret divine eyes, it was still very powerful. Although its individual eye technique was inferior to the heavenly secret divine eye, with so many of them added together, its power surpassed the heavenly secret divine eye. That was really surprising. Especially the eye of the heavenly wind, the blue light blade was too powerful. In addition, the ancient saint's right eye was able to create a giant purple ghost-faced door. Its defense was so strong that he was shocked. His dragon-shaped sword intent was unable to completely break it. It only injured the ancient saint's opponent. Furthermore, the ancient saint's other eyes had yet to be used. What kind of remarkable ability did they have? I wonder if my heavenly secret god eyes are able to perform such a divine ability? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He also had a strong defense. he also had a remarkable ability to summon heroic spirits. In fact, he also had powerful attacks, but they were all scattered. If he could fuse them into his eyes, he would be able to unleash them. When the time came, he would be able to kill the enemy without any surprise. My heavenly secret divine eyes should be very powerful and have unparalleled potential. Besides, I also have the dragon sword spirit. If I combine these two, will I be able to evolve the ancient saint's ability? Lin Xian had an idea. His heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious. The dragon sword spirit could evolve anything. He was looking forward to the combination of the two. Following this, he began to try. When the power of the dragon sword spirit merged with his eyes, Lin Xian could feel a mysterious aura intertwining. It worked. He was overjoyed, as he knew that his idea was very likely to be correct. Of course, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, he had never heard of anyone doing this before. Lin Xian was trying to cross the river by feeling his way. After trying it out, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret godly eyes and the dragon sword spirit to produce some golden light blades. This was an imitation of the eye of the heavenly peak. These light blades were also unparalleled and carried an indomitable aura. Then, he combined it with the spirit summoning curse and used his eye technique to summon some powerful heroic spirits. He even combined the Qilin tattoo, the eye technique, and the dragon sword spirit to form a black Qilin shield. It was indeed effective. Lin Xian tried it a few times and found that the initial effect was very satisfactory. This eye technique was created by me. It does not completely belong to the heavenly secret prodigy. I have to give it a new name. Lin Xian thought for a while and his lips curled into a smile. Evolving all things. Let's call it the eyes of all changes. Great. With the eyes of all changes, Lin Xian would be able to handle the 100-eyed demonic sage more easily in the future. In fact, he was eager to fight the 100-eyed demon saint again. He wanted to dig out more eye techniques. With a shift of his figure, he rushed out and looked around. The next moment, he was surprised to see that the silver light was still there. As expected, he saw that the silver light had dimmed in the distance, but it had not completely dissipated. It was the silver light that had lured the 100-eyed demonic sage away. What exactly was it? Let's take a look. Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew toward the silver light. Above a mountain peak, multicolored light shot out in endless streaks. The great Tao was useless, a few giant creatures occupying this place. One of them was a majestic golden lion with a towering demonic aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. On the other side, there was a giant purple elephant with 3 heads and tusks. It had a pair of ferocious wings. On top of a mountain next to it, there was another giant creature. It was a giant python. It was so huge that its body covered the mountain. Its giant head was bigger than a valley. Its aura was no weaker than the other two. The 3 great beasts were circling in the silver light. And opposite the 3 great demons stood a young girl with purple hair. This purple-haired girl was very beautiful. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful and had an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful girl was fearless in the face of 3 monstrous demons. She even had a faint smile on her face. She played with her hair with one hand and said indifferently, "Are the 3 of you really going to make a move on me? You have to think about the consequences. Junior, don't go too far. We've been guarding this silver fir Xianwood for thousands of years. Now that it's matured, do you think you can just pluck it away?" The golden lion said coldly, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. "Leave your things behind and leave quickly. We won't hurt you." On the other side, the 3 giant elephants had the same cold voice. The giant python coiled around the mountain peak let out a ferocious roar. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll eat you. If you dared to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Do you still need to threaten me?" The purple-haired girl's lips curled up in disdain. "I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. I advise you to leave obediently. You can even form a good karma. Who knows, you might need my help in the future." As she spoke, she looked around and looked to the side. "You big centipede, hurry up and leave." "What? Do you want to make a move on me?" "Humph." Not far away, a figure snorted coldly. It was the 100-eyed demon saint. His true form was indeed a centipede. The hundred-eyed demon saint was usually an unruly person, but he did not dare to make a move in front of the purple-haired girl. You can take it, but you can't take it completely. Everyone has a share. You have to give me a share. The hundred-eyed demon saint said coldly. Give you a share? You, stinky centipede, do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The purple-haired girl was not afraid of the powerful hundred-eyed demon saint. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. The 100 eyes on the hundred-eyed demon saint's body emitted a demonic light. It was obvious that he could not take it anymore. It's not like we haven't fought before. Are you a match for me? The purple-haired girl shook her head slightly. It won't do you any good if we continue fighting. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. Someone else had come. Not only her, but the hundred-eyed demon saint also turned his head to look. The 3 demons were also stunned. Is there someone else who doesn't know what's good for him and dares to come? It's him, that brat. The hundred-eyed demon saint suddenly raised his disdain. What an idiot. He naturally saw that the person who came was Lin Xian through his eye technique. Buzz, one of the 3 giant elephants roared to the sky, and the world spun around with its trunk. In the distance, Lin Xian came nearby and also felt a few powerful auras. He carefully prepared to hide. But at this moment, he realized that the wind and clouds around him changed and the world was turned upside down. Oh no, I've been discovered. Before he could do anything, he was directly swept over. In the next moment, he arrived nearby and was wrapped in a silver light. As soon as he appeared, his body swayed, but he quickly stabilized himself. Demon saints, and there were 3 of them. What a powerful demon aura. Lin Xian held his breath. Then, he realized that there was another human girl. The hundred-eyed demon saint was also here. Reckless brat, is this a place where you can come? The hundred-eyed demon saint had a look of disdain. The giant python in front of him snorted coldly. Since he was an ant, he should die. He realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 3rd firmament. Even the purple-haired girl frowned slightly. Would someone with such a cultivation dare to come here? Buzz, the giant python opened its mouth and swept over like a vortex, completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian felt a powerful force trying to drag him into the giant python. He snorted coldly, and his body shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The force was immediately dispersed by him. I saw the phenomenon and came to take a look. If I'm disturbing you, I'll leave. Why do you have to eat me as soon as you come? Lin Xian said coldly. This scene stunned the 3 demons. The purple-haired girl also covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. You're only at the 3rd firmament, but your strength is so strong. You're very surprising. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. The fairy was even more impressive. She was able to fight against 3 greater demons by herself without any fear. And from the looks of it, you must have obtained a treasure. The aura on your body is too strong, you have sharp eyes. Why? Do you want to steal my treasure too? The purple-haired girl suddenly smiled. Her smile made the world lose its color. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What a beautiful girl. Soon, he came back to his senses. Forget it, since the treasure has an owner, why would I interfere? Goodbye. He turned and left. You think you can come and go as you please? Where do you think you are? The golden lion said coldly. The golden light on his body was like the sun, with an incomparable aura. What do you want then? Lin Xian turned his head around and faced the few great demons. He was still fearless. Lin Xian's attitude completely angered the 3 great beasts. The purple-haired girl was not afraid of them because of her extraordinary status. Even they had to be wary of her. But this human boy, what right did he have? How dare a mere 3rd heaven sage be so arrogant in front of him? He was courting death. The 3 great demons were enraged. They wanted to attack, their holy might overflowing into the sky. The hundred-eyed beast sage said, why do you 3 have to deal with such a piece of trash? I'll do it. He knew the 3 great beasts. After all, he was a native of the East Spirit Realm and went to the Thousand Beast City later. The three great beasts nodded. The 100 Eyes demonic saint was their junior. It would be best if the 100 Eyes demonic saint took action. The three of them should think about how to deal with the purple-haired girl. Kid, I spared your life last time. How dare you come here again? If that's the case, go to hell. I said your eye is mine. The 100-eyed beast sage walked over and stared at Lin Xian. You spared my life? How dare you say that? You didn't get the upper hand last time. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. The 100-eyed beast sage gritted his teeth at the mention of this. Indeed, he had used several eye techniques but failed to do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, he injured his right eye. If this were to spread, he would lose face. Damn kid, go to hell. The eye of heavenly wind twitched and turned into a blue light. The ghost eye spread and summoned ghosts. The other eye techniques were also used. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped Lin Xian. The three great beasts nodded slightly. Not bad. The 100-eyed beast sage has grown to this level. More importantly, he was less than 2,000 years old. He had a bright future. Is this kid okay? The purple-haired girl was confused. Can this human boy block so many eye techniques? Buzz, Lin Xian did not dodge at all in the face of such a terrifying eye technique attack. On the contrary, his lips curled into a sneer. Forming a series of hand seals, a golden light flickered in his eyes. Divine eyes, myriad transformation eyes. The light continued to revolve as the power of the great dragon sword spirit poured into his eyes. A golden light blade flew out and collided with Tian Fengyan's light blade. The two collided in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's left eye spun and opened. A golden vortex appeared, and a horse carrying a headless rider rushed out. This time, the headless eccentric warrior's body shone with golden light, and two pairs of wings grew out of its back. It carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This was an enhanced version of the headless horseman. Its power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as he appeared, his spear trembled violently, sending the surrounding specters flying. His powerful strength caused everyone's expressions to change. He actually blocked it. That was too inconceivable. The three great demons were astonished. They knew how powerful the 100-eyed demon overlord's eye technique was. But now, this human youth in the third heaven was able to block it. There was a difference of 2 heavens between them. How did he do it? The purple-haired girl's face was also filled with shock. Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ha, she shouted and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Stay. The three great demons were furious and frantically tried to stop her. I'm not afraid of you. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and shot out a 7-colored light to resist. The battle between the two broke out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, Lin Xian blocked the 100-eyed demon overlord's attack. The 100-eyed demon overlord was extremely shocked. How could it be? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could his eye technique have improved to such a level? Furthermore, why did the man's move look so similar to his eye technique? He could use many eye techniques because he had many eyes. His opponent only had 1 pair of eyes. How could he use so many eye techniques? That was great. Lin Xian was very pleased with the fact that his attack was much stronger than before. He said, "What else do you have? Show me. If you don't have any, I'm going to fight back." Damned kid, don't be so arrogant. The 100-eyed demon overlord was completely enraged. A third heaven ant dared to provoke him. He could not tolerate it. With a roar, a raging fire appeared in his left eye and floated out. Go to hell. As soon as the fire appeared, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The void in the sky was also ignited. I don't believe that I can't burn you to death. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the triple true fire, which was extremely powerful. Facing this kind of fire, even a 5th heaven saint would not dare to try it, let alone a 3rd heaven saint. Although his opponent's eye technique was strange, his defense was much weaker than his. He would definitely not be able to withstand the triple true fire. Fire? Lin Xian laughed. Although he could feel the power of the fire, he was not afraid. Instead, he went up to meet it. His body was bathed in the fire. Come on. What the 9-yang divine body needed the most was all kinds of strange flames. These flames could temper his body and make his physique one step closer. Is this kid crazy? The 100-eyed demon overlord thought that his opponent was an idiot who came to die. However, after a while, he realized that it was not the case. His opponent seemed to be using his triple true fire to cultivate. Damn it. What does he think I am? A sparring machine? Burn. The eye technique in his left eye rotated, and the triple true fire increased. It covered the sky and earth, forming a furnace that wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's divine body glowed as he absorbed and used this power. Is he angry? He felt his divine body tremble slightly. Some parts of his body even cracked and blood flowed out. However, he did not care. It was good. He could use this opportunity to break through his divine body. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed with all his strength. At the same time, he used all kinds of eye techniques to resist the 100-eyed demon overlord's attack. The 100-eyed demon overlord was so angry that he shouted. Damn kid. You have completely angered me. The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. The sound of thunder could be heard. Lin Xian frowned. He did not continue to refine his body. Instead, he retreated from the triple true fire as if he was facing a great enemy. That eye was so terrifying. Just a twitch of it made his hair stand on end. Kid, you have completely angered me. I will kill you. The 100-eyed demon overlord's expression was ferocious. Although he still had many eye techniques, he did not plan to use them. He wanted to use the most powerful one to kill his opponent. The eye between his eyebrows was very powerful. Once it appeared, a fifth heaven saint would not be his opponent. It could even threaten a small saint. He did not believe that his opponent could block it this time. No, I can't let him open his eyes. Lin Xian also felt his hair stand on end. He flipped his hand and the killer Saint Peak appeared in his hand. Go. Lin Xian ordered. The killer Saint Peak turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Although the 100-eyed demon sage's eye was terrifying, it would still take some time for it to open. At this moment, before he could open his eyes, his left eye had been attacked. A streak of golden light pierced his eye. Fortunately, he had closed his eye at the critical moment, but it still pierced his eye a little. He felt a piercing pain. What is that? He kept attacking with the eye of heavenly wind and sent the golden light flying. He saw that it was a bee. Damn it! The 100-eyed demon sage was furious. He had been ambushed. He felt a burning pain in his left eye and could not open it at all. Blood even flowed out. I'm injured. I'm injured again. His right eye had been injured by his opponent's sword chi, and now his left eye was injured as well. Both eyes were closed and bleeding. If he did not have hundreds of eyes, he would have been blinded by his opponent. Damn you, kid. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The 100-eyed demon sage roared and charged into the sky. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as an eye injury. He recalled the killer Saint Peak. Then, Lin Xian turned and looked into the distance. The battle in the distance was very fierce. The three monsters attacked, trying to stop the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman's strength was surprisingly strong. She could still handle the three monsters with ease. Although she did not attack aggressively, Lin Xian was greatly surprised by her body technique. What a strange body technique. She can dodge so many attacks. Who is this woman? He was really curious. At this moment, the giant python could not stand it anymore. It roared and bit at the purple-haired woman as if it could swallow the sky. The golden lion and the three giant elephants made their moves too, unleashing their peerless martial arts. I won't play with you anymore. The purple-haired woman yelled. A pair of almost transparent wings appeared on her back. She flapped them gently and tore the void apart. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Xian. Go. She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand and flapped the wings on her back again. Then, she disappeared. By the time Lin Xian came back to his senses, he realized that she had already left the mountain range. The surrounding water gurgled, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The figures of the three great demons had long disappeared. The purple-haired woman was the purple-haired woman. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you stunned? How are you going to repay your savior? The purple-haired woman Lin Xian came back to his senses. This woman was too fast. TSS speed space. Thank you, fairy, for your help. How should I address you? Xian's. Brat, are you trying to trick me? However, your strength is not bad, and you are qualified to know my name. My name is Li Hongxiu. Is she from the Li family? Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of such a powerful Li family. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman was not human. However, it was their first time meeting, so he did not ask too much. Which family are you from? I think you're quite strong. You dared to fight against the 100-eyed demon overlord at level 3. My name is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? What an annoying name. Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. You're too arrogant. How dare you call yourself Wudi? That's not your real name, is it? Lin Xian smiled. Li Hongxiu, that's not your real name, is it? That's right, Li Hongxiu is the name I gave myself. Lin Wudi is also the name I gave myself. You're getting more and more to my liking. Li Hongxiu smiled. In the following conversation, Lin Xian briefly explained his mission and situation. At the same time, he learned that Li Hongxiu was not a disciple of the sacred city. She was not here to participate in the trial. She was bored and came here to have fun. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. She's really bold to have fun in such a dangerous place. You can continue to have fun. I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the East Spirit Stone. Lin Xian calculated the time and decided to leave quickly. The East Spirit Stone? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you? Then, the two of them went on their way. On the other side, Di Ling's face was extremely gloomy. He had escaped from Lin Xian and arrived at a safe place. First, he healed his injuries. Then, when he spat out the bronze coffin again and saw the ancient corpse inside, his handsome face became extremely distorted. The sword marks on the ancient corpse had not disappeared. Damn it. He could only use all his strength to perform the technique to repair it. He had no choice. This was his biggest reliance. He could not let anything happen to it. Di Ling's physique was very special. It could be seen from his name that it was like a cemetery that could nourish corpses. Therefore, he put the ancient corpse into the bronze coffin again and swallowed the bronze coffin into his stomach. He began to use his body's bloodline to restore the ancient corpse. Finally, he paid a huge price and swallowed countless treasures to restore the ancient corpse. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. Di Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with the light of revenge. He wanted to immediately go back and kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that doing so would be useless. He could not act rashly. Lin Xian's trump card was very strong. He had to think of a way to secretly kill Lin Xian. Previously, he was disdainful, but now he was no match for Lin Xian. Moreover, subconsciously, he did not dare to fight Lin Xian head-on. This showed that he was completely afraid of Lin Xian. However, the killing intent in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. If I can't kill you head-on, then I'll use other methods. I don't believe you can withstand it. He closed his eyes again and began to prepare. He refined something. That was a poison that he extracted from the ancient corpse. It was called the ancient corpse poison. This poison was very terrifying. Moreover, the ancient corpse in his hand was obviously very strong. Therefore, the poison in its body was also very strong. Finally, after spending a lot of effort, he was able to refine it. He carefully stored it in a black gourd and a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the void. Di Ling shuttled through the forest. He formed a seal with one hand and began to search for Lin Xian. He did not know where Lin Xian was, but the last time he fought with Lin Xian, he left some of the ancient corpse's aura on Lin Xian's body. Although it was very weak, he could find the connection if he used all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, he sneered. He found it. He could not help but speed up. 3 days later, he finally landed on a mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, Di Ling looked into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away was Lin Xian. He did not get too close. There was someone else beside him. It was not Xianxia. Di Ling was surprised. He noticed that there was a girl beside Lin Xian. She was a purple-haired girl who was extremely beautiful. He had never seen her before. I don't care who you are. Since you're with that kid, you should go to hell with him. The murderous intent in Di Ling's eyes appeared again. He took out the black gourd and clenched his fists. His figure flickered as he performed a secret technique and began to move stealthily. In front of him, under an ancient tree, Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu were resting. They had obtained the 6th piece and were 3 pieces away from completing the mission. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Li Hongxiu said, "So you're from Wushuang City?" "Wushuang City is a good place." The two of them chatted. Suddenly, they frowned at the same time and looked into the distance. Someone was there. "Humph," Li Hongxiu sneered. "Someone dares to follow me." Lin Xian also frowned. A golden light appeared in his eyes. "Di Ling. That guy still dares to come?" He stood up and said, "He's coming for me." "Am I exposed?" Di Ling frowned. He did not have much hope. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was very powerful. Buzz, he stopped and threw out the black gourd. "Kid, go to hell." The black gourd streaked across the sky like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu. Lin Xian frowned. What is Di Ling doing? Why is he attacking from so far away? He felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Li Hongxiu snorted and threw out a palm strike. The 7-colored law slashed down like a sharp knife. It hit the black gourd. With a clang, the black gourd was split in half. I thought it was an expression. I didn't expect it to be a broken gourd. Li Hongxiu curled her lips in disdain. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Not good, retreat quickly. The two of them quickly retreated, but it was too late. A green mist appeared from the black gourd and flew towards them. In an instant, it enveloped them. Damn it, this is poison, hurry up and defend yourself. Lin Xian roared. It didn't take long for the poisonous mist to seep into his body, weakening his strength. His internal organs were on the verge of being infected. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison was this? It was too terrifying. His god body couldn't withstand it. He instantly stopped. Then, he quickly circulated the great dragon sword soul to attack his body. They turned into streaks of sword qi to destroy the poisonous gas. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also felt the poisonous gas entering her body. She also came to a halt. Damn it. It was corpse poison, and it was the poison of an ancient sage's corpse. How dare you plot against me, she was furious. In the distance, when Di Ling saw this, he raised his head to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, success, from the looks of it, they must have been poisoned. Once they were poisoned, they couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a pool of blood. Thinking of this, he proudly strode forward. In a few steps, he arrived nearby. Seeing the two of them struggling in the green poisonous mist with black faces, Di Ling laughed even more happily. Lin Xian said as he used the great dragon sword soul to expel the poison. This person came for me, but I didn't expect to implicate you. How are you? Are you okay? I'll help you after I expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Li Hongxiu said, No, I was worried about you. Since you're fine, I don't have to worry about you. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with this person. Li Hongxiu shouted, and the 5-colored light in her body burst out, directly expelling the poison. Boom, Li Hongxiu exploded. Like a peerless goddess, she slapped her jade-like hand forward. In an instant, it enveloped Di Ling. To be honest, Di Ling didn't expect this woman to be able to fight back. In his opinion, the two of them were definitely going to die, so he didn't think of defending at all. With a boom, he was sent flying. With a scream, he vomited blood and flew backward. Damn it! Di Ling roared to the sky and rushed over. He wanted to attack, but he was slapped to the ground. Li Hongxiu's strength was beyond his imagination. Di Ling staggered and fell to the ground. Half of his body was shattered. His face was full of horror. Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn, this chick is so strong? To be honest, he didn't expect this. One had to know that even though he didn't place the Imperial Mausoleum in his eyes, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Imperial Mausoleum. At least, it was impossible to defeat him in a few moves. However, Li Hongxiu did it easily. This woman was too terrifying. Di Ling also found out. Damn it. With a roar, he turned around and fled. Anyway, Lin Xian was already poisoned. There was no use for him to stay here. Moreover, the woman in front of him was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. He even felt that this woman was more terrifying than the 100-eyed demon sage. You take your time to expel the poison. I'll go after him. He dared to trick me. I'll make him pay the price. Li Hongxiu said in a low voice. Her body turned into a stream of 7-colored light and instantly rushed out. Not long after, Ling's scream could be heard from afar. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Di Ling opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. The corpse of the ancient sage rushed out. So what if the other party was strong? Could it be that the other party was a minor saint? As long as it wasn't a minor saint, he could resist. Although summoning the corpse of the ancient sage put a lot of pressure on him, he couldn't care less. You still have the corpse of the ancient sage? But do you think you can do anything to me? Li Hongxiu attacked aggressively. The corpse of the ancient sage was forced to retreat. Many handprints appeared on its powerful body. Di Ling was going crazy. Who is she? She's too terrifying. The corpse of the ancient sage could fight against a minor saint. Run. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He drove the bronze coffin and quickly fled. Li Hongxiu attacked again. On the other side, although Lin Xian was poisoned, the great dragon sword spirit was very strong. It quickly eliminated the poison. Then, his body was covered with dragon-shaped sword chi. He walked out of the green poison mist. Damn it. Di Ling was so insidious. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. Even a saint of the 5th heaven would die from this poison. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. But thinking about it, Di Ling's end would be very miserable. With Li Hongxiu chasing after him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. He opened the Great Sage Pagoda and took out the Heavenly Luo umbrella. The soul imprint on the Heavenly Luo umbrella had been removed by the sky flame. He branded it with his own soul imprint. Then, he activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and collected all the poison. Although half of it had been consumed, there was still half left. It was enough. It was also a great weapon for Lin Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go. I'm not worried about Li Hongxiu. That girl was much scarier than him. She would probably be able to deal with a real small saint. Lin Xian went on his way again, looking for the 7th Eastern Spirit Stone. At this moment, Xianxia stood there in the rain with a solemn expression. There were many sages around her. There were demonic beasts, humans, and even killing intent in the void from time to time. It seemed that she was being besieged. Girl, hand over the treasures on you and I can spare your life. You're quite pretty. Accompany me for a year. I happen to be lacking a cauldron. You can follow me. A few sneers were heard. They stared at Xianxia with a fiery light in their eyes. Such a peerless beauty was definitely rare. Xianxia snorted coldly. Her delicate face was covered with ice. She did not say anything but attacked decisively. A purple cloud appeared on her body, carrying with it the law. It was very small. At the same time, her jade-like hands formed a seal. On her palm, the purple chi became stronger and stronger, like a purple sun. This was a great ability called the Purple Light Dao Flower. You still want to fight? Take her down and we'll enjoy it together. One of them shouted angrily. Lightning surged from his body to resist the Purple Light Dao Flower. At the same time, there were two demon sages who relied on their strong physiques to resist the purple cloud. A sonorous sound rang out, and a great battle broke out. Although she was being besieged, Xianxia did not fall into a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding people were shocked. It seems that she's a genius. So what? One of them sneered. Terrifying flames bloomed from his body. It was a fiery divine bird with a human head. The flames on his body were very terrifying. He slapped out with his claws, carrying monstrous flames that covered a part of the world. Xianxia shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward. The law on it was incomparable. She was going to face the opponent's flame head-on. At the same time, she pulled out a sunrise sword with her left hand and slashed in all directions. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled and the void collapsed. Those people were unable to succeed for a while. There were even a few sages who were sent flying. The scene was very shocking. Damn it. At this time, a ray of light lit up the sky and pierced towards Xianxia's back. Xianxia's body. Not good. She dodged quickly, but the dagger still stabbed her shoulder. Blood flowed out and dyed her long dress red. There was a killer. Xianxia quickly sealed her wound and was on high alert. She didn't expect that there would be assassins hiding in the void. That's great, this little girl is injured. Let's see how she's going to fight now. These people were sinister as they took action again. These people carried the laws of heaven and earth as they continuously attacked. Even the hidden assassins attacked again. Xianxia yelled and activated her spirit body. Purple light burst out from her eyes and her body was covered in a layer of light. The power from all directions quickly surged into her body, and her cultivation continued to soar. In an instant, he had reached the fourth heavenly layer, and it was still increasing. It even showed signs of increasing towards the fifth heaven. Damn it, what's going on? There's something wrong with this woman. Stop her. She's using a secret technique. The surrounding sages went crazy. They had never seen such an increase in cultivation in their entire lives. In the sky, two beams of sword light slashed Xianxia's body and forced her to retreat. Only then did she stop the increase in cultivation. Now, she had reached the late stage of the fourth heavenly layer. Just this cultivation alone was the same as dealing. This made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. It's too scary. Fortunately, we have more people and can take her down together. We must find out the secret of this sudden increase in cultivation. These people's eyes were red. If they could master this divine ability, who would be their opponent in future battles? Xianxia yelled. After her cultivation increased, her strength increased a lot. Therefore, with one palm, she sent two sages flying and their bodies exploded. For a moment, the surrounding people were terrified. However, Xianxia wasn't too happy because the two assassins hiding in the dark were too strange. It was impossible for her to guard against them. If it weren't for these two assassins, she would have defeated the surrounding people long ago. Another sword came at her from a strange angle, aiming for her neck. Xianxia yelled and sent out a palm while dodging quickly. The sword missed, and her palm also missed. That assassin's movement technique was too strange. However, her cultivation had increased tremendously. Just her aura alone was enough to send that assassin flying. Blood flowed from the sky, but Xianxia's situation was not optimistic. The other assassin also attacked suddenly and left another wound on her body. Lin Xian had been rushing. The seventh East Spirit Stone should be in front of him. He was a little excited. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There were sounds of fighting, and there were quite a few people. He used his divine ability and looked ahead. In the next moment, he was stunned, and his face completely darkened. With a roar, he turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Little girl, you can't hold on any longer, right? Be a good girl and surrender. You can suffer less. Don't struggle. Although you have a secret technique, you're no match for so many of us. Moreover, there were assassins in the dark. You're already at the end of your rope. Don't worry, when we catch you later, we won't torture you. We'll love you. These people laughed loudly. However, just as they finished laughing, their heads exploded. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding people. Who's that? The surrounding people screamed crazily, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Xianxia was also stunned. Did someone come to save me? In the next moment, she saw a figure appear in front of her. That person's body was covered in a monstrous golden light, and his eyes were filled with piercing killing intent. He threw a punch and directly smashed a sage into pieces. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. Who is that? He's too strong, isn't he? Big Brother Lin. Xianxia exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the person who came was indeed Lin Xian. He was here to look for the East Spirit Stone, but he did not expect to encounter Xianxia and be surrounded. Therefore, he came to kill her. It turned out that he was this woman's companion. Kill him. The surrounding people roared crazily and rushed forward. All of you must die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He attacked wildly, and each attack injured someone. These sages frantically retreated. No, he's too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? Retreat. These people looked terrified. Then, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Oh no, be careful, Big Brother Lin. There's an assassin. Xianxia screamed. However, it was already too late. The surrounding people sneered. Great, let this kid die. Once he's injured, I'll capture him and chop him into pieces. I'll make him wish he was dead. These people clutched their wounds, their faces contorted. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Were there assassins? No wonder Qiu'er was injured. These assassins were too strange. Even he hadn't noticed them before. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. He didn't even turn back. He continued to chase after the saints in front of him. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and kill him. The people in front kept retreating. At the same time, they were extremely agitated. They had met an idiot. He didn't even dodge the assassins. Let's see how he's going to die. With a clang, a killing sword slashed onto Lin Xian's body, producing a clanging sound. However, to everyone's horror, the flying sword was sent flying. Countless sparks flew, and the void shattered. Only a white mark was left on Lin Xian's body. It didn't pierce through at all. How is this possible? What kind of physique does this kid have? The surrounding sages were all stunned. The assassin in the void seemed to be stunned as well. He paused for a moment. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and kicked. It was like a heavenly knife. With a crack, the assassin's body was broken in half. A miserable groan was heard. Blood spurted out. The assassin screamed. However, he was very decisive. He turned into a streak of flowing light and hid in the void again. Everyone was going crazy. This person was really too scary, such a terrifying assassin couldn't even hurt him. Instead, he was severely injured by a single move. Suddenly, they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. Another assassin attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was still agitated. She didn't defend herself. She was stabbed in the back and almost fell into a pool of blood. When Lin Xian saw this, he was completely enraged. He stepped in front of Xianxia and hugged her to stop her bleeding. At the same time, his voice was emotionless and cold. His golden eyes looked in all directions. All of you can go to hell. He lifted his hand and unleashed the heavenly Luo umbrella. It bloomed in the air and sealed off the area. At the same time, the corpse poison inside started to flow out. Not good. Run, screams rang out one after another as these people fought back madly. But very quickly, they let out miserable shrieks. Such a horrifying poison was something they could not withstand at all. Even the two assassins were trapped. They frantically tried to break out of the encirclement, using their powerful movement techniques. However, the heavenly Luo umbrella was definitely a saint artifact. It would not be so easy to break through. As long as they breathed in a trace of the poisonous gas, they would definitely die. Sure enough, the two assassins gradually stopped attacking. In front of him, a green poisonous gas lingered in the air, as cries of agony could be heard. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. He looked down at Xianxia and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. It won't hurt my foundation." Xianxia shook her head and sat down cross-legged. She swallowed a medicinal pill and began to treat her injuries. Half a day later, she recovered and stood up. She asked, "What happened to those people?" Lin Xian said that they were probably all dead. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly Luo umbrella was put away. The remaining poison was also absorbed into the umbrella. The scene in front of him appeared. 7 corpses were lying on the ground, and only bones were left. There were also some weapons and storage rings left behind. The flesh and blood of those people had long been gone, and their souls had been poisoned to death. It was too terrifying. Xianxia was also surprised. Those were all powerful saints, but they were all dead. What kind of poison was that? Lin Xian took back all the weapons and storage rings of those people. He threw the storage rings to Xianxia. "Take it. These are your compensation. Then I won't stand on ceremony." She took them. As for the weapons, Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were useless, so he casually put them away. "Big brother Lin, where are we going next?" Xianxia picked up Little White and asked. On the other side, Lin Xian also summoned the earth demon demonic rat. "This guy is very familiar with this place. Let's go and collect the East Spirit Stones." "How many pieces have you collected?" Lin Xian asked. 5 pieces. I have 7 pieces. We'll finish collecting them soon." Next, the two of them went together and began to collect the East Spirit Stones. A month later, the two of them had collected all the East Spirit Stones. "That's great." Lin Xian beamed with joy. He also raised a smile. "Let's go to Dongling Mountain. We can go back now. Do you think we'll be the first to arrive?" "That's for sure." Dongling Mountain was also very famous in the Eastern Spirit Realm. The two of them flew for 5 days and finally saw the mountains in front of them. The tallest one was Dongling Mountain. "I've helped you complete your mission. Can you let me go?" The earth demon demonic rat asked carefully. Lin Xian was in a good mood. He said, "Sure. If there's a chance in the future and I can come here again, then we'll work together again." He removed the seal on the earth demon demonic rat and waved goodbye. The earth demon demonic rat also burrowed into the ground and disappeared. "Let's go. Dongling Mountain is right in front of us. We don't need anyone to show us the way." Although it was right in front of them, it was still more than 200,000 miles away. When they were about 100,000 miles away, they were stopped again. There was a group of people in front of them. There were a total of 9 people, and they all had an extremely violent aura. They lined up in a row like a river, blocking the way. "Who are you? Why are you blocking the way?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "A couple?" The man opposite sneered. "Kid, you're going to Dongling Mountain, right? Seems like you're here for the assessment. Hand over the East Spirit Stone obediently and get lost. We can spare your life." "Robbery." Lin Xian frowned. Xianxia reminded him softly. "Brother Lin, be careful. Their aura is very unusual." Indeed, the aura on these people was very violent. "Didn't you hear what I said?" A tall man walked out. "Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Do you know who we are? We're from Thunder God City. If you provoke us, do you think you can still survive in the second astral realm? Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the things." Thunder God City? Lin Xian was stunned. Thunder God City was the same as Wushuang City, a saint city. Moreover, Lin Xian was no stranger to Thunder God City. When he was in the first astral realm, he had a conflict with Thunder God City. At that time, it was Lei Qianzhong, who was killed by him. He didn't expect to meet people from Thunder God City again, and under such circumstances. Thunder God City is really nothing. They only know how to do sneaky things. You have the nerve to call yourself a Saint City's disciple. I think you haven't passed the assessment yet. Lin Xian sneered. What do you know? We've passed the assessment long ago. We're here for the trial. The leading young man also stood out, his voice cold. Kid, I only wanted you to kneel and hand over the East Spirit Stone, but I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to hand over the East Spirit Stone, you have to leave your woman behind. Moreover, I'll teach you how to break your teeth one by one. Take him down. The young man ordered. Immediately, the people beside him walked out. How dare you say that our boss is angry? Now, you're dead meat. The person who walked out was a late-stage third heaven sage. He had a lightning blade on his back, and his powerful aura made people tremble. Buzz, the sage pulled out his lightning blade. With a slash of the blade, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a violent force filled the world. Lin Xian didn't care. He was just a late-stage third heaven sage. He didn't even care about a fourth heaven emperor mausoleum. Not to mention these people. With a cold snort, he attacked. The golden fist and the opponent's lightning blade collided. It was as if a huge explosion had occurred between heaven and earth. The thunder-type sage's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. His blade was trembling non-stop. Even his entire arm was trembling violently. Damn it. With a roar, the lightning on his body exploded, and the law of thunder surrounded him. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. How could an early-stage third heaven sage be so strong? He gathered his strength and wanted to explode, but the fist opposite him exploded first. Lin Xian's fist was full of power. After the first strike, the subsequent power surged forth and instantly shattered the lightning blade. Not only that, but one of the opponent's arms also exploded. With a blood-curdling scream, the lightning-type saint was sent flying. The people behind were completely stunned. Their powerhouse had been defeated. He had been defeated by someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs. With such strength, you want to learn how to fight and rob others? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. You trash, you can't even take care of an early-stage third heaven sage. The leader's face was incomparably cold. The injured person said, Boss, you can't blame me. He's really too strong. His strength is very strong. Very strong? Looks like he's a close combat expert. We don't need to talk about morality. Just attack him. Yes, boss. 2 more people walked out. These 2 people also had terrifying lightning on their bodies. One of them held a thunder hammer while the other held a thunder heaven net. The 2 of them didn't say anything as they unleashed their full power. Terrifying thunderbolts intertwined, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, trying to completely envelop Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying lightning law, a golden light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. It suddenly transformed into countless black Qilin runes, forming a black Qilin shield in front of him. All of the lightning bolts struck it, creating an earth-shattering sound. It was as if there were tens of thousands of thunderclaps. The black Qilin's toughness was much tougher than expected. It blocked all the lightning attacks. Lin Xian attacked again. His golden eyes flickered with radiance, forming a vortex. Then, a headless knight rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The spear directly pierced through the 2 of them. Like candied haws on a stick, he stared at the void. Holy blood scattered down. The 2 individuals screamed miserably, their expressions horrified. The people of Thunder God City behind were also completely stunned. Was the other party so strong? Was he really just an early-stage third heavenly layer? Why did he look like a fourth heaven sage? Damn brat, who the hell are you? The leading young man gritted his teeth and asked. You bunch of trash don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian's voice was cold. If you want to live, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistakes. You're courting death. Don't be too arrogant. Attack together. The young man waved his hand, and the remaining 5 people all rushed over. Each of them was very powerful. Among them, 2 were in the late-stage third heavenly layer, and the remaining 3 were in the middle stage 3rd heavenly layer. Each of their cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together. How could they not take down the other party? Seeing this scene, Xianxia wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped her. He formed a seal with his palm, and a blue tide appeared. His eye technique released a green light wave that swept out. The 5 sages instantly hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls seemed to be about to explode, and they instantly lost the ability to attack. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully, chopping off the heads of the 5 people. Then, he turned his head and stared at the leader. The leading young man trembled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, his face was pale and he was extremely shocked. The other party instantly killed 5 sages on their side. It was too unbelievable. He said, "You are very strong. This time I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the other party, blocking his path. "You want to leave just like that, damn kid, what do you want?" The young man's face was gloomy. Lin Xian smiled. "You want to kill me, but now that you failed, you want to escape unscathed? Do you think that's possible? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you know who I am? I know that you are from Thunder God City. It's not like I haven't killed you before." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This scene made the other party's eyelids twitch wildly. This kid had killed people from Thunder God City before. Heavens, who is this person? Kid, listen carefully. I am not from an ordinary holy city. My brother is Lei Chong. He is the top genius of Thunder God City. My brother's strength has reached level 5. It is definitely not something you can imagine. If you dare to touch me, you are dead. The young man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. His identity was indeed not ordinary. After listening to his words, the other party still did not obediently apologize to him. However, Lin Xian said, "Oh, are you done? If you are, you can go on your way." A sword light flashed across his hand. "Damn it, how dare you!" The young man's face changed wildly. How could there be such a person? Was he not afraid of his brother's revenge? He wanted to escape, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? He was split into 2 by the sword. His soul escaped. However, it was quickly locked on by the heavenly secret god eyes and was pulled into the locking spring and autumn. Not only him, the souls of the surrounding people were all pulled into the locking spring and autumn. They experienced 10,000 years of miserable reincarnation. Then, they were completely destroyed. Brother Lin is too powerful. Xianxia cheered. At this moment, on the corpse of the leading young man, a jade pendant floated out. An extremely strong spiritual fluctuation came from within. Who is it? How dare you kill my brother? That soul transformed into a human face, but it had just formed. It was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. A mere level 5. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Next. He burned all of these people's corpses and took away all of their storage rings. Lin Xian and Xianxia once again set off towards Dongling Mountain. Within a cave dwelling within Dongling Mountain, a figure stood up abruptly and roared towards the heavens. Who dares to hurt my brother? I will definitely tear you into pieces. The lightning on this person's body turned into lightning beasts, floating above his head. The people in the surrounding cave also came out and asked, "Senior brother Lei Chong, what is going on?" These people were all from Thunder God City. They looked at the angry Lei Chong with a face full of shock. This was their sacred city's top genius. Who dared to provoke him? Something might have happened to my brother. He might have been killed by someone. Lei Chong said coldly, scaring the people around him. How is that possible? It's true. I can sense it. Hurry down the mountain and find my brother's body. At the same time, the others were looking for anyone who had come to the mountain recently. If there's anyone suspicious, report it to me immediately. Who dares to kill my brother? I will make him pay a painful price. In an instant, a storm was stirred up in Dongling Mountain. Many people knew that Lei Chong's brother had been killed. This was really unbelievable. Lei Chong was a peak genius of the Thunder God City. His younger brother was also from the Thunder God City. Someone actually dared to kill someone from Thunder God City. Did they want to die? Everyone was talking about it. Many people even guessed that it might have been done by the native demonic beasts of the East Spirit World. However, the people of Thunder God City knew that it wasn't. Especially Lei Chong. He firmly believed that it must have been done by other martial artists. Because he was very clear about what his brother had done. He had robbed people who were passing by at a place 100,000 miles away from Dongling Mountain. This kind of behavior couldn't possibly anger demonic beasts. The ones who had to walk were also martial artists. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Lei Chong's face was incomparably cold. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xianxia didn't know that their actions had caused a small storm in Dongling Mountain. Even if they knew, Lin Xian would probably do the same. After all, those people from Thunder God City were simply courting death. When they entered Dongling Mountain, Xianxia was surprised. Why were there so many guards here? No, why did their aura feel a little like Thunder God City's? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He sent a message to Qiu'er. Be careful. Don't mention anything about us and Thunder God City. The two of them walked over. During this time, the martial artists of Thunder God City glanced at them. However, they quickly ignored them. Because of the two of them, Xianxia was at the late stage of the third heaven while Lin Xian was at the early stage of the third heaven. They weren't that eye-catching. In their opinion, such people couldn't kill Lei Chong's brother. Lei Chong's younger brother had brought 9 experts with him. Perhaps only someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer would be able to capture those people. The two of them safely entered Spirit Mountain. There were a lot of people inside, and the whole mountain was like a huge city. There were all kinds of pavilions, buildings, and shops. The martial artists here were also here to train, and there were even many demonic beasts walking around. Let's go find Peerless City, their stronghold here. After asking around, the two of them set off towards one of the mountains. On the other side, Lei Chong had been waiting for news. His subordinates kept sending him news. They reported one after another, but did not find any suspicious characters. They were all ordinary saints who had entered. Lei Chong frowned. How could this be? He held a jade pendant in his hand, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, and the pendant in his hand flickered with a trace of light. He sensed that person. He soared into the sky and looked around. What's wrong, Brother Chong? The martial artists under his command were all stunned. Lei Chong said. That person had already entered the mountain. What? How could this be? The surrounding subordinates were completely stunned. We have been closely monitoring. As long as it is someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer, we will immediately report it. However, we have not found such a person at all. You are too careless. It may not be someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer. Other cultivations may also be able to do it. For example, a person who has many sacred tools in his hands. Therefore, that person's cultivation is not as high as you think. Lei Chong's voice was biting cold. He naturally knew that there were some geniuses who could fight above their level. Some geniuses even had powerful sacred tools in their hands. Follow me, I can find him. Lei Chong waved his hand and led the martial artists of Thunder God City to soar into the sky, flying quickly in the air. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Look, those people are from Thunder God City. The leader should be Lei Chong. Xianxia, what are they doing? Look at this murderous aura. Didn't you hear that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed? What? How could it be? Who is it? Screams rang out one after another as many people followed suit. Qiu'er, the mountain of Wushuang City should be in front of us. After we hand over the East Spirit Stones, we should be able to pass the 3rd test. Xianxia also revealed a smile. This is great. The test is finally over. They can finally join Wushuang City. However, at this moment, they stopped. This was because they realized that there were countless lightning intertwining in front of them. It formed a sea of lightning, blocking their path. Damn it, who is it? They raised their heads. They saw more than 10 figures descending from the sky and surrounding them. The leader was wearing a lightning robe. It was his first time using a lightning sword. He had a powerful aura. The people of Thunder God City had descended and surrounded Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are you people? Why are you blocking my path? The surrounding martial artists were all watching from the sidelines, whispering to each other. Heavens, what is going on? Thunder God City actually surrounded this man and woman? Could it be that these two people offended Thunder God City? I heard that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed. Could it be that these two people did it? How could it be? They were only level 3 saints. Lei Chong's younger brother had 7 to 8 saints under him. How could it be that these two people did it? Everyone was puzzled. We are from Thunder God City. One of the martial artists said coldly. Lei Chong's voice was even colder. He stared at Lin Xian. That's right, it's you. I can feel your aura. It's you who killed my younger brother. Your younger brother? I haven't seen him. Lin Xian shook his head. Lei Chong said. Don't quibble. I can feel your aura. It's definitely you. Be obedient and kneel down to accept your death. I will sacrifice your head to my younger brother. The lightning energy on Lei Chong's body was extremely terrifying. It caused the heaven and earth to rumble continuously. Seeing that the other party was certain, Lin Xian knew that the other party should have concrete evidence. Therefore, he didn't evade. Are you saying that there are people who want to rob us from 100,000 miles away? If it's that kind of trash, that's right. It's indeed me who did it. However, are they from Thunder God City? Since when did Thunder God City become so despicable and shameless to rob others on the road? Is this how the people from Holy City do things? Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. After the surrounding people heard it, they were all stunned. Lei Chong's younger brother actually robbed others on the road. Heavens, this is too shameless. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shameful to do such a thing in the Holy City. The faces of the people from Thunder God City also sank. Damn brat, are you courting death? Lei Chong's expression was cold. I don't care what my brother does, it's his freedom. But if you kill him, you'll definitely die. Are you going to accept your death obediently or resist and let me torture you to death? You can choose one. So domineering, so arrogant. Why don't you ask your brother what despicable things he did to kill me? Since it's like this, there's nothing to say. Let me see what qualifications you have as an elder brother to be so arrogant. Lin Xian was also angry. Lei Chong didn't look like a good person. He wanted to use his powerful background to oppress others. However, was he that easy to bully? You want to fight me? Lei Chong glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads. This brat was simply too reckless. He actually dared to fight Lei Chong. Lei Chong was a level 4 late-stage genius. He was able to fight those above his level. How could an early-stage level 3 kid be Lei Chong's opponent? They really didn't know what method he used to kill Lei Chong's brother. It was probably a despicable method. It might be a sneak attack. These people knew Lei Chong's name. Hence, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Sure enough, the people from Thunder God City sneered. Kid, if you didn't use despicable methods, would you be able to kill the people from Thunder God City? You want to fight against Brother Chong? Who do you think you are, Brother Chong? I'll kill him. A person walked out. This person was a level 3 late-stage genius. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Come, kid, I'll let you have 10 moves. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one hand. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding people sneered in disdain. He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian shook his head. These people from the God of Thunder were too arrogant and haughty. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. He took out the Heavenly Luo umbrella and opened it. It froze the space and released the poison gas. At the same time, the Heavenly Luo umbrella shot out a ray of light that enveloped him and Shen Jingqiu, preventing them from being infected by the poison. This was basically done in the blink of an eye. Therefore, in an instant, the surroundings were filled with green mist. That arrogant Sky Thunder City disciple instantly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His mouth twitched, and green spots appeared all over his body. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but the next moment, they screamed crazily. Not good, there's poison. Damn it, I'm poisoned. What kind of poison is this? I can't even get rid of it. Screams rang out as more than a dozen people fell down one after another. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even a level 5 expert could not withstand it, let alone these people. Lei Chong's expression also changed. Lightning interweaved on his body, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped him. However, he still underestimated this corpse poison. The corpse poison bypassed the lightning ball and directly drilled into his body. His face also turned green, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? More than a dozen experts from Thunder God City were defeated in an instant. This was too unbelievable. This brat was too heaven-defying. Corpse poison. There was a super strong poison in this brat's body. It should be the corpse poison of a saint. No wonder he was so strong. No wonder he could kill Lei Chong's brother. The surrounding people also frantically retreated. Although the corpse poison was sealed in the space and did not attack them, it might be able to escape. Once they inhaled it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the heavenly Luo umbrella and the poison. In fact, he only released a small part of it, but these people already couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, these people fell to the ground, wailing. They no longer had the arrogance from before. Lei Chong was twitching non-stop. He gritted his teeth and roared with difficulty. Damn it, you're despicable and shameless. I'm despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You still have the nerve to say such words. You brought a large group of saints to besiege the two of us, and you still dare to say that I'm despicable and shameless? I'm just teaching you a lesson to let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant outside. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Previously, they thought that this brat was courting death. But now, it seemed that he was simply a ruthless character. He used his trump card right from the start and poisoned a group of experts. Damn it, give me the antidote quickly, Lei Chong said with difficulty. He was too aggrieved. He was a top-tier genius with a body full of mystic skills. But, before he could even unleash any of them, he was taken down by someone else. This was really a slap in the face. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't get rid of this poison at all. If he didn't get the antidote, he was afraid that he would die here. Lin Xian said. Antidote? Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. You'll have to detoxify yourself slowly. After saying that, he walked forward. Damn it, Elder, save me. Lei Chong crushed a jade token. Suddenly, a roar came from a mountain peak. Who is it? How dare you touch the people of my Thunder God City? The figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and turned into an old man. His powerful aura spread out in all directions. It's a minor saint, many people's expression changed. This was the minor saint of Thunder God City. Eastern Spirit World was a training ground. Countless experts and experts of big clans and sects would train here. Therefore, there was a stronghold in Eastern Spirit World. Eastern Spirit Mountain was where the strongholds were located. Every saint city or clan occupied a mountain peak. Wushuang City and Thunder God City were the same. At this moment, the elder of Thunder God City's stronghold received the distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Lei Chong and the geniuses of Thunder God City were defeated. Damn it, what's going on? Is there a minor saint? One should know that Lei Chong was a late-stage 4th Heavenly Realm expert. In addition to the powerful divine ability and trump card in his hand, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against a 5th Heavenly Realm expert. In addition, there were so many geniuses. Therefore, in his opinion, only a minor saint could defeat so many people. Elder, catch him. He's the one who injured us. Those people pointed at Lin Xian crazily. The minor saint elder raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. He was stunned. How could it be, an early-stage third heavenly realm expert? His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He thought for a while, but he never thought that the murderer was an early-stage third heavenly realm expert. An early-stage third heavenly realm expert defeated a group of experts. What kind of joke was this? He felt like he was dreaming. However, all eyes were on Lin Xian. It seemed that this was really done by him. Damn it, what's going on? His face suddenly turned gloomy. He was poisoned, and it was a very strong poison. He stared at Lin Xian. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming a cage. Xianxia's expression was solemn. That aura had shocked them. Lin Xian hovered the heavenly luo umbrella above his head. He did not release the poison. The heavenly luo umbrella was a saint weapon. It blocked the monstrous saint aura. Then, he sneered. What? Thunder God City wants to be shameless again? First, more than a dozen saints attacked together. Since they couldn't defeat Thunder God City, they sent out a minor saint. How impressive, however, it's a little too shameless. Brat. You're courting death, the little saint let out a roar. His aura burst out and turned into a giant hand, grabbing toward Yi Shiwen from all directions. This force was too terrifying. At this moment, many people knelt on the ground, unable to stand. This was the danger of a minor saint. It was far more dangerous than them. Such a terrifying lightning giant hand with a vast law was trying to suppress Lin Xian. Feeling a great pressure, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He activated the heavenly luo umbrella and unleashed an unparalleled aura. It was dazzling as it resisted the attack. With a loud clang, the two collided. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Everyone was blinded by the light. Lin Xian was pushed back. The heavenly luo umbrella was also trembling. However, it still managed to block the attack. So it's a saint weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can defeat me with a saint weapon as an early third heavenly layer? The minor saint said with disdain. Although a saint weapon was good, it depended on who was holding it. In his hand, it was an unparalleled peerless weapon. But in the hands of his opponent, it was just SOSO. Oh, really? Then, try this. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the corpse poison in the heavenly luo umbrella floated out and spread forward. The minor saint was disdainful at first. But when he felt the poison, his face changed instantly and he quickly retreated. The law on his body formed a shield and covered him. This poison was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. No wonder Lei Chong and the other saints were poisoned. This poison was not something they could withstand. Who is this guy? Why does he have such a terrifying corpse poison in his hand? Elder, don't fight with him for now. Quickly save us. We can't hold on any longer. We're about to be poisoned to death. At this moment, Lei Chong opened his mouth with difficulty. The minor saint's facial expression changed instantly. Not good. He was so focused on the battle that he forgot about Lei Chong and the others. His face turned completely ugly. Lei Chong and the others were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not expel the poison quickly, they would probably die immediately. Damn brat, hand over the antidote. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian shrugged. I really don't have the antidote. You're courting death. Do you really want us Thunder God City's geniuses to die? Do you know what the consequences are? I was just passively defending. If they didn't want to kill me, how could I have been poisoned? Lin Xian sneered. Your disciples' lives are important, but is my life not important? Could it be that the lives of the people in your Thunder God City are a level higher than others? Lin Xian was also enraged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're courting death. The elder roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. He summoned his companions. Some people flew over. They were the elders of the Thunder God City. When they arrived, they were shocked. What happened? Our people are poisoned. Hurry up and save them. When the elders arrived, their faces immediately turned ugly. Hurry up and save them. They quickly summoned more companions. Using eye techniques, they took out detoxifying pills and combined them with the laws of heaven and earth to expel the poison. The minor saint stood up again and stared at Lin Xian. Do you really think that this poison can fight against us? You're really courting death. Another minor saint stood out. Two minor saints faced Lin Xian. As long as they captured him, they would be able to get rid of the poison. Not good. That brat is in danger. Although that brat has a saint weapon and poison, how could he be a match for two minor saints? Many people retreated frantically. At this moment, the pressure in this area was too great. They could not bear it at all. What should we do? Xianxia's face also turned ugly. Two minor saints were too dangerous for them. Lin Xian did not resist. He let out a long cry. I'm a disciple of Peerless City, and now I'm being besieged by Thunder God City. I hope the elders of Peerless City can save me. His voice turned into thunder, rolling out in all directions. What? He's from Peerless City, and he's a disciple of Peerless City. Everyone was stunned. This identity was nothing in the eyes of these powerhouses. However, it was this unremarkable person who had caused such a commotion. On a mountain peak far away, a few streams of light streaked across the sky. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. These people were from Peerless City. Elder, I'm Lin Wudi from Peerless City. I came to Eastern Spirit Mountain to hand over the mission, but I was besieged by the people of Thunder God City. Now, two minor saints from Thunder God City are going to attack me. What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. Thunder God City attacked their disciples, and two minor saints at that. Isn't this too much of a bully? At the same time, an old man frowned. You're that Lin Wudi? He was too surprised. As the elder of Peerless City, he naturally knew that a peerless genius had appeared in the process of the assessment. His name was Lin Wudi. In the first round, he broke the 1,000-year record of Peerless City. In the second round, he took the first place and eliminated 3 of the 8 great geniuses. They were very optimistic about the third round, and there was a high chance that this person would become the chief disciple of the third generation. Now, such a person was besieged by the people of Sky Thunder City. If it was a young disciple, they could still tolerate it. After all, conflicts between the saint cities were normal. But now, it was 2 elders of Thunder God City, 2 minor saints, who attacked them. This was intolerable. What's going on? They landed and instantly protected Lin Xian and Xianxia. Then, the old man looked at Thunder God City. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to attack our people? Don't you think it's too shameless to bully the weak with 2 minor saints? The people of Peerless City were furious. 2 minor saints, aren't they too much of a bully? Do they really think that Peerless City is easy to bully? Damn it, hurry up and leave. I'm going to capture this kid. It has nothing to do with you. The elders of Thunder God City were also furious. Now, they must capture the other party and get the antidote. The people of Peerless City sneered. What a joke. How can it have nothing to do with us? This is the address of Peerless City. He poisoned more than a dozen of our Saint Heaven's geniuses. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, do you think we'll let him go? The few minor saints said coldly. They were really mad. What? The people of Peerless City were also stunned. They took a glance and found that Lei Chong and more than a dozen Saint Heaven's geniuses were lying on the ground. This made the corners of their mouths twitch. But very quickly, they became wild with joy. This brat was far too awesome. They knew that Lei Chong was atop heaven's pride. Together with a dozen saints, even a 5th celestial layer expert would have to put in some effort to take him down. But now, this kid actually defeated all of them in an instant. This is simply a talent, they had to protect such a talent well. At this time, Lin Xian also said, Elder, the people from Thunder God City tried to rob us outside and were defeated by me. Then, these people refused to accept it and wanted to attack me together. In the end, they were defeated. Therefore, their elder took action. I really don't know why Sky Thunder City is so despicable and shameless. Elder, please give us justice. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City wanted to laugh. This kid is still acting innocent after taking advantage of them. However, they had never been on good terms with Lei Xianxia. At this moment, they naturally had to protect Lin Xian. Most importantly, it was Lei Xianxia who had provoked them first. First, it was robbery. Then, it was a group attack. Now, it was the elders who took action. Every matter was done shamelessly by Thunder God City. You actually dared to make a move on our people. Give us an explanation or compensate us. Otherwise, this matter will not end. The elder from Wushuang City said coldly. Compensation? Hand over that kid first and make him hand over the antidote. Otherwise, I will not rest until you are dead. The people from Thunder God City were also furious. Their dozen or so geniuses were in danger. Both sides did not back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably tense. All kinds of saint auras filled the air. A few elders from Wushuang City had arrived. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting thicker and thicker. A great battle was about to break out. At this time, Lei Chong woke up again. Old Zhang, he killed my brother. And he even killed 7 or 8 saints beside my brother. They are all the geniuses of our Thunder God City. You must take revenge. What? The elders from Thunder God City instantly vomited blood. 7 or 8 geniuses had already died in the hands of the other party. Damn it, their eyes instantly turned red. The elders from Wushuang City were also stunned. Lin Xian said. When they robbed, they were all masked. How would I know that they were from Thunder God City? Moreover, they did not say that I would naturally be merciless towards the robbers. Hearing this, the elder of Peerless City laughed. That was indeed the case. When attacking the enemy, of course they had to use the most forceful method. You can only blame yourself for hiding your identities. However, the people from Thunder God City couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, capture that brat. Several elders made their moves. The people from Peerless City snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A great battle broke out. Terrifying energy collapsed the heavens and cracked the earth, spreading across the sky. The surrounding people retreated as if they had gone mad. Their faces were filled with fear. The two elders of the holy city started fighting just like that. And the fuse was because of a young man. It was really unbelievable. Peerless City, you're courting death. The people from the Thunder God City were thoroughly enraged. This time, they had brought a lot of elders with them. In an instant, they had suppressed the people from the Peerless City. The people from Peerless City were at a disadvantage, and their expressions were ugly. The people from Thunder God City burst into laughter. Just relying on your Peerless City, you dare to contend against our Thunder God City. Your Peerless City has only been established for a few thousand years. Your foundation is too weak. Our Thunder God's legacy is over 10,000 years old. How can you compare to him? In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, although they were both holy cities, Peerless City was a new power. There were only 2 generations of disciples in the sect. Now, they were only recruiting the 3rd generation. Thunder God City was different. It was an old holy city with a legacy of 10,000 years. The disciples in the sect had already passed down to the 8th generation. There was indeed a gap between the foundation of both sides. For example, in the stronghold, the number of elders and saints assigned to Peerless City was not as many as Thunder God City. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage now. Obediently hand him over. Otherwise, I'll suppress you. Your Peerless City's face won't look good. The elders of Thunder God City laughed sinisterly. The elders of Peerless City frantically counterattacked. They would definitely not let Lin Xian be in danger. Lin Xian was a good seedling. In the future, he would definitely become the disciple of the Sage King. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and shot out the remaining poison. The poison spread out, causing the people from Thunder God City to frantically retreat. Only then did they relieve some pressure. However, it was just relief. This time, there were 3 minor saints on the other side. Under their joint attack, the corpse poison could only resist for a moment before it was torn apart. Not good. They're too strong. You guys go first. Someone come and bring the 2 of them away quickly. The warriors of Peerless City brought Lin Xian and Xianxia through the void, wanting to go to their stronghold. However, they were stopped by someone. Want to go? How is that possible? Stay here obediently. A minor saint unleashed a tremendous amount of law that resembled 2 gigantic dragons that swept across the battlefield. Not good. Quickly bring them away from Eastern Spirit Mountain. After receiving the order, the two minor saints brought Lin Xian and Xianxia through the void and left Eastern Spirit Mountain. The others were in a great battle, chasing after them. For a moment, a battle broke out. Do you think you can resist? The people of Thunder God City looked sinister. On the other side, the elders of Peerless City roared. Quickly send the news back to the Holy City and ask them to send reinforcements. In the sky, 4 rays of light streaked across. It was Lin Xian and the other 3. They left Eastern Spirit Mountain and flew towards the distance. Behind them, there were 4 rays of light chasing after them. Although they had the same number of people, they were facing 4 fifth heaven saints. On their side, there were only 2 fifth heaven saints. In addition to Lin Xian and Xianxia, there were only 2 third heaven saints. In comparison, the difference in strength was too great. Therefore, the people of Thunder God City behind them sneered. You can't escape. After flying for half a day, they finally stopped Lin Xian and the others. The 4 of them landed and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. We'll hold on for a while. You 2 go first. The 2 saints of Peerless City gritted their teeth and said. No need. We'll stay and fight. If it's just a 5th heaven saint, it's nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. Xianxia nodded. I can hold on for a while. At least I can hold one of them. When these words came out, the 2 saints of Peerless City were stunned. On the other hand, the people of Thunder God City laughed. Ha 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 ha. What did they hear? 2 saints of the 3rd heaven wanted to contend with them? They were really reckless. Kid, who do you think you are? The corpse poison in your hands is gone. Without the poison gas, you dare to fight against us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If the 2 of them were afraid, it would be the poison. But now, they knew that the corpse poison was completely used up. Therefore, they were not afraid of the other party. No, it's too dangerous. Hurry up and leave. The saints of Peerless City also shook their heads. They were really worried. Lin Xian insisted, don't worry, trust me. Don't waste your breath on them, just do it. The people from Sky Thunder City roared in anger. The 4 of them made their move. Damn it, in an instant, a huge battle broke out. 2 saints from Peerless City were held back by 2 saints from Sky Thunder City. The other 2 saints charged towards Lin Xian and Xianxia. Can Chou hold on? You can use the Heavenly Luo umbrella, and I will let Little White help you. But what about you, Brother Lin? Would it be dangerous? Xianxia was worried. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I have a plan. Reckless brat, go to hell. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City sneered. Did the other party have a way to deal with him? What a joke, his cultivation level alone was enough to crush the other party. With a cold snort, a sun formed in his body. It was a sun formed by lightning, and it brought with it an incomparably violent aura as it pressed forward. The other person also attacked Xianxia. Xianxia cried out delicately. She immediately activated her spirit body, greatly increasing her cultivation. At the same time, she opened the Heavenly Luo umbrella. Furthermore, he took out another sacred weapon. It was a purple flying sword. Little White hugged the composure pearl and was ready to attack at any time. Above Lin Xian's head, a thunderous sun flickered incessantly, suppressing the sky and him at the same time. Lin Xian coldly snorted and activated the void escape technique. In an instant, he teleported to another location. At the same time, he took out the Grand Sage Pagoda and released a strand of star fire. At this moment, there weren't many astral flames left. Moreover, the Black Earth was at the most critical moment and would be completed very soon. Therefore, Lin Xian could not use much of the starry sky fire. But that was enough. He didn't plan on using the starry sky flame to burn the other party to death. As long as he could burn the other party and scare the other party, that would be enough. A strand of the starry sky flame, which was the size of a palm, danced about and instantly enveloped the other party. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the 5th heaven sage's body was burned away. They were so scared that they fled frantically. This pitiful voice made one's scalp go numb. The surrounding sages all turned their heads to look. Their pupils shrank. How was this possible? A fifth heavenly layer saint had lost half of his body in an instant. He was seriously injured. This was too inconceivable. Was this really done by this kid? The people from Thunder God City were stunned. As for the people from Peerless City, they were also stunned. The next moment, they were overjoyed. Great, this kid's strength was beyond their expectations. From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. Damn brat, I want you dead. That kind of injured saint rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that with your cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, you can contend against me? What a joke. The middle-aged man let out a furious roar as the laws on his body burst out. He performed a hand seal, and his left hand took the form of a divine saber that slashed down. His right hand formed a lightning dragon. At this moment, power erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. This was a law divine ability. It was truly powerful to the extreme. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the appearance of that terrifying flame. Once it appeared, he would immediately escape. Lin Xian didn't use the starry sky fire again. What he had to do was enough. The flame had injured the other party, and now the other party was scared out of his wits. He used the Kuanping movement technique to dodge quickly. At the same time, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. With a roar, endless sword chi flew out. At the same time, he activated his eye technique and summoned the Headless Knight to fight with it. With a bang, the two collided. The sun and moon shook, and a vast ocean-like power swept through the 9 heavens. This was really too unbelievable. How was it possible? He blocked it. The surrounding sages were also stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was relying on a magical flame to injure the fifth heavenly layer saint. With their own strength, they were no match for him. But they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually block the attack of a fifth heavenly layer saint in a head-on collision. The other party's weapon was a sacred artifact. What was the Headless Knight that the other party summoned? Why was its power so terrifying? Haha, the Sage of the Five-Colored Sky was only SOSO. Lin Xian laughed, his confidence increasing. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his entire body trembled. Without the flame, he was still no match for the other party. This was a great humiliation. Die for me. His palms formed a seal again, transforming into a lightning mountain. He struck with both palms, and the lightning mountain erupted. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the 9 yang divine body and activated the Qilin tattoo at the same time. His physique was really strong at this moment. Therefore, he didn't dodge at all. He held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand as his black hair danced in the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The lightning mountain was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body trembled as he was attacked by the endless lightning. On the other side, the middle-aged sage was also not feeling good. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His nomological divine ability had been broken by the other party. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the attack in Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden blade of light. It slashed forward with an indomitable aura. At the same time, he activated his eye technique, Spring and Autumn Lock. The middle-aged man was hit by the soul attack. His head trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it, he hurriedly defended and retreated frantically, trying to pull away. Little White, Lin Xian roared angrily. Little White appeared out of thin air and slapped the other party's head. The other party immediately fainted. It was an eye technique attack. The Great Destruction Spear transformed into a dragon shadow and rushed over. It pierced the other party with a valiant posture. Miserable cries rang out once again. Everyone had gone crazy. He was injured again. This time, the other party didn't use that strange flame, but he still injured the Sage of the Fifth Heaven. Moreover, it was too fast. They were already locked in a stalemate, but was the outcome of the battle already about to be decided? Ah! The middle-aged man screamed miserably, his body trembling with anger. Die, he was pierced by the spear, but he wanted to fight for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian shot out a ball of flame. Do you think I don't have this kind of flame? He shot out the flame. Damn it. The middle-aged man originally wanted to fight for his life, but after seeing the flame, he was scared out of his wits and immediately retreated. He even forcefully shattered his body to escape. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. This wasn't the starry sky flame, but the Nine Suns' divine flame. However, the other party had been injured by the starry sky flame before and had long become a frightened bird. Now that he saw the flame, he was instinctively afraid. This was the effect he wanted. A sage of the fifth heaven was only SOSO. Lin Xian attacked again. I technique, sage artifact, great dragon sword soul, and stellar transposition allowed him to suppress the other party. In the end, the sage was directly scattered and crippled by him. He was completely suppressed by him. The remaining 3 people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Who was this kid? Lin Xian roared. I'll help you. He went to help Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had activated her spiritual body and her cultivation had increased. With the help of the 2 saint artifacts and the Snow White monkey, it wasn't too dangerous for her to fight against a 5th heavenly layer saint. With Lin Xian's support, the 2nd saint was quickly suppressed. The other 2 immediately turned and fled upon seeing this scene. These 2 young men were simply monsters. The people of Peerless City chased after them with all their might. With Lin Xian and Xianxia working together, the 4 5th heavenly layer saints were finally suppressed. The 2 people of Peerless City felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Lin Xian and Xianxia with a strange expression. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He began to search the 4 people's storage rings and magical treasures. The 4 Thunder God City saints were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They had never seen such a robber before. Moreover, the other party was a young genius. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? The people of Peerless City were beaming with joy. They had picked up a treasure. This Lin Xian was really a genius, but soon, they stopped smiling and frowned. The situation was very dangerous. Although they had won, they guessed that the situation at Eastern Spirit Mountain must be very tragic. There were too many small saints in Thunder God City. It was difficult for them to deal with them. Can't they provide support? Xianxia asked. If we can provide support, so can Thunder God City. After all, they have a rich foundation. Moreover, Eastern Spirit World had a certain limit. It was impossible to provide support without limit. Other forces would not agree to it. At Eastern Spirit Mountain, the battle was unusually intense. The people of Peerless City were completely suppressed. Many of them were even injured. The people of Thunder God City were very ferocious. All the anger in their hearts was vented on this battle. At this moment of crisis, a figure descended from the sky. Did Thunder God City bully Peerless City? Accompanying the figure was a loud and clear voice. The people of Peerless City raised their heads and revealed a joyful smile. The people of Thunder God City also looked over. Soon, they were stunned because they realized that only one person from the other side had come. Did he think that he could contend against them with just one person? He was truly courting death. Is there really no one else in Peerless City? Only one person was sent to reinforce them. Thunder God City's side was filled with disdain. The surrounding onlookers were also completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Could it be that what Lei Shenqing said was true? Was Peerless City going to be completely defeated? I alone am enough. The person who landed said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with confidence. Hongya, be careful. The sages of Peerless City gathered around. The newcomer was a young man, Fu Hongya. As soon as he arrived, he walked out with a red maple leaf in his hand. On the red maple leaf, a terrifying flame flickered and danced. The red leaf flew out, soared into the sky, and slashed forward. He was courting death. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were enraged. A young man like him dared to fight with them? He didn't know what was good for him. Kill, a middle-aged man sneered and struck out with terrifying lightning. It turned into a long river and hacked down from the sky. He wanted to cut down the other party's red maple leaf. Boom! Boom! The onlookers were all experts. They could not see it with their eyes, but their souls could clearly see it. Boom! Through the perception of their souls, they could see that the river of lightning had been cut in half. Although the red maple leaf was not big, it was incomparable. In an instant, it arrived in front of the middle-aged sage. Then, the flames on the red maple leaf danced, forming a huge fire that enveloped the sage. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. The huge fire burned the sage, making him look extremely miserable. One move and a sage was injured. Everyone was going crazy. This young man was too terrifying. The other side rushed over again. This time, there were two of them. Vhumad struck out another two red leaves. One of them had a sword drawn on it, and the other had a saber drawn on it. The saber and the sword were struck out together. Boom! 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 The two sages were sent flying while vomiting blood. This scene was too shocking. No one dared to believe it. This young man was too terrifying. Each leaf could injure a saint. Just who was this person, damn it? Who are you? The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. The man in white said proudly, I'm Vhumad. What? It's you. Everyone was stunned. They did not know the name Vhumad. He was the top genius of Wuxuang City, the chief disciple of the second generation. His strength was too strong. You're Vhumad. An old man stood out. Kid, go away. Let your elders deal with him. You're not strong enough. This old man was a minor saint. Vhumad was powerful, but it seemed like he did not take him seriously. There's no need for the elders to deal with him. Vhumad's eyes were filled with confidence. So what if the opponent was a minor saint? He really did not take him seriously. You're courting death, the old man was furious. A minor saint was being looked down upon by a junior. Fine, I'll see how powerful the chief disciple of Wuxuang City is. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled with the sound of thunder. The minor saint made his move. He formed a seal with both hands and formed the thunder god's wings. They were like two heavenly blades that could destroy heaven and earth. This was a powerful divine ability of the thunder god. Now that it was used by a minor saint, everyone's scalp went numb as if they were going to be cut in half. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, Vhumad was not afraid at all. His black technique was flamboyant, and his white robe was dazzling. He was abnormally calm like a fiend god. With a snap of his fingers, another red leaf appeared in his hand. There was a moon drawn on the red leaf. The red leaf flew out and faced the attack. The moon soared into the sky. It was like a sacred moon on the sea. This was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which shocked everyone. The terrifying moon spun in the sky like a millstone that could destroy the world, crushing the thunder god's wings. The two divine abilities collided in heaven and earth. Terrifying energy filled every inch of space. Everyone retreated crazily. It was too terrifying. The moon shattered the thunder god's wings. The old man was shocked. Impossible, the others also went crazy. Vhumad was too strong. He could even suppress a minor saint. Go to hell. The minor saint rushed forward. Vhumad also roared and charged forward. The red leaf in his hand kept attacking. Every time, it was accompanied by a powerful divine ability. Suddenly, a red leaf shot out and froze the minor saint in midair. Damn it! Imprison the red leaf. Break! The old man kept attacking the void, trying to break free. In the sky, another two red leaves came at him. They turned into two giant dragons and attacked his body. The old man vomited blood and flew backward with a frightened expression. The others were also in an uproar. Vhumad was too strong. Was he the top genius of Wuxuang City? He was too terrifying. The experts of the older generation were terrified. Could it be that Vhumad had become a minor saint? No one dared to imagine it because it was too unbelievable. Vhumad said, Thunder God City, do you think there's no one in Wuxuang City? He directly charged over. You're courting death. In addition, the people of Thunder God City were also furious. They joined forces to take him down. A great battle broke out again, but this time, with Vhumad's participation, they were really powerful to the extreme. Not long after, another minor saint was injured. The people of Thunder God City quickly retreated. The people of Wuxuang City charged over, especially Vhumad, who took the lead. Not long after, the third minor saint was injured, and the rest of the saints fled back to their own mountains. However, it was not over yet. Vhumad went straight to the mountain and killed in all directions. It was too unbelievable. Everyone went crazy. He went to the enemy's stronghold alone. Moreover, he had swept through all 4 directions. He was simply a demon king. The people of Wushuang City were incomparably excited. Vhumad usually looked as gentle as jade, but when he really fought, he was crazy to the extreme. A great battle broke out. The law above Thunder God City's stronghold spread, and the heaven and earth trembled. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. However, not long after, the entire mountain was lit up with countless formations. The mountain was sealed off. Not good, they're going to seal the mountain. They must be preparing to summon people to attack Vhumad. The people of Wushuang City were also furious. They quickly attacked the formations. However, the formations this time were not so easy to break. For a moment, they were extremely anxious. They could only prepare to ask for help again. The others also felt their scalps tingle. It was over. Vhumad was sealed inside. She was in danger now. Yes, no matter how strong Vhumad was, he was only one person. He went to the enemy's stronghold alone and was now sealed by them. If Thunder God City summoned more experts from the Saint City, Vhumad would definitely be in danger. For a moment, everyone in Dongling Mountain was talking about it. Outside Dongling Mountain, Lin Xian and the others had subdued 4 people from Thunder God City. At this moment, a sage from Peerless City received news of the array formation. Great, our people are here. The people from Thunder God City were defeated. Defeated? We can go back now. These people rose into the air, ready to return. Not long after, they returned to Dongling Mountain. But as soon as they went up the mountain, they felt that the atmosphere was not right. There were discussions everywhere, and from the looks of it, one of the mountain peaks had been completely sealed. What's going on? They hurried back. The elders of Wushuang City said. Oh no, Hongyu was locked inside. What's going on? Wasn't the crisis already resolved? Lin Xian and Xianxia were also surprised. Even the 2 sages who were following him were equally puzzled. Vhumad had come and wounded 3 minor saints on her own. Furthermore, she had slaughtered her way through the enemy's forces. The attack directly hit the mountain peak of the other party, sweeping across a large area. However, these people from the Thunder God City were truly too despicable. They actually sealed the mountain. And from the looks of it, Hongyu was trapped inside. Those people must have summoned some strong cultivators. Vhumad was in danger. Upon hearing this, Xianxia and Lin Xian were completely stunned. What? Could it be that Vhumad was the only one who came? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He had seen Vhumad before. Naturally, he knew that she was the chief disciple of the 2nd generation. But he did not expect Vhumad to be so powerful that she could injure 3 minor saints on her own. Moreover, she had slaughtered her way to the enemy's stronghold. How powerful was that? But now, he was actually trapped. No, senior brother Hongyi is in danger. We have to go and save him. Lin Xian was anxious. The elders also said that we are also preparing to recruit more people, but it will take some time. Moreover, we are also breaking the formation now. Once the formation is broken, we can kill our way in and Vhumad can come out. Not good, elders. Our formation has been destroyed. At this moment, an anxious voice came from a mountain peak in the distance. What? The faces of the elders of Wushuang City changed instantly. Someone has destroyed our formation. Who is it? I don't know. It should be the people of Thunder God City who did it secretly. Now, our people can't teleport here. This time, the faces of Lin Xian and the others completely changed. This was terrible news. If that was the case, Vhumad would be in great danger. Damn it, let's fight to the death. Let's kill them. The eyes of the elders turned red. Vhumad was too important to Wushuang City. They could not afford to lose him. Elders, you guys break the formation. I'll go outside and look for something that might be of help. Lin Xian said while clenching his teeth. This happened because of him. He could not just stand by and watch. "What are you looking for?" the elders of Wushuang City asked. Lin Xian said. "Let's not talk about this first. I'll try first. You guys should hurry up and break the formation. Qiu'er, you stay here. I'll give you the Heavenly Luo umbrella and the Great Destruction Spear. You can break the formation with me. Brother Lin, what about you? You don't have any sacred weapons." Xianxia was worried. "Don't worry, I'll be with Little White. I still have the Soul Fixation Pearl and other trump cards." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he rushed into the sky. He was indeed going to do something. He was going to look for something. Lin Xian had 2 killer Saint Bees in his hands. The thing he was going to look for was the nest of the killer Saint Bees, which was the beehive. If he could get the Peak King, then there would be countless killer Saint Bees. If he could get it and throw it on the mountain peak of Thunder God City, then it would be enough. Of course, this matter was very difficult to do. It could even be said to be impossible. However, Lin Xian still planned to give it a try. He took out the black earth from the Great Sage Tower. At this moment, the black earth had completely evolved into a sacred weapon. Its power had greatly increased. The black earth turned into a flash of light. Its speed was extremely fast. The speed of a Saint Artifact Spirit Boat was truly incomparable. The Starry Sky Fire was exhausted. Otherwise, Lin Xian could use the Starry Sky Fire to tear open the seal and kill his way to the mountain peak. By controlling the 2 killer Saint Bees in his hands, Lin Xian finally understood where their nest was. After flying all the way, he finally arrived in the vicinity. Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret god eyes that this area was basically filled with killer Saint Bees. They covered the sky and the earth. It was very terrifying. He took a deep breath. Damn it, there were so many killer Saint Bees. Even he didn't dare to take the risk. It was impossible for him to subdue them one after another. He guessed that although the killer Saint Bees were powerful, they were still bees. Since they were bees, they followed the same rules. In other words, there was a queen bee in the hive. It was the queen bee. If he could control the Peak King, the other killer Saint Bees would all listen to his orders. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to take a gamble. Sitting in the black earthly, he sent his soul out of his body and his heavenly fate god eyes into the killer wasp. It was as if Lin Xian had possessed the body of a killer bee. He wanted to use the killer wasp to sneak into the hive and control the Wasp King. Buzz. Buzz, the controlled killer Saint Bee took off with the wind and quickly flew into this area. Very good, no one was paying attention to it. Lin Xian successfully entered the hive. The killer wasp needed to provide food, so Lin Xian had already prepared the top-grade flower pollen. He wanted to hand over the food. Sure enough, he got the chance. When it came in front of him, Lin Xian's heart was in his mouth. The killer bee queen's body was huge. It was like a person. The other killer wasp kings were only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. When the killer wasp king was absorbing the pollen, Lin Xian finally exploded. The heavenly secret divine eye carried his powerful soul power and launched his strongest attack. Boom, the killer wasp king was enraged. With a roar, the entire hive shook violently. Thousands of killer wasp kings outside rushed in crazily. Their eyes were red. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. If he failed, he would be torn to pieces by these killer wasp kings. But fortunately, his body was not here. Only his soul had entered. His soul had already entered the killer wasp king's body. When the killer wasp kings came in, they could only see the irritable killer wasp king. They could not find anyone. Their faces were full of doubts. Lin Xian was in the killer wasp king's mind. He was trying to take over the killer wasp king's body. If he succeeded, he would have an army of killer wasp kings. However, this was obviously impossible. The killer wasp king's killer wasp king was very powerful. Although it was attacked by Lin Xian, it was impossible to completely take over the killer wasp king's body. Lin Xian could only take a step back. Then, he could only temporarily suppress the killer wasp king's soul. The killer wasp king would listen to his orders temporarily. This way, it would be much easier. However, it was only easier than taking over the body. It was truly thrilling to the extreme. If he wasn't careful, it was very possible that his soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul spirit was strong, and this time, he had brought along the heavenly secret god eyes. Therefore, after expending all of his soul and using his eye technique, he finally managed to suppress the queen bee's soul. The soul of the queen bee fell into a deep slumber. He finally succeeded. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heavenly fate god eyes had dimmed. Lin Xian was also extremely weak. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his eye technique for the time being. However, he was overjoyed. His heavenly secret divine eyes were only weakened, but not injured. He was now in control of the queen bee and quickly sent out a message. "Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that the pollen doesn't suit my taste." Lin Xian sent out a spiritual fluctuation, and the surrounding killer saint bees instantly calmed down. He gave the order again, gathering everyone to enter the beehive and follow me to attack the enemy. "Great Queen Bee, what enemy?" The killer saint bees were all stunned. A few of them were obviously elder-level bees. Their faces were full of shock. The queen bee said. The pollen this time was poisonous. What poison? Those killer saint bees were completely enraged, and their eyes turned red. Who was it that wanted to poison their queen bee? In an instant, they stared at the little bee. It was the one that carried Lin Xian's soul previously. However, Lin Xian's soul had already left long ago. That little bee was a puppet. At this moment, it felt an incomparably powerful saint aura. It trembled and its body cracked. Lin Xian continued. It's already under my control, and I've already searched its soul. I found out that the mastermind is actually someone from Thunder God City. They actually wanted to frame me. Since that's the case, we have to teach them a lesson. What, it's actually Thunder God City? Those elders who were in charge of killing the killer saint bees were also stunned. This was a saint city, so what? Another elder said. They had gone too far. Did they really think that the killer saint bees were easy to mess with? Moreover, this was the East Spirit World, not their Thunder God City. Queen Bee, don't worry. We'll gather everyone and kill them all. Soon, sound waves spread out, and all the killer saint bees returned to the hive. The entire hive soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and rushed outside. Whitey drove the black earth and slowly followed from afar. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, quickly flew towards East Spirit Mountain. At this moment, everyone on East Spirit Mountain was in an uproar. The people from Wushuang City had already started attacking the mountain, triggering countless laws. Heaven and earth were shattered. It seemed that Wushuang City had really gone crazy. Of course, Vhumad was very important. I don't need to tell you how he's doing now. He's probably in danger. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat so many experts from Thunder God City. He might be seriously injured and captured. Everyone was discussing intensely. They hadn't seen such a scene for a few hundred years. They didn't expect to see it today. Suddenly, someone screamed. Look, what's that? They all turned their heads to look and saw that in the distance, there was a stream of light coming over, accompanied by a loud sound. It was like thunder, very dull. Are those dark clouds? No, damn it, those are bees, someone screamed. What, bees? Everyone's eyes shone with a cold light as they looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Killer bees, they were killer saint bees, there was more than one in the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. Damn it, they couldn't have come out in full force, right? What? Everyone on East Spirit Mountain went crazy. How could it be? What happened to these killer saint bees? One had to know that the killer saint bees were extremely terrifying in the East Spirit World. No one dared to provoke them in the area they were in. Even some powerful beasts didn't dare to set foot in their territory. When these bees went crazy, they would kill anyone in their way. Usually, everyone was in awe of the killer saint bees, so they had always been peaceful. However, they didn't expect the killer saint bees to come out in full force this time. What were they trying to do by coming to East Spirit Mountain? East Spirit Mountain was the territory of the human race. Why were these beasts attacking the human race? Everyone screamed crazily and ran away. Some even picked up their weapons to defend themselves. Some people's bodies were filled with laws, turned into streams of light, and fled into the distance. In short, they didn't dare to stay. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It wasn't a good thing for the killer peak to come out in full force at this time. They didn't have much energy to care about these things now. Elder, what should we do? Should we run away? The people of Peerless City were pale. Although they were the experts of Sacred City, they couldn't resist so many killer Saint Bees. The elders of Peerless City had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it! Are these beasts crazy? Why did they come at this time? They couldn't escape. Hong Yi was still inside. They had to break the array to get Hong Yi out. These people continued to attack the array. Under their intense attacks, cracks started to appear on the array and it would break soon. However, their faces soon turned ugly, as they realized that a swarm of killer Saint Bees was heading in their direction. Damn it! Are they here to attack us? The people of Peerless City kept retreating. Xianxia was also worried. How was Brother Lin? Was he in danger outside? She had the heavenly Luo umbrella above her head and the great destruction spear in her hand. Xiao, don't be afraid. It's me. At this moment, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned when she heard it. Then, she looked around. Xiao, don't look around. I got these killer Saint Bees. They won't attack you. Quickly tell the elders. Xianxia heard it and whispered. Elders, they are here to help us. Don't worry. The elders were all shocked and unsettled. Xianxia said that it was Brother Lin who got them. What? Lin Wudi? That kid? How could he have such ability? These people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. However, they realized that when the killer Saint Bees came, they didn't attack them. Instead, they attacked the array crazily. They heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they are here to help us. Those killer Saint Bees had red eyes. They attacked the array while releasing terrifying soul fluctuations. Damn Lei Shenqing. How dare you frame our killer Saint Bees? We will fight you to the death, we will take down Thunder God City and make them pay a painful price. Terrifying soul fluctuations resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? How did Thunder God City provoke these bees? The people of Peerless City laughed. Haha. The heavens are helping us. Thunder God City, let's see how you will die this time. Thunder God Mountain. This mountain was the stronghold of Thunder God City. Hence, it was named Thunder God Mountain. At this moment, there were countless Thunder God realm experts in the mountain. They were surrounded by lightning as if they were a group of thunder gods. They surrounded Fu Hongya tightly. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. They were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. At this moment, there were already many injured figures on the ground. Blood had dyed the mountain red. To be honest, they were incomparably furious and felt humiliated. Because no one had ever dared to attack their stronghold. Now, he was the first one. Furthermore, he was beaten up by a single person. What was even more detestable was that this person was not an expert of the older generation, he was just a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City. The formation flashed, and even more Thunder God Realm experts appeared. They surrounded Fu Hongya and sneered. I admit that you're strong, but you're too arrogant. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. No matter how strong you are not a match for us. The newly arrived saints were brimming with killing intent. They were indeed furious. If their reinforcements were not in place, the entire mountain would probably be taken down by the enemy. Although Fu Hongya was surrounded by so many experts, he was not afraid at all. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked around. Humph, have reinforcements arrived? So what, let's see how you're going to fight me today. As he said that, a red leaf appeared in his hand again. Wherever he looked, those people were so frightened that their eyelids twitched. Although they were angry, they had to admit that Fu Hongya was really too strong. A single leaf of his could transform into tens of millions of divine abilities. It made their scalps go numb. Don't be afraid, he's just bluffing. He's definitely waiting for Wushuang City's reinforcements. Humph, let me tell you the truth. Your Wushuang City's formation has already been destroyed by us. Besides, we've already sealed the mountain. Do you really think they can break in? So today will be the day of your death. These people quickly surrounded him. Don't talk nonsense with him. Countless people attacked. Terrifying divine abilities covered the sky and earth as they controlled Fu Hongya to charge over. Fu Hongya roared towards the sky. Behind him, the illusion of a huge maple tree appeared. The red leaves on the tree fluttered like the sunset. As they swayed, they brought with them terrifying laws. Fu Hongya attacked aggressively. Every leaf brought with it a flower of blood, and the saints were constantly sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it! I don't believe he can withstand the force of 10,000 lightning bolts when we work together. The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. They combined to form a suppression technique. All the laws were stacked together as they kept attacking. Fu Hongya's face turned pale and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes became brighter, and the red leaf in his hand became even more terrifying. At this moment, a shattering sound could be heard between heaven and earth. It was as if a mirror had fallen to the ground. Then, the formation of the entire mountain range began to split apart. Not good, our formation is broken. The people of Thunder God City screamed. What's there to be afraid of? They can't send any experts over. If they come, we'll kill them all. The small saints of Thunder God City roared crazily. Their eyes were red. They must kill Fu Hongya today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Eastern Spirit Mountain. Previously, those cultivators fled in panic because of the arrival of the killer bees. However, when they ran far away, they realized that the killer bees didn't start a massacre. Instead, they attacked Thunder God Mountain. This made them heave a sigh of relief. They quietly returned to take a look. Soon, they saw that the formation was broken, and countless killer bees rushed in. Oh God, are these killer bees helping Wushuang City? These people were stunned. Let's take a look. What's going on? They raised their heads and looked over. The next moment, they saw that there were so many experts of Thunder God City besieging a person on the mountain. It was a person in snow-white clothes. Although his body was stained with blood and his shoulder was injured, his eyes were incomparably bright. Moreover, every time he attacked, a saint would fall. Under his feet, there were many corpses. The entire mountain was dyed red. The killer bees were still fighting. He didn't die. Instead, he became stronger as he fought. Everyone went crazy. This was simply a miracle. This killer Saint Bee was too powerful and terrifying. Thunder God City had kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, the killer bees were already so difficult to deal with, let alone the killer bees that filled the sky. Everyone was stirred up. The people of Thunder God City were disdainful at first. They had so many experts rushing over. So what if the other party broke the formation? He was just courting death. However, when the array formation really shattered, they were stunned. Because the ones who came in first weren't the people of Wushuang City, but the killer bees that filled the sky. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky. These people all stopped and looked up at the sky in astonishment. Even Fu Hongya stopped what he was doing. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a weird look in his eyes. Killer bees? And there were so many of them. What was going on? Were these killer bees trying to start a war with the humans? Just then, a killer bee elder let out a cold voice in the sky. Thunder God City, you are despicable and shameless. You want to use poison to harm our king? Today, we will fight you to the death. Everyone, listen up. Attack the people of Thunder God City with all your might. Along with the cold voice, the eyes of the killer bees turned red. As though they had gone mad, they turned into streaks of golden light and started attacking. The people of Thunder God City below screamed. Many of them were pierced and some of them were poisoned. They were in a miserable state. This scene was like hell on earth. When the people in the distance saw this, they went crazy. Heavens, this was too unbelievable. These killer bees were really attacking Thunder God City. Fu Hongya was stunned. What was going on? Just then, he received a voice transmission. Senior Brother Hongya, I am Lin Wudi. These killer bees were summoned by me. Hurry, let us leave. I cannot control the Killer Bee King for long. Killer Saint Bee was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Lin Wudy. So, it was him, he understood now. With a loud roar, he rushed out of the crowd and tore the void apart. He flew down the mountain. The people of Peerless City were waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Lin Xian continued to control the Killer Bee King and gave out orders. The Killer Bees and Thunder God City started a war. All the sages of Thunder God City were attacked. Many of them were stung until their heads were full of bumps. These were not ordinary bees. Every single one of them could pierce through their bodies. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. And there was a high chance that their foundation would be damaged. Of course, there were also many killer bees that fell. In short, both sides were in a frenzy. In the end, the people of Thunder God City could not hold on any longer. At first, they wanted to call for more reinforcements to help them. But they realized that even though the reinforcements had arrived, they had angered the killer bees. So, they could only change their strategy. Run. Use the teleportation circle to leave, crack. Crack, these people took the teleportation array and wanted to leave. But at this moment, the teleportation array let out a cracking sound as cracks appeared. There was a missing material in the formation, and there was a gap. Who was it? Who dares to destroy our array formation? These people were in despair. Without the array formation, they would not be able to teleport away. What would be waiting for them next? This was the crazy revenge of killing the Saint Wasp. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In their panic, they saw a little white monkey holding a corner of the array formation and traversing through the void. Damned Hosea! Give me back my formation, mother asterisk cur, I won't rest until you die. I swear that from now on, I will only eat monkey meat. These people screamed crazily, but there was nothing they could do. The little white monkey was too fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the formation, there was no way to teleport. Their fates would be extremely miserable. Sure enough, these people from the Thunder God City instantly received a counterattack. Since there was no way out, the eyes of these people from the Thunder God City had turned red from the killing. Each and every one of them were roaring as if they had gone crazy. Kill, they clashed with the killer Saint Bees. After another half a day, Lin Xian finally couldn't control it anymore. He felt that the soul of the Saint Wasp was recovering. He gradually couldn't suppress it anymore and sighed. He knew that it was time to leave. Lin Xian's soul rose into the sky, left the Saint Wasp's body, and flew down the mountain. His speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, those people from Wushuang City were anxiously waiting. Especially Xianxia, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. Finally, she saw Lin Xian's soul flying back. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Lin, here. She waved her hand. Lin Xian entered the black earth, and his soul and body fused. In the next moment, he walked out. Let's go, this is not the place to talk. After my soul leaves, the Saint Wasp's soul will soon awaken. At that time, he will definitely be exposed. Lin Xian called a group of people and quickly left. They returned to Wushuang City's stronghold. But, sure enough, not long after they arrived, an earth-shattering roar came from the Thunder God Mountain. A terrifying aura spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was terrified. The Saint Wasp woke up, but when he woke up, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Shouldn't he be in the hive, absorbing pollen to cultivate? Why did he come to the Thunder God Mountain? And there was a big battle, his descendants and subordinates. Why did so many of them die? Stop right there. The Saint Wasp kept roaring. The people from the Saint Wasp side quickly stopped and instantly gathered beside the Saint Wasp. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City also stopped. Their faces were cold, and each of them had injuries on their bodies. They also gathered together and confronted the Saint Wasp. You killed the Saint Wasp, do you really want to fight to the death with our Thunder God City? Don't forget, our Thunder God City is the sacred city. If you provoke us and we send out a saint, you won't be able to bear it. Do you think we're afraid of you? This is the Eastern Spirit Staircase, our territory. Those Saint Wasp's killing intent is also overflowing. The Saint Wasp didn't say anything. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he remembered that his soul had fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, it was when he was eating the pollen. Damn it, I've been ambushed, and I've been tricked. This made him roar in his heart. Who was it? Who was using him? He was extremely angry. This time, they had also suffered heavy losses in attacking the Thunder God Mountain. There were many corpses on the ground. He wanted to find the culprit like crazy and tear him into pieces. But when he thought that there might be another sacred city behind this, he hesitated. If they were to fight again at this time, their losses would be even greater. At that time, they would anger the two sacred cities. Even if they were heaven and earth variants and were powerful and fierce, they couldn't bear such consequences. Therefore, he could only suffer this loss. Moreover, he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, as a king, it would be shameful for him to be ambushed by someone else. This matter ends here. Both sides can't fight anymore. The Saint Wasp King gave the order and left with the Saint Wasp. Those people from the Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. What the F***ck? Ridiculous. They didn't provoke this swarm of bees at all. But such a big battle happened for no reason. Could it be that it was Wushuang City's ghost? It was very possible. Damn it, when did this swarm of Saint Wasp join hands with Wushuang City? When they thought of Wushuang City, these people from the Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in anger. Their losses this time were really too heavy. A single Vhumad was enough to make them badly battered. In addition to the attack of the Saint Wasp, it really made them suffer heavy losses. Damn it, this matter can't be let go like this. Repair the array formation. We will definitely take revenge for this. These people's eyes were red as they started to repair the formation. On the other side, laughter could be heard from Wushuang Mountain. That's great. The people from Peerless City were incomparably excited. Although they also suffered losses this time, compared to Lei Shinqing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, it was all thanks to two people. One was Vhumad. If it wasn't for him, they would have been severely injured. The other was Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, the situation would have been worse. Junior brother, thank you so much this time. Vhumad smiled as well. He was very satisfied with this junior brother of his. Lin Xian smiled. Senior brother, you're too polite. I came here to join Wushuang City. In the future, I'll be part of the same sect as everyone. Oh right, we haven't completed the third mission yet. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Xianxia also said, yeah, the array is broken. Can we still go back? Don't worry, we've been repairing the array. It'll be done soon. Even if we can't fix it, we can testify that you two came here first. Wushuang City's array was discovered in time. Hence, it was easier to fix it. Basically, it was done in a day. Thunder God City's side might have to put in some effort. What Whitey stole was the core of the array. It wouldn't be easy to fix it. Let's go. Vhumad also stood on the array. He called out to Lin Xian and Xianxia. The three of them took the array and left together. When they appeared, they had already returned to Wushuang City. Senior brother Fu, how is it? In Wushuang City, the martial artists from Wushuang City were also very anxious. Previously, they had received a call for help from Dongling Mountain. Later on, they realized that they couldn't teleport. They thought that the array there was broken. They were very anxious. Luckily, Vhumad returned at this time. The matter has been resolved. Vhumad said, oh right, these two fellows are participating in the third mission. Because of some matters in our stronghold, they should have arrived 5 days ago. Record this down. I can bear witness to this. Yes, senior brother, we understand. The disciples of Wushuang City quickly recorded it down. At the same time, they said, congratulations on passing the third mission. You guys go and rest first. I'll make the announcement after the third stage is over. However, I am here to congratulate the two of you on passing the test and becoming disciples of our Wushuang City. Although the third test was determined based on time, there was still a time limit. That would be 1 month. If they couldn't come out after a month, they would be eliminated. At that time, they would go in and bring those people back safely. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu cupped their fists, and then they went to rest in a nearby hall. The two of them sat down and began to recover. In the following days, the two of them were very relaxed. From the time the two of them entered the third stage to the time they came out, it took a total of 15 days, which was half a month. Actually, the two of them could have come out in 10 days, but because of the previous battle, they were delayed for 5 days. Even so, he was still the first to come out. Of course, Shen Jingqiu knew that this was all thanks to Lin Xian's help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get out so quickly. Moreover, Lin Xian was her husband. She naturally wanted to help Lin Xian become the first. After another 5 days, which was the 20th day, another figure appeared. The person who appeared was Shui Tianchen. When he saw that there was no one around, he was extremely excited. That's great. Could it be that he was the first, because he didn't see Di Ling, nor did he see Lin Xian? After him, it was Vhumad and Wang Xiaofeng. The interval between them wasn't long. They all came out within a day. Vhumad saw that Shui Tianchen came out before him and frowned. Damn it, did this person surpass him? This made him unhappy. Wang Xiaofeng was extremely excited because she liked Shui Tianchen very much. She looked around and saw that it was only Shui Tianchen. She exclaimed. Could it be that you are the first? I don't know. But when I came, I didn't see anyone else. Shui Tianchen's voice was trembling. Because he was too excited. If he could become the first in the third stage, it would be a great honor. Is that true? Wang Xiaofeng was also very happy. Vhumad frowned. It shouldn't be. Where's Di Ling? Where's Lin Wudi? Didn't they appear? To be honest, these two people were stronger than them. Shui Tianchen also said that maybe the two of them met and had a great battle. Indeed, Di Ling had always been hostile towards Lin Xian. They knew that. Moreover, there was Xianxia. Perhaps a world-shaking battle had broken out, and both sides had been injured. So, the speed of collecting the East Spirit Stones slowed down. If that was the case, it would be too easy for them. You guys come with me to rest. With Wu Shuangqing leading the way. Shui Tianchen and the others were very excited. They came to a palace nearby. When they opened the door and entered the palace, they were stunned. Because they saw two people inside. They were extremely surprised to see Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Shui Tianchen's face instantly turned ugly. He thought that he was the first. Who would have thought that he wasn't? Because someone obviously came earlier than them. And it seemed that it wasn't just 1 or 2 days earlier. Lin Wudi was here. Could Di Ling be far away? He looked around. But he realized that there was only Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu in the palace. Other than them, there was no one else. Just the two of you? Wang Xiaofeng also asked in disbelief. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Yes, just the two of us. Brother Lin was the first to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was the first again? It was unbelievable. It seemed that Shen Jingqiu was the second. What about Di Ling? Where was Di Ling? Could it be that he hadn't come out yet? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said. I don't know where that guy is. Anyway, I haven't seen him. It was unbelievable. Shui Tianchen and the others were stunned. Di Ling didn't come out again. Could it be that there was an accident inside? They didn't know. Wang Xiaofeng, Vhumad, and the others were shocked. Shui Tianchen smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, third place wasn't bad. Because under normal circumstances, if Di Ling and Ghostly participated, he might not be able to get third place. But unexpectedly, Di Ling didn't come out this time. Ghostly didn't participate at all. Of course, there were two dark horses, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Especially Lin Wudi, he was first in 2 rounds. It seemed that he would be first in the third round too. First in 3 rounds. That meant that he would be first in the final round. He would be their chief disciple in the future. Shui Tianchen and Bufan couldn't believe it. All this time, they had thought that Di Ling would become the chief disciple, or if there was an accident, it would be ghostly. But they didn't expect it to be either of them. It was a newcomer who had just risen. As a woman, Wang Xiaofeng was more meticulous. She knew that it was a fact and couldn't be changed. So she came to Shui Tianchen and said, Shui, we have to change our attitude. We will be disciples of Wushuang City in the future. Lin Wudi will be the grand senior brother. We have to have a good relationship with him. At least we can't be enemies with him. Shui Tianchen nodded. Don't worry, Sister Feng, I know. He wasn't a fool. Lin Wudi had won first place with his strength. Other than admiration, he didn't dare to have any hostility. Bufan was the same. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In the following days, more and more people came. More and more people came, but they still couldn't see Di Ling. They couldn't believe it. Did something really happen to Di Ling inside, and there was another person who didn't come out? That was Xianxia. Xianxia was also one of the 8 geniuses. He was very strong and had recently broken through. Di Ling didn't come out. Could it be? They looked at Lin Wudi. Was there a battle between them? Did Lin Wudi win, or was he attacked by a demon overlord inside? They were more inclined to believe the second result. Because they couldn't believe that Lin Wudi could resist Di Ling and Xianxia. Even with Xianxia, it would be a draw at most. But now, Di Ling and Xianxia's life and death were unknown. The others also noticed it and started discussing among themselves. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Finally, a month's time was up. More than 3,000 people went in, but less than 500 people passed. The others were all eliminated and became in-name disciples. There were also some who felt their scalps go numb. Di Ling and Xianxia didn't come out? God, it was unbelievable. They didn't even have in-name disciples. They were eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. They now knew that Di Ling and Xianxia were only able to enter because they received an additional condition, which was that if they succeeded, they could become disciples of the holy city. Once they failed, they would be eliminated and disqualified. It could be said that this was a great risk. However, no one believed that Di Ling and Xianxia would fail. Even if he couldn't get first place, it would be too easy for him to pass the third stage. But now, their minds were in a daze. These 2 people had actually been directly eliminated. Did this have anything to do with Lin Wudi? They didn't really know. In the following time, the people from Wushuang City began to teleport into the East Spirit World to search for those people. Everyone came back one after another. When they found out that they had been eliminated, they were all dejected. 3 days later, Di Ling returned. When everyone saw the Imperial Mausoleum, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, Di Ling's complexion was deathly pale. There was blood on his body, and his clothes were tattered. It was clear that he was seriously injured. What was going on? Why was the Imperial Mausoleum in such a sorry state? What exactly happened? They had never thought that such a valiant Di Ling would be in such a sorry state. In Water Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, Bufan, and the other sky prides were even more shocked. Sure enough, something had happened inside. But what was it? Was he being chased by beasts? Previously, they thought that it was because of Lin Wudi. But Lin Wudi had already come out, so it should be because of beasts. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Di Ling was unlucky to have met a powerful demon saint. Xianxia had a suspicious look on her face, but Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face. Others didn't know, but he naturally knew. This was not because of beasts, but because of Li Hongxiu. Back then, Di Ling had acted recklessly and sneakily attacked him and Li Hongxiu at the same time. That was why Li Hongxiu was chasing after him. Who was Li Hongxiu? She was able to leave calmly in front of the 3 grand demons and obtain the heavenly treasure. Her strength was definitely out of his expectations. If she chased after Di Ling, would Di Ling feel good? Di Ling was probably lucky that he was still alive. After Di Ling came out, his face was gloomy and cold. He looked around the main hall and soon fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. His murderous aura was about to explode. Everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian sneered. Di Ling no longer had the ability to compete with him. Di Ling had been eliminated. As for him, he was first in 3 rounds and would become the 3rd generation's chief disciple. The difference in status between the two was like a chasm between heaven and earth. If Di Ling dared to make a move, Wushuang City would probably not agree. Sure enough, when the martial artists of Wushuang City felt the hostile murderous aura towards Lin Xian, their faces darkened. One of them said coldly, "Di Ling, know your place. You are now a loser. Hurry up and recover. We will send you off when the time comes." These people's voices were cold. A loser, no matter how dazzling and talented he was in the past, they would still not take him to heart. Damn it, Di Ling gritted his teeth. These people dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would make these people regret it. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. He knew that now was not the time to make a move. However, he swore that one day, he would personally trample on Di Ling and make him suffer a fate worse than death. After finding a place, Di Ling began to recover. More and more people were brought back. There were also some who did not return. It seemed like these people would not be able to come back. Currently, most of them had been found. Some of them were still missing. It seemed like they had met with an accident. A martial artist from Wushuang City said in a deep voice, "You can start to recover now. 3 days later, I will send you off. As for those who have not returned, our martial artists in Eastern Spirit Mountain will continue to investigate." What? The remaining people had met with an accident? Everyone was in an uproar. Shui Tianqing and the rest gasped. What about Xianxia? Xianxia also did not return. Could it be that he had met with an accident? If that was really the case, then it was truly earth-shattering news. Xianxia was one of the 8 great geniuses and the young master of the Rain clan. His identity and status were extraordinary. The fact that he had been eliminated was already shocking enough. Now that he was still missing, it was even more shocking. The Rain clan would probably not be able to take it and would go berserk. Many people present looked at Lin Xian. Because Xianxia and Lin Xian were enemies, some people even looked at Di Ling, wanting to ask if he knew where Xianxia was. However, whether it was Di Ling or Lin Xian, they were not to be trifled with. They did not dare to ask. Some people also thought of the despicable and shameless Xianxia in the Eastern spirit world. They did not know what had happened to Xianxia. Some people guessed that he probably encountered a powerful demon saint and was killed directly. Only Lin Xian knew that it was impossible for the other party to come back because he killed the other party with his own hands. Of course, if he didn't say it, no one would know. 3 days passed slowly. At this moment, the final day had finally arrived. In the starry sky, the huge projection of the 9 heavens was still there, emitting a terrifying aura. There were many martial artists around. They were all waiting patiently at this moment. It should be about time. Yes. I've already received news that the final result will be out in a day or 2. These people were even more excited. Among them, many people had already begun to congratulate in advance. Spirit Sealing Star was crowded with people and carriages. Several elders of Spirit Sealing Star were surrounded in the center. Around them were the elders of other families or families. Congratulations, Daoist friends, your Di Ling will definitely get first place this time. The chief disciple will definitely be yours. I hope that Daoist friends will help us in the future. I just got a piece of divine metal here, I hope that Daoist friends won't refuse. I have an ancient book here that records a powerful ability, I hope that Daoist friends won't mind. These people had already begun to give gifts. If they could get on the good side of Spirit Sealing Star at this time, they would be able to achieve meteoric success in the future. These elders of Spirit Sealing Star were flushed with joy and laughed loudly. Of course, of course. As for the gifts, they accepted all of them. Because they were full of confidence. Di Ling would definitely get first place. Of course, it wasn't just them. For example, there were some powerful people around Demon's heart. After all, the representative of Demon this time was ghostly. Even if he wasn't as good as Di Ling, he was definitely the second best. Regarding this, the people of Demon Star were also full of confidence. There was another place, and that was the Rain Clan. At this moment, the Rain Clan was very high profile. Our young master Xianxia will definitely be able to enter the top 5. That was for sure. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 3. Everyone also saw Xianxia's performance. Although he was suppressed by others before, his potential was unparalleled. For a time, many people also gathered on the Rain Clan's side. I have an ancient book here, I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. This is my granddaughter, I'll give her to young master Xianxia as a concubine. She's very good at serving people. Everyone began to give him treasures, and some even gave him women. The elders of the Rain Clan were also extremely excited. Did they see that? This was the strength of their Rain Clan, apart from the Spirit Sealing Star, the Fiend Star, and a few other powerful forces. Who else would dare to contend against the Rain Clan? Don't worry, my Rain Clan will definitely remember you. The elders of the Rain Clan laughed heartily. He collected all the gifts. In addition, other families, such as the Shui family, Bufon's family, and Wang Xiafeng's family, all received congratulatory gifts. The astrals were the same. At this moment, quite a few people from the spirit race had come as well. Naturally, there were also countless people who came to congratulate him. After all, Xianxia had gotten second place in the first round. Presumably, the last 2 stages would also be very dazzling. The people of the spirit tribe were also very happy. If their holy maiden could enter Wushuang City, it would be a great help to the spirit tribe. With Qiuer's talent, she would definitely be able to enter the top 5. She might even be able to enter the top 3. That's right, with her results in the first round, she could even compete for the position of the chief disciple. The elders of the spirit tribe were beaming with joy. However, the others, such as Ling Lianhua and the others, were extremely jealous. Damn it, if Lin Fan successfully entered the holy city and obtained a top ranking, they would be completely trampled under his feet. They would never be able to rise again. Of course, they did not dare to go against Lin Fan now. Ling Lianhua's father's expression was also gloomy. At this moment, he suddenly said that the holy maiden had successfully entered the holy city and had a heavenly talent. Her future husband must be chosen properly. That's right, didn't the rumors say that she had a husband before? I don't think that's true. Who does that kid think he is? How could he be worthy of our holy maiden? When this topic was brought up, many people agreed. They also felt that a person from the first astral realm was worthy of their holy maiden. However, there were also some people who frowned. They could not say that. Lin Wudi was not to be underestimated. Don't forget that he obtained first place in the first round and even broke the record. This had also attracted the support of many people. They could see that Lin Wudi's talent was extremely good. His future was limitless. Ling Lianhua's father sneered. So what? It's just the first round and there are many restrictions. Do you think that Di Ling will let him go in the second and third round? Who is stronger and who is weaker between that kid and Di Ling? Don't you know, he is indeed a genius, but what if he is crippled by Di Ling? When these words were spoken, many elders became silent. Indeed, although Lin Wudi was a peerless genius, he might not be strong now. He might not even be stronger than Di Ling. If Di Ling were to make a move, there was a possibility that the other party would be defeated or even seriously injured. Ling Lianhua's father sneered when he saw that everyone was silent. That kid did not have much hope. He might even be eliminated. Don't forget that he not only provoked Di Ling but also the Rain Clan. A smart person would not provoke so many powerful clans at the same time. When these words were spoken, even those elders who had been supporting Xianxia nodded. That's right, with Qiuer's status and talent, she must marry the chief disciple. Yes, it would be best if she could marry the second-generation disciple, for example, Vhumad. That way, the spirit clan would be able to live without worries for 10,000 years. Everyone, don't be so short-sighted. Not only Wushuang City, but holy cities can also form marriage alliances. For example, marrying the peerless geniuses of other holy cities. In short, we have to make a good choice for our holy lady. These people were discussing. At this moment, the spirit clan's old ancestor said that this matter should not be made public. Everything should wait for the final result. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for countless years. He had thought of all possibilities. Naturally, he would not say anything in advance. The others also wanted to hug Lin Xian's thigh because in the first round, Lin Xian's performance was indeed extraordinary. However, after looking around, they found that Lin Xian seemed to be alone. He did not belong to any faction or sect. Therefore, they could only give up. Such a genius would not be able to achieve great things without a solid foundation and support. Look, there seems to be movement above the ninth heaven. Someone exclaimed and countless eyes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a huge array shining in the sky. It was so bright that they could not open their eyes. After a long time, that light disappeared. Soon, everyone saw it. They came out, that's right, they saw the disciples who took the test again, as well as the people from Peerless City. They knew that the test was over. The final results came out, that was Water Sky City, right? So handsome. Countless people screamed. There was also Fan, too heroic. Another group of people cried out in surprise. That was Xianxia, the holy daughter of the spirit clan. Her beauty was unparalleled. Countless male martial artists screamed. To be able to marry such a person, their lives were worth it. Indeed, the current Xianxia was like a fairy, making countless people look up to her. On the Rain clan's side, their faces were gloomy. One of them even snorted coldly. This person had a graceful figure, but she wore a veil, so her face could not be seen. Actually, she was Xianxia. It was just that because of the previous matter, she did not have the face to appear in front of everyone. Therefore, she could only bring a veil over. Originally, she was also a proud daughter of heaven, the pearl of the second astral realm. Her limelight was not inferior to Xianxia's at all. But now, she could only cover her face and stand here, unknown. As for the other party, he was dazzling again, making countless people pursue him. This gap was really too great, making her unable to accept it at all. Don't worry, Xianxia, let them be arrogant for a while. After Xianxia comes out, it will be our Rain clan's time to shine. Lin Wudi and Xianxia cannot be compared to us at all. Those Rain clan elders were full of confidence. The other party was powerful, but so what? Their Xianxia was even more dazzling. Thinking of this, these Rain clan elders began to search. They wanted to find their young master Xianxia. But after looking around, their expressions were stunned. What was going on? There was no young master Xianxia? How was this possible? They looked carefully 3 times and discovered that there was no young master. Xianxia's body trembled, saying in panic. Could it be that her younger brother failed? She could not accept this matter. The elders of the Rain clan were similarly unable to accept this. Even the surrounding families and sects that were sending gifts, as well as the martial artists that wanted to hug their thighs, were all stunned. What was going on? It couldn't have been a mistake, right? How was that possible? The Rain clan elders hurriedly denied. Apart from our young master Xianxia, Di Ling and Gili did not come out. Could it be that you also suspect Di Ling? Everyone looked around and discovered that they did not see Di Ling and Gili. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Di Ling, that was absolutely impossible. Since Di Ling didn't appear, it meant that Xianxia and Di Ling were together. Perhaps, he was an even more core disciple. It was possible that he would be chosen as the disciple of the Sage King. When these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. The eyes of the Rain clan's elders once again erupted with astonishing radiance. There was indeed such a possibility. Ha 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 ha. They raised their heads and laughed. If they, Xianxia, became the Saint King's disciple, they wouldn't be able to compare to the holy maiden of the spirit race. They could easily trample the others under their feet. At the thought of this, the martial artists from the surrounding clans who were trying to cozy up to him became even more excited. This was a golden thigh, and they had to hold on to it tightly. On the other side, the people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They didn't see Ghostly or D Mausoleum. However, they also guessed that he might be directly accepted as a disciple of the Sage King. They were extremely excited. In a short period of time, the 3 great powers had attracted the attention of countless people. Countless people had gone crazy over them. Quickly go and hug the thighs of the three great clans. All of them rushed over. The people from the spirit race also frowned. It couldn't be, could it be that they were really accepted as a disciple of the sage king? Damn it, why were they so lucky? There was no other way. Mausoleum and Goeli were too talented. They were the top two of the 8 great geniuses. But what did this Xianxia have? Damn it, could it be that he's more powerful than our holy maiden? These people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this at all. At this time, the old ancestor of the spirit race said, "What are you all panicking for? Calm down and wait for the results to be announced." Although he said that, he was also nervous in his heart. If someone really became the disciple of the sage king, their identity would be too dazzling, and they would be able to compete with everyone else. Alright, silence. At this time, an elder from Wushuang City came out and said loudly. His voice spread out in all directions. Everyone quieted down, and countless gazes looked up at the sky, waiting. After the 3 rounds of examination, the final results were out, and they would now be announced. A total of 498 people passed the examination and became the disciples of Wushuang City. They will be the 3rd generation of disciples of Wushuang City. The rest of them will temporarily be in-name disciples. Once they pass the examination in the future, they will become official disciples. Now, I will announce the official disciples. As he said that, the names were announced one by one, resounding through the heavens and earth. Whenever someone's name was called out, a person would step out from the sky and look in all directions. Below, endless cheers and voices of envy burst out. Did you see that, my son? That's my son. A middle-aged man roared to the sky, tears flowing down his face. The surrounding people were envious. Congratulations, family head high. That's right, the High family will soar into the sky from now on. The others were incomparably envious. Ha 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 ha, my grandson, you're really good. Someone laughed loudly. Even though the first rankings were the last, so what, they were already disciples of the holy city. Once they entered the holy city, their identities would change dramatically. So, how could these people not be happy? Moreover, it was true that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Whenever someone enters the holy city, their family will immediately be looked upon highly. Countless forces and martial artists will want to follow them and hug their thighs. For a moment, everyone was envious. Damn it, why isn't it my grandson's turn yet? The prodigies of our family will definitely be able to enter. These people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, listening carefully. In the sky, one figure after another stood out. Whenever someone appeared, those families and sects would cheer. Those whose names were not announced were waiting. They knew that there was still hope. However, when more than 400 names were announced, many of them were in despair. Their names were already so high up. Would their prodigies be able to obtain it? They were very doubtful. In other words, would they be eliminated? For a moment, sighs could be heard. Many people cried in despair. Of course, there were also some families who took a deep breath. They were very confident in their prodigies. Perhaps, they would be able to enter successfully and even get a higher ranking. Of course, more of them were onlookers. These people were not assessed by their families, so they were here to watch the show. Hurry up and announce who the first few names are. That's right, I'm guessing it must be D. Mausoleum, it's very likely to be Goeli. Didn't they all become the disciples of the Saint King? These people were too excited. Among them, the elders and experts from the Rain clan, the Fiend Star, and the Wind Spirit Star all looked as if victory was within their grasp. What was there to panic about? They would definitely be the last ones to enter the stage. At this moment, the elder from Wushuang City stood up once again and said in a clear voice. Next, it was the core disciples' turn. There were a total of 72 core disciples, and the quota was fixed. However, only 49 people had successfully passed the test and become core disciples. Next, it was time for the core disciples to enter the stage. Although they were all disciples, the core disciples and ordinary disciples were completely different. It was really the difference between heaven and earth. Core disciples were the geniuses that Wushuang City would focus on nurturing in the future. As long as someone from a family became a core disciple, those families would definitely be extremely excited, and the scene would be even more spectacular than before. 7th place, Yang Hao. A loud voice sounded, and then Yang Hao walked out with a trace of light in his eyes. Although it was only 7th place, he was already very satisfied. Because before, he was only the last of the 8 geniuses. Moreover, there were still some geniuses who had not entered the list, so he felt lucky to be able to get 7th place. The genius of the Yang clan was actually 7th. Congratulations to the Yang clan, countless people gathered towards the Yang clan. The head of the Yang clan laughed and was very polite. It's really a blessing for my Yang clan to have such a genius. You all will come to my Yang clan in the future, and I've decided to invite you all to a banquet. Everyone must not return until they're drunk. A genius from the Yang clan made countless people envious. The Wang clan, Stillwater clan, and Shur clan were a little anxious. However, the Rain clan was very calm. What was 7th place? It couldn't be compared to their young master Xianxia. Wang Xiaofeng, 5th place. After receiving this news, the people of the Wang clan were also incomparably excited. This was great. Countless people gathered, wanting to hug the thighs of the Wang clan. Shur Bufan, 4th place. The head of the Shur clan laughed, very satisfied. It was time for the top 3, many people became nervous. Among them, the people of the Stillwater clan frowned. Was Tianshan going to fail? The people of the Spirit clan were also nervous. How was their saintess? Was she also in the top 3? That was great. 3rd place, Shur Sui Tianchen. As soon as this voice came out, the people of the Stillwater clan boiled. 3rd, their genius was actually ranked 3rd, which was really too unbelievable. To be honest, they had never thought about this ranking before. They felt that it was already very good for Shur Sui to be able to make it to the top 5. But who would have thought that he would be ranked 3rd? The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't guessed it before. Therefore, in an instant, many people surrounded him and began to flatter and hug his thigh. Of course, there were also some who frowned, such as the spirit race. Is it not Qiuer's turn yet? Could Qiuer be 2nd? Thinking of this, they felt excited. Of course, there were also people who frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The Imperial Mausoleum was 1st, and Ghostly was 2nd. If Qiuer was 2nd, then where did the other 2 go? As expected, the elders of the Wind Spirit Star and the Fiend Star frowned. This ranking didn't seem right. The people of the Rain clan were even more so. Where was their young master Xianxia? Why wasn't it his turn yet? There were only 2 spots left, but there were still a few geniuses who hadn't appeared. It was really unbelievable. Among them, some followers said that young master Xianxia, as the personal disciple of the Saint King, wasn't ranked. Was he ranked alone? That was very likely. If that was the case, then it could be explained. After all, people like Ghostly, Di Ling, and young master Xianxia were ranked alone. Once these words were said, many people started to discuss. The people of the Rain clan heaved a sigh of relief. The elders of the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were also relieved. They felt that this was how it should be. When the people of the Spirit race heard this, they were slightly relieved. If it was an individual ranking, then they wouldn't have to compete with their saintess. In the sky, the elder of the Peerless City stood out again and said loudly, "The 2nd places." Everyone became nervous. They desperately wanted to know who was ranked 2nd. Shen Jingqiu. A loud voice rang out. The Spirit Race's saintess. Countless people screamed. The people of the Spirit Race were also stunned. 2nd place, their saintess was really ranked 2nd, they hadn't thought of it before, so their minds were blank. After a while, they screamed, "Ha ha ha ha, this is great. Our saintess is ranked 2nd. Meteoric rise." They knew that the Spirit Race would definitely soar into the sky in the future. Congratulations to the Spirit Race. Another group of people rushed over. As for the other families, they were incomparably jealous. The Spirit Race really had a good saintess. She was actually ranked 2nd. Among them, the eyes of Ling Lianhua and the others were red. They knew that from now on, they couldn't suppress Shen Jingqiu anymore. Ling Lianhua's father's eyes lit up. Although they couldn't suppress it, they definitely wouldn't let the other party have it easy. At least, he had to sow discord. Didn't Xianxia have a husband? He had to start from there. Previously, he had already done so, and gained the approval of many elders. That was, Lin Xian wasn't qualified to be with Xianxia. As long as he continued to sow discord, he would definitely gain the approval of all the elders. And if Xianxia insisted on choosing Lin Xian, then all the elders would oppose it. In this way, the saintess and the spirit race would have a conflict. This was the effect he wanted, so he stood out again. As our saintess, Xiaoer was ranked second. Then, her husband was definitely a powerhouse whose name resounded throughout the world. He wasn't someone that any random person could be. Yes, that's right, that Lin Wudi wasn't qualified to be with our saintess. This time, all the elders agreed. Even the spirit race's old ancestor didn't say anything. First place was Lin Wudi? What a joke, Ghostly and Di Ling hadn't appeared yet. How could it be Lin Wudi's turn? Perhaps, Lin Wudi had already been crippled by Di Ling or Xianxia, others were also discussing. Who was the first place? Some people even said that there might not be a first place, but 3 personal disciples. The news spread wider and wider. In the end, everyone believed it. Could it be that Di Ling and the other 2 had really become the Saint King's disciples and were above all the core disciples? Thinking of this, the Rain Clan's people were very happy. Their faces were filled with excitement. Great, from now on, their Rain Clan would be one of the top families. Even in the entire second astral boundary, they were an extremely terrifying existence. The people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They raised their heads and waited for the final result. Countless people were envious. They knew that from now on, these 3 forces would really soar. In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City stood up again and said loudly. The first place was, at this point, his voice paused for a moment, and he looked in all directions. As for the people below, they were craning their necks, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. First place, Lin Wudi. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank and they were petrified. No one could believe their ears. They had hundreds of guesses before. For example, they guessed that Di Ling would be first. Or it could be Ghostly. Later, they guessed that there was no first place. There were only 3 direct disciples of the Sage King. But now, when they got the result, it was completely different from their guesses. There was a first place, and the first place was someone they did not expect. Lin Wudi. This was too unbelievable. After a long period of silence and petrification, someone finally screamed. Then, everyone was in an uproar. The whole world was filled with all kinds of noises. Some were excited, some were surprised, and some were puzzled. There were even people who roared at the sky. How was this possible? How could Lin Wudi be first? The person who roared was an elder of the Rain Clan. He had gone crazy. Lin Wudi was the enemy of his clan. How could he achieve such a dazzling result? In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City said in a deep voice. What was impossible? Lin Wudi was first in 3 rounds. He deserved to be first in the assessment. Not only that, but he also became the chief disciple of the 3rd generation of disciples. When this news came out, there was another uproar. Chief disciple, this identity card was too important and too dazzling. It was above all the core disciples. One had to know that there was only one chief disciple in each generation. The first generation, Linghu Chueshue, and the second generation, Fu Hongye, were extremely terrifying existences. Now, the chief disciple of the 3rd generation would have limitless achievements in the future. How was this possible? If he was the chief disciple, then what about Di Ling? The people of Spirit Sealing Star could not hold it in anymore. They could accept letting Lin Wudi get first place. After all, Di Ling could become the direct disciple of the Sage King. But if he was the chief disciple, then they could not accept it. There was only one chief disciple, and the other party had become the chief disciple. Then what was their imperial mausoleum? That's right, where's our Ghostly? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The people from the Fiend Star also stood out and questioned in a cold voice. The Rain Clan's people also stood out. Where is our young master Xianxia? Wasn't he already a direct disciple of the Sage King? Why wasn't he qualified to be the head disciple? questioning voices rang out one after another, and the others also held their breaths. That's right, what the hell is going on? They need an explanation. The people of the Spirit clan were also stunned. That little brat was actually first. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, they felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Previously, when their saintess had obtained second place, they were extremely excited. Some people even suggested that Lin Wudi was not qualified to be their saintess's husband. But now, Lin Wudi was ranked first, and he was the chief disciple. This identity was even more dazzling than their saintess. Was such a person really not qualified? They did not think so. Therefore, at this moment, their expressions were incomparably ugly. There were even many elders who were shocked. This was impossible. Especially the Spirit Lotus faction's elder. What was going on with this little brat? Although he was talented, his strength was not strong. How could he obtain first place? I don't believe it. There must be a problem. Not only them, everyone around was stunned. They indeed needed an explanation. In the sky, the Peerless City's elder's face sank. What? Are you questioning our Peerless City? We don't dare to question, but we want to know where our genius's imperial mausoleum is. Yes, and our ghostly. Our young master Xianxia, where is he now? The Peerless City's elder spoke. Who told you that Xianxia had already become the Sage King's direct disciple? The moment these words came out, it was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the Rain Clan's people to be stunned. Their young master Xianxia did not become a direct disciple? How could it be? Damn it, the difference was really too big. Previously, they had been praised to the skies, but now, they had fallen from the clouds to the ground. This was unacceptable to them. Impossible, Xianxia did not become a direct disciple, but he was also not in the rankings. What was going on? Could it be that he was eliminated? Thinking of this, the Rain Clan's people felt like their brains were about to explode. They could not accept this fact. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. No way, could it be that only Di Ling and Ghostly became direct disciples? For a moment, many people looked at the Rain Clan with strange eyes. Even those who saw the treasure felt extremely regretful. They wished they could slap their own mouths. Damn it, the treasure was already given out, but did it really cause a blunder? They should still hug Di Ling and Ghostly's thighs. Who told you that the Sage King had accepted a direct disciple? In the sky, the Peerless City's elder spoke again, causing everyone to be stunned. This time's examination only accepted ordinary and core disciples. The Sage King's direct disciples would be selected again in the future cultivation. This time, there was no direct disciple. When this news came out, everyone in the 9 heavens 10 earths was stunned. No direct disciple, this was too inconceivable. Then what about Xianxia, Di Ling and Ghostly? Everyone could not believe it. The Rain Clan's people were stunned. The Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star's people were roaring crazily. Our genius? Where is our genius? Silence. In the sky, the Peerless City's elder spoke in a deep voice. A terrifying sage aura spread across the 9 heavens 10 earths. All the rankings had been finished. Those who did not have a ranking were disqualified and eliminated. What? Those who were eliminated. Everyone went crazy. Many people fainted from fright. On the Rain Clan's side, many elders vomited blood. On the Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star's side, their faces were pale. Their young master Xianxia was eliminated? Damn it. That was impossible. Di Ling and Ghostly were eliminated? How could this be? We don't believe it. The Fiend Star's people roared. The Spirit Sealing Star's people snorted coldly. There must be a problem. We can't accept it. Where is our young master Xianxia? The Rain Clan's people also roared. The Peerless City's elder spoke in a clear voice. Di Ling did not return in the stipulated time in the 3rd round and was eliminated. Ghostly was eliminated in the 2nd round. As a nominal disciple, he could participate in the examination again half a year later. When the news came out, the surrounding people went crazy. Di Ling was really eliminated, and Ghostly was also eliminated. Wasn't this too unbelievable? To be honest, these people felt like they were dreaming because anyone could be eliminated, but how could these two people be eliminated? they were the top 2 of the 8 geniuses, and they were the 2 most likely to become the chief disciple. But now, not only did they not become the chief disciple, they didn't even become a disciple of Peerless City. They were directly eliminated. Impossible. We don't believe it. The people of Spirit Sealing Star roared crazily. Where's Di Ling? We want to see him. Yes, where's Ghostly? We want to see him too. The people of the Fiend Planet said. They felt that this matter was too strange. Di Ling, come out. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City waved his hand. From the crowd behind, a figure walked out. At this moment, Di Ling was no longer in a sorry state. The clothes and armor on his body had been changed, but his face was still pale. After he walked out, he didn't say a word. It was Di Ling. Countless people screamed. The people of Spirit Sealing Star also felt their hearts sink. Di Ling was such an arrogant person. He was usually brilliant, like a god of war. However now, the other party's aura was too weak, his expression ugly, making their hearts sink to the bottom of an ancient land. It was very likely that he was really eliminated. Di Ling, tell us how you were eliminated. Otherwise, others will think that Peerless City is unfair. Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How could he bear to admit his miserable experience in front of everyone? However, he didn't dare to go against Peerless City now. With Peerless City's strength, it was very easy for them to kill him. He could only obediently cooperate. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, in the 3rd stage, I was chased and didn't have time to collect the East Tombstone. Chased? Chased? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The Imperial Mausoleum was so terrifying, but it was actually being chased, and it was being chased from start to finish. He didn't even have time to collect the East Tombstone. This was too shocking. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were also stunned. They didn't expect it to be like this. If it was any other reason, they wouldn't believe it. But if it was this one, then it could really be explained. Di Ling was powerful, but he was only an early 5th heavenly layer saint. There were many more who were more powerful than him. Moreover, they knew about the East Spirit World. There were all sorts of powerful beings and disciples of the Saint City training there. Perhaps Di Ling was really unlucky and provoked some heaven-defying existence and was being hunted down. Ah, everyone sighed. Di Ling's luck was really bad. That's right, he was simply unlucky to the extreme. Who knew what kind of expert he had provoked? Do you think his pursuit has anything to do with Lin Wudi? Everyone quietly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the most dazzling person standing at the front was Lin Xian. His body shone with boundless light as he accepted the worship of the crowd. Previously, everyone had different opinions about Lin Xian. They thought that he was talented but weak, and that it would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to grow. But now, the other party had proven that not only was he talented, he was also powerful enough to become the head disciple. Did Lin Xian tamper with the Imperial Mausoleum's elimination? They didn't know. Di Ling's matter had been explained. As for Ghostly, he was now an unnamed disciple and was still cultivating in Wuxuang City. Hence, he couldn't come over. Hearing this, the people of the Demon Star sighed. However, there was still hope for him to become an unnamed disciple. In other words, Ghostly could still become a disciple of the Saint City in the future. This made them slightly concerned. However, someone still stood out and asked, I want to know, how did Ghostly get eliminated? Ghostly challenged Lin Wudi in the 2nd round and lost. He was eliminated. An elder of Wuxuang City said. Everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the people of the Demon Star twitched. Did he lose to Lin Wudi? Ghostly couldn't beat Lin Wudi. The others were also in an uproar. This Lin Xian was too strong. They had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Lin Xian was. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, the people of the Spirit Sealing Star stood out. They said that Ghostly was eliminated and became an unnamed disciple. Why would our Imperial Mausoleum be disqualified after being eliminated? That's not fair, that's right. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. That was indeed a problem. Everyone was discussing. The elders of the Rain Clan said, that's right, where's our young master? Where is he? When was he eliminated? Alright, I'll explain it to you. An elder of Wushuang City said, he was eliminated because he lost twice. Actually, it wasn't the third round. In the second round, Di Ling was eliminated and became an unnamed disciple. What? Di Ling was eliminated twice? Everyone was shocked. Di Ling was the number one genius of the 8 great geniuses. How strong was he? He had actually been eliminated twice. Who was so powerful? An elder of Wushuang City said. In the second round, Di Ling challenged Lin Wudi and lost. Xianxia also challenged Lin Wudi and lost. Everyone gasped. Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. Not only did he defeat Ghostly, but he also defeated Di Ling and Xianxia. They were the top 3 geniuses of the 8 great geniuses. What was going on in the second round? Everyone wanted to know. But how could the people of Wushuang City reveal the details? If you think it's unfair, you can ask all the participants and see if it's fair. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Yes, if Wushuang City was really unfair, there would definitely be people who would jump out. But now, no one objected. This meant that the process was absolutely fair. If they lost, it meant that they were weaker than others. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. The truth couldn't be changed. The faces of the people from Spirit Sealing Star were extremely ugly. Their geniuses had actually lost twice. It was too shameful. Di Ling was also trembling. On the other side, the people of Rain Clan were also dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn Lin Wudi, how was this possible? They didn't expect that the young master they were so proud of would be defeated in the second round. One had to know that they had imagined that their young master could kill his way into the top 3 and even get first place to become the chief disciple. Later, they even imagined that their young master could become the disciple of the Sage King. But now, their young master had actually been defeated. This was no longer a slap to their faces, this was a kick to their hearts. They couldn't believe such a huge contrast. The surrounding followers of the Rain Clan all had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they really failed. Xianxia was really eliminated. Damn it, they were hugging a huge thigh. How was it a golden thigh? It was a rotten thigh. There was no hope. In an instant, these people started retreating. Some of them even wanted to take back the treasures that they had given away. This scene provoked the elders of the Rain Clan even more. Xianxia stood in the crowd, trembling slightly. Although she was wearing a veil, her expression was extremely ugly. Her brother had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by Lin Wudi. What a huge irony. Lin Wudi was the benefactor of the Rain Clan before this. However, none of them thought highly of him. They even mocked him, thinking that he was an ant from the first star realm. However, now, reality had given them a slap in the face. It was this ant that had defeated their genius young master and even became the chief disciple of the holy city. What kind of glory was this? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City continued. Originally, Di Ling, Xianxia and the others had already lost the qualifications to participate in the third stage. However, these people joined hands to create trouble. Our Peerless City gave them an extra chance to participate in the second stage. If they could successfully pass the second stage, they would be able to participate in the third stage. However, if they failed, they would be disqualified from being a nominal disciple. Among them, Di Ling and Xianxia had both participated in the second stage. Ghostly chose not to participate. Therefore, he was still a nominal disciple. In the third stage, Di Ling and Xianxia both failed. Therefore, they were directly eliminated. This was already very clear. Now, everyone knew what was going on. No wonder Ghostly was a nominal disciple. Di Ling and Xianxia were directly eliminated. But, where was our young master Xianxia? The people of the Rain Clan asked again. Because Ghostly was a nominal disciple, he did not come. However, Xianxia was the same as Di Ling. Why did he not come out? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City said. Xianxia failed in the third stage. We sent people to search for him but they could not find him. We guessed that he might have fallen in the eastern spirit world. Xianxia was dead, everyone was stunned. If Xianxia's elimination was like an earthquake, then Xianxia's death was like a storm. In fact, it wasn't just Xianxia who had lost their lives inside. When they heard that there were more than 100 people, many families collapsed. Not only were their geniuses eliminated, but they had also died inside. The others were also silent. They mourned for these people. However, everyone knew that this was very normal. Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. Especially in a training ground like the East Spirit World. It was just that they didn't expect a genius like Xianxia to fall inside. I don't believe it. The people from the Rain Clan also collapsed. Their genius, the hope of their Rain Clan, actually died inside. This was simply falling from the clouds onto the ground. Instead, he fell straight from the clouds to the 18th level of hell. Xiaxia's body swayed and she almost fell. She spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her chest in shock. Was his brother dead? How could this be? Who killed my brother? The other elders also roared. Who was the murderer? We must tear him to shreds. There were countless experts in the Eastern Spirit World, many disciples of the Holy City, and countless beast saints. Anyone could be the murderer. The people from the Rain Clan were stunned. They didn't know who the murderer was. The others were also in an uproar. It might be some powerful beast. Yes, the demons there were arrogant and probably didn't put the human race in their eyes. Discussions sounded one after another. The people from the Rain Clan found it hard to accept. Their young master had died, and there wasn't even a murderer. Damn it, it was that brat. It might be that Lin Wudi, a voice sounded, and then countless eyes turned to look at the figure above them. Lin Wudi, could it be him? The others were also shocked. Tell me, did you kill our young master? The elders of the Rain Clan roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked down with a cold smile. He didn't answer. The people from Peerless City beside him covered their mouths and stood out, shouting coldly. What kind of attitude is this? This is the chief disciple of our third generation. He represents our Peerless City. You dare to scold the chief disciple? Do you want to become enemies with our Peerless City? His voice was cold and emotionless. The others felt their scalps go numb. The people from the Rain Clan were also stunned. Even the followers of the Rain Clan opened up a path, creating a sufficient distance between them and the Rain Clan. What a joke. No matter how powerful the Rain Clan was, they were just a family. However, Peerless City was the holy city. With a Saint King overseeing the city, it was like the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. If Peerless City wanted to destroy the Rain Clan, it would be very simple. At this time, whoever helped the Rain Clan would be going against Peerless City. No one would be so stupid. The people from the Rain Clan also woke up. They were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Damn it, they hated it so much. Lin Wudi was no longer an ant in their eyes. He was the chief disciple of Peerless City. His identity was so noble that even their clan leader had to avoid him. After all, they had to show some respect. Come back. The clan leader of the Rain Clan said coldly. They didn't dare to fall out with Peerless City. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. The people from the Rain Clan retreated unwillingly. However, no one dared to shout again. However, they swore in their hearts that they would definitely take revenge. At this time, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, spoke. Xianxia fell in the East Spirit World. To be honest, I'm also heartbroken. After all, he was also a heaven's pride, someone who could have become my fellow disciple. However, it's a pity that his luck wasn't good. As for why you didn't suspect me, I understand. Because there is hatred between us. I once helped your Rain Clan. You repaid my kindness with enmity. However, I won't pursue this matter. However, I'm not only representing myself, but also representing Peerless City. Therefore, I hope that you and the Rain Clan can correct your attitude. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but if you dare to insult Peerless City, I will definitely not let you off. Pooh, the people from the Rain Clan below were so angry that they vomited blood. Many elders fainted from anger. The surrounding people also had different expressions. It seemed that this Lin Wudi was not only powerful, but also very smart. With a few simple words, he directly pointed out the Rain Clan's despicable and shameless behavior. As for him, he displayed magnanimity. Then, he pointed out his identity and swore to protect the honor of Peerless City. In an instant, he changed from a suspect to a genius with great talent and a boundless future. Moreover, he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. As for the Rain clan, if they dared to play any tricks, Peerless City would definitely take action. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Rain clan? Hee, they were nothing in his eyes now. If these people dared to touch him, he would not need to do anything. Someone else would take care of him. The people of Peerless City were very satisfied. Lin Xian had said that Xianxia's death was an accident and he had defended Peerless City. They were naturally satisfied. The people of the Rain clan were disheartened. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were indignant. This was supposed to be their glory, but now it had been given to someone else. Di Ling was trembling with anger. However, he was no longer a match for the other party. He wanted to break through. He wanted to become stronger. He believed that he would be able to trample the other party under his feet again. The eyes of the people from the Fiend planet flickered. This was really unexpected. They didn't expect a dark horse to appear. They had to warn Ghostly to be careful. Lin Wudi was too scary. The other clans and sects also warned their juniors not to go against Lin Wudi. The people of the spirit race were silent. They had looked down on Lin Wudi before, but now, he was too dazzling. The old ancestor of the spirit race snorted. Why are you all not talking? Weren't you all good at arguing before? You are too young. You are not good at judging people. From now on, you are not allowed to go against Lin Wudi. If I find out, I will expel him from the spirit race. The others were scared stiff. Yes, old ancestor. We will not do that. Even without the old ancestor's warning, they knew that this person was not to be trifled with. The old ancestor was still worried. As for Qiao and the young people, let them make their own decisions. Understood, understood, understood. The elders nodded their heads quickly. Ling Huanhua's face was pale. Ling Huanhua's father lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Next, it was time for the ceremony. The Holy City's recruitment of disciples was an important matter. Therefore, the ceremony had to be announced to the world, and countless clans and sects had to worship it. This way, it could strengthen the Holy City's reputation and strengthen their power. Indeed, at this moment, countless people came to congratulate the Holy City. Among them, the most dazzling one was Lin Xian. As the head disciple, he was the center of attention. After today, Lin Wudi's name would resound throughout the second astral boundary. Over at the Rain clan's side, the people who had presented the gifts earlier all gathered around. Well, hurry up and return the treasure I gave you. Fellow Daoist, I'm too poor right now. I don't have anything to give to Peerless City. Therefore, I think it's better if you return the godly metal that I gave you. Granddaughter, come back quickly. You'd better be Lin Wudi's concubine. Voices sounded one after another. The elders of the Rain clan fainted from anger once again. It was a grand entrance ceremony. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. In the sky, 498 people stood there. Behind them were the official disciples, and further ahead were the 49 core disciples. Standing at the very front was Lin Xian. The whole process of the ceremony not only conferred status, but also conferred rewards. Lin Xian took first place in all 3 tests and obtained 3 Dao comprehending tea leaves. This made countless people jealous. Even the eyes of the little saints turned red. This was really a rare treasure. Its effect on comprehending the great Dao of heaven and earth was too obvious. They couldn't wait to snatch it. Of course, they didn't dare to. Apart from that, there were also a lot of rewards, such as divine abilities, cultivation techniques, martial arts, armors, and weapons. There were all kinds of cultivation pills and resources. At this moment, they were arranged in less than one. Apart from that, Lin Xian also had an extra unparalleled sword. This was a saint weapon, a treasured sword. It was forged based on the real Saint King's weapon, the unparalleled sword. There were a total of 3 swords. The chief disciple had 1 each. In other words, Linghu Chuishua, Fu Hongya, and Lin Xian each had 1. This was not only a saint weapon, but also a symbol of status. After Lin Xian respectfully received it, he hung it on his waist. He raised his head and let the countless rays of light shine on his body. From now on, he was a member of Peerless City. With his status, even the patriarch of a clan like the Rain Clan had to be respectful to him, let alone those elders. His opponents in the future would also be geniuses from other saint cities. Apart from the normal rewards, the treasures from the surrounding clans, sects, and experts were also piled up like a mountain. After a few days, Peerless City would distribute these things to Lin Xian and the others as rewards. It had to be said that becoming a disciple of the saint cities was really great. Just these resources alone were enough to make countless saints jealous. With Lin Xian's status, the resources he would receive in the future would probably be more than the entire Rain Clan combined. This was the strength of the saint cities. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. They thought that in the future, this matter would definitely spread throughout the entire second star realm. Because it was too legendary and too shocking. However, they didn't expect that at the last moment of the disciple acceptance ceremony, there would be an unforeseen event. In the distance, there was a crack in space. A formation flickered in the sky. Someone was about to be teleported over. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a single-person teleportation, but a group teleportation. Who would be so generous to set up such a terrifying spatial teleportation formation? The people of Peerless City also stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look in front. The elders of Peerless City frowned. Looking at the formation, it wasn't weak at all. They wondered which saint cities it was from. However, for the other party to come at this time, wasn't it too arrogant? Were they trying to go against Peerless City? The faces of the others also changed. Who was it that was so arrogant? Finally, they saw countless people descending. Accompanying them were extremely terrifying lightning and laws. They covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone's bodies instantly tensed up. What a terrifying lightning aura. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but countless people. Were these people from the Thunder God City? Many people screamed because they guessed that the ones who dared to do this should be the saint cities. And the only ones who had such a violent lightning aura could only be the Thunder God City. However, why did the other party come at this time? They didn't know. However, the faces of the people of Peerless City changed. Even Xianxia and Lin Xian frowned. Others didn't know, but they knew. In the Eastern Spirit World, a huge battle had happened between Peerless City and Thunder God City. In that battle, they had obtained a complete victory. Many people from the Thunder God City had died, and countless saints were injured. They knew that Thunder God City wouldn't let this matter rest. However, they didn't expect the other party to come at this time. Be careful, they didn't come with good intentions. At the same time, send a message to the saint cities to get some elders and experts to come over. The elders of Peerless City hurriedly gave the order. The martial artists of Peerless City started to move quickly. Soon, the formation of Peerless City flashed and people were teleported over. Many elders walked out, each with a strong aura. Moreover, Vhumad was here too. Not only him, but he also brought a group of second-generation disciples. Heavens, something big is going to happen. The surrounding worshippers were dumbfounded. Could it be that the two cities were going to fight? If that was the case, it would be more shocking than the death of Xianxia. Their hearts were beating wildly. Once the situation went wrong, they would run away immediately. After the people of Thunder God City were teleported out, the few elders who were leading them laughed out loud. They brought their people and flew quickly in the air, heading over here. On the side of Peerless City, a few elders gathered together and asked in a loud voice. Friends of Thunder God City, what are you here for? Of course, we are here to congratulate. The people of Thunder God City laughed. Today is the day of Peerless City's disciple recruitment. We are here on the order of Thunder Sage King to congratulate Peerless City for accepting a genius disciple. Men, come and present the gifts. The few elders waved their hands, and the disciples of Thunder God City behind them took out their gifts one after another. Treasures were piled up like mountains. The others were stunned. Here to congratulate? Was it really that simple? Even the people of Peerless City frowned. The other party was here to congratulate? What a joke. It was fine if others believed it, but they would be fools if they believed it. Previously in the East spirit world, the battle was so fierce. Now that the other party was smiling, there must be something wrong. The others did not know and thought that the relationship between the two cities was good. However, at this moment, the elders of Thunder God City said that other than congratulating, they had also brought some young fellows of Thunder God City. When these young fellows heard that Peerless City had a lot of geniuses this time, they were very excited and wanted to spar with each other. I wonder if the cultivators of Wushuang City will give me some face. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They wanted to spar, many people's eyes lit up, and some even frowned. Indeed, things were not that simple. To spar during such a grand entrance ceremony, this was not a simple competition. They were here to cause trouble. Because once the new disciples of Peerless City were defeated, it would be a slap in the face. The whole second star realm would know about it soon. As a holy city, face was very important. If they were slapped in the face at this time, the reputation of the holy city would be severely damaged. When the people from Peerless City heard this, they frowned. Sparring? As expected, these people were up to no good. An elder from Wushuang City stood out. They could exchange pointers, but not now. Now is the most crucial moment of our Wushuang City's entrance ceremony. If everyone wants to exchange pointers, we will arrange a competition in the future. In the future? But these little fellows can't wait any longer. Moreover, we came from far away. I heard that there are quite a few geniuses from Wushuang City this time. If he entered the holy city and went into seclusion for 8 to 10 years and did not come out, then it would really be a pity. That's right. Senior, we're really just sparring. We won't go all out. Senior, don't worry. In front of everyone in the world, I, Thunder Saint City, will still give you face. At this time, a few disciples from the opposite side walked out. Although their expressions were respectful, their tone was not very polite. I heard that there is a person called Lin Wudi in this assessment. He is very powerful. I want to experience it personally. Another person walked out. When this person appeared, many people exclaimed in surprise. A level 5 sage. This person's strength was even stronger than Di Ling. He actually wanted to challenge Lin Wudi. Could it be that there was some hatred between the two? After all, it was normal for there to be competition between the holy cities. But to challenge by name was not normal. There must be a conflict between the two sides. As soon as this was said, countless people started discussing. Many people looked towards Wushuang City. Would the people from Wushuang City agree? Many people shook their heads. Not necessarily. If they agreed at this time, it would be fine if they won. But if they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Not necessarily. Since they were already being clamored to this extent, if they still did not make a move, they would be ridiculed even more. That's right. And look at how aggressive Lei Shinshin was this time. He definitely had a way to make Wushuang City make a move. The battle between the two holy cities would definitely be exciting. It would definitely be more exciting than the previous assessment. That was for sure. These people were all excited. In the previous 3 rounds of assessment, they only saw the first round. It was not fun at all. If they could see the geniuses of the holy cities fighting, then it would be a worthwhile trip. Of course, there were also some big families that were worried. Because their geniuses had just entered the holy cities and were about to be challenged. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. There were also some people who were very excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. For example, the Rain Clan. Originally, they looked as if they were struck by lightning. But now, they revealed a sinister expression. Challenging Lin Wudi? Great! Let the geniuses of Thunder God City kill Lin Wudi. I want to see this kid being torn into pieces with my own eyes. They couldn't wait to kneel down and beg the people of Thunder God City to make a move. On the other side, the people of Demon Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also cold. After all, Lin Wudi had defeated their geniuses in the second round. If someone could teach the other party a lesson at this time, it would be for the best. This kid was definitely going to die. Di Ling snorted. A level 5 sage was extremely powerful. He couldn't even fight against it without the ancient bronze corpse. How could the other party fight against it? Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary level 5 sage. This was a heaven's pride of Thunder God City. A heaven's pride that could fight above his level. The people of Wuxuang City also frowned. Lei Chong. They didn't expect that the one who stood out to challenge was Lei Chong. This wasn't a new disciple. The other party was a veteran genius of Thunder God City. He was very famous. Many of them knew him. For such a person to challenge a new disciple, this wasn't deliberately looking for trouble. It was a provocation, therefore, they wanted to reject. But they knew that Lei Xianxia wouldn't let this go. After all, the conflict between the two parties was very intense. Perhaps the other party still had some tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, they were from Sacred City. Did they need Thunder God City to give them face? So it's Lei Chong. Mr. Lei, if you want to spar, you can. Why are you looking for our new junior brother? How about this, I'll spar with you. A person walked out. It was a second-generation disciple. His body was emitting a terrifying light. That's right. A veteran disciple challenging a new disciple who just entered Sacred City. It was a little inappropriate. When did Lei Xianxia become such a coward? The second-generation disciples of Wuxuang City also said coldly. When the others heard this, there was an uproar. What? This Lei Chong was actually a veteran genius. Some people exclaimed. I've heard of him. He's very powerful. Why is he fighting against Lin Wudi? Lei Chong said coldly. I'm not interested in challenging you second-generation disciples. I only want to challenge Lin Wudi. Although he's a newcomer, his strength is very powerful. I've already seen it in Dongling World. However, due to some unexpected things, I didn't get to experience his skills personally. Now, I want to have a real contest with him. Lin Wudi, do you dare? Lei Chong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was indeed here to provoke. He was here to slap Lin Wudi's face. He had already fought with Lin Xian at Dongling Staircase. Lin Xian had killed his younger brother, and he would definitely avenge this grudge. That day, he had brought over a dozen cultivators with him, wanting to torture Lin Xian to death. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian had a kind of poison in his hands. Not only did they not kill him, but they were also defeated in an instant. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, at this moment, he must torture Lin Wudi to death in front of the whole world. You want to challenge me? Sure, but I'm the chief disciple. Not any random cat or dog can challenge me. Let your chief disciple come. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, were they being looked down upon? The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Cat or dog, Lei Chong was a top genius, a fifth heaven sage. If he was a cat or dog, what were they? Lei Chong was also furious. Damn brat, you're courting death. He roared, and the 9 heavens divine thunder descended. Why are you angry? Aren't you here to congratulate me? It's very impolite to be angry in our territory. Lin Xian said again. I'm not talking about you guys. It's just a metaphor. Don't take it personally. Pooh, the people of Thunder God City were injured again. They were about to bleed. Damn it, why does this guy look like he's asking for a beating, especially Lei Chong? He couldn't wait to slap Lin Wudi to death. Lin Xian was unperturbed. He didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. The elders of Thunder God City also gave Lei Chong a look, telling him not to be impulsive and to let the new disciples go first. Soon, a few new disciples from Thunder God City walked out. They had just joined Thunder God City not long ago. Us new disciples can challenge the geniuses of Peerless City, right? A man walked out with lightning circling around his body. As he jumped, he brought with him a violent and destructive power. I'll do it. The genius disciples of Wuxuang City could not take it anymore. They were arrogant and unruly people to begin with. Now that they were able to join the holy city, they became even more arrogant. Now that someone had provoked them in public, and more than once, how could they tolerate it? Thus, very soon, someone stood out. However, he still asked the elder of Peerless City. The elder of Peerless City glanced at him and nodded slightly, expressing his approval. The person who came out was one of the core disciples, and his strength could be considered formidable. Moreover, They also wanted to see how strong the newcomers from Thunder God City were this time, since they dared to behave atrociously in their Wushuang city. Was the battle about to begin? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect that the two holy cities would really compete. This was truly an exciting piece of news. For a time, countless people were extremely excited. Two genius disciples of the holy city walked out. Without any nonsense, they directly started fighting. On the opposite side, the genius disciple from Thunder God City was extremely powerful. He was an early-stage fourth heaven person. The lightning on his body was extremely terrifying. It made many experts of the older generation exclaim. Was this the strength of a holy city's disciple? He was really too strong. However, the genius from Wushuang City was also very impressive. He was also an early-stage fourth heaven person. He held a long blade in his hand and swept in all directions. Every time he swept, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The battle between the two was very exciting, causing countless people to exclaim. From the looks of it, they couldn't decide the victor. Why don't someone fight with me? At this time, a person from Thunder God City walked out. This person was tall and had a pair of lightning wings on his back. People of the 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, the other party was not human. He was from the Thunder Bat race. This kind of Thunder Bat race was originally a race of lightning. Now that they had joined Thunder God City, they were even more powerful. The moment he appeared, a vast power swept in all directions. Many people's faces changed. Even the people from Peerless City had grave expressions on their faces. Too powerful, however, there was still someone who walked out. I'll do it. The person who walked out was radiant like a sun. He was Xianxia, one of the 8 great heavens' prides in the past. Now, he was ranked 7th among the core disciples. Because the person who walked out was very strong, he had no choice but to take action. The people from Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. With Xiangxia's strength, he should be able to resist. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Oh heavens, Xianxia is going to make a move just like that. Isn't it too early? Don't underestimate the other party. Thunder God City's inheritance was very long, more than 10,000 years. Its foundation was above Wushuang City. And this genius from the Thunder Bat race was a mid-stage fourth heaven person. He definitely had something to rely on. Xiangxia's strength was definitely comparable. Boom, the expert from the Bat race sneered and took action. Xianxia also roared in anger. His palms formed a seal, turning into a huge sun that descended from the sky. Boom. Boom, the two of them fought fiercely. All kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this was the outer region of the starry sky, which was wide enough. Otherwise, the world below would have been destroyed. The crowd watched the battle nervously. The battle between the two sides was very intense. Not long after, the outcome was decided. The first battle was between two early-stage fourth heaven people. The genius from Wushuang City was injured. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City didn't have it easy either. Both sides were injured. It seemed like they were evenly matched. How about a draw? The elder from Wushuang City asked. The people from Thunder God City snorted and didn't say anything. However, it seemed like it would be hard to tell who would win if the battle continued. The first round was a draw. Too exciting. Too exciting. The surrounding people couldn't help but scream. It was rare for them to see such a battle. After all, these geniuses had terrifying divine abilities. Moreover, their battle experience was unparalleled. Some people who were unconvinced thought that their geniuses could also enter Wushuang City. Why were they eliminated? However, after watching the battle, they knew that the gap was too big. Those who could enter Holy City, even if they were ranked at the bottom, were the top geniuses. They were far from what they imagined. The second battle was also decided. Xianxia was injured. Many parts of his body were charred black. He was struck by lightning. However, he didn't care. Instead, he raised a smile. That was because the opponent's Thunderbat was more seriously injured. Its body had exploded once. Come back. You've lost this round. The elder of the Thunder God City looked at the Thunder Bat and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Lei Bat would lose. Lei Bat said, "Old Zhang, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight." However, the elder was not willing. Those who fought were all geniuses. If they were careless and died, or if their foundation was damaged, the loss would outweigh the gain. Left with no choice, Lei Bat could only clench his teeth and walk back. On the other hand, the people from Peerless City cried out in shock. They finally won a round. Let's see if the people from Thunder God City still dare to be arrogant. Sure enough, the people from Wuxuang City were more powerful. Many people exclaimed in excitement. However, there were some experts who shook their heads. They could not come to a conclusion so early. There were many people from Thunder God City. They were afraid that the spar would not end so easily. Sure enough, 3 people from Thunder God City walked out. 3 people from Wuxuang City accepted the challenge. The result was shocking. Wuxuang City only won 1 round and lost the other 2. This caused Wuxuang City's morale to suffer a blow. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. On Thunder God City's side, a smile appeared on their lips. Competing with them? They were still far from it. This time, they were here to teach Wuxuang City a lesson. They wanted to let them know what a veteran sacred city was. "Old Zhang, what should we do? Are they still clamoring for us to fight?" The people from Wuxuang City asked. Those elders frowned. These people from Thunder God City were too arrogant. That's right. Their disciples had already joined Sacred City for a period of time. On the other hand, we haven't even entered the sect yet. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight. That's right. Those people from Thunder God City could not be called as new disciples because they had already trained for a long period of time. On their side, they had not even entered the sect. If they continued to fight, they would probably get involved with the top few core disciples. They were all important targets to nurture. If they were defeated at this time, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. "Elder, it's fine. Let us do it," Shirbufan said in a deep voice. Shen Jingqiu, Zishui, Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others also said that they could also fight. They were not afraid of losing. "It's not that I don't believe you, but the risk is too big. Their people have all trained in Sacred City's secret technique. Moreover, this time, they didn't send their core disciples to the front. If you go into the water, the gains won't make up for the losses." Indeed, if the other party was also one of the top few, this battle was not impossible. After all, if he won, he would instantly become famous. However, if the other party was just an ordinary disciple who had been in the Holy City for a long time and cultivated a secret technique, they could bully the core disciples who had just entered the Holy City. If he were to lose, he would become the laughingstock of the world. However, if he didn't fight, he would be ridiculed by others. These elders decided to let the second-generation disciples take action. They would find a way to divert the flames of war to the previous generation disciples. It could preserve these new disciples. Originally, the human roots of the Thunder Divine City did not want to do this. They were here to attack Wuxuang. How could they fight with the second-generation disciples? They wanted to trample these disciples who had yet to join the sect under their feet. It would be best if their Tao hearts crumbled. Let me do it. Just as Peerless City was in a difficult position and everyone was shocked, thinking that Peerless City would be suppressed by Thunder God Qing, Lin Xian spoke up. He wanted to participate. "No, you can't participate." The elders of Peerless City shook their heads immediately. What a joke. Even top core disciples like Shui, Tianchen, and Shen Jingqiu were not willing to participate. How could they let Lin Xian, the top disciple, participate? "You can't go. It's too risky. They are trying to provoke you." That's right. You have to cherish your reputation now. If you want to fight, you can join the Holy City and cultivate our secret technique. Then, you can fight with him in the future. The elders tried to dissuade him. The second-generation disciples said one after another. That's right, junior brother Lin. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions. Lin Xian said. This matter started because of me. If I were to back down now, I wouldn't be able to answer to myself. Furthermore, I believe in pressing forward courageously. Since I dared to use the name Lin Wuti, I am prepared to fight at any time. Furthermore, with the performance of the East Spirit World, don't you guys believe in me? Lin Xian looked around. The people of Peerless City were silent for a moment. That's right. This Lin Wuti was special. However, they were not willing to take the risk. Don't worry, Elder. I will give you my head to guarantee that I won't lose. If I lose, I won't be the chief disciple anymore. The people from Peerless City sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shui Tianchen, Shi Bufan and the others were shocked. They could tell that Thunder God City was aggressive. Even if they were to join the battle personally, they were not confident of winning. In fact, they didn't even have half the confidence. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wouldn't lose. What kind of confidence was that? Furthermore, if he lost, he wouldn't be the chief disciple anymore. Wasn't that a military order? But the elders still wanted to say something, but a figure said, "Let him try." Everyone turned around and realized that the one who spoke was Fu Hongya. They were shocked. Senior brother Fu was here already. Seeing Fu Hongya nodding, the elders were silent. Fu Hongya and the rest believed that Lin Xian was confident. Since the other party said that, it meant that Lin Xian should be confident. Alright, then you will join the battle. But you must be careful. Be careful of Lei Chong. Don't fight with him. Don't worry, Elder. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded. He walked forward with a cold smile. Don't fight with Lei Chong? Although he said that, who knew what would happen if they really fought? It was fine if Lei Chong didn't provoke him. If Lei Chong dared to jump out, he wouldn't mind stepping on this old genius. On the other side, Thunder God City looked determined. They felt that their goal was about to be achieved. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Could it be that Thunder God City was going to slap Peerless City's face today? Just as the crowd was discussing anxiously, a figure walked out from the crowd. How could it be him? Tianya, who is that? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Many people started screaming because they realized that a figure was walking out. But this figure shouldn't have appeared. Lin Wuti, why did he come out? Yes, he was the chief disciple. His identity wasn't ordinary. If he lost, Peerless City's face would be completely lost. Peerless City shouldn't let him participate in the battle. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone knew this simple logic, but why was Peerless City doing this? Even the people from Thunder God City were stunned. Lin Wuti, they rubbed their glasses. Did I see wrongly? In the next moment, they were ecstatic. Great, Lin Wuti was going to fight, their hearts were beating wildly. If they could defeat Lin Wuti, it would be comparable to all their previous achievements. This was the most crucial battle. They had to trample this new chief disciple under their feet. I'll go. Lei Chong was too excited. His figure flashed and he was about to rush up, but he was stopped by the elder beside him. Don't be impulsive. You'll scare him away if you go up. Let's find someone to test his skills first. It's best to let him win 1 or 2 rounds and then confuse him. Let him think that he can stand until the end. At that time, you can make a move. Good. Lei Chong laughed. Everyone in Thunder God City laughed. The opponent was definitely dead. First, 2 level 4 saints were sent out. Soon, level 4 saints from Thunder God City walked out. Everyone below was discussing. This Lin Wuti, what kind of strength did he have? He was just a level 3 saint. How could he become the chief disciple? Don't worry, they would be able to see his true strength in a while. Many people were excited. Some people, such as the Spirit Clan, didn't believe it. They even thought that Lin Xian could get this position because their saintess secretly helped him. The Rain Clan gritted their teeth. It would be best if the people from Thunder God City killed the opponent on the spot. The people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were also gloating. If something happened to Lin Wuti at this time, it would be for the best. Di Ling's expression was cold. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to go up and kill the opponent with his own hands. Come, kid. Let me see what kind of strength you have. The people from Thunder God City clamored. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A level 4 saint dared to deal with him? He didn't know the difference between life and death. At the back, the people from Peerless City were also stunned. What was going on? Why would the opponent send such a person to fight? They were puzzled. A level 4 saint wasn't weak. He could definitely sweep away everything outside and make countless people tremble. However, in the Holy City, he wasn't the strongest. He was the middle power. In their opinion, in order to deal with a chief disciple like Lin Xian, the other party would definitely send someone at the late stage of the 4th heaven, or even someone at the 5th heaven, to kill him in one blow. They were already prepared to deal with all kinds of dangers at any time, but they didn't expect the opponent to send such a person. The battle ended quickly. Lin Xian won. The level 4 saint was defeated. The crowd below exclaimed in surprise. Fighting someone of a higher realm than him? These people were crazy. Could it be Lin Wudi? Normally, even if a genius could surpass a level, it would only be by a small realm. For example, an early stage cultivator could fight against an intermediate stage cultivator. How could a 3rd heaven cultivator fight against a 4th heaven cultivator? This was something that only top geniuses could accomplish. Next, another level 4 expert made his move. In the end, they were still defeated. Even those people who had become Thunder God clasped their fists and said, Lin Gongzi's strength is admirable. However, following that, the people from the Thunder God city started to attack. This time, it was a middle stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator, who was also defeated. Thunder God Chengdu had lost 3 matches in a row. It could be said that his momentum had been suppressed to the extreme. On the side of Peerless City, although they were excited, the elders were frowning. What was Lei Qing doing? The people below were shocked. Lin Wudi was too strong. However, the older generation was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Compared to Di Ling, these people were much weaker. Di Ling, a late-stage 4th heavenly layer, with countless divine abilities in his hands, couldn't beat Lin Wudi. How could the people of Thunder God City not understand this point? Oh no, this might be a trap. Some people were shocked. The elders of Peerless City also thought of this point. They first used 3 victories to confuse Lin Xian and let him get carried away by the victory. Then, they would use the real killing move. If this was really the case, then Thunder God City was too despicable and vicious. They wanted to stop it, but at this time, the people of Thunder God City started to move. 3 victories were enough to confuse this kid. Next, he would be miserable. The people of Thunder God City sneered in their hearts. The martial artist who went up was also a middle stage 4th heavenly layer sage. However, this was only his cultivation base on the surface. His real cultivation base was at the late stage 4th heavenly layer. Moreover, he had already cultivated Thunder God Cheng's secret technique. His strength was definitely incomparably strong. Moreover, he attacked the opponent unexpectedly. He would definitely be unprepared. Lin Gongzi, please advise. The person who came up had a human face, but his ears were pointed. Obviously, he wasn't from the human race, but one of the 10,000 ancient races. His name was Pan Ma. Pan Ma had a smile on his face, as if he was just exchanging pointers. However, he was sneering in his heart. Brat, let me personally trample you under my feet. When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression these people from Peerless City will have. Well said. Lin Xian nodded slightly, seemingly without any defense. Both sides exchanged blows, fighting earth-shaking. However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian still obtained the upper hand. Pan Ma persisted bitterly, about to be defeated at any time. Everyone was shocked. This Lin Wudi was very strong. However, the hearts of those elders from Peerless City were thumping wildly. On the side of Thunder God City, they revealed a hint of malevolence. It was about time. At the 20th move, it looked like Pan Ma was going to be defeated. However, at this time, his palms suddenly formed seals. Countless laws condensed in his hand, forming a treasure bottle. That was a purple treasure bottle. It was sparkling and translucent, like a precious jade. There were flames spreading on it, and there was even lightning revolving around it. Thunder God City was famous for its thunder law. Those who entered Thunder God City would cultivate this kind of thunder god law. Of course, it was impossible for a sage to only possess one type of law. Especially some top geniuses, they grasped 2 or 3 types of law in their hands. Lightning law was just one of them. For example, at this moment, the treasure bottle in Pan Ma's hand not only had the thunder law, but also the fire law. The moment this purple treasure bottle appeared, a berserk aura pervaded the 9 heavens and 10 lands, making many people tremble. Even those late-stage fourth firmament people had a drastic change in expression. Damn it, what was going on? This aura? What was going on with this person? There was a problem. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This was definitely not an ordinary middle-stage fourth firmament. This was a powerful genius, and he had a terrifying divine ability in his hands. It was over. Lin Wudi was going to be in danger. Peerless City's side similarly had a change in expression. Damn it, purple thunder treasure bottle. This was a great divine ability. Lightning and fire intertwined, that berserk power surpassed everything. Thunder God City was too despicable. They were incomparably anxious. Lin Xian must not be careless. Sure Bufan and the rest were similarly incomparably nervous. Would Lin Wudi be defeated? If it was a head-on battle, he definitely would not. But an unexpected attack would definitely injure him. Big brother Lin. Shin Jingzhou's heart was nervous to the extreme. Kid, go to hell for me. Pan Ma took out the purple thunder treasure bottle and aimed it at Lin Xian. Purple lightning and terrifying flames intertwined together, forming a ray of light that charged forward. Heaven fell and earth rent. Not good, this power was still above imagination. Everyone screamed. Lin Xian similarly had a hint of a cold smile in his eyes. Was he finally going to make a move? He seemed to be careless, but he had always been careful because he knew that Thunder God City would never let him go. Finally, he felt the danger. This purple lightning Aquarius was indeed very strong. However, it was impossible to injure him. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition was executed. The mysterious power caused this terrifying divine ability to deviate from its direction. It flew to his left. With a swoosh, the meteor shower sank, and countless black holes appeared. This terrifying power shocked everyone. However, everyone's expression was extremely strange. Even the people from Wushuang City were stunned. The people from Thunder God City were also stupefied. What was going on? That place was very far away from Lin Xian. Even if there was an impact, it would only be the aftermath of the energy. It wouldn't be able to injure him. Pan Ma was also stunned. What happened? How could he miss? Lin Xian pretended to be afraid. He heaved a sigh of relief. Aya, what a terrifying power. I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. However, your eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. You can actually miss at such a close distance. I have to say, I really admire you. Lin Xian looked worried and scared. Then, he looked very impressed. This made Pan Ma so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, he roared, and the purple lightning Aquarius attacked again. However, these attacks also missed. Lin Xian just stood there and waved his finger. Those light laws left his body as if they were deliberately avoiding him. In the starry sky around him, various black holes appeared as if they were going to devour the world. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian smiled. Seems like your eyesight is really bad. Damn it, how is this possible? Pan Ma was also stunned. My eyesight is bad? What kind of joke is this? Even if I'm blind, it's impossible for me to miss just by using my soul. What's going on? The elder from Thunder God City asked. Pan Ma said. I don't know how strange this kid is. I'll try to get closer. He quickly flew forward. The purple fire Aquarius in his hand flickered with terrifying light. Buzz, Lin Xian punched out. The great dragon sword spirit let out a resonant roar as it punched out, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. With a bang, the purple flaming bottle was shattered. Not good, Pan Ma's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the punch was too sudden. Furthermore, he was closing the distance between him and his opponent. He was completely unprepared. In a hurry, his treasured vase was shattered, and he could only use his hands to block in front of him. The precepts of fire and the precepts of thunder intertwined on his arms like two heavenly shields, trying to block the punch. With a boom, he felt as if a huge mountain had crashed into him. Then, his arm was directly broken and twisted in a strange position. Not only that, but the power wasn't done yet. It rushed directly into his body. His internal organs were all shattered. His body also caved in, and many large cracks appeared. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood there, an expanse of primal chaos in front of him. Natural laws pervaded the air, leaving one shaken. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was such a powerful blow. He crippled a hidden expert on the opposite side. Your eyesight is really bad. You don't even know how to dodge such a big fist. Lin Xian said indifferently. What's going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The elders of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were overthinking. This kid was much smarter than they thought. Did he win? One punch. The people of Water Sky City were shocked. Sherbufan's hair stood on end. He was also a close combat expert, but that punch just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, but his companion. Big brother Lin Xian is amazing. Shen Jingqiu cheered. On the opposite side, in the ruins, Pan Ma stood up with difficulty. At this moment, there were still large cracks on his body. Although they were healing, it was still a shocking sight. Especially half of his body, which was dyed red with blood. His face was even more ferocious. Damn kid, you tricked me. He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that the other party had hidden his strength before. When he was careless, the other party launched a surprise attack. As expected, he fell into the trap. Lin Xian laughed. Since you want to play, I'll naturally play with you. However, it's a bit too much to say that I'm sinister. Didn't you want to use the same method to deal with me, damn it? Pan Ma's pupil shrank. The faces of the people of Thunder God City instantly darkened. Their plan was completely exposed in front of the other party. Not only that, the other party actually beat them at their own game and seriously injured one of their geniuses. Damn it, this kid is really too despicable. At this moment, the people of Thunder God City felt that they were slapped in the face. Pan Ma, come back. Since you're already exposed, it's useless to continue fighting. Pan Ma was unwilling. However, when he moved his body, all his internal organs were bleeding from pain. He knew that he was injured and couldn't continue fighting. With a dark face, he returned to the camp. Lin Xian asked indifferently. Does your Thunder God City still have anyone to teach? If not, then I'll go back. We still have to continue with our initiation ceremony. Lin Xian looked like he was about to leave. No. The people of Thunder God City were anxious. It was not easy to get the other party to come out. How could they give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Since the conspiracy didn't work, then let's do it openly. Elder, let me go. Lei Chong couldn't bear it anymore. Without waiting for the elder to speak, he directly rushed over. The people of Thunder God City wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lei Chong wanted to go himself? Heavens, isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Wuti definitely wouldn't fight. That was for sure. Lei Chong wasn't a newcomer, but a disciple of the previous generation. Moreover, his strength was shocking. A fifth firmament saint, that kid couldn't possibly jump 2 levels to fight. Kid, do you dare to fight with me? I'll let you use one hand. Lei Chong descended from the sky, looking down at Lin Xian. It's you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You, who lost to me, still have the face to challenge me. Previously in the Eastern Tomb World, I defeated you with one move. Lin Xian's voice spread out, causing an uproar. What? Lei Chong was defeated by him. Defeated in one move, impossible, right? Everyone went crazy. Lei Chong was an existence even more terrifying than Di Ling. Moreover, his divine abilities were incomparably terrifying. Those older powerhouses were not his match. However, he was actually defeated by Lin Wuti. This Lin Wuti was too heaven-defying, right? Impossible. that Lin Wude must be bragging. That's right, this was a provocation. He was deliberately provoking the other party. Some people did not believe it. However, there were also some older powerhouses who sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very likely to be true. Did you forget that Lei Chong directly challenged Lin Wude the moment he arrived? There was no enmity between the two sides. Why would he challenge him? When these words came out, those who did not believe it also felt their scalps tingle. Indeed, this possibility was very high. They really could not believe that a third firmament saint could defeat a fifth firmament saint in one move. Lei Chong was enraged when he heard that. Lightning surged all over his body. Kid, you're talking nonsense. I was careless when you used poison. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Could it be that Lei Chong had really lost to Lin Fan before? An expert should admit defeat. There's no such thing as carelessness. Lin Xian shook his head. You don't have a good mentality. If I defeat you again this time, will you vomit blood? For your own safety, you'd better step down. He waved his hand impatiently. Lei Chong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and white smoke came out of his nose. Say that after you defeat me. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. So fast. Before anyone could see clearly, Lei Chong had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Not good. The expressions of the Peerless City elders changed drastically. Lei Chong doesn't know the rules. Some of the second-generation disciples were about to attack, but at that moment, Lin Xian roared. I'm not afraid of you. His voice shook heaven and earth. The laws of the five forms rushed out from his body and collided with the opponent's lightning. A terrifying explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many people were dazed and almost fainted. Some people even knelt on the ground in fear. The surrounding onlookers retreated crazily. It was not that there had never been a battle between geniuses before, but it was so thrilling. The moment the two of them attacked, they could not withstand it. There's no need to attack first. That kid should be able to do it. Vhumad said. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were stunned. Can he really fight against them? They did not quite believe it. In front of them, Lei Chong attacked with his ultimate move. The terrifying aura of lightning trembled. The sharp sword in his hand swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his fists and legs. Every kick caused the earth to shatter, and every punch caused heaven and earth to shake. He smashed onto the sword chi, causing the sword chi to be blown away. None of them could get close to his body. The two of them were extremely fast. Wherever they passed, the void would constantly crack. None of them were intact. As expected of a fifth heaven sage. He's too strong. The geniuses were also shocked. Shirbufan, Jitue, Tiancheng, and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt that they had no chance of winning against Lei Chong. Di Ling also felt his blood run cold. If he didn't send out the ancient corpse, he probably wouldn't be Lei Chong's opponent. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Xian was actually able to contend with someone like Lin Xian. Not falling into a disadvantageous position, it was really too shocking. Was this the strength of the number one? Was this the battle prowess of the chief disciple? It was really too shocking. At this moment, all the suspicions he had towards Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. He was like a tyrannosaurus in human form. His opponent was too strong, so strong that even Lei Chong's face was filled with shock. He didn't hold back. With his combat strength, he could contend with a fifth-layer saint in the middle stage. But now, a third-layer saint was actually locked in a battle with him. He felt humiliated. Damn it. Go to hell. Lei Chong roared. His palm was filled with laws, forming a lightning cane. He slammed it down. It enveloped Lin Xian below. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the black Qilin tattoo on his body stopped roaring. With his strong physique, he faced the lightning palm head-on. No way. Why didn't he dodge? Many people's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Even the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. In the face of such a shocking attack, they had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. But now, Lin Wude actually faced it head-on. Was his physique that strong? Wushuang City's people were worried. The Rain Clan's people were ferocious. Great. This kid is an idiot. Let him die. The Thunder God City's people were also roaring. This kid was too arrogant. In their opinion, the opponent's combat strength was strong, but his defense couldn't keep up. This was a fifth-layer Saint's attack. If the opponent was hit head-on, he would definitely be torn apart. Boom, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. The lightning palm fell down fiercely, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. The Rain Clan's people and the Thunder God City's people all laughed happily. Lei Chong also had a sinister look. Had he finally dealt with his opponent personally? However, he soon realized that something was wrong. His thunderous palm had been torn apart, and a figure had charged out from it. He broke through. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Lei Chong was dumbfounded. The Rain Clan's people were ashen. Even the Wushuang City's people were stunned. Before this, they were really worried about Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian's physique was not inferior to a fifth-layer saint. Kill. Lin Xian's left hand clenched into a fist. His right hand slashed out with the sword of law, and a terrifying sword chi swept across the world. Lei Chong was forced to retreat again and again. Lei Chong roared. Get lost. He opened his hands, and lightning slowly rolled down, forming a sea of lightning. Lin Xian retreated. His body was trembling, but he wasn't injured. The strength of his physique was beyond everyone's imagination. Thunder God's finger, Lei Chong launched another attack. He finally used the Thunder God's transformation, an extremely terrifying divine ability. This was a powerful divine ability, Thunder God's finger. The Thunder God's law filled the sky. The void split open, and a lightning finger with mysterious patterns fell from the sky, pointing at Lin Xian's body. Not good, this is a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in alarm. The Thunder God City's people clenched their fists. Is he finally using his divine ability? The Wushuang City's people became nervous again. They had to treat this divine ability seriously. Buzz, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Golden light burst out from his eyes, turning into a Qilin shield, blocking in front of him. The Thunder God's finger collided with the black shield, and a shocking sound rang out. The void shattered, and the sound spread out in all directions. Could it be blocked? Everyone was shocked. In the next moment, they found that it was blocked. What kind of shield was that? Was it a saint tool? It didn't seem like it. It was a divine ability he created. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this divine ability too terrifying? It was an eye technique. Shui Tian Chen's pupils shrank. He was too shocked. He was an eye technique expert, so he could naturally feel the aura of the Qilin shield. He also knew how to use an eye technique to defend himself. However, compared to Lin Xian's Qilin shield, it was too weak. This guy not only had a strong physique, but his soul was also extremely terrifying. Lei Chong was thoroughly enraged. His black wind danced wildly, and his eyes were like lightning. The laws on his body were constantly rushing out. Apart from that, he also used the wind and metal god's law. The three great laws were used together. It was incomparable. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This Lei Chong was too strong. However, after a long battle, Lei Chong kept vomiting blood. One of his arms was even destroyed. Lin Xian was even more powerful. His combat strength had reached the extreme. The great dragon sword spirit roared, causing Lin Xian's every move to be extremely powerful. Lei Tsong was constantly vomiting blood. With another long roar, Lin Xian turned into a sword light. He was like a dragon or a Qilin as he traversed through the sky. He directly tore Lei Tsong into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Being injured and being torn apart were two different concepts. Being injured might be a minor injury, but having one's body explode was definitely a serious injury. Sure enough, the people from Thunder God City could no longer remain calm. Lin Wudi's strength was beyond their expectations. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Lei Chong was completely enraged. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. Lightning intertwined on his body as he took out a whip. Flames were dancing on it, and it could burn everything. Many people screamed. This weapon was definitely a sacred weapon. Buzz, the sacred weapon, blazing divine whip, lashed out in all directions, shattering the void. Lei Chong's power rose again. Damn it. Despicable. You actually used a sacred weapon. The people from Peerless City roared crazily. This Lei Chong was a level 5 celestial level. Did he need to use a sacred weapon to deal with a level 3 celestial level? This was simply too shameless. The people from Thunder God City also lost face. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat, but they were completely humiliated. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between the two sides. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill in one move. But now, they were actually defeated. Moreover, they were forced to use a sacred weapon. If they still couldn't win, then they would really lose face. Elder, don't we need to stop him? The people from Thunder God City asked. They were very worried. There was no need. Lei Chong was already angry. With his means and the sacred weapon, he could definitely win. That kid shouldn't be able to hold on for long. In their minds, how could a level 3 celestial level sage have such power? He must have taken some kind of pill in advance. Did he use a sacred weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. How could he not have a sacred weapon? He had more than one saint artifact in his hand. However, he did not use anything else. Instead, he drew the unparalleled sword from his waist. This was the saint artifact that he had just obtained. It was also a symbol of his status. I'll use the unparalleled sword to defeat you. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand as sword intent erupted from his body. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, he was truly like a sword god, attacking powerfully. Why do I feel that he has become even stronger than before? Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched. This kid couldn't be a peerless swordsman, right? Everyone was shocked. Following that, they discovered that as expected, Lin Xian's every strike was extremely powerful. After 5 strikes, the raging inferno divine whip was sent flying. One of Lei Chong's arms was cut off. After another 3 slashes, Lei Chong's head was chopped off. Defeated. Lei Chong was seriously injured by someone again. Everyone was shocked. The ones who had been defeated before weren't that strong. However, after bringing out his sacred artifact, Lei Tsong was defeated even faster. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked. Lei Chong's arm and head flew back and reconnected. His face was extremely dark. His body was fuming with anger. He couldn't do anything to the other party, He roared to the sky, his lungs bursting with anger. At the back, the elders of Thunder God City saw this scene and also said, Lei Chong, come back quickly. They could see that Lei Chong was no match for the other party. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would only be humiliated if they continued to fight. Lin Xian also waved his hand and said, I've already said that you're no match for me. Previously in the East Spirit World, you couldn't beat me. It's funny that you still want to fight. Now you know how powerful I am. I advise you to go back quickly if you don't want to die. Sigh, why is it so difficult to find an opponent? Lin Xian sighed, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Lei Chong so angry that he was about to collapse. The others also looked strange and wanted to go up and kick him a few times. Let me see how strong you are. On Thunder God City's side, another person walked over. Lin Xian frowned. He could see that this person's strength was about the same as Lei Chong's. When he came, the other party's elder secretly stuffed a few things. It should be a sacred tool. Damn it, do these guys really think that I'm easy to bully? They still want to fight with me? His face darkened. He was thinking whether he should be a little ruthless and directly kill 1 or 2 of them here to intimidate them. It would also let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be bullied by just anyone. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. They felt that it was not good to continue like this. Perhaps someone had some powerful trump cards. If they hurt Lin Xian, it would be really bad. They decided to make a move. At this time, a stream of light came from afar. At the same time, a cold snort sounded. Thunder God City was really shameless. They challenged one after another. How many sacred tools did they bring this time? The voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was in an uproar. The people of Thunder God City changed their faces. Who dares to slander our Thunder God City? Go to hell. An elder shouted coldly and attacked the stream of light with his palm. However, that light figure dodged and turned into a woman. Thunder God City, you dare to make a move against me? Do you want to die? This voice was incomparably arrogant. It made everyone's scalp numb. There was actually someone who did not put Thunder God City in his eyes. Who was it? Thunder God City was also angry. They were already very sullen today. They were actually beaten up by someone. Now, there was someone who dared to go against them. That elder also stood out. Who is it? You don't know life from death. Get over here. He was incomparably powerful. He wanted to kill this arrogant person with a slap. I'm right here. Come over and try to touch me. The voice rang out again. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a beautiful woman standing there. Her jade face was incomparably cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes were filled with biting cold-killing intent. That elder laughed sinisterly and was about to make a move. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Because he saw something on that girl's body. It was a jade pendant. At the same time, his scalp went numb. It's you. He was so frightened that his body trembled. He quickly cupped his fist. So, it was Fairy Lee. This old man's mouth was cheap. Slap him. He did not dare to say anything else. Instead, he directly retreated. The others were even more stunned. F***ck. Who was this girl? She could actually make an elder of Thunder God City so afraid. Some disciples of Thunder God City were unconvinced and wanted to go up. They felt that the girl was very young. She was only in her 20s. What qualifications did she have to be arrogant? However, the elder of Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. All of you, shut up. Get over here. Do you want to die? The elder of Thunder God City secretly transmitted his voice. He was the little princess of Divine Silkworm Ridge. Her father was a sage king. What? Everyone's scalp went numb. Someone from Divine Silkworm Ridge. Moreover, her father was a sage king. Her identity was so big that it was frightening. It was no wonder that the other party did not place their Thunder God City in their eyes at all. In fact, even their elders had to be respectful toward them. These martial artists of Thunder God City did not dare to be presumptuous anymore and retreated one by one. This scene caused the others to be even more shocked. They were all curious. What was the identity of this young girl? When Di Ling saw this woman, his body trembled as well. Fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, it's her. He subconsciously took a few steps back. The elders of Spirit Sealing Star beside him asked, "What's going on? Do you know her?" Di Ling gritted his teeth. His face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He recalled the terrifying experience. In the 1 month in East Spirit World, he was chased by this woman. She was too strong. He was chased all over the world. If he didn't have the ancient bronze corpse, he would have died in there. But even so, his ancient bronze corpse was still smashed into pieces. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this Li Hongxiu? He had met her in East Spirit World before. They were plotted against, and then she went to kill Di Ling. He didn't expect her to appear here again. Moreover, he felt that this woman wasn't simple. She didn't put Thunder God City in her eyes. Her identity was frightening. You're not bad. You're actually the chief disciple. Li Hongxiu looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian was surprised. Why are you here? Li Hongxiu said. I heard that Wushuang City had an entrance ceremony. I thought it was fun, so I came to take a look. In the distance, the elders of Wushuang City quickly came over and cupped their hands. Greetings, little Princess Divine Silkworm. Alright, no need for so many rules. Li Hongxiu cupped her hands. She didn't seem to like this title. Lin Xian was surprised. Heavens, did the elders of Wushuang City have to bow? What was the origin of this woman? In the distance, Shui Tianchen, Shi Bufan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a terrifying person. Shen Jingqiu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. In the surroundings, the experts of the other sects were even more terrified. The elders of the two holy cities treated her with respect. This was enough to explain the problem. Especially the Rain clan, they were so scared that they were trembling. Damn it, why did that kid have such a terrifying person by his side? They were about to go crazy. Why did the ant that they looked down on exceed their imagination time and time again? Xia's face was also full of despair. To be honest, she was about to collapse. Previously, although Lin Xian had saved her, she did not take it to heart because she felt that her future husband would definitely be favored by the heavens. At the very least, the imperial mausoleum was like this. Therefore, even if the family really wanted to do something back then, she would not have taken a fancy to Lin Xian. But now, she wanted nothing more than to slap herself. The spirit of the mausoleum was very strong. In the end, he was still eliminated. And the man that she had looked down on was now incomparably dazzling. Even Shen Jingqiu, who used to be as famous as her, was now far ahead of her. Now, there was a peerless beauty that even frightened the elders of the holy city. Furthermore, this beauty had a mysterious relationship with Lin Xian. How could she not be shocked? Lin Xian, come back. Let's finish the entrance ceremony first, then I'll lead you back to Peerless City. The elder of Wushuang City said. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at Li Hongxiu. I still have business to attend to, so I won't accompany you. He followed the elder and stood back. The entrance ceremony continued. Li Hongxiu walked over and watched from the side. She had thought that it would be fun, but now it seemed that it was just some red tape that was not very interesting. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were also shocked. They were all guessing who this person was. Wasn't he too bold? There were even some people who were not convinced. At this moment, Fu Hongya walked over. You're really a troublesome little ancestor. I'll recommend you 2 fun worlds. Why don't you go and explore them? Li Hongxiu glanced at Fu Hongya. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She shook her head. Forget it, you lunatic. The places you go are all places with fierce battles. I'm not going. Moreover, I recently found a very interesting person. I think he can stir up the second astral realm. She looked at Lin Xian with a strange light in her eyes. Fu Hongya also nodded and said, You're right. I had the same idea too. Junior brother Lin might really be able to stir up a storm. It's time to change some things. Why? Do you want to be on the list? Actually, I also want to be on the list. However, I'm still a little short. I need some opportunities. That place will soon be open. When I go to that place, I'll make a breakthrough. Li Hongxiu said. Fu Hongya said, I've already been to the place you're talking about. I don't plan to be on the list you're talking about. That list is meaningless to me. As for the higher ranking list, it's just a ranking. The most important thing is one's strength. Even if I don't get on the list, I can still laugh at the world. Oh, you people from Peerless City are really... Li Hongxiu did not know what to say. Fu Hongya said, Why don't you just say it? How should I put it? As for your 2 head disciples, that Linghu Chuishue is a sword fanatic. You're also a cultivation maniac. You only want to improve your strength. You don't even fight for the important lists. Peerless City's reputation is not very high outside. This has a lot to do with you. You're right about this. Fu Hongya did not want to refute. They were all focused on Dao. They didn't really want to fight for the opportunity to show their faces on the important rankings. Therefore, he said, Isn't junior brother Lin coming? He'll fight for the things that we don't fight for. Is that so? You're quite good at reading people. There's nothing wrong with that. Once the name Lin Wudi is released, people will come to him personally even if he doesn't want to fight for it. Lin Wudi is indeed an arrogant name. I wanted to beat him up the first time I heard it. The disciples of Peerless City were shocked as they watched the 2 of them chatting. She was definitely a terrifying woman to be able to chat with their second-generation chief disciple for so long. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had completed the complicated entrance ceremony. They were now the third-generation disciples of Peerless City. Next, the elders of Peerless City gave them about an hour to gather with their families. Some of them might have already entered the sacred city and would be in seclusion for a long time. These people all returned to their families and began the one-hour gathering. On Lin Xian's side, there were no clans or clans. However, there were countless experts and clans flocking over. I have a treasure here for Lin Gongzi. I hope you won't treat me as an outsider. Lin Gongzi, this is my granddaughter. She's a good maid. You can take her with you and use her as a maid. Lin Gongzi, this is a divine sword for you. Voices rang out one after another. These people were all here to deliver treasures, but to be more precise, they were here to suck up to Lin Xian. These people were more than the total number of people who went to the Rain Clan, Spirit Sealing Star, and Fiend Star. It couldn't be helped. The current Lin Xian was like the sun in the sky, extremely dazzling. There were even some minor saints who came, shocking everyone. Such existences had very high statuses. Could it be that they also wanted to rope in Lin Xian? Sure enough, these minor saints also extended some olive branches, wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Xian. There were even some who wanted to make friends with the mysterious girl Li Hongxiu through Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian's limelight overshadowed everything. Lin Xian accepted all the treasures given to him without hesitation. Everyone knew how to put on a show. Lin Xian chatted very enthusiastically with these people, making them ecstatic. That's great. Next, Lin Xian walked forward again. Everyone followed. Soon, they saw that Lin Xian had actually arrived in front of the Rain Clan. The people of the Rain Clan were shocked. Although they couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian, they didn't dare to do so. The patriarch of the Rain Clan had come personally. Lin Gongzi, what matter do you have to ask for advice? Oh, nothing. I just came to take a look. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't say anything special. On the other hand, the people of the Rain Clan felt even more pressure. Because countless gazes were gathered on them. The patriarch of the Rain Clan gritted his teeth and said hurriedly. We also prepared a generous gift to congratulate Lin Gongzi. He took out a storage ring and handed it over. This thing was originally prepared for Di Ling because in their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the chief disciple. They wanted to build a good relationship between both sides. Now, they didn't expect that this thing would be given to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was their enemy. But they had no choice but to lower their heads. All right, thank you. Lin Xian accepted it with a smile. Next, he went to the Fiend Star and Wind Spirit Star. The people of these two worlds were also forced to take out some gifts. Lin Xian returned from a rewarding journey. The people of Thunder God City retreated. They left with shock and unwillingness. They knew that today's matter would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. However, they swore that this matter was not over. There would be plenty of time in the future. The blow they received here would definitely be returned in other places. There was also Lin Wudi. They would remember that. They would not let this person grow. On Lin Xian's side, they gathered once again and teleported to Matchless City. After entering Wushuang City, they were welcomed. Soon, someone led them to their respective areas. The hundreds of ordinary disciples had their own areas, while the 49 core disciples had their own areas. The place where Lin Xian lived was very good. Top-grade spirit veins occupied a large area. It was like a small kingdom, and Lin Xian was the king of this hell. He could mobilize anyone in this region and use any resources he wanted. Not only that, because he was the chief disciple, his identity in the entire Matchless City was not ordinary. The resources he could enjoy were really amazing. He could even read some ancient books and secret techniques. Shen Jingzhou's cave was next to Lin Xian's. It was also magnificent. After all, she was the second most promising disciple to become a Saint King. In addition, there was also Water Sky City, Shibufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and others nearby. They could be said to be neighbors. Brother Lin. Shen Jingzhou immediately flew over after dealing with her own matters. Because she was afraid that the purple-haired girl would snatch Lin Xian away. When she arrived, she found that there was only Lin Xian in the cave. Where was that woman? Xianxia asked vigilantly. Oh, you mean Li Hongxiao? She went somewhere else. She probably went to find Fu Hongya. That woman has a great background. I can't go to some forbidden areas, but she can. What is her identity? Xianxia was also curious. At this moment, a few figures walked over from afar. It was Shi Shui Chen, Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others. They were also here to visit Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian would be their eldest senior brother in the future, and they still needed Lin Xian to take care of them. Moreover, they also wanted to befriend him. At this moment, when they heard Xianxingqiu's question, they were also curious. After meeting their eldest senior brother, they first asked, "Yes, senior brother Lin, what is that woman's identity?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know the details. I only know that our elder calls her Little Princess Divine Silkworm." Little Princess Divine Silkworm. Could it be that she was from the Divine Silkworm Ridge? Shi Shui Tiancheng exclaimed. Si Impatient was also surprised. Even Xianxingqiu was shocked. Lin Xian asked, "You know?" The few of them nodded. They knew that Lin Xian came from the first astral realm, but he might not know about some of the top forces and legends of the second astral realm. He said, "If we guessed correctly, the Little Princess Divine Silkworm should be referring to the Divine Silkworm Ridge." The Divine Silkworm Ridge was very terrifying. It was a clan that had produced an ancient emperor. It was on par with the Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, and the Phoenix Clan. So powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. A clan that had produced an ancient emperor was an emperor clan. Thinking about it, this should be a bloodline of the emperor clan. However, this was also very shocking. No wonder the elders of the holy city had to be respectful when they saw her. Indeed, her background was terrifying. The few of them chatted. Not long after, a second-generation disciple came over and invited Lin Xian and the others to comprehend Wu Shuang's secret technique. Lin Xian and the others were extremely excited. They didn't expect to be able to comprehend Wu Shuang City's secret technique so soon after they arrived. Everyone followed the second-generation disciple and went forward. Wu Shuang City was very big. After flying for about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. This was a place that had been transformed. The mountains had been flattened, and it was a vast plain. On the plain, there were palaces and pavilions. There weren't many of them, but Lin Xian could see that there was a huge array protecting this place. This should be a place where divine abilities were stored. Lin Xian and the others were led into a hall. There were many ancient books inside that recorded divine abilities. They were very terrifying. There were also some secret techniques that Lin Xian and the others could read here. Of course, the most important thing was the core of Wu Shuang City, the Wu Shuang secret technique. This was a secret technique that only Wu Shuang City had. This was a special technique that could increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. It was an unparalleled attack. Everyone was incomparably surprised, especially Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul specialized in attacking saint techniques. Therefore, although his realm was low, his combat strength was strong. He was even stronger than an ordinary fifth heaven saint. He didn't expect that he would be able to learn Wu Shuang's secret technique now. However, when he saw Wu Shuang's secret technique, he realized that there was still a difference between the two. The great dragon sword soul allowed Lin Xian's every move to be far more powerful than those of the same level. It wasn't a problem for him to even fight against those of a higher level. And this Wu Shuang's secret technique was even more magical. It could allow one to instantly erupt with strength that was several times stronger than before. Of course, it was only for an instant. However, this was already enough. One had to know that in a battle between experts, what they competed for was half a move. If one could win with another move, then the advantage would be huge. It was even rumored that the unparalleled secret technique could unleash 10 times more combat power than oneself. Of course, the duration was even shorter. It was said that the unparalleled secret technique was incomplete. It was modified by countless saints, but it was already very terrifying. This was the foundation of the holy city. Lin Xian and the others were wild with joy. If they could learn this secret technique, then they would definitely have a very powerful trump card. Lin Xian could use it together with the great dragon sword soul. Xianxia was also happy. She could also use this unparalleled secret technique together with her spirit body. Shui Tiancheng and the others were also very excited. Everyone couldn't wait to cultivate and comprehend. Just like that, half a year passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body was already covered in dust. The moment he opened his eyes, all the dust had disappeared. He stood up with a look of surprise. He had already grasped the initial stage of this unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City were shocked. You really grasped the initial stage, how long has it been? Half a year, and he has already grasped it. One had to know that, not to mention half a year, it was already very impressive to grasp it in 8 to 10 years. This was called a secret technique. Was this kid a monster? Or was he bragging? Elder, I really grasped it, and it's only the initial stage. There's no need to be so shocked. Lin Xian scratched his head. He had indeed grasped the initial stage because he had the great dragon sword soul. This kind of offensive saint technique could be said to be handy when practicing the unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City didn't believe it and wanted Lin Xian to demonstrate. When Lin Xian activated 5 times his combat power, this elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens! Did he really grasp it? This movement also woke Xianxia and the others up. When they learned about it, they were also shocked. To be honest, they had only grasped a little bit of it, but Lin Xian had already grasped the initial stage. The gap was too big. Qiu'er, you cultivate here first. I have some things to do first. Lin Xian explained. He was indeed preparing to leave. He wanted to go to a place, and that was the Fiend Star. He hadn't forgotten that the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were trapped on the malevolent planet. He was going to save them now. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qiu'er is going too. Xianxia was reluctant to part with him. The place I'm going to is very far away. If you want to cross the fog of death, you should cultivate here first. Don't worry, I'm not in any danger. Xianxia nodded obediently. Shui Tiancheng and the others were shocked. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Was he going back to the first astral boundary? Even the elders from Wushuang City frowned. You've just arrived at Saint City, so you should hurry up and cultivate. After a few years, he would go out again. I can't wait any longer. Elder, I have some friends who are trapped on the Fiend Star. I have to save them. Fiend Star? Elder Wushuang was astonished. It was too dangerous to go to that kind of place. No, I have to report this. Wait here first. He went to make the announcement, and soon, someone came. The person who came was Vhumad. Junior brother Lin, you're going to the Fiend Star? Vhumad asked. Lin Xian nodded. My friends are there. I have to save them. Alright, I won't stop you. Take this. Vhumad took out a token. It was a silver token with a demon's face drawn on it. What was this? Lin Xian was shocked. Vhumad said that he had saved someone in the past, and that person went to the Fiend Star. He was indebted to me, so he gave me this token. When the time comes, take this token and find someone called Akuan. He can help you. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian took the silver token and said goodbye to everyone. He left Wushuang City. Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and flew at full speed. He couldn't wait. He wondered how the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were doing on the Fiend Star. With their talent and strength, they should be able to do well on the Fiend Star. On the other side, the families had all returned. The matter of Wushuang City quickly spread throughout the second astral realm. Lin Xian, Lin Wudi's name, spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that Wushuang City had accepted such a powerful chief disciple. He was only at the 3rd celestial realm, but he had defeated a 5th celestial realm genius. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Lei Shenqing's expression was ugly. They had really lost this time. They had lost face, the Rain clan's faces were ashen. They had provoked such a powerful enemy. Moreover, their young master Xianxia had died inside. After returning to the clan, the Rain Clan's people gritted their teeth. That damned Lin Wuti. Those elders also said that they suspected that young Master Xianxia's death was related to Lin Wuti. But what could they do? The other party was now the chief disciple of Wushuang City. They were no match for him. Reporting to the Patriarch, the people from Di Ling and Spirit Sealing Star have arrived. Outside, a disciple reported. Once these words were spoken, the entire Rain Clan was shocked. Where are they? The Rain Clan's Patriarch quickly asked. They were outside. The Rain Clan's Patriarch exclaimed. Quickly invite them in. Soon, a few figures walked in. They were the elders of Spirit Sealing Star. Apart from them, there was also Di Ling. I wonder why you guys are here. Please have a seat. The Rain Clan's Patriarch said with a smile. The other elders also had respectful looks on their faces. We are here to join hands. I am going to join hands to kill Lin Wuti. The moment Di Ling spoke, everyone was shocked. Kill Lin Wuti. Those elders' hearts were beating wildly. There were also some who were overjoyed. Great, this Lin Wuti was too arrogant. He actually dared to plot against our young master. The elders of Xianxia's lineage were all gnashing their teeth. They had lost such a genius. How could they swallow this anger? Di Ling said. I also want to kill him. Hence, I am here to join hands with you. The Rain Clan's Patriarch was also shocked. Di Ling was atop heaven's pride. Although he did not join Wushuang City, no one dared to underestimate his strength. It could only be said that his luck was bad. Otherwise, he would definitely be a core disciple. He might even fight for the position of chief disciple. It was not impossible for such a person to join hands with them. Alright, we have to discuss this matter properly. The Rain Clan was also prepared to join hands. Next. Both sides began a long discussion. A few days later, the elders of Spirit Sealing Star returned. It seemed that they were preparing for the follow-up. However, Di Ling did not leave. He still stayed in the Rain Clan. The one who received him was Xianxia. This was the wish of the elders of both sides. If they could let these two young people walk together, then the two forces could be considered to have joined hands. The Rain Clan also hoped for this. If Di Ling and Xianxia were to marry, they would completely hug the thigh of Spirit Sealing Star. This was the best situation for now. Xianxia's heart was dead. In order to avenge her brother, she was prepared to marry Di Ling. Of course, she had a condition. Di Ling had to kill Lin Xian before she could marry him. Before that, she wouldn't let him touch her. Half a month later, there was a sudden news. There were two pieces of news. The first piece of news was that the Fiend Star had dug out something from the void ocean. It was incredible. Some experts from the families were preparing to go over. The other piece of news was that someone had found Lin Xian's traces. That news caused the people from the Rain Clan to be incomparably shocked. Especially Di Ling, whose eyes emitted a biting cold radiance. Was the news true? To be honest, they didn't believe it. How long had it been? Lin Xian had joined Wushuang City and should be in seclusion to cultivate. How could he appear outside? It should be true because many people had seen his traces. Where was he? Diwen asked. The elders of the Rain Clan also had anxious expressions on their faces. The martialist below said respectfully as he knelt on the ground. He had been attacked by sea demons in the void ocean. Many people were affected. Among them was a black spirit boat. Lin Wuti walked out from it. Void ocean? What was he doing in the void ocean? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand. Why didn't he cultivate in the holy city? Why did he run out? Moreover, he was going to the void ocean. At this time, Xianxia said, I remember. When they came from the first star realm, they had several companions with them. But later, when I found him, he was alone. Maybe this time, he went to find his companions. Are you sure? The elders were shocked. They had never heard of this news. Xianxia nodded. It was true. He might have gone to the Fiend Star because it was the people from the Fiend Star who had attacked them. Great, now I can finally kill him. Di Ling revealed a sinister smile. The Rain Clan's elders also smiled. We were planning to go to the Fiend Star anyway. Now, we can catch him on the way. Young Master Di Ling, you go to the Fiend Star with Xianxia and the others. We will send people to kill him on the way there. We are closer. A Rain Clan's elder's eyes flashed with killing intent. Di Ling thought about it. Alright, I'll have to trouble you. 3 days later, they were ready to depart. Di Ling went back to prepare. Xianxia stayed behind. She asked why Di Ling didn't attack. The elders looked and set up a formation. That brat was only at the 3rd celestial layer, but he was so strong. He must have some secrets on him. We need to capture him alive and get his secrets. The eyes of these elders shone with a cold light. Xianxia also understood that such a secret was definitely extraordinary. It might even cause a huge commotion. If they wanted to monopolize it, they naturally couldn't let Di Ling do it. Okay, I got it. I will stay by Di Ling's side for the next few days. I will not let him do anything. Xianxia made her decision. Everyone began to move. Lin Xian was also affected. He flew all the way to the Void Sea, but he was attacked a few days after entering the sea. It was a huge shark, as big as a mountain. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was stirring up the seawater. One of the bewilderment fog ships was attacked. Lin Xian happened to pass by and was also affected. He walked out of the black earth. This was also why someone was able to discover his tracks. But soon, he took a detour. He didn't take the bewilderment fog ship now because his black earth was already a saint artifact. Moreover, he had cultivated Taiji extinction. He didn't fear the fog of the Sea of Death. He could enter alone. Lin Xian cultivated as he flew. At the same time, there were several figures in the depths of the Void Sea. There were 6 figures in total. They were in a spirit ship, floating there as if waiting for something. Will that brat come? A middle-aged man asked with a frown in the spirit ship. He was a 5th celestial layer saint. Beside him were several others. 3 of them were 5th celestial layer saints, and 2 were little saints. Such a lineup was extremely powerful. It wouldn't be a problem for them to kill other little saints. He will definitely come. We have already set up a trail. If he wants to go to the Fiend planet, this is the place he must pass. Since he is here, we will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Another old man sneered sinisterly. Don't kill him. We still need his secrets. If we can get them, our Rain clan will be able to improve again. Speaking until here, these people laughed. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. With such a large team, no matter how talented the brat was, he would die without a doubt. These people were from the Rain clan. After they received the news, they quickly rushed over to kill the brat. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was cultivating at the moment with a leaf of Tao comprehending tea in his mouth. There were many divine crystals around him. He was cultivating while comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the black earth was very fast. Lin Xian was in a hurry. Therefore, he was like a bolt of lightning, traveling through the Void Sea. It's coming. On this day, these people of the Rain clan stood up one after another. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. They could feel a spirit ship coming at them quickly. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. Even the 2 little saints were surprised. Judging from its speed, it should be a saint artifact. A flying spirit ship was a saint artifact. It was really rare. This brat's body was full of treasures. Don't worry, these things will be ours soon. Prepare to attack. First, activate the formation to trap him. The 2 little saints gave the order. The other 4 5th heavenly layer saints moved quickly. They left the spirit ship and hid in the Void Sea. Then, they formed seals with their palms. The formation lit up and formed a seal that sealed the Void Sea. Countless chains spread out and wrapped around the black earth. The black earth shook. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He spat out the leaf of Tao comprehending tea and put it away. Then, he asked, "What's going on?" He Tu floated over and said, "We're under attack. Someone is attacking us. Is it a demonic beast?" They took a detour. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that there were quite a lot of demonic beasts in the void sea. He Tu said, "It's not a demonic beast. It seems to be sealed by a formation." Formation? Boom. Lin Xian gave the order. The black earth shone brightly. Countless black lights appeared on its body and shattered all the chains on it. Buzz, it turned into a stream of light and crashed into the seal. With a boom, the void sea collapsed. The seal shook and countless cracks appeared. Damn it, it's so strong. The faces of the people of the Rain clan changed. This spirit ship is mine. Killing intent burst out from the eyes of a little saint. With a wave of his hand, he launched an earth-shattering attack. A huge palm pressed down on the black earth, holding it down. Brat, come out and face your death. At the same time, a roar resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian frowned. Without waiting for He Tu to say anything, he came out of the black earth and looked forward. There were shadows in front of him. Their auras were monstrous. Obviously, they were experts. What was going on? Someone was attacking him. Who was it? Did they not want to live anymore? One must know. His current identity was not ordinary. But even so, there were still people attacking him. Was it someone from the Thunder God City who made a move? He first thought of Thunder God City. Perhaps only Thunder God Cheng would dare to attack him. After all, he had slapped Thunder God Cheng's face. Thunder God Cheng must be furious. It's really you. The shadow opposite him let out a surprised laugh. As he strode forward, the surrounding void and seawater surrounded him, making him look like a god of the sea. There were also people walking out from the other three directions, completely surrounding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. Who are you people? He discovered that there was no lightning aura on them. Instead, there was a terrifying water energy that could even move the surrounding seawater. Are you people from the Rain clan? He instantly thought of a clan with such power. It was the Rain clan. However, he did not believe that the Rain clan would be so daring to provoke him. But soon, he was sure that they were from the Rain clan. A little saint said coldly. Speak, brat. How did our young master Xianxia die? Were you the one who killed him? Sure enough, they were from the Rain clan. Lin Xian's face was cold. You people are really courting death. You dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? Of course, we don't dare to provoke Wushuang City. But you? If you die here, no one will know. Perhaps others will think that you were killed by a powerful sea demon. Don't worry, we won't kill you immediately. We'll capture you and torture you to death. We'll make you spit out your secrets. A middle-aged man said with a sinister voice. Lin Xian glanced at him with disdain. You, brat, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. This time, we have 2 little saints and 4 fifth heavenly layer saints. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I can only say that you are too idiotic. Even if you had twice as many saints, you still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Lin Xian was not afraid in the battlefield. He glanced around, looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Damn it. This Rain clan is really crazy. They actually sent 2 minor saints to kill me. He swore that he would definitely exterminate the Rain clan. He wanted to let these people know the consequences of provoking him. Wang, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. Golden light blossomed from his body, and a dragon roar sounded. He punched at the middle-aged man from before. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. He wanted to retreat, but the fist was too fast. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man in an instant. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. Ah, miserable cries rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it, how dare you! The other sages were thoroughly enraged. They had an absolute advantage now, but the other party still dared to attack, and he even dared to be ruthless. You're courting death. Take him down. Just leave him with one last breath. A minor saint gave the order, and the 3 fifth heavenly layer sages around him quickly attacked. The seawater surged and filled the sky. They took out a decree, wanting to completely seal Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Kuan-Pung movement technique, and his speed reached the extreme. He turned into a stream of light and dodged. At the same time, he threw out the Great Destruction Spear, sweeping it in all directions. Useless kid, although you're strong, you're just a third heavenly layer sage. You're not a match for us at all. The 3/5 heavenly layer sages looked ferocious. No matter how strong the other party was, it was already very impressive that he could defeat a 5th heavenly layer sage. He still wanted to fight 3/5 heavenly layer sages? What a joke, unless the other party was really a young great emperor. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Blue Tide Surge. He launched a soul attack. The 5th heavenly layer sages quickly retreated and put up a defense. However, their souls were still impacted, and their faces turned pale. Take him down. I want to break every inch of his bones. An old man roared. The 3 of them attacked again. The 2 minor saints stood there with their hands behind their backs, watching coldly. They did not make a move. They did not need to take action against a 3rd heavenly layer ant. They were only here as a precaution. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the Void Escape. He used the spatial divine ability and disappeared in a flash, appearing behind one of the old men. The Great Destruction Spear carried the aura of the dragon soul. It pierced through the old man's head. The old man's head exploded, and his body fell. He was kicked away by Lin Xian. Ah! A miserable scream mixed with saint blood dyed the void sea red. The other 2 saw this scene, and their scalps went numb with fear. Soon, they shouted angrily. Kill! The 2 of them joined forces. This time, they completely surrounded Lin Xian. They would definitely not give the other party any chance at all. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath and activated the unparalleled secret art. His combat strength increased by 5 times in an instant. With a loud bang, this powerful attack was launched. It was like a black torrent, colliding with the 2 5th heavenly layer saints. Then, the 2 5th heavenly layer saints vomited blood and were sent flying. Their attacks were completely broken. Not only that, there were many large cracks on their bodies. How was this possible? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why did the opponent's strength suddenly become so strong? Lin Xian was also surprised. This power was really unexpected. It was worthy of being called the unparalleled secret art. Although it could only be used for a moment, it would not be a problem to kill these 5th heavenly layer saints if it was used well. They quickly healed and even absorbed the power of the surrounding seawater. Be careful. This kid has an eye technique, and the attack power is very strange. Don't fall into his trap. It's nothing. We were just careless. Now that we are in the sea, we have an absolute natural advantage. We can display super strong combat strength. The eyes of these people burst with a piercing cold light. Their Rain clan was born for water. Kill, the 4 of them roared and attacked again. Do you think that only you know how to use water? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was cold. He had the 5 elements law, which naturally included the law of water. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding seawater was all mobilized by him, turning into giant dragons. Not only that, Lin Xian also poured the power of the great dragon sword soul into these water dragons. 300 water dragons spewed out, and the entire sea was boiling. The 5th heavenly layer saints were shocked. Their faces were full of fear. Damn it. How was this possible? How could his strength be so strong? They were completely crazy. What kind of person was this? Under the powerful attacks of Lin Xian's various divine abilities, the bodies of the 4 5th heavenly layer saints were torn apart again. One of them was directly locked by the spring and autumn lock. His soul was shattered by Lin Xian. One of them died. They couldn't believe that the 4 of them couldn't do anything to him even when they joined forces. Then, they were terrified because another one of them was seriously injured and died. The other 2 were also covered with wounds. Their scalps were numb. Grand Elder, please save us. They cried for help crazily. The 2 minor saints were also angry. How dare you? One of them shouted angrily and slapped out a big palm. The power of a minor saint was too terrifying. This palm was even more terrifying than the joint forces of 4/5 heavenly layer saints. The 6th heavenly layer saint, which was the realm of minor saints, was a watershed. The strength of a minor saint was much stronger than that of a 5th heavenly layer saint. It could be said that it was an insurmountable gap. Therefore, this was also the reason why the two minor saints didn't want to make a move earlier. They really didn't think highly of him. But now, they were angry. The opponent was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. But that was all. They didn't think that this kid could compete with them. Lin Xian didn't take the attack head-on. He turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. He had to admit that a minor saint was very powerful. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. What was he going to do? Kill the opponent? Kid, you can't run away. You're just an ant in front of me. There's no way for you to escape. The minor saint sneered. The opponent could only dodge when he met him. This was the gap between them. But where could the opponent escape to? So today, the opponent would definitely die. He attacked a few more times. Each time, he brought with him a monstrous law, causing Lin Xian to keep dodging. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but the minor saint had already grabbed the black earth with one hand and sealed it. Kid, your saint artifact spirit ship is mine. Not only that, all the things and secrets on you belong to the Rain clan. The two little saints looked up to the sky and laughed. The other two Rain clan saints who were still alive also revealed hideous smiles. Great, they were going to torture the other party to death later. Lin Xian retreated again, his face grim. The little saint was still strolling toward him. Although this little saint was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, he looked like he was in his 30s. He was very handsome, and could crush everything with a wave of his hand. He struck out with several laws, forming a cage that completely sealed off Lin Xian's path of retreat. Don't run, the game is over. Now, I will make you kneel down obediently. In the distance, the three saints of the Rain clan also sneered. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but his heart was filled with killing intent. In fact, the reason he was retreating like this was to lure the enemy in and widen the gap between the two little saints. From the looks of it, it was about time. Alright, you choose to kneel on your own, or I'll break your legs and pin you to the ground. Think about it carefully, said the young little saint. He looked high and mighty, not putting Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian didn't dare to resist at all. He was a little saint, and the opponent probably couldn't even break his defense. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he suddenly attacked. The great dragon sword soul flew out and turned into a stream of light, flashing in the air. This scene was simply way too powerful. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to have lost their luster. This was a saint's skill, and now that it was being unleashed by Lin Xian with all his might, it was even more berserk to the extreme. He still dared to attack. He really didn't know what death was. The Rain clan's little saint's face sank. His opponent was just an ant. How dare he fight against him? Well, today he would let him know what despair was. He raised his palm again and slammed it forward, intending to shatter the beam of light. However, when the stream of light approached him, his expression changed. What was this? He was really shocked because he found that the chi of the light was incomparable. It seemed to be beyond his imagination. Damn it! The little saint's face was gloomy. He quickly retracted his palm and wanted to retreat at the same time. However, he found that it was too late. The speed of the sword light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and then stabbed down fiercely. Get lost, the young little saint roared and struck out with both of his palms, striking out a shocking blow. At the same time, the endless seawater combined with the law of water formed a set of true water armor, covering his body. Not good. That kid seems to have a trump card. The people in the distance also exclaimed. The other little saint snorted. It doesn't matter. So what if he has a trump card? It's just a saint weapon. With our strength, that kid can't fight against us even if he has a saint weapon. His eyes were full of confidence. The 2 fifth heaven saints breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if that was the case. They were not afraid of anything at all. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. Endless flames soared into the sky, and terrifying sword chi roared. The place was completely submerged. What a violent aura! The two fifth heaven saints were shocked. Even the expression of the little saint who had spoken earlier changed. He frowned. Damn it! How could it be so powerful? Although he did not care before, his eyelids were twitching wildly when he sensed the terrifying scene in front of him. His companion should be fine, right? Ah. In front of him, a miserable voice came from the chaos, which made people's scalps go numb. The hands of the little saint of the Rain clan were shattered. Not only that, a green dragon sword had pierced through his body. That seemed to be the voice of our Supreme Elder. The scalps of the two fifth heaven saints went numb. The expression of the old little saint also changed drastically. It was impossible. Was his companion injured? In front of them, a gust of wind blew, and the mist was blown away. They saw an incredible scene. The palms of one of their supreme elders were shattered, and his body was penetrated by sword chi. Saint Snow dyed the sea red. How was this possible? They were stunned. That was a little saint. How could he be injured by a mere third heavenly layer ant? This was too heaven-defying. The face of the young little saint was also filled with shock. Damn it! I don't believe it. He was really shocked. He had used all his strength just now, and anyone below the little saint realm would be killed. Moreover, he had already displayed the true water battle armor. Even if his opponent was holding a saint weapon, he could still fight. This was the strength of a little saint. But now, the true water battle armor was penetrated in an instant. His body had also suffered serious injuries. Humph. A little saint is just SOSO. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Xian quickly flew in front of his opponent and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword chi. Puff, the sword slashed on his opponent's body, causing the cracks on his body to become bigger. At the same time, he launched a violent punch. Like a meteor, it smashed on his opponent's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Soon, his arm was numb from the impact. What a strong physique! Although Lin Xian had the divine body and the Qilin tattoo, his physique was only equivalent to a fifth heavenly layer. Facing a sixth heavenly layer minor saint, his arm was numb. It's as hard as a tortoise's shell. Puff ! The young minor saint was enraged. An ant dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Damn brat, how dare you trick me? He knew that the dragon-shaped sword shadow was too powerful. Without it, his opponent wouldn't be able to break through his defense. So what if I trick you? You're just an old minor saint. Do you think it's reasonable for you to kill me, a third heavenly layer minor saint? Do you think you're very proud of yourself? Today, I'll slap your dog face. Lin Xian kept swinging his palms and slapping his opponent's face. Although he couldn't cause any substantial damage to his opponent, the sound of the slap was earth-shattering. That man's handsome face was incomparably red. That was because he was angered. Lin Xian's arm was numb. Damn, your face is really thick. No wonder you're so shameless. Damn brat, go to hell. The young minor saint roared crazily. He endured the injury and launched a crazy counterattack. Lin Xian was startled. He activated the void escape and teleported to the other side of his opponent, dodging the attack. At the same time, he was furious. The nine-yang divine body and the Qilin tattoo triggered an unparalleled secret technique. Ping this time, he didn't know how many times the unparalleled secret technique was activated, causing his strength to skyrocket. The slap landed on the other party's face, and actually caused a crack to appear. The young minor saint was stupefied. He was actually injured by a slap from the other party. How was this possible? His opponent still had such strength without the help of the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The Rain clan saints were also stunned. The two fifth heavenly layer saints opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a stone. The other old man, a minor saint, narrowed his eyes. His companion was really injured, and severely injured at that. Damn brat, how dare you? When he saw Lin Xian slapping the other party, the old man was finally enraged. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Actually, everything that had happened before had happened in an instant. Thus, when the old man came back, Lin Xian had already smashed his face. Seeing that another minor saint had arrived, Lin Xian didn't resist. Instead, he rode the great dragon sword soul and retreated quickly. However, at this moment, he chopped off his opponent's hand and snatched the black earth. You want to snatch my saint artifact? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. After tearing open the seal on the black earth, Lin Xian entered the black earth. He quickly steered the spirit ship, turning into a black beam of light that shot into the distance. Damn it, chase after him. I must kill him. I can't let him escape. The two little saints roared crazily. This was especially true for the young little saint. He had never been humiliated like this before. He swore to himself that he would tear the other party into pieces. Both of them turned into lightning and flew away quickly. The two fifth heavenly layer saints also regained their senses. They sucked in a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable that a third heavenly layer ant could do this. They swallowed their saliva and moved quickly to chase after them. Lin Xian steered the black earth, shuttling back and forth in the void ocean. He made a big arc. He wanted to kill the two minor saints and he planned to use the power of the death mist. This place was very close to the death mist. Therefore, Lin Xian flew quickly. As the minor saints chased after them, the two of them pulled out two sage items. The old man took out a fan. The young little saint took out a flying knife. The two saint artifacts were shining brightly. Their speed was also extremely fast. The three of them chased after him, one in front and one behind. Finally, Lin Xian slowed down because the death mist was right in front of him. Kid, run. Why aren't you running anymore? The two minor saints stopped and grinned viciously. The young little saint's face was even more ferocious. If you keep running, I'll break every bone in your body. I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and roast it until it's cooked. This is what you get for messing with me. He was really angry. Fortunately, the death mist was right in front of him. It could be said that the other party had no way out. Then, what awaited the other party next was endless torture. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. He had no way out? What kind of joke was this? This mist of death posed no threat to him at all. Of course, he couldn't show it now. Otherwise, it would be bad if he scared the two minor saints away. Moreover, the two fifth heavenly layer saints didn't come. This time, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The two minor saints didn't plan to attack immediately. He wanted to let them feel the fear of death first. It would be best if they could kneel down and beg for mercy. Just like that, the two fifth heavenly layer saints came while both sides were holding on. When they saw the death mist in front of them and Lin Xian had no way out, they were overjoyed. Great! Let's see how he's going to die this time. Oh, since everyone is here, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's voice was heard. The faces of the four saints of the Rain clan darkened instantly. The scalps of the two fifth heavenly layer saints went numb. The two minor saints were gnashing their teeth in anger. Could it be that the other party thought that they could still survive, that he wanted to kill them? What a joke, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The young little saint was surrounded by a long blade. It was accompanied by a terrifying law that tore apart heaven and earth. On the other side, the old man was also holding a folding fan, blocking the other way. It could be said that he was trapped. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he directly entered the death mist. Damn it! Does he want to die? The two fifth heavenly layer saints were so scared that they peed their pants. Even the pupils of the two minor saints shrank. The other party would rather die in the death mist than be caught by them. Damn it! Don't even think about killing yourself. In their opinion, Lin Xian had no way out and was going to commit suicide. The two minor saints attacked fiercely. They attacked frantically, bombarding the death fog non-stop. However, all they could do was cause the death fog to spread. They couldn't see anyone inside. Damn it, this was already the best time to hunt, but the other party would rather die than surrender. How could they be willing to let the treasure in their hands run away? These people's eyes were all red. They did not see that Jojo's fog of death was quietly surrounding them. Even if they noticed it, they didn't care. After all, they were attacking the death mist just now. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. Why was there more and more death fog coming out? Instead, it had surrounded them. Not good. Run. Don't let the death mist shroud you, the two minor saints quickly retreated. The two fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't wait any longer and ran away like crazy. However, it was too late. A sneer came from the darkness. Do you think it's possible to run away now? Then, the death mist gushed out like a demonic cloud, shrouding this part of the world. Damn it! The two fifth heavenly layer saints screamed in fear. As soon as they touched the mist, their bodies caved in and their hair turned white. No, the two of them roared and opened their saint domains to resist the mist. However, it wasn't just a tiny bit. It was the death mist that covered the sky. The two fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't resist it at all. Their vitality was sucked dry in an instant. The strong saints became withered like dried corpses. In the end, only their bones were left. Dead. Two saints of the fifth heaven had fallen. The two minor saints' faces were extremely ugly. Damn it! What's going on? Their luck had already reached such a terrible state. Not only did they not get the treasure, but they were also shrouded by the death mist. Damn it! Run! The two of them were minor saints with powerful strength. Moreover, they had saint weapons with them. They could hold on for a while. However, they could only hold on for a while. If it was just a small amount of the death mist, they could still resist it. But now, they were in the death mist area. Not to mention them, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to resist it. As I said, none of you can escape. At this moment, a voice came. The two minor saints' faces were full of fear. There was a voice. Who was it? Was there someone else in the death mist? The two minor saints were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Suddenly, the young minor saint's face changed. No, the voice belonged to that kid. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he was familiar with Lin Xian's voice. Naturally, he could recognize it at this moment. The kid's voice sounded. Could it be that the kid had turned into a vengeful spirit after his death and came to claim their lives? Their hearts turned cold. At this moment, the death mist formed a big black palm and slapped toward him. With a bang, it slapped on the light shield around his body and shrouded him. No, damn it! The young minor saint screamed in fear. He wanted to break through the death light fog, but more and more death light fog rushed towards him. Get lost! The saint long saber slashed in all directions. The death mist was cut apart, but it was just mist in the first place, formless and formless. It couldn't be hurt at all, but he was scared out of his wits. The other old man was equally terrified. He even raised the fan above his head and unleashed thousands of laws to cover his body. He did not dare to act rashly, even though his companions were now surrounded. The young little saint was furious. He couldn't figure out why the mist would attack him. Suddenly, a green bolt of lightning flashed through the fog, piercing through his defense and tearing his body apart once again. With a roar, he suddenly turned around and saw a green dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it, it's him. Sure enough, he saw a young man walk out from the mist of death. He was unusually handsome and had a mysterious smile on his face. It's you. You're not dead. He was completely dumbfounded. He saw Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was now surrounded by the death mist that formed a battle armor, making him look like a ghost from hell. How could this be? How could someone not be threatened by the death mist? While he was in a daze, the death mist had already drilled into his wounds. His life force was rapidly draining away. He screamed crazily, but Lin Xian had already seized the opportunity. More and more death mist shrouded his body. The young minor saint felt his life force was rapidly draining away. Gradually, he lost all his strength. What happened? Are you okay? The other old man roared crazily. He could only hear the frightened voice of his companions. However, he didn't know what they had encountered. Run! This guy is from the death mist. In the end, the young minor saint issued a final warning. Then, he turned into a skeleton. A dignified minor saint died just like that. It was really hard for ordinary people to believe. He's from the Death Mist? Who is he? The white-haired old man was very surprised and sad. He didn't know what the other party meant. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He exerted the saint weapon to the extreme. The law of water on his body also erupted with incomparable light. It formed a monstrous wave that swept him away, wanting to leave. However, as soon as he left, he saw a figure waiting for him in front. "It's you," he saw Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. He also saw Lin Xian floating in the death mist without being affected at all. Now, he finally knew what his companions meant. However, he was too late. No, he had to send a message to his family. This matter must be spread out. The other party is related to the Death Mist. How dare the Rain clan provoke such an existence? His finger touched the formation and wanted to send the message, but Lin Xian was faster. The great dragon sword's soul turned into a stream of light and directly cut off the old man's arm. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't have succeeded so easily. But now, the old man was obviously scared out of his wits. Moreover, he had already been affected by the death item, and about 1/3 of his vitality flowed out. He was no longer at his peak, so Lin Xian succeeded with this attack. The sound transmission formation was shattered, and the old man's arm turned into a bloody mist. "You still want to send a message? Go to hell obediently." Lin Xian withdrew his hand, and the Tai Chi art in his body circulated. The monstrous death mist enveloped the old man. "Ah. No, you can't do this. I admit defeat. I surrender. Please spare my life." A dignified small saint began to beg for mercy at this moment, but it was useless. After about half an hour, the mist dispersed, and only a pile of white bones appeared. Even the saint chi dimmed and lost its luster. What a terrifying death mist. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi art. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. "Humph," Lin Xian sneered, turned around and left, and continued to set off for the Fiend Star. On the other side, a few spirit boats streaked across the sky, and a few noble people stood in the boats. They were the Rain clan and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star. Among them, Di Ling and Yusiki were also there. The people of the Rain clan frowned. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Why was there no news back? There shouldn't be a problem, right? We sent 2 small saints. When the people of the Spirit Sealing Star heard this lineup, they nodded. Don't overestimate that kid. 4 Fifth Heaven saints were enough to kill him. Not to mention the 2 small saints. There was absolutely no problem. They nodded and didn't think about this matter anymore. Instead, they discussed the matter of the Fiend Star. They wondered what was in the coffins that the other party brought out this time. Di Ling said that according to our intelligence, it's not a coffin, but a stone box. It's very old and comes in different sizes. The big ones look like coffins, which is why the news is wrong. The small ones are only the size of a palm. It's hard to imagine what's sealed inside. But from the looks of it, it's definitely not an ordinary item. It seems that they have to pay a huge price this time. The eyes of many elders flickered. The battle for the treasure box this time is definitely not simple. The Fiend Star. It's a very famous star in the void ocean. It's rumored that the people in this world are either evil or ruthless. In short, no one is a good person. Those who were able to survive here were all peerless experts, terrifying devil kings. However, at this moment, there are many spirit boats floating around the Fiend Star. They are densely packed and of different sizes. They are all from the big families and sects of the second star. They are here to see the treasures dug out from the void ocean. When Lin Xian arrived, he exclaimed. The entire Fiend Star has a shocking murderous aura. Ordinary people can't withstand it at all. What a strange world. I wonder how Rizalong and the North Demon are doing. Lin Xian quickly landed. He realized that it's not just him. There are many people around him who have different auras from this world. Obviously, they are also people from other families and sections. I wonder why these people came to the Fiend Star. Isn't this place where ordinary people don't come? He doesn't know that there's a sacred assembly on the Fiend Star. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored it. He landed, put away the black earth, and looked around. Someone is coming. Young master, do you need us to lead the way? It's a few children. They don't look old. Their faces are still young and their clothes aren't very good. Obviously, they can't live well in such a situation on the Fiend Star. It's already very difficult for them to survive. Lin Xian asked. Lead the way? Lead the way? Lead the way, among the children, a purple-haired youth said. Young master, aren't you here to participate in the Fiend Star meeting? Fiend Star meeting? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems that something is going to happen. He asked a few simple questions and instantly understood. It turned out that the Fiend Star had obtained a batch of ancient stone boxes. It was rumored that there might be incredible treasures sealed within them. Therefore, a grand ceremony was held, attracting countless experts. It was no wonder that so many people had come to the infamous demon planet. Lin Xian understood now. He nodded. Take me to the nearest city first. Yes, sir, please follow me. The three children rode on a demon wolf and led the way. Lin Xian flew behind them. They traveled through the forest for about half a day. However, Lin Xian suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Although it wasn't very loud, with his soul, he could still hear it. He frowned. The reason for that was because this sort of sound was not coming from a single location. Instead, it was coming from several different locations. He said, "What's going on? I thought I heard screams." The three youths in front stopped and asked, "Really? Perhaps. There are a lot of demonic beasts here. Without us leading the way, I'm afraid they wouldn't have arrived safely. Therefore, young master should follow us closely." With that, they turned around and continued to lead the way. However, the corners of their tender mouths curled up into a strange smile. After walking for another incense stick's time, suddenly, the demon wolf in front accelerated and shook off Lin Xian. The three children also turned around and laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xian frowned. "I'm laughing at you for being too stupid." One of the children sneered. "You outsiders are really pitifully stupid. How dare you come to the Fiend Star? You won't even know what's going on." Another purple-haired youth also snorted coldly. "Hurry up and obediently hand over your storage ring, resources, and treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat." Robbery? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. To be honest, this scene was very strange. 3 youths were robbing him, with just the 3 of you? He shook his head in disdain. "Of course it's not the 3 of us. Do you think we don't have backing?" At this point, the 3 children whistled. The surrounding ground trembled, and a few huge creatures walked over. They were very tall, and one could tell at a glance that they were extremely terrifying demon beasts. The one on the left was a black bear. Its body was as big as a mountain, and there was a murderous aura in its eyes. The one on the right was a horse. Its entire body was fiery red, and flames danced on its body. It also had a pair of red wings on its back. These 2 demon beasts were both at the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, violent demonic aura spread in all directions. "Haha, do you understand now? Hurry up and hand over your things." The 3 children had smiles on their faces. The 2 medicinal beasts were even more ferocious. Lin Xian said, "I finally understand what those screams were about." They should be in the same situation as he was. It seemed that he had underestimated the fiend's heart. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived, and it was by these little ones. "You've taught me a vivid lesson, so I'll give you a chance to live. Hurry up and leave. I won't kill you." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Uncle, are you retarded? Do you think you can kill us? We've checked, and you're only at the 3rd heaven of the Saint Realm." One of the children was holding an array in his hand, and there were 3 rays of light on it. It was obvious that this was a test of cultivation. The 3 children sneered in disdain. The black bear also snorted coldly. "How dare a mere 3rd heaven ant be so arrogant in front of me? Kneel down." He roared, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Like a giant mountain, he pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine sword that pierced through the void. The terrifying tail tooth of the demon beast instantly disappeared. Not only that, the black bear was pierced by the golden light. Its soul trembled, and it let out a scream. He was furious. How dare a human ant attack me? The big paw smashed over. The three children's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. This human is so reckless. Forget it, let's ignore him and watch the show. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be tortured to death. But the result was beyond their expectations. The black bear's huge paw was grabbed by Lin Xian. With a light force, the paw was shattered into pieces. Ah! Black blood splattered all over the ground. The black bear was in pain and wanted to counterattack. Instead, it was sent flying by Lin Xian's two kicks. On the other side, when the flaming Pegasus saw this scene, it opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous sea of fire. Lin Xian bathed in the sea of fire. His expression was very comfortable. This little bit of flame was not enough. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the flames. Then, he spat out the 9 suns' divine flame, burning the flaming Pegasus until it screamed miserably. Hero, I was wrong. Spare me. In the end, the two demon beasts were beaten to a miserable state. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They knew that this was not an ant. This was simply a peerless person. The three children were also stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and they could even swallow a fist. Originally, they were sitting in the distance, eating spirit fruits and watching the show. But at this moment, the three of them were trembling. When Lin Xian's gaze landed on them, the three children fell to the ground with a thud. Not good, I kicked an iron plate. The corners of the three youths' mouths twitched, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. I told you, don't rob me, but you didn't listen. Tell me, what do you plan to do now? Lin Xian sat on the black bear's huge head and said indifferently. The black bear was so scared that it trembled and almost fainted. The flaming Pegasus beside it was also so angry that it vomited blood. He glared fiercely at the three youths. To actually lead such a terrifying person to their side, wasn't this just asking them to die? The three youths were the same. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't even speak. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you can do me a favor. We will definitely do it. The black bear said with a trembling voice. Hope also appeared in the eyes of the flaming Pegasus. The three youths nodded their heads with all their might. Lin Xian took out a silver demon token from his storage ring and said. Do you know this thing? Do you know who its owner is, silver demon token? Why do you have this thing? Seeing this scene, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus almost fainted from fright. They kept kowtowing. Lord, please spare our lives. We really didn't do it on purpose. The three youths were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Lin Xian said. It seems like you know. Tell me, where is the owner of this thing? This is something from the Silver Palace. The flaming Pegasus opposite him knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. Silver Palace? Be more specific. On the demon planet, there were some great powers that were extremely terrifying and belonged to the top forces. The Silver Palace was one of them. It was very powerful. This token was the unique silver demon token of the Silver Palace. It was something that only people above the Hall Master were qualified to possess. Silver Palace? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he asked again. Then do you know that there is a person called a Kuan here, a Kuan? The three youths were stunned. However, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus trembled even more. If we are not wrong, this should be the name of the White Jade Hall's Hall Master. However, no one has dared to call him that for many years. Since you know, then it's easy. Bring me to him and I'll spare your lives. Lin Xian jumped down from the black bear's head. The two fey beasts revealed expressions that were uglier than crying. Although they were also great fey beasts, compared to the Silver Palace, they were far too lacking. Even when they met Akuan, they would tremble. However, they had no choice. In order to survive, they could only lead the way. Then, the black bear's body shrank and turned into a big man with black skin. He looked very fierce. As for the blazing heavenly horse, it turned into a young man bathed in flames. Lin Xian released the three youths. He didn't make things difficult for them. Lin Xian allowed the two demonic beasts to carry him once more. Along the way, the three of them flew at high speed. Lin Xian also understood the situation. It turned out that Akuan's strength had already reached the minor saint realm. Moreover, as he was one of the hall masters of the Silver Palace, his status was extraordinary. It could be said that his authority was monstrous. The flight took about 3 days. They landed in a city. This was White Jade City, the place where White Jade Hall was located. When they arrived at the place where White Jade Hall was located, the two demonic beasts didn't dare to move forward. They said, "Young master, it's just ahead, but we don't dare to enter. White Jade Hall's strength is very terrifying. If we dare to barge in, they will kill us." "Alright, you two can go now." The two of them waved their hands and left quickly as if they had been pardoned. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. This White Jade Hall was simply a city within a city. The gate was huge and majestic, and there were countless martial artists guarding it. These people were all kings. One had to know that kings were super experts in some places, but at this moment, they could only be guards here. One had to admit that White Jade Hall was very imposing. Lin Xian walked forward and was stopped by a few people. "Stop. Who dares to barge into our White Jade Hall?" Their voices were piercingly cold. Many people looked over and exclaimed in surprise. "This kid doesn't want to live anymore. That's the place where White Jade Hall is located. He's probably an outsider who doesn't know what's good for him." Some natives of the Fiend planet had sinister expressions. They all had looks of disdain on their faces when they saw the outsiders. However, there were a few people in the crowd who were shocked. They were from the Rain clan. They looked at the back of the figure and were dumbfounded. "Isn't that Lin Xian? Damn it, wasn't he killed by their elders? Why is he still here?" "Not necessarily. Maybe he's just similar. Let's take a look first." Another Rain clan expert gritted his teeth and said. They were really too shocked. They looked carefully in the crowd. Ahead. Lin Xian looked at these guards and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the Fiend token. Those guards originally had cold killing intent in their eyes, but when they saw the Fiend token, they were stunned. "I want to see your Hall Master Kuan. Say that we're old friends." Those kings were completely stunned. It was obvious that the background of the young man in front of them was great. They hurriedly said, "We've offended young master. Please forgive us. We'll report it now. Young master, please." A group of people respectfully invited Lin Xian in. Those people who were watching from afar were stunned. No way, this kid actually went in. Heavens, isn't he an outsider? How could he enter White Jade Hall? The natives of the Fiend planet were all stunned. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Even powerful saints didn't have the qualifications to enter. Therefore, they were very curious. What was the origin of that young man? In the crowd, the expressions of the two Rain clan experts became even uglier. "Did you see it clearly?" "Yes, you saw it clearly. It's that kid. He didn't die. And he even appeared here. This won't do. I have to go back and report it." The two of them turned into flowing lights and disappeared into the void. Inside White Jade Hall, it was grand and majestic. The halls were scattered all over the place. And in the deepest part of the hall, there was a floating hall that shone like a pearl. This was the place where their hall master cultivated. Normally, no one dared to enter this place. However, today, an old man rushed over quickly. He respectfully knelt down on one knee from far away. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waited quietly. After a while, a calm voice came from the White Palace in front of him. "What's the matter?" Reporting to the hall master, someone came with a silver devil token. He said that he's an old friend of the hall master and wants to see him. "Got it. Bring him to the main hall. I'll go there right away." The voice came out. The old man quickly retreated. In the Silver Palace, a figure opened his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. There was a scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin. It was very ferocious. The aura of this person was very strong. He was a sixth heavenly layer saint, which was also a small saint. Silver light flickered in his eyes. Silver devil token? An old friend? Is it him? Lin Xian was invited to the main hall. He drank some spirit tea and waited there. Soon, he saw a figure appear on the throne in front of him. Greetings, Hall Master. The cultivators in the main hall hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure on the throne waved his hand and they all retreated. Soon, only Lin Xian and the person on the throne were left in the main hall. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. At the same time, the person opposite him also walked over. Lin Xian saw that it was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. The scars on his face were very obvious. This should be Ah Kuan. Ah Kuan also looked over, but he was stunned. What's going on? This wasn't the person he knew. Who are you? Why do you have a silver token? He asked coldly. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly became heavy. At this moment, the main hall had become the other party's domain. The other party was the ruler here. With a thought, he could decide the life and death of a person. Lin Xian felt this powerful aura and was shocked. He said, I'm a disciple of Wushuang City. Fu Hongya is my senior brother. This token was given to me by him. Fu Hongya's junior brother? The pressure in the air disappeared, but the domain still existed. Since he gave you the silver token, your relationship is obviously not ordinary. Speak, why are you looking for me? I'm looking for two people. Lin Xian told him his request. Ah Kuan's eyes flickered. Lin Xian asked, can you find them? Ah Kuan said, I know about the matter you mentioned. It caused a big commotion, but there are some things you didn't expect. When the Fog 5 ships arrived at the Fiend Star, they encountered a storm, so the people on the ships were separated. Some were still captured and controlled, and some escaped. So, I can't be sure who has the two people you want to find. Lin Xian asked again, who were the people who hijacked the ships last time? Ah Kuan said, it's people from the Fiend Palace. Lin Xian was shocked. He had heard He Xiong say that the Fiend Palace, like the Silver Palace, was one of the top forces in this world. At the same time, he knew that the previous hijacking of the fog ship was the demon child's idea. It seemed that this demon child should be a member of the demon palace. The two people I want to find are extraordinary. One is from the dragon clan, and the other has the myriad demon body. The two of them were like bright pearls that could quickly shine no matter where they were. So it should be easy to find, Lin Xian said. Ah Kuan said, don't worry, I'll send someone to look for it. He called his men in and gave them orders. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Silver Palace, there should be a result soon. Ah Kuan stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He wondered what Lin Xian was going to do next. Was he going to stay here? I'll have them arrange it for you. Lin Xian said, no need. I heard that there's going to be a banquet on the Fiend Planet. I want to go and take a look. Alright, I'll let White Snake accompany you. If there's anything, just tell her. She can help you solve it. Not long after, White Snake arrived. She was a young woman. She was extremely beautiful and wore a white dress. She was lovely and moving. White Snake wasn't a servant, nor was she a maid. She was a proud daughter of the White Jade Hall. Letting her accompany Lin Xian was enough to show how much importance Ah Kuan attached to Lin Xian. Since there was someone helping him to gather information, Xianxia decided to go and take a look at the Fiend Banquet. The two of them left White Feather City. On the other side, the two experts of the Rain Clan had also left long ago. They quickly arrived at another city. This was the place where the people of the Rain Clan and the Spirit Sealing Star were temporarily staying. Elder, not good. The two experts of the Rain Clan hurriedly returned. When the Rain Clan's Supreme Elder heard this, he frowned. What was going on? What was there to panic about? That brat appeared. The two of them were speaking incoherently. What? You're saying that Lin Xian appeared? When they heard what had happened, the people of the Rain Clan were stunned. The two Supreme Elders' eyes also burst out with biting cold killing intent. How could it be? We've already sent 2 Supreme Elders and 4 powerful saints to kill him. How could they fail? when Di Ling and the people of the spirit sealing star heard this, they also didn't dare to believe it. Xianxia said, "Quickly send a message to our supreme elders and ask them what's going on." They tried to use a sound transmission formation to contact those people, but there was no response. No response. How could it be? Could it be that there was an accident? Impossible. The people of the Rain clan screamed. Those were two minor saints. How could there be an accident? Di Ling and the others also frowned. Indeed, the strength of a minor saint was not something that the other party could contend against. Investigate, they must find out. The supreme elders of the Rain clan clenched their teeth. If the two minor saints were injured, it would be a great blow to them. They used the power of the clan to quickly investigate. Soon, the news came back. Someone saw the minor saints of the Rain clan chasing someone in the void ocean. This was seen by a passerby. It seemed that Lin Xian had indeed encountered their supreme elders. But what happened later? Why was he still alive? But there was no news of their supreme elders. They used the clan's power to investigate again. Finally, they found a trace of information. It turned out that in the void ocean, there was a fog ship passing by. They saw the fog of death fill the air, enveloping the Rain clan saints. What? How could it be like this? Could it be that those people died in the fog of death? After hearing this news, Xianxia and the others turned pale. Di Ling and the others also frowned. How could that kid be alive? Could it be that he was lucky? Damn it, that kid killed 2 of our minor saints and 4 fifth-layer saints. Xianxia and the others' eyes turned red. Kill him. You must kill him, everyone, please calm down. I know you're in a bad mood, but that kid is a little strange. The supreme elders of the spirit sealing star advised. Di Ling also said, yes, there are many ways to kill him. Now that he has come to the fiend planet, if he dies here, it has nothing to do with us. What does Di Ling mean? Xianxia asked. Di Ling sneered. The fiend banquet this time has attracted many people. I think some people from the holy city will also come. Thunder God's people should be here. Tell them the news. Thunder God Qing also wants to kill that kid now. Let the holy city do it, they have more confidence. Let's do it like that. The Rain clan's eyes lit up. Indeed, other than them, the Thunder God City also wanted to kill him. After all, back then, Lin Xian had ruthlessly slapped Lei Shenqing's face in front of so many people. Leave this matter to us. Di Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He would definitely not let him go back alive. He would let him go to hell. Thinking that he could not enter the holy city, Di Ling went crazy with anger. Moreover, he had lost to him before. This made him even more unbearable. But this time, he would definitely die. Evil Demon City. This was the location of the Evil Demon Feast. The entire city was huge and it was floating in the sky. It was emitting a dark light. There were various buildings scattered all over the place. The atmosphere was magnificent. There were even some mountains, spirit springs, and waterfalls. It was the complete opposite of the terrifying atmosphere. This completely different atmosphere made the Evil Demon City very mysterious. At this moment, the Evil Demon City was very lively because everyone who wanted to participate in the Evil Demon Feast had basically come here. Although the Evil Demon Feast had not started yet, the place was already bustling with noise. Lin Xian and White Snake also went in. After entering, Lin Xian exclaimed. There were experts everywhere in the city. Saints could be seen everywhere, and many of them were young. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Of course, there were also many experts of the older generation. As for the stronger ones like the small saints, they should have also come. However, most of them were hiding, waiting for the Evil Demon Feast. Lin Gongzi, there's a small gathering tomorrow. Why don't we go and take a look? White Snake smiled faintly. She was also very curious about the person she was going to accompany. Because she found that the other party was only at the 3rd heaven, but he was very calm. He was not afraid when facing 4th heaven or even 5th heaven saints. This made her very surprised. What exactly did the other party rely on? Could it be that it was just because of his special identity? The two of them stayed temporarily and went to participate in the small gathering the next evening. This gathering was organized by some of the top forces. Those who went were all geniuses of the big families. They either had talent or status. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter. Whitesnake got 2 invitations and went in with Lin Xian. This time, it was held in a huge mansion. This mansion was also magnificent and brightly lit. There should be a spirit vein below. As soon as they entered, they felt that the spirit chi here was very abundant, making them feel warm all over. They were the people of the Evil Men Valley. After Whitesnake came in, she began to introduce them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a group of people there. They looked very ferocious. They were all wearing beast skins and had a primitive savage aura. They should be the people of the Evil Men Valley. Other than that, many other clans and powers had also sent their representatives. Among them, there were natives of the Fiend Planet, as well as experts from the Outer Realms. Even the people from the Holy City had come. Lin Xian saw the people from the Thunder God City. These people from the Thunder God City had prominent horns on their heads, and their bodies were surrounded by mysterious lightning. He stood there like a god. Many people crowded around him, wanting to curry favor with him. The geniuses of the sacred cities were much stronger than the other geniuses. Aside from the Thunder God, he also saw other sacred cities. He didn't recognize some of them, but he did recognize some of them, such as the Demon City. Although some of the monstrous beasts had taken human form, they still retained their monstrous beast characteristics. For example, its tail, wings, ears, and so on were very eye-catching. There were also quite a few people surrounding these people. Enemies really meet on a narrow path. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He wondered if Lei Chong and the 100-eyed demon saint had come. It would be interesting if they came. Seeing Lin Xian sweeping his gaze over the others so unscrupulously, some of the surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? His gaze was too bold. They looked over and found that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, they knew the woman in white next to Lin Xian. She was Whitesnake. A series of exclamations sounded. It was White Fairy from Tianya. She had also come. In an instant, many people looked over here. There were even a few young people with handsome smiles on their faces as they walked over quickly. White Fairy, long time no see. A handsome man in blue armor shakes the spirit wine in his hand and smiles faintly. White Fairy, I was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to come. This way, please. Let's chat for a while. Someone invited her again. There were even people who invited White Fairy to dance. Although Lin Xian and Whitesnake were standing very close to each other, at this moment, they seemed to be ignored by everyone. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. It seemed that Whitesnake was very popular. Whitesnake had seen this kind of scene many times, so she dealt with it calmly. After politely rejecting these people, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, let's sit over there. As soon as she said that, the crowd was in an uproar. They were all stunned. What was going on? Whitesnake actually came with someone else. In an instant, countless eyes all looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. Who was this? How could he walk with White Fairy? Damn it, could it be that someone beat them to it? Some young elites gritted their teeth and looked unfriendly. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits and turned pale when they were surrounded by so many hostile gazes. However, Lin Xian was calm and didn't seem to be affected at all. Hearing Whitesnake's words, he nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. With that, he walked side by side with Whitesnake in a direction in the distance. At this moment, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Oh my god, did you see that? That kid only had a cultivation level of level 3. So weak? What right did he have to walk with White Fairy? If he was a top expert, they would accept it. After all, they were inferior. But now, how could a level 3 sage be qualified to compete with them? Moreover, the other party was only at the early stage of level 3. What a joke. White Fairy, may I know who this gentleman is? Someone asked gloomily. Yes, why didn't White Fairy introduce him? Could it be that this was White Fairy's servant? However, this servant didn't seem to know the rules. Some people were sinister, purposely lowering Lin Xian's status. After hearing that, Lin Xian was expressionless, while White Snake's face darkened. Everyone, please don't be rude. This is Lin Gongzi, my friend. Lin Gongzi? Which Lin Gongzi? They had never heard of him. Everyone was puzzled. Indeed, although Lin Wudi's name resounded throughout the 8 desolations, the number of people who had seen his true face was indeed not many. What's more, there were countless worlds in the second astral realm, and there were countless warriors in each world. Therefore, there were too many people who had never seen Lin Xian. Of course, if the name Lin Wudi was mentioned, they would definitely nod to show that they had heard of him. Seeing that everyone was disdainful, White Snake said that Lin Gongzi was an important guest of White Jade Hall. She hoped that they wouldn't be rude. An important guest of White Jade Hall. Everyone was shocked again. Could it be that this person had a powerful background? However, some people sneered because their strength was not weaker than White Jade Hall. Therefore, they didn't care. Really? When did White Jade Hall fall to this point? How could a level 3 person be an important guest? That's right. Who was Lin Gongzi? Why was he so important? Could it be that he was Lin Wudi? Ha 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 ha. Everyone didn't believe it and laughed. How could Lin Wudi be so low-key? If it was that person, of course we would admit defeat. But that person should be cultivating in seclusion in the sacred city now. He probably won't come out for more than 10 years. Kid, which family are you from? What right do you have to stand beside White Fairy? A person walked out and questioned coldly. It was a young man in a silver robe. He looked extraordinary. There were silver flames dancing in his eyes, and he had a strong aura. This person was also from the Silver Palace. However, he was not from White Jade Hall, but White Horse Hall. These 2 halls were competing with each other. This young man in silver armor had been pursuing White Fairy for a long time. So when he saw Lin Xian, he was naturally unhappy. And now it seemed that he could use this opportunity to suppress White Jade Hall's arrogance. Xiao West Wind, don't go too far. White Snake shouted coldly. She felt that these people were too much. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's true identity because Hall Master Kuan didn't tell her in detail. He only said that he was an important guest and asked her to treat him well. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "You're right. I'm Lin Wudi." Everyone was stunned. Then, they laughed with mockery in their eyes. Kid, who are you trying to fool? You call yourself Lin Wudi. I'm Zhang Wudi. I'm Xiao Wudi. Do you think anyone can call me Xiao Wudi? If you're Lin Wudi, I'll eat this table. White Snake was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to say that. Of course, she didn't believe that the person in front of her was Lin Wudi. She thought that Lin Xian would make up a name to scare him. Xiao Westwind looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Are you Lin Wudi? Do you dare to spar with me? Don't worry, it's just a spar. I won't take your life. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Lin Xian shook his head. No. Everyone laughed even louder. You don't dare? Xiao Westwind snorted. Lin Xian said, it's not that I don't dare, but you don't have the right to spar with me. As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Not qualified? The person in front of him dared to say that Westwind was not qualified? He really didn't know what death was. This was the cultivation of a middle-stage 4th heavenly layer. His divine abilities were even more powerful. He could even withstand the attacks of a late-stage 4th heavenly layer expert. The other party, an early 3rd heaven, dared to say that Westwind was not qualified to laugh at him? If this wasn't courting death, then what was? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian strangely. Even White Snake, who was beside him, was stunned. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. Xiao Westwind's expression darkened as well. His eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare this guy look down on him? Is he courting death? In the distance, those people also looked over one after another, moreover asking what happened. Why was it so lively? Someone recklessly provoked Westwind. Who was that person? Was it another genius? What kind of genius was this? He was just an early-stage third heavenly layer cultivator. How reckless. Everyone was astonished. Some of them quickly spread the news, while others ran over to watch the show. In the depths of the mansion, there were a few grand palaces. Multicolored lights surrounded them, and the great Tao pervaded the air. In one of the palaces, a man wearing a blue robe sat. His hair was blue and abnormally soft. His eyes were incomparably bright. Although the aura on his body was not strong, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many people around him. Some of them were ferocious horned demonic beasts, while others were humans. These people were all toasting the man in the aqua blue robe. What was so lively outside? The man in the blue robe. He took a glance outside. He asked indifferently. Quickly go and find out. A human male quickly said. Soon, someone outside reported back. Reporting to the young master, someone is fighting over White Fairy. Who is that White Fairy? The man in the blue robe asked again. The human youth smiled. This White Fairy. She was a genius of the White Jade Hall. She was originally a white-scaled snake. After transforming into a human form, she was incomparably beautiful. Countless geniuses pursued her. The one who spoke was a genius of the demon palace called Yu. Oh, the white spirit snake? Those demonic beasts were shocked. The man in the blue robe also had a trace of light in his eyes. Was that so? She was actually a heaven and earth variant? This was truly unexpected. Hearing this, Yu Yu's eyes also lit up. He said with a smile, Brother Shueyue, if you like her, I'll invite her over. As he spoke, he said to his subordinates, go and invite White Fairy over. Wait a minute. The man in the blue robe raised his hand. Brother Shueyue, what other matters do you have? Yu Yu was shocked, revealing a puzzled expression. Let me send someone to invite her. Everyone is a heaven and earth variant beast, and this time, I am representing the Thousand Fiend City. I cannot fail to show the courtesy of our Thousand Fiend City. I didn't think it through. Yu Yu slapped his head and said with a smile, all right, then I'll accompany you. Although he was a genius of the demon palace, the man in the blue robe was even more extraordinary. The other party was a genius of the Thousand Fiend City. Even he wanted to make friends with the other party. Cloud Leopard, you go. Shueyue said. Beside him, a man walked out. This person had short hair, a tall and slender figure. There were some black patterns on his face. Yu Yu also stood up. He said with a smile, Brother Cloud Leopard, please. The two walked out of the great hall, walking towards the front of the underworld. At this moment, in the area ahead, quite a few people surrounded them, whispering to each other. This was that extremely daring fella? He really didn't know the difference between life and death. That's right, he even dared to impersonate Lin Wudi. He really was tired of living. Xiao Westwind's face was cold. Brat, do you dare spar with me? Right now, he really wanted to make a move, eliminate the other party. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he still wanted to ruthlessly trample the other party beneath his feet. No one dared to provoke him. Lin Xian looked like he didn't want to fight from start to finish, looking down on him. This made Xiao Westwind so angry he wanted to vomit blood. In the end, Xiao Westwind walked out forcefully. From the looks of it, even if Lin Xian didn't agree, he was going to forcefully make a move. Brat, let's go to that place and have a chat. A powerful holy might appeared on his body. Countless laws filled the air above him, as if he wanted to forcefully bring Lin Xian away. In truth, if this was outside, Xiao Westwind would have already made a move. A third heaven ant was someone he could easily kill. But this time was different. This was a small gathering, organized by various major factions. If he rashly made a move here, it would be not giving face to those major factions. He didn't dare to bear the consequences. But if it was a spar, it was different. That was why he tried every possible way to spar with the other party. However, the other party didn't agree. Now, he couldn't hold back anymore. Since he couldn't make a move here, he would first seal the other party, bring him out, and then make a move. It's over, that brat is going to be unlucky. Right, from the looks of it, Xiao Westwind is going to make a move. Humph, serves him right. Who told that brat to be so arrogant? Some people sneered, some worried. Whitesnake was incomparably worried. That was why she stood in front of Lin Xian, staring at Xiao West Wind. Don't go too far. Whitesnake, move aside. No matter what, we are all people from Silver Palace, I don't want to attack you. However, I have to teach this brat a lesson. Xiao West Wind's voice was ice cold. Whitesnake was actually standing up for the other party, it really angered him to death. Lin Xian also patted Whitesnake's shoulder. White Fairy, there's no need, just move aside. This brat isn't my match at all. When these words were spoken, Xiao West Wind was so angry he vomited blood. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, does this brat have any common sense? Could it be that he really isn't afraid of death? He still dares to provoke us now, Lin Xian sighed. I'm speaking the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me? Even White Fairy felt that Lin Xian's words were a bit excessive. She wanted to remind Lin Xian to be more low profile, because this Xiao West Wind wasn't simple. However, before she spoke, there was a commotion in the distance. The crowd scattered, at the same time, cries of alarm sounded. It seemed like a few more great figures were going to make an appearance. Quite a few people were shocked. At the same time, a voice sounded. Those in front, get lost, don't attack. The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that someone was going to stand up for Lin Xian? Xiao West Wind was angry. Who dared to stop him? I want to see who dares to stop me. The crowd scattered. Finally, someone walked over. It was a black-clothed male, his face cold. When they saw this person, quite a few people cried out in alarm. Fiend Palace is you. Heavens, he actually came. Could it be that this brat had some relationship with Fiend Palace? Xiao West Wind was also stunned. Yu, are you going to stop me? Even though this Yu was a heavenly talent, he still had confidence in being able to fight. Yu walked over, sneering. Xiao West Wind, it's not that I want to stop you, but that someone wants to see White Fairy. I advise you to hurry and back, don't make a mistake. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao West Wind was also angry. Yu's strength was about the same as his, and their statuses were about the same as well. The other party actually dared to use this type of condescending and threatening attitude? This made him very unhappy. He did not step aside. Instead, he took a step forward and snorted coldly. I want to see who is so arrogant. It's me. Do you have a problem with that? Another voice came from behind. A person walked out. It was a tall and slender man. He had short hair and black spots on his face. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful aura. Many people narrowed their eyes. People from the Demon City. Yu grinned. Do you still dare to stop me now? Xiao Shifeng broke out in a cold sweat. His body was trembling. Damn it, the Demon Palace's people dared to trick him. He didn't expect that the people behind them were from the myriad Demon City. Furthermore, it was a clouded leopard. He also knew this person. He was at the late stage of the fourth celestial layer and was much stronger than him. He was no match for the other party at all. If the two of them were to fight, he wouldn't even be able to block 10 moves. So it's Brother Cloud Leopard. I didn't know, please forgive me. Xiao Shifeng lowered his head, showing a very respectful appearance. The surrounding martial artists also felt their scalps go numb. This Cloud Leopard was really a terrifying expert. Whitesnake was also stunned. Why did someone from the myriad Demon City want to see him? Moreover, it was with someone from the Demon Palace. Was there a conspiracy in this? For a moment, she thought of many things. But Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "You're not much either. Didn't you say that you wanted to spar? Why don't you dare to spar with others now?" Lin Xian looked at Xiao Shifeng, his eyes full of disdain. "You're courting death." Xiao Shifeng raised his head, his eyes overflowing with anger. However, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth. "Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while first. After this matter is over, I'll deal with you." Yu also glanced at Lin Xian, revealing a hint of surprise. Who was this person? He didn't recognize him. He completely ignored Cloud Leopard at the side. He didn't put a third firmament ant in his eyes at all. He stared at Whitesnake and said in a deep voice. White Fairy, come with me. My big brother wants to see you. Cloud Leopard's big brother. Heavens, how terrifying would that be? It seemed that this White Fairy was going to soar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Some female martial artists were very envious, wishing that they could immediately transform into Whitesnake and follow him. Xiao Shifeng's pupils also constricted. Damn it, the woman he liked was going to be snatched away by someone else. Moreover, it was an existence even stronger than him. He was unwilling to accept this, his eyes were red, but he lowered his head deeply, not daring to release killing intent in the slightest. Compared to these experts from the myriad demon city, he, Xiao Shifeng, was nothing. If he dared to release killing intent, the other party would mercilessly kill him. Whitesnake was also stunned. She didn't have any interactions with the myriad demon city? Although this time, many holy cities descended, and various factions made friends with them. Their silver palace was the same. However, they didn't seem to have made friends with the myriad demon city. So, why did the other party come to find him at this time? Moreover, Yu was standing at the side. One had to know that Fiend Palace and Silver Palace had always been at odds. Could Yu have set up some trap, waiting for her to jump in? Seeing Whitesnake in a daze, Cloud Leopard frowned. Yu at the side also said with a smile, why is White Fairy in a daze? Could it be that you don't want to give us face? Damn it. Whitesnake's expression changed. She didn't want to fall out with the Holy City's people. So, she said, I came with a companion this time, so it's not too convenient. How about next time? I'll pay a visit to the Holy City's geniuses. Whitesnake's words were very beautiful, tactfully declining while giving the other party face. Yu stared blankly. Whitesnake came with someone? With whom? He looked towards Lin Xian. Many people also looked towards Lin Xian. This was Whitesnake's companion? A third celestial layer. Since when did the Whitesnake get together with an ant like him? Cloud Leopard also looked towards Lin Xian. Is he your companion? If he dies, you won't have anything to worry about. Speaking up to here, as expected, he attacked. A gigantic claw covered the entire sky as it swiped out at the void before it, shattering it entirely. This attack was extremely sudden, to the extent that everyone was stunned. When they reacted, they saw that the space in front of them had completely shattered, turning into chaos. What are you doing? Whitesnake screamed. Everyone else was also stunned. Cloud Leopard retracted his hand and said calmly, your companion is already dead. Now, you don't have anything to worry about. Come with me. Heavens, this was too domineering, right? Everyone went crazy. Just because of a sentence from Whitesnake, this myriad demon city's expert decisively attacked. Truly domineering. Yu was also stunned, but soon he smiled. A third heaven ant was not worth caring about. It was better to think about how to befriend Thousand Fiend City. Xiao Westwind was also shocked. Although Lin Xian died, he did not feel any joy, but instead fear. Thousand Fiend City's power and terror completely exceeded his expectations. One had to know that he was also a genius with a noble status, but he did not dare to make a move here at all. But the other party did not say anything, directly attacking as if he did not have any misgivings at all. Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not release killing intent before. Otherwise, the other party would definitely have attacked him mercilessly. Did you kill him? Whitesnake's mind was a bit blank. She simply did not dare to believe it. This Lin Gongzi was personally handed to her by their hall master. He was an important guest of their White Jade Hall. Now that he was dead, how was she going to explain it when she returned? If an ant died, then so be it. There was nothing to make a fuss about. Fairy White, you should come with me. Cloud Leopard spoke again, carrying an unquestionable aura. It was as if it was not an invitation, but an order. Everyone was shocked, but they did not feel that there was anything wrong. This was the Holy City's genius, someone who could order them around. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded. Oh, is that so? I can ignore the death of an ant, then, if you are an ant in my eyes, Does that mean I can also kill you without any misgivings? When this voice sounded, everyone was in an uproar. They could feel a biting cold killing intent rushing towards Cloud Leopard. Someone wanted to kill Cloud Leopard? Who was it? Was it an expert from White Jade Hall? Or was it the person behind that kid? At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was an uproar. White Snake could not think of who wanted to make a move. Cloud Leopard snorted coldly. Who dares to make a move against me? Get out here, I'll send you to hell. His gaze looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned. The shattered void started to heal slowly. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the shattered void. It's you didn't die. Cloud Leopard did not dare to believe it. The surrounding people even widened their eyes. That kid came back to life again. They discovered that a figure walked out of the void. It was Lin Xian. He did not die? Heavens, he's not even injured. What was going on? Such a violent strike. Xiao West Wind and the others felt their blood run cold. They didn't think that they could escape. How could an ant of the third celestial layer be unharmed, Lin? Young master. White Snake stuttered. She didn't know what was going on either. But Lin Xian didn't die. That was great. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Xiao West Wind's face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Even the distant Yu was stunned. His eyelids twitched slightly. After Lin Xian appeared, his expression was cold. He stared at the other party and asked, "Let me ask you, you are an ant in my eyes. Can I kill you as I please?" To be honest, he was indeed angry. He did not know this Cloud Leopard. It could be said that there was no relationship between them. However, the other party did not distinguish between right and wrong, and suddenly tried to kill him. If he was slightly weaker, he would have died just now. How could he not be angry? Ants were ants. Experts could kill them as they wished, no need for any reason. Although I don't know how you managed to survive, this time, you can go and die for real. Cloud Leopard took a step out, the aura on its body suddenly erupting. Its claws slapped over again, this time carrying incomparably sharp light. This was metal laws, able to shatter everything. Experts didn't need any reason to kill ants. Very good, this is the reason why you died. Lin Xian also made his move. He raised his palm. Light flickered on it, turning into a golden sun, crushing forward. What? This brat wanted to make his move? When they saw Lin Xian make his move, the surrounding people were all stunned. Heavens, this brat was lucky enough to survive, but he didn't run, actually daring to make a move here? He really didn't know the difference between life and death. Just watch, he was undoubtedly going to die this time. Quite a few people shook their heads. They all knew how powerful Cloud Leopard was. How could a third celestial layer ant provoke it? It was like throwing an egg against a rock. Yu sneered, Xiao Shifeng also snorted coldly. Reckless thing, even I don't dare to provoke it, let alone you. Lin Xian made his move, Xiao Shifeng was stunned, even driving him mad. One had to know that he didn't dare to make a move, but the other party dared to. What did the other party have? That was why right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear the other party into pieces. Only then could he hide his cowardice. Boom boom boom, the claws carrying metal laws collided with the palm of terrifying light, causing heaven and earth to split. In the next moment, a miserable cry rang out, the sound of bones shattering. That golden palm was like a peerless sun, releasing light, directly shattering the other party's claws. With a roar, Cloud Leopard roared towards the sky, instantly enraged, his eyes completely red, releasing terrifying light. You dare injure me? He was completely driven mad. Being bitten by an ant, this was simply a great humiliation. Cloud Leopard was injured. How was this possible? The surrounding people's eyeballs fell to the ground from fright. This was too inconceivable. Xiao Shifeng's sinister expression froze, so frightened that his hair stood on end. Even Yu and White Snake's expressions were sluggish. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian sneered, attacking powerfully. The other party was a late-stage fourth heaven saint, yet he wanted to attack him? What kind of joke was this? He previously felt disdain, but according to the other party's logic, if an ant died, then so be it, there was nothing to feel pity about. In that case, he would fulfill the other party's wish. Another palm struck out, the golden palm like a resplendent sun, the strands of golden light like sharp swords, piercing into Cloud Leopard's body. This caused Cloud Leopard to continuously retreat, blood flowing out. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Everyone was stunned. Cloud Leopard's entire body trembled. With a roar, he turned into a close to 100-meter-long demonic beast, charging over. He was a leopard to begin with, moreover, a heaven and earth variant. Now that he was injured, he disregarded everything, launching a peerless attack. Die for me, his body was like a mountain, charging over. Lin Xian's hand clenched into a fist, smashing down. With a boom sound, the other party's head was smashed into mush. The other party's enormous body also smashed fiercely into the ground. The earth split open, the entire manor trembling slightly. Quite a few people were sent flying by this wave of power, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The stronger ones also continuously retreated. Roar, even though Cloud Leopard's head was smashed, it wasn't a fatal injury for him. However, in the next moment, he was alarmed. That golden palm directly grabbed his soul, pulling it out. Then, spheres of soul fire appeared, wrapping around his soul. No, damn it, stop, this time, he was truly alarmed. The other party could thoroughly injure his soul. If his soul was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to live no matter how heaven-defying his methods were. However, no matter how he roared, that soul flame continued to burn. In that instant, his soul was burned to ashes. The miserable cries disappeared, all types of light also disappeared. There was only a giant leopard corpse lying on the ground. Saint blood flowed out, piercing through the earth. Terrifying craters appeared one after another. This was the blood of a saint, and a single drop was enough to kill all things. Those people frantically retreated, not daring to touch it at all. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. Dead, the Cloud Leopard actually died. This was too inconceivable. That was a late-stage fourth heaven saint. How powerful was he? He was actually killed by a third heaven ant. This was simply a demon. Those who could come to this manor and participate in the gathering were all geniuses, incomparably dazzling existences. But at this moment, their bodies were ice-cold, trembling. How was this possible? Xiao Westwind had a face of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He was still looking down on the other party before, provoking him, wanting to spar with him. What a joke. He felt a wave of lingering fear. If the other party made a move, he would have long died. Thinking of this, his legs went soft, directly kneeling down, his face incomparably pale. White Snake's face was also full of shock. Originally, she was still worried for Lin Xian, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian actually killed a powerful expert. It really was too inconceivable. Her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. Yu Yu's expression changed greatly, turning around, wanting to escape. What a joke, would he be killed if he stayed here? However, Lin Xian instead said indifferently, if you dare move, I'll destroy your body and soul. With a putong sound, his body that had just flown up directly fell to the ground. He turned his head, revealing an expression even uglier than crying. This young master, it really has nothing to do with me, I was just passing by. Yu Yu was about to cry. However, Lin Xian didn't pay him any attention, instead staring at the 100-meter leopard corpse. Thousand Fiend City's people wanted to kill him, not knowing the difference between life and death, so he would properly deal with them. Wang. Lin Xian brought out a jade bottle, collecting all of the saint blood that flowed out, and then put it away. Then, he drew a spear. The spear enlarged, becoming like a fled dragon, directly piercing through the Cloud Leopard's corpse, and then lifted it up. It was stuck in the ground. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, boundless flames danced, and he began to roast the meat. Originally, he wanted to come to this small gathering to eat and drink, but no one had entertained him for so long. Forget it, I'll do it myself. The surrounding people went crazy. What did they see? Not only did this brat kill the Cloud Leopard, he even wanted to eat its corpse. Oh, Chong Tian. This was an earth-shattering event. This was the corpse of a saint. Moreover, it was a late fourth heavenly layer saint. Who would dare to eat it? But now, there was actually someone who didn't care at all. Yu Yu was the same, so scared that he knelt on the ground, shivering all over. This was simply a ruthless person. Originally, the Fiend Star had been known to be ruthless and fierce. But now, compared to the other side, they were like kind-hearted little sheep. The 9 young divine flame pulsed. Even though this was a late-stage fourth heaven saint with a powerful killing intent, everything was completely refined by the divine flame. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Many people swallowed their saliva in loneliness. It smells so good. Is this the flesh of a saint? Why does it feel so delicious? They were all drooling. However, they didn't dare to really eat it. If they did, would Thousand Fiend City forgive them? White Fairy, let's eat together. Lin Xian called out. White Snake was stunned. Her mind was a bit blank right now, as if she was a puppet. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was given a fright and hurriedly shook her head. What a joke. She didn't dare to eat it. Forget it, I'll write the lyrics myself. Lin Xian directly tore off a piece of meat and took a bite. Pure energy surged out. Those natural laws all flew out, circling around like a meteor shower. It was exceptionally dazzling. Wow. What pure energy. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. To be honest, this really was his first time eating this. In the past, he had also eaten some powerful fiend kings, and he had also eaten the flesh of fiend saints. However, those were those who had just become fiend saints. This was a late fourth heavenly layer fiend saint. It couldn't be compared at all. The energy contained in this meat was really terrifying. When he took a bite, he felt the blood in his body rumble as if it was about to boil. This guy really dared to eat it. The surrounding people all knelt down. He was simply an immortal. They kept worshipping him in their hearts. Lin Xian ate mouthful after mouthful. His aura spread and he shone brightly as if he was about to ascend. Seeing that, everyone wanted to go up and take a few bites. Deep in the mansion, in the great hall, those people were waiting inside. Gradually, Shuiyu frowned. Why wasn't she back yet? The others were also discussing. Could it be that something had happened? It shouldn't be. Who would dare to be disrespectful to them here? Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. There was a terrifying aura in front of him. Many people were surprised that she had made a move. Someone laughed dryly. This white fairy was really hot-tempered. She must have made a move. It didn't matter. The people of Thousand Fiend City said that they wanted to teach little white snake a lesson and let her know that there was always someone better than her. They were very confident in Cloud Leopard. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the energy fluctuation to disappear. The people of Thousand Fiend City laughed loudly. It seemed that she had been subdued. That little white snake was definitely not as strong as Cloud Leopard. She must have been subdued. She would be back soon. They waited calmly. Shueiyue also had a leisurely look on her face. However, after waiting for a while, she didn't return. Instead, a fragrance wafted over. What was it that smelled so good? The eyes of many people from Thousand Fiend City lit up. They asked, "Did you have something good that you didn't give us?" The expressions of the human sages also changed. They hurriedly said, "How is that possible? We took out the best things to entertain you." Then what's with the fragrance? The people of Thousand Fiend City looked unfriendly. Shueiyu's expression also darkened. Why? Did they dare to underestimate them? The human warriors' expressions turned ugly. A few of them stood up and said, "I'll go and see what's going on." As soon as he walked out, the people outside ran over and knelt on the ground. Their faces were pale. Oh no, why are they panicking? The human sages' expressions were gloomy. They were full of anger and wanted to find out where the fragrance came from. Now, their subordinates were telling them that something was wrong. Wasn't he purposely trying to anger them, tell them, what's going on? They asked coldly. Those subordinates were scared out of their wits. Cloud Leopard had been roasted. What? Those human sages were stunned, and their minds went blank. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Then, they burst into an uproar. Could it be that the fragrance belonged to Cloud Leopard? Their faces were full of shock. Those people from the Demon City instantly exploded. Their auras erupted, and the entire main hall was almost overturned by them. Inside the main hall, the array formation filled the air, suppressing everything, but it seemed that it would not be able to suppress them. These people were like volcanoes, and their auras were too terrifying. Shueyua's eyes erupted with piercing killing intent. What's going on, boss? Let's go take a look. Some people walked out. They have a good relationship with Cloud Leopard. Alright, a few more people go and see who dares to be so bold. Bring him here. I want to make him suffer in front of the whole world. Shueyua's voice was extremely cold. The surrounding human warriors also hurriedly apologized. Let's go together. Don't worry, young Master Shueyue. We will definitely handle this matter well. These people quickly ran outside, turning into streaks of light with monstrous killing intent. Soon, the entire mansion was alarmed. Oh no, the people from the Demon City are here. Let's go. These people fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. Of course, these people did not flee. Instead, they fled into the distance and watched silently. They knew that there would be an earth-shattering battle next. I wonder how the people from the Demon City will deal with this kid. In the distance, 4 streaks of light rushed over. 2 human sages and 2 sages from the Demon City. When they arrived, they were instantly stunned. The 2 human sages were dumbfounded. They could not believe that they were really tested. As for the 2 demon sages from the Demon City, their eyes instantly turned red, and terrifying killing intent swept out. Damn it! How dare you! They saw Lin Xian sitting there, holding a roasted beast leg. There was oil on his mouth, and he was burping at the moment. He was even drinking while saying, "Oh, it's so delicious. I have to fight a few more powerful mutants in the future. Die." One of the demon sages roared crazily, erupting with a terrifying aura. One of his palms seemed to have turned into heaven and earth, and it fiercely blasted forward. This was a rhinoceros that had become a 4th celestial layer demonic beast. Its strength was no weaker than the cloud leopard from before. Moreover, the cloud leopard excelled in speed, while the rhinoceros excelled in strength. Once this power was unleashed, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. It was too violent. The surrounding sages felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. Get lost. He slapped out, and a golden palm flew out like a sun. As the 2 collided, an unparalleled aura erupted. At this time, Lin Xian's other hand grabbed the huge clouded leopard's corpse and put it away. At the same time, he said, "You can fight, but don't spoil my food. Otherwise, I'll get mad at you." Ah. I'm so angry. The rhinoceros saint was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. The other party was simply too despicable. Beside him, another person also made a move. He was also a demon saint. The demon saint's true form was a demonic wolf that had cultivated into a demon. He pulled out a long green saber and descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were instantly split into 2 halves. Clang, Lin Xian's fist smashed onto the treasured saber, emitting a sonorous sound that made everyone dizzy. Lin Xian retracted his palm. Do you 2 want to become barbecued meat too? Damn it. The demon wolf saint was also so angry that his entire body was trembling. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Xianxia, this kid's strength was really too terrifying. Was he really just an early-stage 3rd firmament saint, fighting against 2 4th firmament demon saints and not being at a disadvantage at all? Especially the other party's body, he could actually contend against the rhinoceros demon saint and catch the treasured saber with his bare hands. This was simply inhuman. This couldn't be a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, right? Many people muttered softly. As for Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others, they were completely scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated to the back. At this moment, they were still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. Whitesnake was even more dumbfounded. Until now, her entire worldview had collapsed. Previously, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now, she actually began to worry. Would these demon saints of Thousand Demon City be barbecued meat again? He sneered. Kid, who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble here? You even dare to kill my Thousand Demon City's esteemed guests. Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime? The 2 human saints couldn't watch any longer. They rushed out and shouted coldly. Their voices spread through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're the bold one. You actually dare to sneak attack me, and your 1,000-demon city, you actually want to kill me without a word. You're really bold. Who gave you the guts to attack me? Everyone was stunned. Even the 2 sages were stunned. Heavens, they wanted to use their power to oppress others. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't fall for it at all and instead berated them? What was the meaning of this? Heavens, you're the one who barbecued 1,000-demon city, okay. At the same time, they were also shocked. Who exactly was this person? He was terrifyingly strong, and his identity wasn't ordinary either. The 2 of them asked, Who are you? Which family are you from? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. The 2 of you don't have the right to know. He glanced at 1,000-demon city again. You 2 little demons, quickly go back and call your boss out. Tell him to hurry up and apologize to me. You dare to let your subordinates sneak attack me? You'd better think about how to compensate me to appease my anger. Otherwise, you'll all become meat skewers today. What? Everyone's scalps went numb. This guy actually wanted the genius of 1,000-demon city to apologize and compensate? Heavens. They felt that the sky was collapsing. You're courting death. Rhinoceros Saint and Demon Wolf Saint were instantly enraged. They couldn't tolerate it. Kill, the 2 of them emitted a biting cold killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. Rhinoceros Saint's body emitted light. His physique was really too strong. Every attack was earth-shattering. At this moment, he rushed over, wanting to fight Lin Xian in close combat. On the other side, Demon Wolf Saint waved his treasured saber, striking out one terrifying saber light after another, carrying with it the laws. Every saber was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Buzz, countless sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body, colliding with the saber light. At the same time, he also rushed up. How dare you fight him in close combat? You're courting death. He waved his fist and exchanged blows with the other party. Thunderclap sounded between heaven and earth, and then Rhinoceros Saint retreated. With every step he took, his body cracked a little. Finally, with a loud bang, his body was torn into pieces. Demon Wolf Saint didn't have it easy either. Those sword chi hit his treasured saber, causing his hand to go numb and his arm to crack. In the end, he was grazed by 2 sword chi, and 2 wounds appeared on his body. One of them almost split him in half. Damn, who is this person? He's too fierce. He fought against 2 demon saints and didn't fall into a disadvantage. Moreover, he injured them so easily. This guy is definitely an extremely terrifying genius. The surrounding people were extremely excited. Lin Xian's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others almost fainted from fright. White Snake was incomparably excited, her delicate little face filled with shock. Too powerful. The current Lin Xian had already become her idol. This kind of strength was simply world-shocking, making ghosts and gods weep. Damn brat, just you wait, you dare to oppose our 1,000-fiend city, you're dead for sure. Rhinoceros Saint and Demon Wolf Saint gnashed their teeth in anger. Their faces were also full of shock, even incomparably alarmed. The other party's strength exceeded their imagination. However, so what? How powerful was their 1,000-fiend city? It was a true holy city. Those who dared to oppose them all had to die. The 2 turned around, wanting to leave. They wanted to report to their big brother Watermoon that there was a terrifying powerhouse here that had to be quickly eliminated. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. I already said, those who make a move against me have to pay the price. Cloud Leopard was the outcome. He opened his mouth, spitting out heaven-overflowing flames, forming a sea of fire, completely enveloping those 2. No. Damn it, the 2 were furious, carrying out a counterattack. The laws on Rhinoceros Saint's body surged. The blade light on Demon Wolf Saint's body continuously flickered, wanting to split apart these flames. However, this was 9 Yan divine fire, and even had the power of 5 elements laws. How could the other party possibly split it apart? In an instant, the 2 were burned until they screamed miserably. There was even the smell of barbecued meat wafting out. It can't be, right? 2 more people became barbecued meat. He really was ruthless. Many people were incomparably excited. They felt that Lin Xian was too powerful. He was really too powerful. Of course, there were also some people who sneered. Reckless. Although the other party was strong, how could he possibly contend against Thousand Fiend City, this kind of colossus? His outcome would definitely be incomparably miserable. Boss, save me. In the sea of fire, miserable cries came. At the same time, in the depths of the manor, a hall directly exploded. Violent figures rushed into the sky, tearing through the void, instantly arriving nearby. These people's expressions were abnormally cold. Among them, the one in the lead was precisely a man wearing a water-blue robe. Water and fire collided, 2 types of power intertwined, 2 types of laws collided. However, what surprised Watermoon was that he actually couldn't extinguish these flames. How was this possible? What kind of flame was this? His face sank as he waved his sleeves. 2 blue rays of light entered the sea of fire and pulled 2 figures out. The rhinoceros saint and the demonic wolf saint were panting heavily. Their faces were extremely ugly, and their bodies were charred black. In fact, there were even some areas that had turned red, giving off a meaty aroma. Boss, kill him and avenge us. Yes, he roasted the cloud leopard and ate it. The 2 sages looked at the moon and were about to cry. You 2 heal yourselves first. Shuiyu will do it, and the law of water's energy surged into their bodies to heal them. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at Lin Xian below, his eyes bursting with an ambiguous light. Around him, the people from the demon city held sabers and axes in their hands, and their demonic chi filled the sky. The entire world was completely enveloped, and the entire mansion was on the verge of collapse. If there was no way to defend, this place would have long become a bottomless abyss. The people below trembled when they felt the terrifying aura. Some of them were even forced to crawl on the ground. Even the saints had ugly expressions on their faces. Too strong, so this was the demon city? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was brave, but now, could Lin Xian really fight against the demon city? Hand over the cloud leopard's corpse, kneel down, and wait for our orders. Shuiyu's voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable order. Everyone in the mansion was alarmed, and they all gathered around. There were even other disciples of the holy city who were watching, and their faces were also full of surprise. When Lin Xian heard the other party's words, he sneered and did not answer. Instead, he questioned. You're their big brother? You came at the right time. How dare you condone your younger brother's assault on me? How should you be punished? Hurry up and kneel down from the sky, kowtow and apologize, and I can consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I'll turn all of you into barbecued skewers. Everyone was stunned. This was really an arrogant and ruthless person. Now, he still dared to be so arrogant. It seems that you don't know the strength of our holy city. Shuiyu's face darkened. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. The experts of the demon city beside him were even more furious. Damned kid, who do you think you are? How dare you oppose us? Boss, let me go, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. The demonic energy on these great demons was too terrifying. The stars in the sky were swaying, as if they were going to fall. Yu Yu and Xiao Shifeng revealed sinister expressions. This time, this brat should be dead, right? White Snake's face became incomparably pale. It was over, they had probably stirred up a big mess. From the looks of it, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Perhaps even their silver palace wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Gongzi, hurry up and leave the demon planet. There's still a chance now. White Snake quickly transmitted her voice. She felt that Lin Xian's only way now was to escape. Lin Xian turned around, giving her a look that said there was no need to panic. Then, he looked towards Shuiyu. I said that you guys didn't know the difference between life and death. Are you really courting death? Are you very powerful? What's your status in Demon City? How are you compared to the 100 Eyes Demon Sage? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Where is the 100 Eyes Demon Sage? Tell him to get over here. Look at him, he doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. 100 Eyes Demon Sage, When some of the experts heard this name, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a super expert. He was an extremely terrifying genius in Demon City. His eye technique was too strange, and no one could block it. This brat knew the 100 Eyes Demon Sage? And judging from his tone, he didn't seem to care about the 100 Eyes Demon Sage. Heavens, who exactly was this person? They felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. The people from the Demon City were stunned as well. Then, they became even more furious. Damn it, how dare you slander our senior brother 100 Eyes? You're courting death, how can you compare to our senior brother 100 Eyes? These people were really crazy. Even Shueyu's face darkened, and her eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. The blue sea appeared around him. Senior brother 100 Eyes wasn't here. Otherwise, he would have killed you 100 times with just one look. You want to compare yourself with our 100 Eyes Demon Sage? You're really courting death, the crowd whispered. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage was undeniably powerful. At this moment, someone spoke again. What a stupid brat. You think you can be arrogant in front of us just because you have some strength? The power of Demon City is not something an ant like you can imagine. Who's shouting? Lin Xian turned around and glanced at the person. The others were also confused. Who was it at this moment? In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. It was someone from Thunder God City. Oh heavens, another holy city. From the looks of it, the people of Thunder God City were also protecting the glory of the holy city. The holy city was the most dazzling existence in the starry sky. No one could provoke it. Everyone felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. With another holy city, it would be hard for him to escape. It's over. Despair appeared on White Snake's face. Xiao Westwind sneered. This was great. He had to see this demon die. Yu Yu also sneered. Many people from the demon palace had gathered beside him. These people originally wanted to make a move, but now it seemed like there was no need for them. The two holy cities could definitely make Lin Xian die without a burial ground. Lin Xian looked at the people of Thunder God City and narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to look for them later. Who would have thought that they would take the initiative to jump out? Where's Lei Chong? Tell him to get over here and die. I want to ask him, how did he educate his little brothers? Pooh, the surrounding people almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid was too fierce. He didn't even put Lei Chong in his eyes. One had to know that Lei Chong was also a thunder god. He was an extremely terrifying genius, a fifth heaven sage. This kid first provoked the 100-eyed demon saint, and now he was provoking Lei Chong. Really? Everyone didn't know how to describe it. They felt a headache coming. They had never seen such a fierce person. When the people of Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that smoke came out of their bodies. You're courting death. A few Thunder God cultivators couldn't hold back and instantly attacked. Frightening lightning bolts charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the entire space was flooded. However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He had already left. His black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. His aura was extremely terrifying. What? You dare to attack me? Even if Lei Chong was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. You people dare to attack me? Speaking up to here, he punched out. His fist turned into a huge cauldron that descended from the sky. That huge cauldron had a terrifying dragon image coiling around it. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. This was the dragon pattern cauldron that Lin Xian had transformed. The dragon pattern cauldron was the ultimate weapon of the Wavering Light Holy Land. When Lin Xian manifested it, it was truly terrifying. Sure enough, when the cauldron fell, the few Thunder God martial artists who attacked were instantly sent flying. His body split open, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the others were affected by the shockwaves, and were forced to retreat non-stop. So strong? Everyone went crazy. Some people were even scared silly. Lin Xian's one move had sent several holy city disciples flying. What kind of divine being was this? The Thunder Gods people quickly retreated. Lightning filled the air as they roared, "Damn it, who are you? Who are you?" Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I am Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi's name was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers couldn't believe it. The people from the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City narrowed their eyes. It was him who deserved to die. How could they not know this name? It was like thunder piercing their ears. This was the person who had just become Wushuang City's third-generation chief disciple. During the entrance ceremony, he had defeated Lei Chong and the other challengers from Thunder God City. It could be said that he was unparalleled in the limelight. However, everyone had only heard of his name, so they didn't know Lin Xian's true appearance. But now, they didn't expect him to come here. How was this possible? The people from the 2 holy cities were dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be cultivating in seclusion at this time? The onlookers were even more dumbfounded. The other party was really Lin Wudi. Previously, Lin Xian had said this, but they had treated it as a joke. No one believed it. But now, they realized that he was actually telling the truth. Bang bang. Xiao Shifeng and Yu knelt down again. The two of them were scared to death this time. They had actually dared to provoke Lin Wudi. Weren't they simply courting death? Now, they wished that they had 8 legs on their feet so that they could run away quickly. But the fear in their hearts made them unable to even move a finger. Heavens, he was actually Lin Wudi. Whitesnake felt that it was unreal, as if she was dreaming. She had heard of Lin Wudi's name countless times. He was a legendary figure. Yet, he had actually appeared in front of her, and she had actually spent so many days with him. Thinking of this, Whitesnake felt like she was going to faint from happiness. Even some of the elders were shocked. Now, they finally knew why the other party dared to provoke the 2 holy cities. Lin Wudi had indeed defeated Lei Chong, so they didn't take him seriously. However, he still dared to provoke the 100-eyed demon sage. Could it be that he had also fought with the 100-eyed demon sage? And from the looks of it, he had won. Thinking of this possibility, the people from the Thousand Demon City felt like they were going crazy. Impossible. Their senior brother Bai Yan was so terrifying. In terms of strength, he should be even stronger than Lei Chong. Could it be that he had also lost to this kid? That was definitely impossible. So, you are Lin Wudi? Shueiyue said coldly. His expression was also very ugly. Although you are Lin Wudi, you can't be too arrogant. Why did you kill our people for no reason? Do you really think that the Thousand Demon City is easy to bully? Why would I kill your people for no reason? Lin Xian laughed. Who was the one who did it for no reason? I stood here and didn't even move. Your cloud leopard directly tried to kill me. If I were a little weaker, I would have been dead long ago. Do you think that I can't fight back? Then you can't kill him. You can even roast him. The people from the Thousand Demon City roared. I'm letting him off easy by killing him. According to his way of doing things, it wouldn't be enough even if he died 10,000 times. I think the people around should have heard him. When he attacked, he said that the strong don't need any reason to kill ants. I did it according to his logic. What's wrong with that? Besides, Cloud Leopard is nothing. I am the 3rd-generation chief disciple. My status is noble. If he dared to attack me, he would be provoking Wushuang City. Do you think I can let someone who dares to provoke the holy city live? Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids jump wildly. Indeed, the other party was also a disciple of the holy city. Moreover, his status was even more special. He was the 3rd-generation chief disciple. This status was too dazzling and could really represent the holy city. Therefore, what the other party did was really not too much. The people from the Thousand Demon City were so angry that they couldn't speak. They couldn't refute anymore. Shueiyue also gritted his teeth. Lin Wudi, I will remember you. This matter is not over. One day, I will let you experience the power of our Thousand Demon City. Go. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left. Lin Xian sneered. Did I say you can leave? What do you want? Shueiyue turned around and screamed in anger. His handsome face was also incomparably red. The surrounding demons were angry. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. I'm going too far? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that you still don't understand the meaning of being the chief disciple. I've said it before. You'd better think about how to compensate me to appease my anger. Otherwise, I will turn all of you into skewers. How dare you, shouted the people from the demon city coldly. To be honest, they were scared to death. After all, they were all beasts. If they were really roasted, it would be a big joke. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Fight him. Yes, we have more people. Let's fight together. I don't believe that he can overturn the sky no matter how powerful he is. These greater demons gritted their teeth. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess. Wherever they went, countless people would surround them like stars surrounding the moon. When had they ever been suppressed like this? You want to fight? Sure, one-on-one or a group attack. It's all up to you. But let me warn you, it's fine if you win. But if you lose, I will roast all of you. You have to think carefully. Speaking of this, a golden flame rose from Lin Xian's body. It was like a divine fire with an extremely terrifying aura. The people from Demon City were stunned. They even took a few steps back. If they lose, they would be roasted. They didn't dare to take this risk. Why, don't you dare? A bunch of trash. You don't have the guts, yet you're so arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Shuiyue's face was ugly. I'll fight you, he walked out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would really fight. The beasts from Demon City suddenly exclaimed, Brother, be careful. Yes, that Lin Wudi was too strange. Lin Xian was able to defeat Lei Chong, which meant that he was almost at the early stage of the fifth heaven. They really didn't have the confidence to fight with such a person. This kid can't be so strong. Shuiyue said, we've also analyzed it. He might have taken some kind of pill to increase his strength in advance. Or he might have a secret technique on him. But that kind of thing can't be too much. He can use it once. I don't believe that he can use it again. Indeed, many forces and families had analyzed Lin Xian's strength. They really couldn't think of how someone could fight 2 realms higher. This was the Sage realm. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. They could only use some special means. Perhaps, the last time Lin Xian and Lei Chong fought, Peerless City used some secret techniques and pills to establish the image of a genius. Otherwise, how could a 3rd heaven sage defeat a 5th heaven sage? Fellow Taoist Watermoon, we support you. Torture this brat to death, yes, our Thunder God City will stand firmly on your side. The people from the Lightning God Sacred City also voiced their support. Lin Xian cast a glance at Thunder God City. You guys still dare to jump around? After I'm done with the 1,000 Demon City, I'll make you guys pay the price. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Shuiyu. What is your true form? Don't let it be seaweed or something. It would be boring to roast it like that. Damn brat, go to hell, boom, the laws on Shuiyue's body burst forth, turning into a monstrous sea that filled the void. The waves were incomparably heavy, suppressing the saints to the point that they couldn't breathe. Tens of thousands of waves surged over, drowning everything in front of them. Boom, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light. With a single slash, the countless waves were split apart. A huge spatial crack appeared. The void trembled as he walked out of it and attacked Shuiyue. Shuiyue's pupils shrank. The other party's sword intent was so strong. He quickly retreated. At the same time, a layer of battle armor appeared on his body. A blue long whip appeared in his hand. With a light swing, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he waved his arm, and the sword chi expanded. At the same time, more and more flames jumped on his body. It spread to the surroundings, forming a sea of fire. The monstrous sea water fought against the sea of fire. The two completely opposite forces collided. What kind of flame was this? It couldn't be extinguished. Everyone was shocked. They found that Shuiyu's sea water had evaporated, and countless white mist appeared, filling the sky. This Shuiyu was also a late-stage 4th heaven expert. In addition to the mystic arts in his hands, he was comparable to an early-stage 5th heaven expert. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party. The sea of fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the area of the sea water was getting smaller and smaller. It was even threatening Shuiyu. Shuiyu snorted coldly. Behind him, an illusion appeared. That was a dark green phantom. It was like a precious jade, but it was also like a colored ribbon, fluttering behind it. With a mysterious rhythm. As soon as the dark green ribbon came out, a monstrous law rushed out. The power of law on Shuiyu's body became terrifying again. He formed a seal with both hands, forming a treasure bottle, which was blue all over. Inside, a terrifying aura rushed out one after another, like a peerless immortal light. The blue light, like a peerless sword chi, rushed forward and engulfed Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared. Like a swimming dragon, the golden light was even more terrifying. His sword chi was also very terrifying. Palm after palm, it slapped on those blue light pillars. Heaven and earth trembled. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his arm, and the law of 5 forms formed a huge cauldron. Not good, it was that kind of mystic art again. Everyone screamed. The people of Thunder God City had ugly faces. Last time, it was this illusion that directly sent many of their experts flying. Now, the other party was using it again. What kind of illusion was this? Some of the older generation people's eyes bloomed with terrifying light. They wanted to see through the secrets of this mystic art. Damn it, they couldn't find it. It was just a fusion of law and energy. How could they know that this was an imitation of an extreme weapon? The mystic art formed was of course terrifying. Shuiyu's face also changed drastically. He naturally knew the power of this cauldron. So, he shouted angrily. Infinite C/, the blue treasure bottle in his hand rose into the air, turned into a blue blade light, and slashed out. This power was several times stronger than before. Obviously, it was a one-hit kill. Boom, the illusion of the dragon pattern cauldron filled the sky, directly shocking the blue blade light. A terrifying wave of air swept in all directions. Immediately, Shuiyu was sent flying by the slap and vomited blood. His blue robe was dyed red with blood, which was abnormally eye-catching. Lin Xian was like a god of war, not affected at all. You lost. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn it. Shuiyu's face was ugly, and his face was full of unwillingness. He actually lost, damn it, his realm was 2 realms higher than his opponent, but he still lost. The spectators were mesmerized by the battle. This battle was simply too exciting. Especially the last shocking strike, which shocked them to the core. How could it be? The people of Thunder God City had ugly faces. Their hope was shattered. Lin Xian's next sentence made their eyelids twitch wildly, and even made everyone's face change drastically. Lin Xian stared at him and said indifferently. I've said it before. If you fight with me, it's fine if you win, but if you lose, then you'll be roasted into meat skewers. Tell me, what is your true form? Endless flames appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping Shuiyu. The monstrous sea of fire burned everything. Damn it. Shuiyu vomited blood. This time, he was really angry. Was the other party really going to roast him? He was about to go crazy with anger. The great demons of Thousand Demon City also roared. How dare you, quickly release our boss. Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. Let's go together. Alright, then come at me together. I'll braise the bear paw and steam the rhinoceros later. I'll turn all of you into a delicacy. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, making everyone's scalp go numb. I'm afraid he's not joking around. After all, he's really tested Cloud Leopard. And now, he wants to roast Shuiyu. The people of Demon City were so scared that they stopped moving. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Shuiyu was about to go mad with anger. Damn it, could it be that today he would really become food for the other party? At this moment, a sigh was heard. Stop it, an old man walked out of the void and extinguished the sea of fire. Small saint. Many people exclaimed. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't attack again. Elder. The people from the Demon City cried out in surprise. They were all incomparably excited. Shuiyu was the same. He turned his head and a glimmer of hope was restored in his eyes. Nephew Lin, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Even if my Demon City is in the wrong, you've already punished them. Just like that, this matter passed. What do you think? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that a small saint from Demon City would appear in the end. It seemed like the matter was really going to be resolved. The people of Demon City stood there, looking at Lin Xian with provocative eyes. The people of Thunder God City sneered. No matter how strong Lin Wudi is, so what, in the end, he still couldn't do anything to them. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He said, then I'll return this light blade to you. He withdrew the phantom of the dragon pattern cauldron and secretly cast the stellar transposition. The light blade flew back at an extremely fast speed. Suigetsu snorted and wanted to take back the light ninja. However, the moment he attacked, the light ninja changed its angle slightly. With a puff, blood spurted out. One of Shuiyue's arms was cut off. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. Shuiyue covered his arm, his face full of malevolence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Is he going to attack? Damn kid, how dare you! The people of Myriad Demon City were roaring madly. Even the little saint was stunned by the scene before him. Then, his expression darkened. Lin Xian said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You couldn't even take my mystique light blade. It seems that I have overestimated you. Everyone's mouth twitched. The people of the Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! Shuiyue almost fainted from anger. He couldn't catch it? Damn it, it was clearly the light blade that changed its angle at the last moment. Otherwise, how could he not be able to catch it? He was too careless. The elder from the Demon City also had a dark expression on his face. Lin Xian said, Senior, I really didn't mean it. Don't worry, nephew Lin. The green hills will not change and the clear waters will flow forever. We will meet again. Old Zhang turned around. Let's go. He quickly left with Shuiyue and the others. Shuiyue's body stiffened and she almost fell to the ground. This was because Lin Xian muttered softly behind him. This arm is actually deformed, wow, it's actually kelp. It's really seaweed. After hearing this, Shuiyue finally couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and ran away crazily. The others also looked at each other in dismay. The people of the Thunder God City also had ugly faces. They also wanted to leave quietly, but Lin Xian's gaze was already on them. I said that after the Demon City is dealt with, it's your Thunder God City's turn. Weren't you all jumping around happily just now? Damn kid, what do you want to do? The people of the Thunder God City turned their heads and glared at him. At the same time, they also quickly sent a voice transmission to ask for help. They wanted their minor saints to come as well. Otherwise, they were probably not the opponent's opponent. The rift was torn apart as another figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a very powerful aura. It was another little saint. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the little saint of the Thunder God City had also come. Sure enough, the people of the Thunder God City smiled. Since their little saint had come, they would be safe. After the middle-aged man walked out, his body was surrounded by lightning, and his eyes were in all directions. Just as he was about to speak, a white light appeared in the sky, and a little monkey appeared in front of him. With a bang, it slapped his face. Suddenly, he was dizzy, and he couldn't say anything. Lin Xian kicked out and shouted at the same time, who dares to sneak attack a fellow Taoist of the Thunder God City? This kick directly landed on the middle-aged man's body. Boom, the little saint was directly kicked out, and dozens of black holes appeared in the void. He was directly kicked out of the mansion. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. What's going on? Lin Xian actually attacked a little saint, and he even succeeded. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudi already has the strength to contend with a little saint? This is too terrifying. I'm afraid that not many people in the younger generation can be his opponent. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of the Thunder God City screamed crazily. They were about to collapse. In the distance, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it monstrous thunderbolts. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The little saint flew back, his body was full of killing intent. The kick just now didn't break his defense at all, and it couldn't hurt him. However, this was a ruthless slap to his face. He was a little saint, but he was kicked away by a third heaven saint. If word of this got out, he could forget about keeping his old face. Therefore, he was full of killing intent, and he couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you release your killing intent to me? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. I'm the chief disciple of the third generation of Wushuang City. Do you want to die? How dare you, kid, you're courting death. This is the elder of our Thunder God City. Those geniuses of the Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Xian showed a look of surprise. What, he's your elder, so he's a senior of the Thunder God City. Sorry for the disrespect. Lin Xian's smile stunned everyone. What's the meaning of this? Didn't they just kick him? However, at the next moment, the corners of their mouths twitched. Lin Xian said. Senior, why don't you tell me your identity first? I thought you were some mysterious expert who wanted to sneak attack the fellow Taoists of the Thunder God City. That's why I took action. Elder, you won't blame me, right? Sneak attack your sister. The people of the Thunder God City couldn't help but curse. Even the elder's face turned ugly. He was so angry that he couldn't speak, as if he had eaten a dead mouse. Lin Xian said again. Elder, that kick didn't hurt you, right? If you're hurt, then I'll have sinned. Go away. The elder of the Thunder God City was about to vomit blood. This guy was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. Senior, don't be angry. I have a few healing pills here. Why don't I give them to you? The elder of the Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. He tore open the void and escaped in an instant. Senior, don't go. I'll give you these pills for free. Lin Xian was still shouting. The people of the Thunder God City also felt their scalps go numb. F***ck, he's a lunatic. Hurry up and leave. They were also fleeing in panic. The people from the two holy cities escaped one after another. It was really unbelievable. The people around couldn't believe it. This kid was too awesome. Yes, he didn't even put the two holy cities in his eyes. He was actually Lin Wudi, heavens, he was the legendary person. The people from the two holy cities would definitely not let this go. Even if he was the chief disciple, he would probably be unlucky. All kinds of discussions sounded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, left with the white snake. This matter quickly spread. Not only the people who participated in the martial arts tournament this time knew, but the entire city knew. Then, it quickly spread to many cities. More than half of the demon planet knew. Lin Wudi had come and scared them away. Demon City and Thunder God City. White Jade Hall. When Hall Master Kuan heard the news, he was also dumbfounded. The person who came to see him was Lin Wudi. He sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, he didn't expect it before. He thought it was just an ordinary disciple of Wushuang City. He didn't expect the other party's identity to be so extraordinary. When he saw Ling Xian, his tone changed. In the past, he called Lin Xian, Nephew Lin. But now, he directly called Lin Gongzi. He couldn't help it. With the other party's identity, he didn't dare to provoke him. After all, when the chief disciple grew up, he wouldn't be weaker than Fu Hongya. Hall Master Kuan, how's the investigation? Did you find any clues about my two friends? Hall Master Kuan said that he found some information. Lin Gongzi, do you want to hear it now? Lin Xian nodded. I said last time that when the fog ship just came, there was a storm. Some people left, and some were even captured. Your two friends seem to have been taken away at that time. By who? The people from the Demon Palace. The last time, it was the Demon's son who took action. The people who captured them were also from the Demon Palace. However, the news stopped here. I can't find out anymore. I don't know what happened after your two friends were taken away by the people from the Demon Palace. The people from the Demon Palace? Lin Xian frowned, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. If anything happened to the Crimson Dragon and the North Devil, he would definitely not let the Demon Palace off. However, he was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Both Rizalong and Luo Bingqian had top-notch talents. Even if they were captured, they should be taken seriously. Indeed, according to what you said, this is also a very strange place. The lord of the Kuntong Pond also frowned. Lin Xian said, I can't do anything about it. I'll go directly to the demon palace and ask them for the person in person. No. Hall Master Kuan tried to dissuade him. Ling Gongzi, although you are from Wushuang City, this is the fiend planet after all. Most of the people here were arrogant and unruly. They were the devil kings and ruthless people. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. This was especially true for the demon child. He believed that he was an existence that wasn't weaker than any of the geniuses of the holy city. So, if you directly went up there, you might end up with the opposite result. Then, what do you suggest? Let me probe a little more. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to deal with the demon palace. The demon banquet that you want to participate in is hosted by the demon palace. At that time, we can test each other during the demon banquet. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Hall Master Kuan. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The fiend planet wasn't ordinary. The forces on it were very strong. Moreover, the people here might really be lunatics. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. Demon child. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It would be best if Crimson Bingqian and Luo Bingqian were fine. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a demon child or an angel child, I'll send you to hell. On Lin Xian's side, while he was discussing with Hall Master Kuan, the news outside spread even more widely. After everyone learned about Lin Xian's matter, they were greatly shocked. Among them, the people from the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star were dumbfounded when they learned about it. This was impossible. The Rain Clan's people were so angry that they went crazy. They had destroyed a good palace. They gritted their teeth and roared. How was this possible? That brat was so strong to such an extent. Di Ling and the others also had gloomy expressions. Damn it, even two holy cities couldn't take care of the other party? Impossible. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said coldly. However, that brat was the chief disciple. The people from the two holy cities gave him face. Otherwise, do you think that brat could still be alive? Old Zhang, do you want us to send someone to kill him? Di Ling asked. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said that there was no hurry. If they killed him, it would cause a big commotion. It wouldn't be good if it affected the fiend banquet. It was better to participate in the fiend banquet first. They would wait for the fiend banquet to get what they wanted before killing that brat. Alright, Di Ling's eyes burst out with cold killing intent. While they were discussing, the people from Thunder God City and Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. The people from Thunder God City were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Especially that minor saint, his face turned black. Damn it, he was kicked by the brat for no reason. What a disgrace, damn it, I must not let this brat off. That minor saint's face turned black. With his temperature, the thunder cloud should be almost ready, right? It's time to use it. Elder, do you want to use that thing? The people from Thunder God City were also shocked. Then, they revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, how will this brat die this time? On the other side, the people from Demon City were also so angry that they vomited blood. They were even angrier than the people from Thunder God City. After all, one of the geniuses on their side had been forcefully taken away by someone else and eaten like a delicacy. Damn it. Many great demons were gnashing their teeth. Shueyu's face was even uglier because one of his arms was chopped off by the brat in the end. It was a great humiliation to him. Old Zhang, that brat is too arrogant. We can't just let him go like this. Yeah, he's provoking our demon city. So what if he's the chief disciple? He's just the third disciple, not the first generation. The Wushuang city only has 3 generations of disciples. How could they be compared to our Thousand Beast city with such a weak foundation? Indeed, Wushuang city could be considered as a rising city among the saint cities. Some of the old saint cities were nothing in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian's action had undoubtedly angered them. I know. The old man also said, I will contact the Dark Knight Void Beast and ask him to take action. After all, killing him in public would definitely cause a disturbance. But if he dies quietly, then it has nothing to do with us. Even if we suspect, we can't find any evidence. At that time, Wushuang City can't do anything to us. Should we use the Dark Night Void Beast? Then that brat will definitely die this time. Lin Xian was in White Jade Hall, waiting for the evil demon's banquet to begin. There were only 3 days left. There were more people in the city. It was so crowded that it couldn't accommodate them anymore. In the void outside the city, there were all kinds of chariots parked. These were all people who came to participate in the evil demon's banquet. Lin Xian stayed in the mansion and waited patiently. However, on this day, someone sent him a message. Lin Gongzi, someone sent you a letter saying that it's an old friend and wants to meet you. Old friend? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and took the letter from the servant. Soon, he was surprised. It was similar to a letter asking for help. The tone was urgent, as if someone was chasing after them. Could it be the Crimson Dragon or the North Demon? But the Lord of Kuntong had not found out anything about those two. Forget it. As long as there was a chance, Lin Xian would not let it go. Storm Pavilion. It was a very remote place in the evil demon city. Fortunately, they did not leave the city, so Lin Xian was less suspicious. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have lured him out of the evil demon city. Lin Xian arrived at the Storm Pavilion and found that there were very few people here. After all, it was too remote and desolate. Moreover, it was rumored that a sage had fallen here. Very few people were willing to come to such a dangerous place. Lin Xian was here. When he arrived, he frowned. No one was here, his eyes shone with a golden light. In the next moment, he saw the fluctuations of the array formation around him. Was there someone in the array formation? He said, I'm here. Come out. Buzz. The array formation fluctuated, and 2 figures walked out. Ruzalong. North Demon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he realized that the 2 people who walked out were the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon. It's really you, Lin Xian was overjoyed. That's great. Originally, he thought that it would take a lot of effort to find those 2 people. He did not expect to find them so quickly. After the 2 figures came out, they also smiled. It's really you, kid. That's great. You're really here. The man and the dragon rushed over and gathered together with Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the void behind him suddenly attacked. A piercing light pierced towards Lin Xian's back. It was too sudden and too fast. When Lin Xian reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He activated his vitality and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. He was prepared to take the attack head-on. The attack landed on his body and sent him flying. A bloody wound appeared on his back, from which golden blood flowed out. Bang, the void shattered. Lin Xian was injured. Damn it, it's a trap. His expression was unsightly, and a golden blade of light shot out from his eyes, slashing towards the man and dragon. With a poochie sound, the 2 figures were hacked apart. What fell were 2 leaves, 2 rainbow-colored leaves. As expected, it was an illusion. Who was plotting against him? How did she know that he was looking for the North Demon and the Crimson Dragon? In an instant, he thought of Hall Master Kuan because he had only told Hall Master Kuan about this. However, he quickly rejected the idea. That shouldn't be the case. Hall Master Kuan had no reason to frame him. Who else could it be? Who else knew that he was looking for the North Demon and the Crimson Dragon? No one should know about this matter. Suddenly, he froze. Xianxia, that woman in the past, he and Xianxia had been on the same foggy ship. Xianxia had seen the North Yao and a Crimson Dragon. It seemed that the people from the Rain Clan had also arrived at the evil demon city. Did the people of the Rain Clan still want to fight against her? It seemed that after the demon banquet was over, it was necessary to wipe out this family. Since you want to kill me, then get out here. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly. At the crack on his back, power circulated and began to heal the wound. Soon, the blood stopped flowing. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. He frowned. No one came out. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically again. This time, he felt a killing intent aimed at his head. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique to the extreme. At the same time, he quickly activated the void escape and merged into the void. However, in the next moment, a bloody line appeared between his eyebrows. His head was almost split open. Damn it. Lin Xian was completely furious. At this moment, the black Qilin tattoo covered his entire body like a black armor. The golden light in his eyes illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It wasn't someone from the Rain clan. It was an extremely terrifying expert. The other party definitely had spatial abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to break through his void escape. Who was it who had the Rain clan joined forces with? Where did such a powerful spatial expert come from? Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the heavenly Luo umbrella. It floated above his head and thousands of auras descended. Soon, he was under attack. Countless laws were flying toward him from all directions. They hit the light screen, causing his blood to boil. However, he couldn't find the person at all. How could it be? Even the heavenly secret god eyes couldn't find the other party? Wasn't the spatial mystique a little too strong? He knew that very few people could comprehend spatial abilities. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to do so. He had only seen people from the Gu clan. Because the Gu clan cultivated the void scripture, their spatial abilities were extremely strong. Gu Santong was the one who had taught him how to use the void escape. Who was it now? Was it someone from the Gu clan? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and used the blue tide technique. The light waves of his eye technique spread in all directions. Puff, behind him, there was a slight fluctuation in the void not far away. Soon, it disappeared. However, Lin Xian caught it in an instant. He pulled out the great spear of destruction and waved it fiercely. The void there was broken in an instant. However, Lin Xian still missed. However, he used the heavenly secret god eyes to capture a black shadow. It instantly turned into the void and disappeared. Sure enough, there was someone. Moreover, it was a spatial super expert. Who was so eager to take his life? Moreover, to be able to mobilize such a terrifying expert, it was definitely not an ordinary force. Hey Shan. Lin Xian used a voice transmission to wake Hey Shan up. Hey Shan had been sleeping and cultivating. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't wake up. Now that he was summoned by Lin Xian, Hey Shan stretched his back. Kid, what's going on? You're injured? Someone can hurt you? Who is it? Hey Shan was very surprised. Lin Xian's strength and talent had shocked even him. Now that he could hurt him, he was definitely extraordinary. There's a spatial super expert who wants to assassinate me. Think of a way to find him. Lin Xian whispered. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little stiff. He couldn't catch the other party, and it was difficult for the other party to break his defense. A spatial super expert. Hey Shan was interested. Let me see. He began to use his soul to investigate. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was truly unexpected that he would encounter such an opponent here. That was interesting. Interesting my ass. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he was hit. An even more terrifying law blasted on his body. This time, the light curtain of the heavenly Luo umbrella was torn apart. Obviously, the other party also used a sacred artifact. If this continued, the situation would be very dangerous. Can you find out? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Hey Shan nodded. However, his spatial ability was very strong. Even if you find out, you might not be able to hurt him. Is he that strong? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is he? Do you know, Ghost God said that he didn't look like a human, but more like a beast. Beast? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be someone from the Thousand Demon City? What kind of beast is so powerful? End of chapter 37-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.